This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Road Survival game. The game is divided into day and night. In this game, each player will get a car and a stick at the beginning, and all subsequent resources need to be searched by themselves. Only by driving forward continuously can new supplies be found. In the process of moving forward, there is a small probability of passing through ruins, dilapidated towns, rainforests, and other special areas. Friendly reminder, there is only one life, there is no resurrection in this game, and death is real death. Players participating in this game are all screened. Don't worry about the collapse of the original world. For personal safety, don't get off the car at will, especially at night. Don't leave the road. There will be an air wall 10 meters away from the road. Try to survive. With a start, Siabo suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Just as he was about to struggle, he found himself trapped in a narrow car space. The car was not big. It was a two-seater with only a trunk at the back. This space was very hot, and a thin layer of sweat had appeared on his forehead. Siabo raised his head and was stunned. Under the scorching sun, an endless road stretched far and far, with no end in sight. The road was swirling with heat waves, twisting the road. On both sides were endless, green grasslands, which were also endless and had no end. Siabo rubbed his sore head, staring at the road and the unfamiliar grassland in front of him. Still a little unbelievable. Am I traveling through time, or am I kidnapped? I traveled through time after sleeping? This travel through time is too hasty. Kidnap me? I have no money. Who will kidnap me? Siabo was a little bit unbelievable, and his heart suddenly lifted. He was sitting in the driver's seat, and even fastened his seat belt. Who is this? So considerate, leaving him here, and not forgetting to remember to fasten the seat belt. No, this doesn't seem to be kidnapping. Just as Siabo was stunned, a huge light screen appeared, and dense words appeared. This is a game world, and the words on this light screen are the prompts just now. After reading it, Siabo's heart trembled. This is actually a life-threatening game. The next second, the screen changed, and a huge chat box appeared, and messages in the box passed by quickly. Help, I'm trapped on a road. Is there anyone? It's so hot. Am I kidnapped? How is it possible? I'm swimming in my swimming pool. With so many people, I don't believe the police won't notice. I am a policeman, and I can't protect myself at the moment. Messages passed by quickly. Siabo's head was confused, and his heart that originally wanted to wait for rescue suddenly cooled down. Looking at the rolling bullet screens, and the avatars, and names representing individuals in the world, Siabo determined that the players participating in this game were all healthy players, and no elderly or children were found. Siabo slid the screen and found that there were many functions behind it, which were currently not open. After studying the functions of this system for a while, Siabo closed the system and did not check the messages. He had already studied everything that could be studied. He did not send messages to the world. Everyone in the world was in a state of panic. Sending messages would not get anything meaningful. Instead of crying and shouting in the world, it would be better to think about how to survive. It was very hot inside the car, and the sun outside was very scorching, turning the car into a steamer, but the car was the only safe place, and would it be cool outside the car? Not necessarily. In just a moment, Siabo felt dry in his mouth and began to check what he had. There was only a bare wooden stick in the passenger seat of the car, and there was nothing in the trunk. Ordinary wooden stick. Introduction. An ordinary wooden stick that can be used as a weapon. It was useless at the moment, but Siabo noticed the system prompt that this game was divided into day and night. So is this thing not used during the day at all? It is used at night. The more Siabo thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The most urgent thing was to find supplies, and not wait to die in the same place. He looked down at the car, and the car key was inserted in the car. Siabo twisted it. Buzz, the car started. The noise was a bit loud, and it vibrated a few times when it started, and it almost fell apart. The main reason was that the quality of the car was not very good. Although the car is a bit broken and a bit small, it is also an automatic transmission, which is very convenient to drive. Even people who have never driven a car only need to start it, step on the accelerator, and turn the steering wheel to control it. The road ahead is very straight and endless. The road is very wide, and more than a dozen large trucks can be stuffed in parallel, which undoubtedly reduces the difficulty of the game. On both sides of the road is an endless grassland. There is a prompt on the grassland that there is an air wall blocking 10 meters away from the road, and he will not be idle to drive into the grassland to check whether the air wall exists. The engine of the car is very loud, very old, and the space is very small, with only the co-pilot and the trunk. The car started to move, and a little bit of cool breeze blew in. His originally hot heart slowly calmed down, and Siabo breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of dying of heat here. The road was very large, endless, straight, and there was no car in sight. There was only one road, and Siabo estimated that people from all over the world were put in different locations, which could also determine how long this road was. Boundless, infinite. Siabo tried it, and the car could only drive up to 90 miles per hour. The engine had no power, and the car was seriously aging. But it was okay to run. The car drove steadily and straight for nearly 10 minutes, let alone supplies. There was not even a hair. Siabo was already dry in his mouth, and most importantly, there was only half a bar of oil left on the dashboard. Now, he had to think about the consequences if he couldn't find supplies, and he even had the idea of drinking urine. It's been so long, and I haven't seen any supplies. It's so strange. Where did this supply appear? At this moment, Siabo even doubted whether there was something wrong with his character. After parking the car on the roadside, Siabo continued to look at the screen. He couldn't find the supplies. It was very likely that he had overlooked something. After all, the road was so long that he would always overlook something. Who can give me a sip of water? When I survive, I will definitely honor you. Damn, I drove for more than 10 minutes and didn't find anything. Is this game poisonous? They are really playing tricks on us. Siabo browsed. Most of them were asking for food and drink, and there were even women who traded their bodies. Siabo concluded that the one who traded his body must be a wild chicken. He continued to browse, and finally found a message. Pay attention to the grassland beside the road. This game is not for you to drive. There are hidden treasure chests on the grassland. The ordinary treasure chest will be beside the road. It is a very small box. You will miss it if you don't observe carefully. In addition, the most important point is that this game is not as simple as it looks on the surface. I hope everyone survives the first night. The second day will be a beginning. Siabo was smart, and looked up at the vast road. There are resource boxes on the road, and resource boxes are the only way to obtain resources at first. There are also hidden resources. It is inferred that they are buried in the grasslands on both sides of the road. There are really gods in the world. Siabo understood at once that as for the ordinary treasure chest, it is very likely that he overlooked it. The width of this road alone can accommodate 10 trucks side by side. It is normal for him to ignore it. So the speed is also an extremely important factor. After all, the road is too wide. This time, Siabo slowed down the car and stared at the road. The guy who issued the strategy obviously had mastered these. He was already ahead of most people. As for what he said later, it was obviously what he discovered. What it is, we need to guess from the hidden treasure chest he found, and no one knows. Huh? Suddenly, Siabo's eyes lit up. There was indeed an inconspicuous box on the side of the road. It was an ordinary wooden box, and the color was the same as the color of the road. It was really hard to find without careful observation. Ordinary wooden box. Introduction: an ordinary box, which may contain the resources you need. Open it, get the resources, and survive. Hint: but there may be nothing inside. Chapter 2. Siabo parked the car, quickly opened the door, and ran over. The box was not big, and the color looked strange, similar to the color of the ground. It was difficult to see the box without careful observation. Seeing the hint on the box, Siabo understood that this box was like a blind box, a thing that relied on luck. Although there was no danger in opening the box, it was possible that there was nothing. It's so strange, there's not even a lock. Siabo muttered. The box was not opened. It was just a whole box. He thought of the novice stick. At this time, the novice stick came in handy. Ordinary stick. Introduction: an ordinary stick that can be used as a weapon. Siabo swung it and tried it. The wind whistled, and it was very powerful. It should be enough to hammer open the box. Bang! Crack! Siabo was very decisive. He took a deep breath and swung the stick to hit the box. After a sound, the wooden box cracked, revealing the supplies inside. Poor quality water resources * 200 ml. Poor bread slices * 5. It's water and food. Siabo's eyes lit up. It seems that his luck is pretty good. He got food and water the first time he opened the box. He was really lucky. Poor quality water resources and poor bread slices are really bad. After taking the things out, Siabo couldn't help but sigh. There was only half a bottle of poor quality water resources. The water was a little turbid, and even floating impurities could be seen in the water. This water is definitely safe to drink. Siabo looked at the half bottle of water and couldn't bear to look at it. There must be bacteria in this water. If you drink it, you will have diarrhea at the least, or a serious illness at the worst. On this endless highway, there are no hospitals or doctors. Once you get sick, you are basically declared dead. And the bread slices are like being dried in the sun for several days, dry and chewing wax. But now is not the time for these things. When you reach a certain level, you have to eat these. He quickly took away the supplies, got in a car and closed the door, looked up at the grassland around him, and there was no movement. He still remembered the system's prompts. Don't get off the car casually. Who knows if staying outside for a long time will attract something. And in this open area, the narrow space in the car can indeed bring a sense of security. I looked at the car's fuel consumption, and there was not much left. I must find other supplies before the oil runs out. Siabo casually glanced at the world chat information, and sure enough, someone had already cried out that there was no oil. But more people were begging for supplies. He continued to browse. Compared with other things, oil was the most important material in the early stage. And the world chat information can bring him some important information, the box strategy one saw before. He continued to browse. Soon, he found what he wanted. The chance of oil coming out of an ordinary wooden box is very low. Only higher level boxes can get it. These are the only guesses I have made so far. I hope it will be helpful to everyone. Siabo soon realized that in addition to ordinary wooden boxes, there are higher level boxes, so the corresponding materials of the higher level boxes must be more abundant. And encountering these boxes must also be a matter of luck. Sure enough, there are still some capable people in this world's chat group. He continued browsing and received more or less information. For example, the distance between resource boxes appears is not fixed, and the refresh distance is also not fixed. It depends on who is more confident. He also saw that someone had passed through the high grassland area, where the grass was 2 people tall, and even heard strange roars in the grassland. Warn everyone to be vigilant about the grassland. Especially when the night comes. Some people also talked about the role of wooden sticks, which is to fight against the monsters hidden in the grassland at night, and no one knows what the monsters are. In this way, those who were originally radical people became more radical, shouting that death is the only way to be relieved, or just suffering. Siabo closed the world chat box with a heavy heart. The night is coming, and there is definitely a crisis. I am afraid that after tonight, a large number of people will die. For the first time, he realized the danger of this world. You not only have to face crises such as resources and illness, but also face the night. It's useless to think so much. Just solve the resource crisis first. Siabo only felt dry mouth. The weather is too hot now. He picked up the slightly turbid water, unscrewed the cap, and was about to take a sip to solve the problem of dry mouth. A cold mechanical sound suddenly came from his brain. Unlimited resource upgrade system is binding. Siabo was startled by the sudden voice, and then fell into a huge surprise. Is this the second system? Ding! Unlimited resource upgrade system is successfully bound. System introduction. This system can upgrade resources in random quantity and quality. The same product can only be upgraded once. I wish the host a happy use. A sudden voice sounded, and an arrow appeared on the half bottle of water in front of Siabo, showing the 3 words upgradable. Siabo clicked the word upgradable without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. The inferior water resources * 200 ml are upgraded to the refined pure water resources * 20 liters. The system's voice came to his ears, and then an extremely shocking scene appeared. The small bottle of turbid water in his hand disappeared, and it was replaced by a huge plastic bucket. The plastic bucket was filled with pure water, which was extremely clear. Siabo couldn't bear it anymore. He was thirsty, and didn't want to drink it. He planned to take a sip, but now he could finally drink his fill. Gudong gudong gudong. Although it was just pure water, Siabo felt that the water was extremely clear, and he felt energetic after drinking it. After drinking, he closed the bucket lid and put the water on the copilot, so there was no waste. After using the skill once, he realized the power of the system. The improvement just now was not only the increase in water volume, but also the improvement in water quality. 100 milliliters of water doubled to 10 liters of water, which was directly increased by 100 times. These are all random. Siabo immediately took out the dry and hard bread slices. Sure enough, there was an upgrade mark on the bread slices. After trying the sweetness once, Siabo clicked the upgrade without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. The poor dry bread *5 has been upgraded to the fine sandwich toast bread *70. The dry and hard bread disappeared, and was replaced by slices of sandwich toast bread wrapped in packaging bags, piled directly on his legs, and some even fell to the ground. So much food. Siabo was extremely surprised. He picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. The aroma of bread mixed with sweet jam filled his taste buds. He didn't expect that one day he would eat such delicious bread. After spending some time, he collected the bread and put it on the co-pilot. He unexpectedly saw that his wooden stick also had the upgrade mark. The wooden stick is also a resource. This time it was Siabo's turn to be shocked. Despite the shock, he still clicked the upgrade very obediently. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. The wooden stick has been upgraded to an iron stick. In just a blink of an eye, the wooden stick changed its appearance. Instead, it was replaced by an iron stick emitting a cold light. This system is simply invincible. Siabo felt that his hand was heavy, but it did not affect his swing at all. With this system, I will have a lot of resources. After the wooden stick was upgraded, its quality was improved and its power was greater. Most importantly, the wooden stick would break, but the iron stick would not. Chapter 3. Siabo held the iron rod in his hand, feeling safe. Now he had a new idea in his mind. He opened the door and got out of the car. His eyes fell on his broken car. That's right, he wanted to upgrade his broken car. The broken car was too bad, and it felt like it would fall apart if the door was closed. However, Siabo was disappointed, because there was no word of upgrade on the car. It seemed that the system could not upgrade everything. After getting back in the car, Siabo put away his disappointment, held a piece of toast in his mouth, and started the car. Kakalala. The car made a strange sound, and shook several times before slowly getting on the road. With the experience of finding the treasure chest last time, Siabo drove very slowly this time, and he was no longer in a tense mental state. Instead, he drove very relaxedly. Don't tell me, if it weren't for the horror of this game, this place would be really beautiful. Blue sky and white clouds, grassland on the road. Except for this hot weather. Hey, a treasure chest. After driving for a while, Siabo saw an inconspicuous small box on the side of the road. After parking the car on the side of the road, Siabo got out of the car with an iron rod. You know what? This iron rod is safer than a wooden stick. With the experience from the last time, he swung the iron rod and hit the box without saying a word. Crack, the box cracked. Effortlessly, Siabo quickly pulled the box. 3 bananas. 3 pieces of rags. Bananas are understandable, but what is this rag used for? Siabo couldn't understand. Could it be used to sew clothes? Looking at the words upgradable on it, Siabo didn't hesitate. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. 3 bananas have become 50 bananas. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. 3 pieces of tattered cloth have been upgraded to 10 pieces of fine cloth. In a blink of an eye, a pile of bananas and 10 pieces of cloth appeared on the ground. It took some effort to put them into the car. The passenger seat was already full of food. Bananas, toast, and a large bucket of water, enough for several days. Siabo got into the driver's seat and peeled the bananas comfortably and ate them. Is there anything more comfortable than eating a banana in summer? Of course, it was on this vast and bare road. There was nothing on the endless road, but fortunately there was the screen, which was also something to relieve worries and boredom. The road was very straight, and one hand was on the steering wheel to ensure that the direction would not be crooked. I'm so thirsty, big brother, who has something to drink? When will the trading function be opened? There's no water. Is there any great god who can help me? I've opened 3 boxes, but I only got a piece of dry bread, which feels like it's enough to crack a walnut. I opened 4, but they're empty, damn. Oil is running out. I need fuel tips. In the world, there is a lot of information. Siabo thinks that these guys are not in a hurry. They actually have the time to chat here, which is really amazing. Browsing the world information, there is very little information on the first day, and many people are still in shock and haven't recovered from the excitement of crossing. There are even more people begging for help. Siabo shook his head helplessly, afraid that many people would be eliminated on the first night. The oil is not enough. If we don't find fuel, the car can't be driven. We have only found 2 boxes now, and we haven't encountered any hidden treasure chests. After driving for half an hour, the dashboard showed that the fuel tank was running low. The resources in the early stage were very few. Although there is a system, the system can only improve the quantity and quality of resources, and it cannot create resources out of thin air. Continue to peel a banana. Now everything is lacking, but not bananas. It's a pity that there is no car music, not even a recorder, otherwise it can be enjoyed. It is very boring to drive a car aimlessly on an endless road. Siabo once felt that he was playing a driving simulator. The car was driving very slowly, and he was eating, but his eyes were always on the ground, trying to see if there were any resource boxes. This thing is too scarce. So far, I have only encountered 2 resource boxes. The system prompts that the resource boxes are randomly refreshed. This is completely a matter of luck. The oil in the car is almost used up, and only 2 resource boxes were found. There are dangers at night, and the danger comes from this grassland, so when the gas runs out, you need to stop the car in the middle of the road. Siabo's head moved, and he immediately thought of this. There is no time in the car, but there is time on the virtual screen. It is better to say that it is a countdown than a time. 10 hours 23 minutes and 35 seconds. 10 hours 23 minutes and 24 seconds. 10 hours 23 minutes and 15 seconds. It is obvious that this is a night countdown. It is just displayed in the upper right corner of the screen, which is very inconspicuous. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Siabo thinks that it is better to remind these guys, after all, we are all human beings. While the car still has gas, hurry up to find supplies. Do you see the countdown in the upper right corner? The countdown represents the daytime. Once the night falls, I am afraid something terrible will happen. Hurry up and find supplies, and don't lose the wooden stick. As soon as he thought about it, he didn't expect the system to directly record what he thought. What a user-friendly system. Siabo was surprised and curious about this system. After sending it, it was quickly swallowed up by the ocean of information. In the blink of an eye, it was invisible. Siabo turned off the screen and ate a banana. Whether they could see it or not depended on their luck. Click, click, click. The car suddenly shook, the engine made an unpleasant sound, and the speed slowed down. Siabo quickly realized that the fuel was running out, and he quickly turned the steering wheel. Finally, the car stopped diagonally in the middle of the road. Giving so little fuel at the beginning is really torture. Siabo looked at the fuel level, and it was indeed exhausted, not a drop of fuel left. And now it's 9 hours before dark. After eating a banana, Siabo was sweating profusely. It was too hot that day. He picked up the water and took a few gulps, then screwed the cap on. What should I do? There is no oil now, and I only found 2 supply boxes. Siabo leaned back in his chair, feeling the heat in the air, and sweat dripped down his forehead. This kind of weather can be said to be the beginning of hell. There is little oil, and the weather is so hot, the demand for water resources is extremely high, and it is easy to cause dehydration. Fortunately, I have awakened the system, otherwise I am afraid that I will have to drink urine to solve the thirst problem. Leaning back in the chair and thinking about it, it is still 9 hours before dark, and it is obviously not realistic to sit in the car for 9 hours. The heat wave will soon turn the car into an oven, and you can't stay in the car for a long time. After thinking about it, Siabo decided to get off the car to find a resource box. This decision is very risky, because the road in front of you is endless, and the system has a clear prompt not to get off the car easily. Who knows what kind of dangers are hidden in this grassland? But if you don't get off the car, it's hard to stay in the car for a long time. After thinking about it, Siabo decided to get off the car to find a resource box. It has been several hours since I found the second resource. Maybe the next resource box is not far away. Chapter 4. Siabo packed up and made a bag with a cloth he had upgraded before, put some toasted bread in it, then rolled up another cloth, sprinkled some water on it, and tied it on his head. This can prevent heat stroke. There was still more than half of the water to drink, but unfortunately the small bottle was gone. Carrying such a large bucket of water was obviously a burden, and Siabo felt that he could bear it. As for bananas, he didn't bring many, mainly because the weather was too hot, and bananas were not easy to preserve. The car was like a steamer, not to mention bananas, people were uncomfortable. If any bananas went bad, it would be very distressing for Siabo, because the early supplies were the most difficult to preserve. He peeled several directly, and put them into his mouth to eat, until he was tired of eating, and then stopped. These bananas would definitely go bad if he didn't eat them. And now, some people in the world have begun to try to eat grass. If they can't find supplies, they can live for several days by eating grass in the future. Some people have tried it, and found that the grass here has no taste. Holding the iron rod in his hand, Siabo pushed open the car door, and got out of the car. It's so hot. It's not easy to survive in this weather. Luckily, There was a wet cloth on his head, otherwise he couldn't walk far in this weather. Looking at his broken car, Siabo resolutely turned his head and stepped onto the road. He had to find the box. After all, the box was the basis of his survival. After walking for 10 minutes, Siabo couldn't stand the heat anymore. He was sweating all over. His short sleeves were soaked and stuck to his body, which was extremely uncomfortable. Looking back at his broken car, it had become much smaller. The heat wave distorted the broken car, which looked so unreal. Touching the cloth on his head, it was almost dry. I go back after I find a box. This weather is too hot. Siabo felt that his saliva evaporated when he spoke a word, and the water in his body was lost very quickly. He looked at the road in front of him, but didn't find the box, so he could only keep his head down and move forward. After a while, sweat dripped down his chin to the ground. If it weren't for the headscarf, I'm afraid I would have had heat stroke long ago. I don't know how long I walked. When I looked back at my broken car, only a small black dot the size of an ant remained. As I continued to move forward, Siabo felt inexplicably panicked. Ignoring the system's prompts, I left the protection of the car and exposed myself to the grassland. Who knows what kind of danger there will be? If it weren't for the iron bar to bring him comfort, he really wouldn't dare to run so far. After walking about 200 meters forward, a wooden box finally appeared on the side of the road. Siabo finally smiled on his sweaty face. It's worth running so far. I finally found a box. He ran over happily, and without saying a word, he swung the iron bar and smashed it down. The wooden box cracked. An object appeared in Siabo's eyes. A melon seed. Seeing the thing that popped out, Siabo thought there was something wrong with his eyes. A melon seed? Siabo's face changed, as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He couldn't believe it, and opened the wooden box to see what was inside. There was a melon seed lying quietly in the huge box. It was really a melon seed. Holding the melon seed with the word upgradable, Siabo felt like crying without tears. He ran so far, and only got one melon seed, and nothing else. It's good that the box is not empty, at least there is something to gain. Siabo comforted himself in his heart. There was a guy in the world who opened 4 boxes, all of which were empty. At least he had a melon seed. He put the melon seed in his bag, and went back to upgrade it. He could only carry a few things, and the upgraded melon seeds would probably take up a lot of space. After standing there and thinking for a while, Siabo decided to go back. Just one box almost cost him his life. If he continued walking, he would probably have to walk for an hour. Just after walking 100 meters, a strange cry came from the grassland. Siabo's body trembled obviously, and when he looked over, his face suddenly changed. A green creature was running towards him at a very fast speed. The creature was in human form, green in color, only about 1.5 meters tall, with a hideous face, a wolf-like mouth, and claws on both hands, as if it could tear everything apart. It ran very fast, enough to be compared with a short-distance running champion. This is why the system prompts that I can't get off the car. Siabo's heart suddenly tightened. He didn't run away blindly, but held the iron rod tightly. Only the iron rod could give him a sense of security. The creature was very fast, and he couldn't outrun it, and it was a waste of energy. He had an iron rod that others didn't have, and the creature couldn't stand it even if he swung it. The most important thing was that the creature was unarmed, and he had an iron rod, so there was no need to run away. Soon the creature was less than 20 meters away from Siabo, but it quickly stopped and slowly approached Siabo. Siabo's heart was beating, but he could clearly feel that the creature was also feeling uneasy. He thought of a show he had watched before. When facing a wild beast, don't show your back to it. Instead, face it directly, and give it a sense of your strength. Come on! Come on! Siabo bent his waist slightly, and shouted loudly, and the iron rod hit the ground with a harsh sound. However, this made his hand hurt, but facing that strange creature, this little pain was nothing. It seemed that this action had an effect, and the strange green creature was indeed a little hesitant. But it was still approaching slowly, and it was already 10 meters away from him. I told you to come over, and you really came over. You damn thing. Siabo's heart was also lifted up, his heart was beating, and the sweat on his face was like raindrops. After shouting for a long time, he was also a little dry in the mouth. One person and one green monster were facing each other, and the green monster approached little by little, and one foot had already stepped on the road. This thing won't give up. The little broken car is too far away from us. We must deal with it quickly. Who knows if there will be another monster like this coming to this grassland? Siabo's mind was turning quickly. He felt that he couldn't continue to be deadlocked like this, Otherwise something would happen. After a slight turn in his mind, Siabo stopped yelling and slowly retreated, giving him a feeling of being very weak. Sure enough, his actions had a slight effect, and the monster was indeed a little bolder. As it approached, Siabo became more nervous, and sweat overflowed from his palms. Closer. Closer. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. Siabo could even smell the unpleasant odor on the other party. It approached again. 3 meters. Seeing that it launched an attack, Siabo was one step faster than it, and directly swung the iron rod to hit it. Bang! The green man didn't expect the opponent to attack suddenly. He was hit by the iron rod, and lay on the ground, holding the place where he was hit and wailing. Siabo's heart was beating violently, and his adrenaline was soaring. After knocking the green man down, he didn't run away, but swung the iron rod and hit him again. Crack! The green man subconsciously reached out to block it, and his arm was hit hard by the rod, and his arm broke with a sound. The green man screamed, "Die, you monster!" Siabo showed no mercy, and hit it 3 times in a row. The last one smashed its skull. Blood splashed on Siabo, which made him sober. A prompt appeared on the screen that he couldn't see. Congratulations to the human, Siabo, for getting the first kill of a wild monster in survival. An unknown reward will be given. Congratulations to the human, Siabo, for getting the first kill of a wild monster in survival. An unknown reward will be given. Congratulations to the human, Siabo, for getting the first kill of a wild monster in survival. An unknown reward will be given. The announcement was announced 3 times in the world chat, and the originally active chat channel suddenly became quiet. Chapter 5. The world was silent, and then there was a burst of exclamations. Siabo? Who is Siabo? What is the first kill of a wild monster in survival? Please tell me. Unknown reward. Oh my god. Awesome, this person is a big boss. As a salted fish, I can only shout 6666. Soon, some smart people guessed it. System prompts, don't get off the car easily. Big Boss Siabo got off the car and attracted wild monsters from the grassland wilderness. The most awesome thing is that Big Boss Siabo killed it. Awesome. I want to go and kill monsters too. At 1+1. At 10,086. Just when the world was boiling with the announcement, Siabo sat on the ground with cold sweat on his head, his fingers trembling slightly, looking at the extremely dazzling pool of blood, dizzy, as if he had lost his soul. I killed someone. Siabo's lips trembled. After all, he was just a young man. Although this monster was not a human, it was an intelligent creature that walked on 2 feet. No, it's not a human, it's a monster. It wanted to kill me, so I killed it. Siabo swallowed his saliva and comforted himself from the heart. He stood up tremblingly and picked up the iron rod that fell on the ground. Although he didn't dare to look at the monster, Siabo still forced himself to look at the monster's corpse. He understood that there would be many such monsters in the future. He had to overcome this fear. Siabo even turned the corpse over himself. This was not because he was perverted, but to exercise his state of mind. A slight sound made Siabo dumbfounded. The corpse he was dragging in his hand actually emitted a puff of green smoke, and then disappeared. A portable bucket lay quietly on the ground. Fuck. Siabo was startled, his heart suddenly twitched. This was too weird. He stared at the black barrel, a little surprised. This can also drop equipment from monsters? 2 liters of inferior oil. It's actually oil. Siabo was stunned, and then showed a look of surprise. He picked up the 2 liters of oil, and there was an upgradable word on the outside of the oil barrel. The goal has been achieved. It turns out that oil can be obtained by dropping equipment from monsters. Siabo picked up the oil, and ran towards the direction of the broken car without stopping. The small slow car twisted by the heat wave appeared in Siabo's vision. Soon, he came to the broken car, already exhausted and sweating. The whole person seemed to have taken a bath. Siabo first held the bucket, and drank a few mouthfuls, then wet the cloth and wiped his cheeks and neck. While others were still struggling to drink a mouthful, Siabo had already started to wipe his face with water. It's really annoying to compare people. Congratulations to the host. 2 liters of low-quality oil has been upgraded to 30 liters of high-quality gasoline. After cleaning up, Siabo first upgraded the low-quality oil. The small pot of low-quality oil disappeared, and was replaced by a large barrel of high-quality gasoline. Siabo smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Now he finally didn't have to worry about the fuel consumption problem. The fuel tank of the small broken car was very small. It was full after only half of it was filled. The half barrel of gasoline was placed in the trunk. Siabo got in the car with satisfaction. The first thing he did when he got in the car was to peel a banana and eat the one that was most likely to spoil first. It's better to tell the people in the world about the monsters in the wild, and the matter of explosive supplies. Siabo opened the game panel, and suddenly found that the chat style of the world had changed. Fuck, my strength is only 5 points, and I'm a fitness coach. It's unscientific. My agility is 6 points, who else is there? Why is my physical fitness only 2 points, am I a weakling? Oh my god, the game is digitized, and it's getting more and more like a game. It's over, my health is only 76 points, will it drop to 0 and I die? Ha ha, I got supplies from killing monsters, and I got a pot of water and some food. I got 2 liters of low-quality oil, so happy. The world became more lively, and Siabo was dumbfounded. It turned out that they all knew that killing monsters would get supplies. The clown turned out to be me. But what about agility and physical fitness? Siabo felt that after he fought a wave of wild monsters, the world had changed. He always felt that he had overlooked something. He slid up the control system to check the historical chat records. Brothers, it's actually a hidden task to open the attribute panel. Killing monsters can drop supplies. But these monsters are very dangerous. My stick is broken. I don't know how to survive tonight. Big Brother Siabo, 666, congratulations to the human, Siabo, for getting the first kill of a survival monster. Unknown rewards will be given. After nearly 10 minutes of exploration, Siabo finally understood the reasons behind all the changes in the world style. It turns out that killing monsters is a hidden task, and you need to leave the car for a certain period of time before the monsters attack. Of course, it could also be open when the monsters attack at night, but Siabo is an outlier. Others would rather stay in the car when the car is out of gas than get out of the car, because there have been system prompts, and they cherish their lives very much. Some people got off the car to look for supplies, but they were always worried about being too far away from the car and turning back halfway. Siabo relied on the iron rod to have the courage to get off the car, to look for supplies, and go deeper. When he encountered a monster, he killed it. Naturally, he was the first person to kill the monster. Naturally, he was notified to the world. This time, I am famous. Siabo did not expect this to happen. According to people in the world, after killing wild monsters, a personal avatar will appear in the upper left corner. Siabo looked at the upper left corner, and sure enough, his avatar was hung in the upper left corner. There was also a LV1 logo on the lower left of the avatar. In addition, there was a gift bag logo in the upper right corner of the avatar. With a thought, he clicked on his avatar. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 1. Experience, 1 out of 10. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Physical fitness, 4. Mental strength, 4. Health value, 100. Mastered skills, none. Attribute panel, can highway survival games be played like this? Siabo was a little shocked. What the hell is a profession? What are strength, agility, physical fitness and mental strength? Isn't this special code the online game I play? Survival games can also be online games? What is the unknown reward? Siabo was a little excited, and clicked on the gift package with a soaring mood. 1 point of free attribute. Bulletproof glass design drawing Siabo? ? What kind of reward is this? Siabo had 3 question marks on his head. Only 1 point of free attribute? What the hell is a bulletproof glass design drawing? Soon a blue drawing appeared in his hand. Bulletproof glass design. Requires 10 pieces of glass fragments. 10 pieces of glass. I don't have them yet. Put them away first. Siabo was actually quite disappointed with this unknown reward, thinking it was some kind of fancy equipment. He rolled up the design and put it in the car, then stared at the world chat message. Everyone's attributes are different. Some people have great strength but low agility. Some people have high agility but low strength. Attributes are related to individuals, not as balanced as oneself. Chapter 6. With only one attribute, which one should I add to it? Siabo was a little confused. The most important thing in the early stage is strength and stamina. After all, you have to fight wild monsters. Strong strength can let you crush wild monsters, and lasting endurance can let you fight for a long time. Speed and mental strength will probably only show their importance after the profession comes out. After thinking about it, Siabo decided to add this to endurance. After all, the night is extremely long. Strong endurance can ensure your long-term combat effectiveness, and strength is enough for now. With a thought, The stamina value increased a little. With the arrival of a mysterious force, Siabo found that he was not breathing. It seems that his stamina has improved, and he has endless energy. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 1. Experience, 1 out of 10. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Physical fitness, 5. Mental strength, 4. Health value, 100. Mastered skills, none. Physical fitness increased to 5 points, and the improvement effect was very significant. Siabo was very satisfied. At least the appearance of attribute improvement greatly improved the survival efficiency of everyone. There is oil. It's time to hit the road. After packing up everything, Siabo started the engine and continued on the road. With oil, Siabo no longer worried about the fuel consumption problem. I'm afraid that this oil will run for 2 days. Rumble, the car started, and there was a tendency to fall apart. The bananas just now had been eaten, but Siabo's mouth was not idle. He picked up a banana from the co-pilot seat, peeled it, and ate it. These bananas would go bad if they were not eaten, so they could not be wasted. There is not a single person on the long road. It will be dark in a few hours. If you can meet someone, your chance of survival will increase greatly. At night, who knows how many monsters will appear? It is now basically certain that monsters will attack at night. This is not a hidden thing in the world. Some people have begun to call for help in the world in order to spend the night safely. Some girls even use seduction. Some even use obscene words to directly call Siabo. Fortunately, there is no private chat, otherwise it would be annoying to death. Resource box. After driving for more than 10 minutes, a resource box appeared in front of Siabo again. He showed a smile on his face, got out of the car and closed the door, and skillfully raised the iron rod and smashed it down, and the box broke to reveal the supplies inside. 1 piece of dry chrysanthemum. 2 anti-inflammatory pills. There is medicine. Siabo grabbed the things. There is only 1 chrysanthemum, which is used to make tea, but now there is nothing to boil water, so it is naturally useless. Anti-inflammatory drugs are good things. If you are injured, the most feared thing is inflammation, especially in such hot weather. Inflammation is most likely to occur. This drug is really life-saving. Looking at the words upgradable above, Siabo clicked the upgrade without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. 1 piece of dry chrysanthemum is upgraded to 1 bucket of fine dry chrysanthemum. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. 2 anti-inflammatory drugs are upgraded to 1 box of special anti-inflammatory drugs. He took out the melon seeds and upgraded them, and got a bag of melon seeds. Special medicine. Great. Siabo's face was full of joy. In addition to dried chrysanthemum and melon seeds, special medicine is the top priority. The more you eat melon seeds, the thirstier you get. Although you have a resource upgrade system, you still cherish water resources. Dried chrysanthemum can be used to make tea. At present, there is no kettle to boil water, so you can't make tea. But special medicine may not be necessary. You know, you may have to fight tonight. On this endless road, the most fearful thing is to get hurt. Roll up the 3 things, put them in front of the windshield, start the car, and get back on the road. The things in the resource box are good and bad. Siabo has been relieved. What is more unlucky than opening a melon seed? Sitting in the car, Siabo's mouth is not idle, and he has been eating bananas. 50 bananas, except for the bad ones, have been eaten. No matter how long this thing is stored, it will be thrown away if it is not eaten. In this era of material scarcity, Siabo feels distressed. Even if you are full, you still put it in your mouth. Bananas take up a lot of space and go bad quickly. Many of them were inedible, so Siabo had to throw them away. I wonder how much public outrage this would cause. Some people were still struggling to get a bite of food, but Siabo had already started throwing away the food. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, but if he ate it, it would cause diarrhea or gastrointestinal disease. On this deserted road without a doctor, unless you are strong enough, you could only wait for death. He couldn't eat any more food, so Siabo lay on the seat in a relatively comfortable position and drove. The car moved slowly forward, and his eyes kept scanning both sides of the road. He was afraid of ignoring the resource box, but after driving for half an hour, he didn't see even a hair. Siabo once thought that his luck was wrong. Luck is destined by heaven, and you can't change it. After driving for a few more minutes, Siabo, who had extremely sensitive eyesight, suddenly noticed that there was a sunken area in the grass. Is it an illusion? Siabo stopped the car and looked carefully at the grass on the side of the road. It was indeed sunken. The terrain of the entire grassland was very flat, as if it was carved out of a mold. The slightest bulge and depression could be seen very clearly. So Siabo noticed the sunken area on the side of the road at the first time. Is there something? A hidden box? Siabo remembered that someone in the world had found a hidden box, so he picked up the iron rod on the passenger seat, opened the door, and got out of the car. After arriving at this sunken area, Siabo found that the sunken soil was very soft and could be grabbed with a light grab. But the surrounding soil was very hard. Siabo soon realized that there was a high possibility that something was buried here. He put the iron rod beside him and started digging with his hands. The soil was very soft, with only a layer of weeds on top. It was easy to get up and effortless. In less than a minute, Siabo felt a hard object. It's a box. The top of the box was exposed, and Siabo's face showed joy. This hidden box was really hard to find. It was buried underground. If it wasn't for someone with sharp eyes, it would be hard to find this hidden box. The box was pulled out, and it was a red wooden box, which was larger than the resource box on the roadside. It was very rich in supplies. Put it on the ground, smash it skillfully, and then reach out to dig up the broken wood. Skill, basic fighting skills. Features, strength +2. 200 milliliters of ordinary water resources. 4 liters of inferior oil. 2 slices of dry bread. The skill is a book emitting a faint white light. Fuck. Seeing what popped out, Siabo couldn't help but swear. Let's not talk about resources. This thing can actually explode a skill book. And it's strength +2. Siabo took out the things on the box and got into the car. Looking at the words upgradable, Siabo clicked the upgrade button without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. 200 milliliters of ordinary water resources have been upgraded to 40 liters of pure water. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. 4 liters of low-quality oil have been upgraded to 50 liters of high-quality gasoline. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. 2 slices of dry bread have been upgraded to 10 bags of fine sandwich bread. With so many supplies upgraded at once, Siabo couldn't stop showing joy on his face. There were enough supplies. Chapter 7. After rearranging the supplies and freeing up a lot of space, Siabo took out the skill book from his arms. Skills. Basic fighting skills. Features, strength +2, and on the skill book, the 3 big words upgradable appeared. Siabo's face showed great joy. Wow, even the skill book can be upgraded. This is undoubtedly a huge discovery. The skill book can be upgraded, which means that he will be ahead of most people. As soon as the thought passed, the skill book was upgraded instantly. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. The basic fighting book has been upgraded to the primary fighting skill specialization. Skills. Primary fighting skill specialization. Features, strength +3. Advanced skills. As the level of training increases, the strength will also increase accordingly, with unlimited potential. What a powerful skill, it actually improves with training. Siabo's eyebrows were happy, and he chose to use it without hesitation. The skill book turned into a stream of light, and sank into the center of his eyebrows, followed by an endless amount of strength and a huge fighting skill. Fighting skills include hand-to-hand combat and weapon combat, all of which are killing skills. Siabo also felt that he became stronger from the inside out, and his strength became stronger, and he even felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. However, he knew that these were just his illusions, an illusion caused by the sudden surge in strength. Fortunately, his strength was not too abnormal. However, when he picked up the iron bar, it was obviously much lighter. He opened the door and got out of the car, and then swung the iron bar in the open space next to the car without any effort. There seemed to be explosive power in his body. He lifted his clothes and was surprised to find that his stomach, which was almost flat, had the outline of abdominal muscles, which were very shallow. But this proves that his body is indeed changing. And the primary martial arts specialty has advanced techniques. As long as you exercise, your strength will increase and your potential is endless. So from today on, in addition to looking for supplies, you need to spare some time to exercise your body. Siabo took a look and understood the real power of the primary martial arts specialty. Basic martial arts only increase fixed strength, but unlike the primary martial arts specialty, it has unlimited potential and possibilities. Looking at the time, there are still 5 hours left before dark. Siabo decided to exercise first. The weather was extremely hot. Siabo wet the cloth and tied it on his head, then took out the water bucket and oil drum, one in each hand, lifted them up in balance, and did squats under the shadow of the car. 1, 2, 3. His biceps swelled up high, blood vessels bulged, muscles developed, and the muscles hidden under the clothes bulged even more, holding up the clothes like pieces of stone. Siabo only felt that his arms had great strength, and it was effortless to lift the bucket. After doing more than a dozen squats, he felt a little out of breath. 29:30, so tired. Siabo put 2 buckets the size of bottled water on the ground. His clothes were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body, revealing the lines of his muscles. After doing 30 squats, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and his arms were extremely sore. After learning the skills, his originally thin body is bulged with muscles. This is the feeling of a strong body, so comfortable. Siabo only rested for a while, and he felt that he had recovered. Except for the soreness of his arms and legs, he was no longer out of breath. The body became stronger. Next, Siabo started training again. Squats, frog jumps, jumping jacks. After an hour of training, Siabo seemed to be a waterman, sweating all over his body, and a puddle of water had already flowed out on the ground. Siabo also felt dry mouth and tongue, as if his throat was burning. Back in the car, Siabo took a few gulps of pure water from the small bucket. Then he took it outside, took off his clothes, and hung them on the rearview mirror, and wiped his body with a wet cloth. Comfortable. Shaking off the water stains on his head, Siabo felt refreshed. What could be more comfortable than taking a shower after exercise? He wasted some water again, rinsed the clothes simply, and spread them on the front of the car. Although it was almost evening, the sun was still very scorching, and the clothes dried quickly. 10 minutes later, the clothes were ready, and wearing dry clothes made the whole person feel extremely comfortable. Sitting in the car, Siabo opened the attribute panel and looked at his strength. It didn't increase. It seems that the growth of strength is not so simple. Siabo was not discouraged. This is a matter of perseverance. There were only 2 hours left before dark. The sun in the sky was about to set, and the shadow of the small broken car on the ground fell very far. Siabo decided to take advantage of the remaining 2 hours to find some supplies. The small broken car roared angrily, and got on the road. This world is so flat, endless, and there is no end in sight. Driving in such a world is also very lonely, aimless, with only a straight road. After driving along the road for nearly an hour, Siabo finally harvested a resource box. It was a small bag of biscuits and half a bottle of turbid water. Siabo upgraded it, and it was another bucket of water and a large bag of sandwich biscuits. He stuffed the water into the car and held the biscuits in his arms, eating while driving. With 20 minutes left before dark, Siabo encountered the last resource box. He only got a bottle of water, and after upgrading it, it was another large bucket of water. After stuffing it into the car, the co-pilot was already full of supplies, and there was still a lot of space in the trunk. Maybe Siabo was the first person to be annoyed by the large amount of supplies. With a few minutes left, the whole world was extremely lively, with tens of thousands of messages born every second, or even more, and 99 plus in the blink of an eye. It's getting dark. Are there monsters going to appear? Woohoo, who can help me? Ha ha ha, it's getting dark. I can upgrade. I just need to kill 9 more monsters. I can become stronger by upgrading. I stayed outside for 3 hours today, and a monster came. It's outrageous. Tonight is a sleepless night, my first night here. There are 10 minutes left. As long as I upgrade, I can become stronger. I advise everyone to protect your car. If the car is broken, it will be difficult to find supplies in the future. Brothers, I opened a skill book in the hidden treasure chest. Ha ha ha, take off. Increase physical strength by 3. Fuck, 6666. Envy! The world is full of news. It seems that there are more people after the sun sets. But it is also true that this is their first real night in this world. Who knows how many people will be left after tomorrow? Some are happy and some are worried. Siabo leaned against the seat of the car, eating a cookie, and looking at the information in the world chat box. Some people also got skill books, but very few, and these people were all lucky. Just as Siabo was browsing the world chat information, the sky gradually darkened. The time became 0, and started counting from 12 o'clock again. Night fell. Chapter 8. Night has fallen. Siabo closed the world chat, then looked up at the world outside the car window. After the sun set below the horizon, the whole world became dark very quickly. It became dark at a speed visible to the naked eye. Siabo also turned on the roof and headlights in the car. In this darkness, it seemed that only the lights could bring him a sense of security. After a while, the whole world became dark. It was pitch black in the distance. Only the headlights were trying to emit a faint light, as if they were the only light source in this endless darkness. No, you can't turn on the headlights. Once the headlights are turned on, you will be the most beautiful kid in the whole world. Isn't this like turning on the lights in the toilet to find shit? Siabo quickly realized this problem, and quickly turned off the headlights. Without the headlights, the whole world fell into darkness. Siabo took out the sandwich and ate it while looking around, fearing that something would appear. Fortunately, everything is fine now. Siabo sat in the car and had nothing to do, so he opened the world chat box and looked at the world's chat records without participating. At present, this chat box is his only form of entertainment. In such an environment, if there is nothing to relieve boredom, he will really go crazy. The hot breath of the day has not faded yet, and the air is still a little hot. However, the car is no longer like a steamer, but a little cool, which is much better than the day. Night is coming. Why didn't the beast come? How can it be so fast? I feel that it may be late at night. Who has food? I'm so hungry. Is there any water? I'm willing to spend 10 million. This is the punishment from the Lord. The world is a mixed bag, with all kinds of people, and too many disgusting words. However, Siabo also noticed a problem, that is, no one in the world meets each other. I have been on the road for a day, and I really haven't met anyone else. It seems that it is not easy to meet my own people. It is hard to imagine that there are billions of people in the world coming here and being put on this road. How long would it take? And I drove for a whole day and didn't meet anyone. This is an unimaginable distance. Forget it, don't think about it, think about how to spend tonight first. Siabo abandoned these messy thoughts and began to think about what to do next. It was too dark around. If the monster approached quietly, I couldn't find it at all. After all, I didn't have night vision, and it was pitch black around. Maybe the monster was not far away from me, and my little broken car couldn't stand it. Once the little broken car was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Siabo broke out in a cold sweat. It was not okay to turn on the lights, and it was not okay not to turn on the lights. Unless the monster couldn't see him. But how could this be possible? No, you must turn on the lights. This is a game. There is no such thing as monsters not being able to see. Siabo found that he had fallen into a misconception. This is a game. If he didn't turn on the lights, the monsters wouldn't be able to see him? How could it be possible? I'm afraid that it's only him who thinks, and the game wouldn't think. Sure enough, he also saw people in the world talking about the problem of turning on the lights. It is necessary to turn on the lights because the game itself is unreasonable, and the monsters here are also unreasonable. If you don't turn on the lights, it won't affect the monsters, it will only make you unable to see. Siabo simply turned on the car lights, and the surroundings became brighter, but after turning on the lights, Siabo was instantly startled and broke out in a cold sweat. At the end of the light, there was a strange figure. It was thin and small, and it was unclear what kind of monster it was. It was vaguely seen that it was the same kind as the creature in the daytime. From its movements, it was approaching him, but was startled by the sudden turn on of the car lights. Sure enough, if I hadn't turned on the lights, this thing would have come over. Siabo broke out in a cold sweat silently, grabbed the iron rod without hesitation, and got out of the car. Walking to the front of the car, Siabo stopped and stared at the strange creature. What on earth is this thing? I always feel that this thing is not a solitary animal. Siabo held the iron rod and thought in his heart, but he was not as nervous as when he faced the monster for the first time. The monster approached cautiously, as if it was afraid of Siabo's tall body, but the creature in front of it was food. Driven by the prey, the monster slowly approached Siabo. The sharp claws in his hands were ready to move. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Siabo suddenly jumped up, swung the iron rod and rushed forward. The veins on his arms were bulging, and all the strength in his body was gathered in his legs, and his feet were firmly grasping the ground. If he was not wearing shoes, you could clearly see that Siabo's feet were blue, and the muscle strength of his legs was exploding. This is a special force-generating technique in martial arts, which can gather the whole body's strength in the arms. This stick was powerful and heavy. The sharp sound of the iron rod rubbing against the air came from the air. Bang! Crack! The monster actually wanted to attack him with his iron rod. The result can be imagined. The monster's bones were directly smashed by the iron rod, and he was deader than dead. Is this the blessing of 7 points of strength? Siabo took back the iron rod and clenched his palms, feeling the powerful power in his hands. The blue veins on his arms looked extremely hideous. On the ground, the body of the monster disappeared, and an item appeared in Siabo's eyes. Hunter Medal *1. Introduction. The key token for changing to Hunter. Note: 100 Hunter medals can change to Hunter. Profession. Siabo did not expect that his luck would be so good. Only the first monster actually exploded such a thing. It also showed the words upgradable on it. Siabo picked up the thing, and clicked the upgrade without hesitation. The 5-pointed iron Hunter medal in his hand disappeared, replaced by a bright silver Hunter medal, and there were as many as 5 of them. Revenant Hunter medal *5. Introduction. The key token for changing to Revenant Hunter. Note: 500 Revenant Hunter medals can be used to change to Revenant Hunter. Siabo's breathing froze slightly. The quality improvement actually directly affects the professions in the game. This time he discovered that his unlimited resource upgrade system seemed to have untapped potential. Putting the medal and the special medicine together, Siabo closed the car door, then walked to the wheel, and sat down, leaning on the wheel. Looking around, this was the first time he was full of expectations for the arrival of these monsters. In addition to supplies, this game also has a huge module for improving one's own strength. At present, his experience value has reached 2 points. That is, there are still 8 points to upgrade. As long as you upgrade, you will become stronger. After the night comes, the chance of survival will also be greatly improved. Looking straight at the knight in front of him, Siabo's eyes flashed. Monster, come quickly, let me upgrade quickly. Chapter 9. Taking advantage of the gap before the monsters came, Siabo opened the world chat, and found that many people were crying for their parents. The monster is so scary, the wooden stick was broken in an instant. What should I do? Ask for help. The monster's claws are too sharp, and there are claw marks on the car door. I still have 8 experience points to upgrade, and the wooden stick is not broken yet. Let me tell you a trick. Use the car to block the monster. The monster has strong explosive power, but it is very short. The weakness is its head. Siabo found that it is generally difficult for people in the world to fight monsters, not as easy as himself. He knew that this was all thanks to the infinite resource upgrade system, especially the iron rod, which was so important in the early stage when there was only one wooden stick. The iron rod not only has strong attack power, but also will not be damaged like the wooden stick. And he has a specialization in primary fighting skills, and his fighting awareness has been strengthened. He is never so panicked when facing monsters, and he is also calm. Monsters are not as scary as imagined. It is like a beast. Once your momentum is weak, it will become more and more aggressive. Siabo summed up an experience. When facing these beasts, you must not lose in momentum. The night was a little cold, driving away the heat of the day. Siabo took out some food from the car to fill his stomach. Compared with other people, his situation was much better. He had plenty of food and drink. He even had 2 experience points now. As long as he upgraded, his strength would become stronger. If there were any rewards after the system upgrade, it would be a leap forward. It can be said that he was simply a lucky man. He had food, drink, and strength. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the dark grassland in the distance. Siabo sat up in shock, holding the iron rod and staring at the darkness in the distance. He couldn't see anything, but there was a danger hidden in the darkness. This monster is a social creature. If there are many of them, I will be finished. Siabo was uneasy. The appearance of similar creatures one after another made him conclude that this creature is a social creature. Io. The sound of the monster came again, and Siabo's face suddenly changed. These were 2 voices, and the sound was a little special. They were not emitted by the same monster. 2 monsters came. Siabo frowned, and his inner uneasiness became more and more serious. It was okay to deal with 1, but it would be difficult to deal with 2. This is the first step I took, and it is also an extremely important step. Fight, anyway, there is a special anti-inflammatory drug. Siabo frowned, walked to the brightly lit place in front of the car, did not hide his figure, stood straight there, and quietly waited for the arrival of the monster. Because this is a game world, hiding is useless. These creatures will still follow the rules of the game to find you. As for escaping, don't even think about it. The road is endless. There are no cars. Running away will only kill you faster. The only way is to face these monsters. Here they come. Siabo's eyes flashed coldly. He had killed 2 monsters and basically had no fear in his heart. Of course, in addition to the uneasiness about whether these creatures live in groups, because this means that there will be more and more monsters, and the survival situation will be more difficult. Not only do I have to find food, but I also have to become stronger. In the darkness, Two strange figures were approaching, one on the left and one on the right, about 5 meters apart, and making strange noises. Two monsters? They won't attack each other. It is initially confirmed that they are social animals. Maybe as time goes by, their number will increase, just like waves. Siabo took a deep breath, suppressed his inner uneasiness, and held the iron rod tightly. Now only the iron rod can bring a sense of security. The monsters were approaching, and their green skin was particularly obvious. The claws on their hands were strangely black, 2 fingers long, enough to disembowel people. Siabo stared at the two monsters with his eyes fixed, and fighting moves emerged in his mind. Preemptive strike. Siabo rushed towards them after the monsters approached. He swung the iron rod in his hand, and attacked the one closest to him on the left. The two monsters were cautious enough, and did not do the same as the two in front. Instead, the one on the right made a strange roar. The one on the left dodged. After the roar, the monster on the right attacked Siabo from behind. These two monsters know how to cooperate. Siabo felt a chill on his back, and quickly retracted his moves. He crossed his left foot to the left, and walked out of the monster's attack range. He avoided the attack of the monster on the right, but Siabo was not relaxed, because the one on the left had already approached. Siabo hurriedly dealt with it, and raised the iron rod to hit it. With a bang, the monster on the left was knocked away. Because he did not use his full strength, the monster just fell to the ground and rolled around. After a short touch, Siabo understood the cooperation of the two monsters. Very skilled cooperation, quite skilled. If he hadn't acquired the basic fighting skills and enhanced his strength, he would have really fallen here. After taking a deep breath, Siabo stared at the two monsters. The one he hit was obviously in pain, holding his arm and wailing, while the other one stared at him, and his green eyes actually exuded a ray of wisdom. "Io!" The monster that was not hit by him made a strange cry, as if communicating with his companions. Then they rushed towards him again, one on the left and one on the right, in a double-teaming manner. When they were 4 meters away from him, their speed suddenly increased, and they flew over. Facing the two monsters that attacked, Siabo was very calm and didn't panic. He swung the iron rod to knock one monster away, then slid sideways to avoid the other monster's pounce, and after sliding sideways, he rushed directly to the monster that had just landed. The iron rod was raised high, and the veins on his arm were prominent, rushing straight to the other's forehead. The monster actually wanted to stop it with his hand. Siabo's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The opponent's fingers broke, and he swung the iron rod again, and the bright red blood mixed with brain matter splashed out. At the same time, the monster behind him pounced on him again. Even though Siabo killed the monster in front of him and rushed forward, he was still scratched by the opponent's claws. There was a burning pain on his back, and his clothes were torn, leaving 3 blood marks. Hiss! Siabo grinned and sucked in cold air. Enduring the burning pain on his back, he turned and rushed towards the monster. The iron rod in his hand was swung up, passed over his head, and smashed into the top of the monster's head with a sound of breaking through the air. The monster made a sharp cry and wanted to turn around and escape. But Siabo had expected it long ago, and his movements were very fast, and he smashed it directly. Puff! The head exploded like a watermelon. It's done! After dealing with the remaining monsters, Siabo panted, wiped the blood splashed on his face, and began to loot the things that the monsters exploded. Chapter 10. Auto Mechanic Metal *1. Introduction. The key token to become an auto mechanic. Note: 100 auto mechanic medals can make you a full-time auto mechanic. It's this thing again, but it's a new profession. Siabo picked it up and clicked the upgrade. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Auto Mechanic Metal *1 upgraded to Auto Engineer Metal *5. Auto Engineer Metal *5. Introduction. The key token to become a full-time auto engineer. Note: 500 auto engineer medals can make you a full-time auto engineer. 2 professions: wilderness hunter, auto engineer. They sound good, but 500 are too many. I can only save them slowly. Putting it in his pocket, Siabo turned around and found that after the monster's body disappeared, there was also a shiny thing on the ground. After picking it up, he got the information about that thing. Car Fragment *1. Introduction. Key item for upgrading cars. Note: 50 car fragments can upgrade a car to a sedan. This is something for upgrading cars. Siabo's eyes lit up instantly. He felt that his 2-seater car had too little space, and there was no way to upgrade it. Now it finally appeared. He clicked the upgrade button without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Car Fragment *1 is upgraded to Car Fragment *8. Looking at the 8 car fragments that appeared in his palm, Siabo smiled unrecognizably. He accidentally pulled the wound on his back and grinned. He got on the car and put all the fragments in the cloth. Then he took off his clothes, revealing his slightly muscular body. He took out a piece of fine cloth from the passenger seat and wiped the blood off his face. He wet another piece of fine cloth, treated the wound behind him briefly, and wrapped it with a dry cloth. Then, he took a special anti-inflammatory medicine with water to prevent the wound from getting inflamed. Then he lay on the steering wheel and began to rest. The injury was not serious, just a superficial injury, and the health value had already dropped. After this wave, I'm afraid that many people in the world will die. Siabo thought to himself and opened the world to chat. There are still 7 hours before dawn. The world is still very hot, but in this heat, there is a sense of heaviness. Brothers, I'm injured, my stomach was cut open, I can't hold on for much longer, I miss my family so much, I can't hold on any longer, by the way, my name is Wei Tian. The 2 monsters are so powerful, my car door is also destroyed. Huh? I can't hold on any longer, brothers. I'm injured. The car is half destroyed, but it can still move. Even Siabo felt uncomfortable in his heart. Suddenly, the world was in a trance, and the system prompt appeared. Congratulations on surviving the second wave. For a better tomorrow, work hard. Note: wild monsters will be refreshed randomly. Bless you. As the system prompt appeared, the world shook, and countless people cheered. Siabo also breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with 2 was already his limit. If it weren't for his expertise in elementary fighting, I'm afraid he would have to hide in the car. Although there will be more wild monsters, he won't be so unlucky that 2 wild monsters will appear at once. As he breathed out, he felt sleepy. Siabo couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. The night was dark, there was no moon, no stars, and it was pitch black all around. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Siabo didn't know how long he had slept, and he was awakened by a nightmare. In the dream, he died under the sharp claw blade, his stomach was cut open, and his body was cut into several pieces. The death was extremely tragic. After waking up, Siabo found that a layer of dense sweat beads appeared on his body. What a horrible nightmare. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Siabo still had some lingering fears. The dream was too real, so real that he once thought he was really dead. Gurgle. Siabo felt hungry in his stomach, and he touched his stomach. How long has it been? Are you hungry again? Looking at the time, there were only 5 hours and 59 minutes left until dawn. He ate something and drank some water. Hiss, it hurts. The slightest movement pulled the wound on his back, and he grimaced in pain. Luckily, the wound was not deep, otherwise he would not be able to get off the bus tonight. After cutting off the cloth, Siabo grimaced in pain. The wound was no longer bleeding. The weather in summer is very hot, and it cannot be kept for a long time, or it will fester. After peeling off the cloth that had been stuck for a long time, the wound came into contact with the air, bringing a slight coolness and refreshing. No matter how comfortable the wound was, Siabo lay down and browsed the world chat boredly. After what happened just now, a large amount of information was being produced rapidly in the world. Suddenly, Siabo's eyes lit up slightly. Fuck, the trading function is turned on. Siabo stood up and clicked on the next page. Sure enough, the trading function was turned on. However, there was no news of posting a transaction. Trading function, give it a try. He quickly edited a transaction message and clicked to publish. The transaction message instantly aroused discussion among people around the world. Fuck, there are big guys trading water in the transaction. Is it true? I go and see. Fuck, it really is. It's really water. It's so luxurious. I have to drink water in small sips now, and some people have already started trading water. What are car fragments? Please tell me. Car fragments. I have them. I just got them from killing monsters. Don't mention it. Someone has already clicked on the transaction. Sure enough, everyone went to see that the transaction status had changed to being traded. It's over. Someone got there first. I'm so angry. Please tell me, what are the car fragments for? To upgrade the car. Fuck, are there any of you who would like to trade? You're dead. What do you want it for? That's right. On the other side, Siabo looked at the person who had privately chatted with him. It was a man's head portrait with a resolute face and a strong body. Su Hao, male. In this game, the name, gender and appearance will not be hidden. The personal head portrait has been displayed. Hello, I'm here to trade. Can I really trade for water? Yes, purified water, food, I have both. Are you sure it's purified water? Yes. Really? I have car fragments here, but only one. See how much purified water and food you can exchange. Siabo pondered for a moment. 500 milliliters of water, 10 pieces of toast. Okay. The other party did not hesitate at all, and saw a piece of car fragments appear in the trading column. Siabo looked at the purified water and toast, thinking about how to put them in the transaction column. Unexpectedly, some of the water in the bucket disappeared by itself, and there were still 10 pieces of toast. In a flash, purified water and toast appeared in the transaction column. Very convenient, even the lid does not need to be opened. The transaction page turned to the system verification, and then it showed that the transaction was successful. Received, it is purified water, thank you. You're welcome. Siabo replied casually. Looking at the car fragments in his hand, he clicked the upgrade. Upgrade successful. Car fragments *1 upgraded to car fragments *9. One step closer to the upgrade, Siabo smiled. Chapter 11. The transaction was completed, and it was the first transaction in the world. 3 world messages were released in the world. Congratulations to Siabo, you have completed the first transaction task, and you will be rewarded with a skill book. Congratulations to Siabo, you have completed the first transaction task, and you will be rewarded with a skill book. Congratulations to Siabo, you have completed the first transaction task, and you will be rewarded with a skill book. The world was quiet, and then it shook. Fuck, skill book. First transaction. I understand, this is similar to the world's opening up. Fuck, it's Siabo again, Boss Siabo, please accept my knees. Boss Siabo is awesome. By the way, why didn't the person who made the transaction get any reward? Silly, it was a task released by Boss Siabo. I regret it, I was the first to find out. The world was bustling, but Siabo was confused, there was such an operation. It was too incredible to complete a task by casually releasing a transaction message. Then, a white light flashed, and a skill book appeared in his hand. Skill, primary speed up. Features, consume a little mental power to release the skill. When performing, increase the movement speed by 50%. Time, lasts for 10 seconds. Cooling down, 1 hour, Siabo, ? What kind of skill is this? Isn't this the skill of the assassin in the game? Siabo was shocked in his heart. Basic fighting is still within the scope of understanding, after all, it is to increase one's own skills. But this primary speed up is a real skill book, 50% of the movement speed, if facing 2 wild monsters, using a short burst, it is enough to kill one in a second, and the remaining one is not to be feared, and there is no need to deal with it as hard as before. How could Siabo not be calm after getting this skill book? What surprised him even more was that this skill book could also be upgraded, without any hesitation. Siabo clicked on the upgrade. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Successfully, primary acceleration upgraded to primary swiftness. Skill, primary swiftness. Feature, consume a little mental power to release the skill, and increase the movement speed by 100% when performing it. Time, lasts for 10 seconds. Cooling down, 30 minutes, a milky white light emanated, and the skill book in his hand changed its appearance. Siabo's breathing became rapid. This was simply a magical skill. He clicked on the learning without hesitation. There was no physical change, but there was one more skill in the skill column. I already have 2 skills, far more than others. Siabo clenched his fists, looking at the misty night, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Skills are the key to human survival in the night. As long as you have strength, you will have everything. Hurry up and upgrade. I counted the number of car fragments, and there are already 17 pieces. I still need 33 pieces, and 2 boxes of broken cars can be upgraded. I opened the world chat, and found that the people chatting in the world were all around me. I didn't expect that there is such a thing as a skill book, but there are also professions. Skill books should be skills. Be more confident, and remove the word should. Boss Siabo has opened an era. Is Siabo here? I am willing to pay 1 billion to buy the skill book in your hand. 1 billion, I am willing to bid 100 billion. Haha, a bunch of idiots. Where is Siabo? Is there anyone who wants to snipe Siabo with me? He definitely has more than 1 skill book on him. Don't forget the unknown reward for the first kill. And he traded a lot of water and food in the trading function. I don't know which brother mentioned it, and they suddenly remembered that the unknown reward plus the skill book was enough to make everyone jealous. The chats in the world line were all about him, and it would be hard not to be famous. Then, a faint sense of crisis appeared in Siabo's heart. He understood the principle that a man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. There are good people in this world, but there are also bad people. If he met humans, how could he guarantee that these people would not have any thoughts about him? In this game, women can be exchanged for a mouthful of water, and similarly, life has become worthless. He has seen a movie. In a society without legal constraints, the probability of crime increases exponentially, and the evil thoughts in people's hearts are released, just like in the game he is in. When the law loses its effect and there are no guns and ammunition, everyone stands on the same starting line. When some people have run far, will they let the people behind catch up with them? No, and the best way to deal with this is to make them disappear and plunder their resources. You know that the supplies in your car are enough to drive everyone crazy. It will also bring a huge crisis. Siabo felt uneasy and a pain in his heart. When did I become so sentimental? After all, I killed 4 wild monsters. It's time to grow up. Siabo said in his heart, I won't offend others if they don't offend me. If someone offends me, I will kill you. This world has no laws and regulations, no ethics, as long as you live comfortably. At this moment, he felt that his heart was sublimated. No matter how big the flood is, as long as you live comfortably, it's fine. After looking at the world chat information, Siabo closed it and ignored it. This group of people have been bewitched. I have to be careful when I meet them in the future. According to the number of 7 or 8 upgrades at a time, at least 5 are needed. There are so many people in the world, I don't believe it. In addition to the car fragments, see if you can find a professional metal. Siabo made up his mind to improve his strength to prevent some emergencies in the future. Soon, 2 transactions appeared in the transaction function. Fuck, Big Boss Siabo has released another trading message. Car fragments are understandable, but what are professional metals? Collect professional metals, and you can combine them into professions. 66. I'm still worried about food and drink, but Big Boss Siabo has already started researching these things. I said, he has a lot of supplies, who wants to do something with me? As the 2 trading messages were sent out, the world chat bar shook again. And in Siabo's backstage, the number of private chats exceeded 9999. The private chat function was launched with the trading system, so once his transactions were sent out, it quickly attracted the attention of a large number of people, too many. Siabo took a quick look. There were threatening, physical, and even some I am your sister who has been missing for many years, soft and easy to push down, all kinds of, really weird. But one caught his attention. The avatar was a girl, heroic, named Feng Xian. Boss Siabo, I have a warrior medal, can we trade it? Siabo's mind moved slightly. Warrior medal. Warrior? A new profession? He quickly clicked on the avatar and replied with 2 words, yes. Chapter 12. At the same time, on a lonely road, a small broken car was parked. Inside the car was a beautiful girl with a long braid. She was Feng Xian. She was not in good condition at the moment. There were several long bloodstains on her arms, but they were wrapped by rags of clothes. Those rags were obviously from her clothes. And in the torn places, the snow-white skin was exposed, full of temptation. Her cracked lips moved. Have you replied to the message? She stared at the system interface. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she didn't dare to neglect it at all, and quickly replied, Boss, I need water and food. On the other side, Siabo glanced at the message she replied, smiled lightly, and replied, Okay, 500 milliliters of purified water, 10 pieces of toast. After that, purified water and toast appeared on the transaction page. Feng Xian was slightly startled, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Boss, it's too much. Siabo showed suspicion on her face. Others complained that they gave too little, but she actually complained that they gave too much. She smiled knowingly. Not much, metals are relatively precious, equal trade. These metals may be useless now, but after a period of development, when there is no shortage of food and drink, these people will consider careers and other things. The early stage is the easiest time to harvest wool. They have metals, but no food and water, and they have all these. Feng Xian did not resist the temptation and carefully took out a shining metal from his chest. There was a broadsword pattern on the metal. With a thought, the metal appeared in the transaction column, and soon, 500 milliliters of water and 10 pieces of toast appeared in the car. Feng Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer. She carefully picked up the bottle of water, took a sip from her cracked lips, and then carefully closed the lid, fearing that a drop of water would spill. She licked her thin lips with an unsatisfied look, staring at Siabo's head portrait, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a glimmer. Thank you, big brother. She was still waiting for Siabo's recovery, but she didn't know that her news was like a stone sinking into the sea. On the other side, Siabo, who had traded the warrior medal, saw that no one was trading, and was not in a hurry to upgrade. He put the medal in the car, and got out of the car with a bucket of water. Sitting in the car, he sweated again, and his whole body was sticky and uncomfortable. He wiped his body with a cloth, avoiding the wound, and then got into the car comfortably. He was probably the first person in the world to take a bath with pure water. Picking up the warrior medal that had just been traded, the information appeared on the system interface. Warrior medal *1. Introduction. The key token for changing to a warrior. Note: 100 warrior medals can be used to change to a warrior. Warrior profession, 3 professions now, try to upgrade. Siabo clicked on the upgrade. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Warrior medal *1 upgraded to Berserker medal *10. Berserker medal *10. Introduction. The key token for changing to a Berserker. Note: 500 Berserker medals can be used to change to a Berserker. Berserker, Wilderness Hunter, Automotive Engineer. I have already been exposed to 3 professions. It's time to choose a direction. Siabo looked at the transaction, and someone else was trading. It was car fragments. He also accepted all of them, and took them all. After collecting 3 car fragments in a row, Siabo waited for more than 10 minutes. When there was no one left, he upgraded the car fragments and got 25 car fragments. Adding the car fragments upgraded before, there were still 8 pieces short of the 50 pieces required for the car upgrade. I didn't expect that 3 car fragments could actually get 25 pieces. This was also a pleasant surprise. Only 1 piece was needed to upgrade. Siabo showed excitement on his face, but soon calmed down. Looking at the dark night, he decided to make a plan to improve his strength. The first night is obviously a threshold. Only those who pass it can live better. In the future, there will probably be more and more monsters, and their strength will become more and more terrifying. Not only the small broken car needs to be improved, but also my own strength. In the future, when you encounter wild monsters in the team, avoid them if you can. It's not good to be seriously injured. Your goal is the lone monster. Siabo thought for a while, and then took out 3 medals. These 3 medals are undoubtedly the most powerful for the Wilderness Hunter and the Berserker, but from the heart, he is closer to the car engineer. In this wilderness, strength may be very important, but don't forget that the car is the most important thing. It is the only means of transportation, and the only shelter in the dark. Once you lose it, you can't move forward. Although the car engineer seems to have no strength, he has the expertise of primary fighting skills, and can improve his strength through training. And with the existence of skill and agility, his speed will not be slow, so the most suitable for him is the car engineer. But there is a problem, that is, although his strength will continue to improve, he does not have as many skills as other professions. The most direct one is the appearance of swiftness. In the future, there may be long-range skills, and engineers are the most dependent on teammates. I must choose carefully. While thinking, someone traded again, which was a hunter medal and car fragments. Siabo did not refuse and accepted all of them. After the hunter medal was upgraded, 4 more wilderness hunter medals were obtained, and the upgrade of car fragments gave 9 car fragments. It's comfortable to have a system. Siabo smiled, and got out of the car. His eyes fell on the broken car. There was a yellow exclamation mark on the broken car, just like playing a game. 50 pieces of car fragments were crossed out, and a huge box directly wrapped the car, and there was a knocking sound from inside. The box opened, making a hissing sound. A puff of white smoke spread, and a gray car appeared in front of Siabo. The 4-seater car was an old Santa model, still automatic, with no other equipment inside, only a steering wheel and a display. After the car was upgraded, not only the space was improved, but also the performance was improved. Siabo sat in the car with joy and started the car. There was no clicking sound, but there was a little vibration. Compared with before, it was much better. The most important thing was the space. There was not only a trunk, but also a place to put things in the back. Siabo turned off the car, and then put the gasoline and purified water in the back, and put some food and drinks in the front for his convenience. It will be much more comfortable this way. Siabo smiled. He had upgraded the car in just the first night, and the days to come would get better and better. There were no more monsters in the following nights. It seemed that the chance of refreshing monsters was reduced a lot. The next day came quickly. The sun shone on the earth. Siabo opened his eyes from the car, sleepy. He persisted for another hour last night, but no monsters came. He couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. Chapter 13. Fortunately, no monsters appeared in the second half of the night. Except for the first 2 waves on the first night, no more monsters appeared. Siabo yawned, wet his face with a cloth, wiped his face, and rinsed his mouth. He was much more energetic. It's time to get on the road. We can't just sit back and enjoy the scenery. Siabo started the car, and the gray sedan set off towards the sun. The morning sun was still quite dazzling. The upgraded car had a sun visor. As time went by, the air became hotter. After moving forward for several hours, there was no resource box. It was almost noon, and Siabo began to doubt his luck. No, it stands to reason that I shouldn't be so unlucky. Siabo doubted his luck for the first time, and then he was convinced that there was nothing wrong with him. Because he hunted monsters at night, but he always got good things, and he was the only one in the world who used another system besides the game. His luck was definitely not that bad. On the contrary, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Is this what is brewing? Suddenly, a small black dot appeared at the end of his sight. Siabo braked the car suddenly, and looked at it intently. Is that a human? The small black dot was a human figure standing on the side of the road, and he thought of humans at the first time. His heart was beating fast. This was the first time he met a human in the true sense. To be honest, he was a little uneasy in his heart, because his reputation was too great, and in this world without laws, he could easily become someone else's prey. He was still quite resistant to meeting humans. After all, he could kill monsters, but he obviously couldn't kill people. There was no other way. Since he had already met it, he could only bite the bullet and take a look. But as the little black dot got closer and closer to him, Siabo's heart changed from nervous to uneasy, because normal humans should react when they see him. However, the little black dot just stood there quietly, and it remained indifferent even when his car was getting closer and closer. No! There's a problem. Siabo frowned. This thing didn't seem to be human. The car slowed down. He held the steering wheel with one hand, and his right hand had already touched the iron rod. The little black dot was getting closer and clearer, and Siabo's face showed a look of horror. The uneasiness really became a reality. That thing was not a human. It was a 2-meter-tall monster with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks and fins on its back. It looked like a patchwork of various species. And next to this monster, there was a red wooden box, which was exactly the same as the hidden box. The monster is guarding a box. There must be something good in the box. Siabo thought this should be the reason why he couldn't find the box for several hours. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal, just for this scene. The monster hasn't discovered him yet. Siabo drove the car and moved forward carefully. Now he has 2 choices. One is to drive away quickly, and the other is to fight, kill the monster and take the treasure box. The treasure box must have rich resources and materials. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. And I made up my mind last night to improve my strength. This monster is extraordinary at first glance. Killing it will definitely give me experience points. This is equivalent to the elite monster in the game. The monster has not moved yet, which means that I have not stepped into the monster's attack range. I parked the car on the side of the road. My car is the most precious, and I must not let it be easily destroyed. I picked up the iron rod and got out of the car, and moved forward carefully. The monster stood there and looked around. Just when Siabo was only 50 meters away, the monster suddenly turned its head, and it was a pair of scarlet and cold eyes, staring at him. Siabo's heart was lifted up, and sweat broke out on his palms. He didn't know the combat power of the monster in front of him. In short, safety was the most important thing, and the wound on his back was still aching and had not healed completely. Although he had acquired the skill of swiftness, it did not mean that he was invincible. Siabo was still somewhat self-aware. He was not the kind of person who thought he was invincible after getting something. There were still many unknown horrors in the game. Be careful about everything. Siabo felt that he was cautious enough, but he was still discovered. The monster saw Siabo and howled strangely. It did not attack Siabo, but protected the box behind it. This scene further confirmed Siabo's inner thoughts. His body was eager to move. Was there any skill or blueprint in the box? From the beginning to now, he had only obtained one blueprint, and he found that the blueprint could not be upgraded. This was very strange. Putting aside the messy thoughts, Siabo still moved slowly towards the monster, cautiously. The monster stared at Siabo intently, making strange noises, as if warning Siabo not to move forward. People die for money, birds die for food. Who would dislike having too many supplies? This job, done. 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. 8 meters? The monster finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed towards Siabo. When it got close, Siabo found that the fin on the monster's back was actually a broad knife that was stuck in the flesh. When it launched the attack, the broad knife also appeared in its hand, emitting a cold light. Siabo didn't dare to be careless, and directly used swiftness. The next moment, he felt that his brain seemed to have lost something, and his speed suddenly increased. In contrast, the speed of the monster also decreased. It raised the broad knife to chop itself very clearly. Siabo stepped on the ground and rushed out, dodging the falling broad knife at a very fast speed, and then swung the stick and hit the monster from the side. Boom! With a dull sound, the monster fell to the ground, but it struggled to get up again, and the broadsword that fell to the ground appeared in its hand again. What a strong defense! It can still move after being hit by a stick. Siabo was surprised. If it were the little green monster, it would have fallen to the ground and struggled for a long time. This was enough to show how powerful the monster was. If it were anyone else, they would probably have to run around. After all, not everyone has an iron rod. But although the defense of this monster has increased, its speed is relatively slow. Look, Siabo slid sideways and flashed to the monster's abdomen again and swung the iron rod in the same way, still at that part. A dull sound came, and the monster fell to the ground, but it did not stand up immediately like just now, but struggled for 2 seconds before standing up. At the same time, the time for swiftness was up, but after testing the speed of the monster, Siabo was slightly relieved because he had enough ability to deal with it. It's not impossible to deal with it, just hit it twice more. Siabo had no mercy, no agility, and was no longer as reckless as before. The monster had been hit twice in a row, and was already somewhat inconvenient to move. He just needed to wait for an opportunity. This was the safest way. Soon, the opportunity came, and the monster raised the broadsword in a clumsy way, and there was a big loophole. Chapter 14. Perhaps every monster has a weakness, and this is the weakness of this monster. Siabo's speed is not fast, and his 3-point agility is weaker than that of ordinary people, but it is more than enough to deal with the monster in front of him. His reaction is very fast, and he turns over and turns its side without paying attention to the wound on his back. Clang! Its broadsword missed, and a string of sparks splashed on the ground. Seeing this, Siabo stood up directly, then swung the iron rod and hit its abdomen directly. The 7-point power blessing is not a joke, and this stick is powerful and heavy. With a bang, a dull knocking sound came, and the monster was swung to the ground by Siabo. This time the struggle seemed long, and it seemed to be a little breathless. Siabo had no mercy, rushed forward and hit its head violently. The head shattered, blood mixed with white brain matter flowed out, but it soon disappeared, and even the broadsword was gone. Siabo's heart was bleeding. Such a good broadsword was refreshed. Then, an item appeared on the ground. Instant noodles *1 on the ground, there was a bucket of instant noodles. There was no trademark or date, just a bucket of instant noodles. Such a powerful monster only exploded a bucket of instant noodles. Siabo complained, but still put the instant noodles away obediently. After clicking the upgrade, a bucket became a box of instant noodles, which was happily placed in the trunk. Siabo happily carried the iron rod to the supply box, where the monster was stationed, and smashed it down with the iron rod. With a bang, the box cracked. Siabo opened the box, and the supplies inside came into view. Broadsword design, iron *20 required. Ordinary water resources, 200 milliliters. Inferior oil, 20 liters. Watermelon *1. Instant noodles *5. Hiss, what a rich supply. Siabo seemed to be hit by a huge surprise, with a happy smile on his face. Everything else didn't matter. The main thing was the watermelon. What could be more refreshing than having a watermelon in the hot summer, wipe the sweat off his face, and upgrade all these things? The design drawings could not be upgraded, so Siabo put them together with the design drawings of the bulletproof glass. And the water resources and oil volume surged again. If the car hadn't been upgraded, it really couldn't be put in. The trunk space is still very large, and there are back seats available, so there is no need to worry about upgrading more supplies. The watermelon was upgraded to 15, filling the back seat, and the instant noodles were upgraded to a box, which was put together with the instant noodles. These supplies are enough for me to eat for a long time. Siabo put the things away, washed his hands with pure water first, and after making sure they were washed, he took out a watermelon, smashed it with an iron rod, broke it with his hands, reached out, and took out the red soil watermelon pulp, and ate it. The clear and transparent watermelon flesh was stuffed into his mouth. The delicious, plump and juicy watermelon flesh bloomed in his mouth, and the excess juice flowed down his mouth. Siabo's soul trembled with comfort. It's so delicious. It's worthy of being a high-quality large watermelon. It's produced by the system, so it must be a high-quality product. After the watermelon was upgraded, it became a high-quality large watermelon. Not only did it become much bigger, but the taste was also doubled. Siabo couldn't help it, hugged the watermelon and ate it in the car. Until his stomach couldn't hold it anymore, he put the uneaten watermelon aside. After eating and drinking, Siabo opened the blueprint. The blueprint can't be upgraded. It seems that the blueprint is of the same nature as the car. Siabo couldn't help thinking in his heart. He looked at the requirements of the blueprint and found that it required 20 irons to synthesize it. After thinking about it, Siabo posted the iron trading information in the trading function, and there was also a post he had posted to find car fragments and metals. No one has traded it yet. It seems that the drop rate of this thing is very low. Of course, it is also possible that they don't want to trade. After posting the transaction, Siabo started the car and continued to move forward. Although he had enough supplies, who would complain about having few supplies? After moving forward about 1,000 meters, Siabo found a resource box, which was an empty box when he opened it. Siabo scratched his head. It seemed that his luck had run out, but he was not discouraged and returned to the car. He found that someone had traded the iron he needed. It was someone he knew, the girl named Feng Xian. Is the boss here? I have iron and want to trade it. How much? Siabo replied directly. In the car, Feng Xian, who was covered in sweat, pouted his lips. Why is this boss so cold? 2 yuan, it dropped from monsters. I don't have much use for it. Big brother, I give it to you. 2 yuan? There is an upgrade system. I don't know if it can be upgraded to 20 yuan. Siabo thought about it and nodded. Okay, I give you a liter of purified water, and 2 packs of instant noodles. Do you want a watermelon? I give you another watermelon. He also saw that this girl was not bad-hearted and capable. It was an investment. The road ahead would become more and more difficult. I'm afraid I can't go far by myself. I need teammates in the future. It's obvious that wild monsters will become more and more powerful in the future. This so much. Big brother, isn't it too much? Not much. Siabo didn't say any extra nonsense, and directly gave the things to her. Feng Xian hesitated, thinking, could it be that the boss has taken a fancy to me? The avatars in the game are all the person's own. Her avatar is a picture of a hot girl with a protruding front and a curvy back, and it is not beautified. People can tell at a glance that she is a beauty. But she shook her head again. How could it be possible? Let's not talk about the difficulty of meeting in this game. Just talking about the boss's identity. With so many supplies, he probably has no shortage of women around him. Gritting his teeth, he put 2 pieces of refined iron on top. The transaction was completed. Seeing so many more supplies around him, and a huge watermelon, Feng Xian's face was full of joy, and then a little distressed. Boss, do you really take a fancy to me? Siabo, you think too much, big sister. Here, Siabo, who received 2 pieces of iron, upgraded the iron block. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Iron *2 upgraded to iron *13. Not enough. Siabo frowned, and had no choice but to continue uploading a transaction message, and then put the iron on the co-pilot of the car. He glanced at his private chat page, and it was another page that 999 had added. He browsed it to see if there was anything useful. Boss, give me some water, I'm dying of thirst. Siabo, I'm willing to buy you a bottle of water for 100 million, or wait until the game is over, and I give you 1 billion. Looking at the messages in the background, Siabo was so angry that he laughed, but there were also some people asking for a team, which he automatically ignored. He continued to browse. There were too many messages, too many people chatting privately, and he didn't know how many there were. He scrolled down, and the progress bar didn't move. He casually flipped through it, and was about to close it when he suddenly noticed a message that was sent to him 2 hours ago. But it had been swallowed up by the sea of messages. Boss, do you want the air conditioning drawings? I need water resources and food. Chapter 15. Air conditioning blueprint? Siabo's mind moved, and he opened his dialog box. He replied with one word, yes. It was too hot that day, and the car was stuffy. Driving was fine, although the wind was hot, but it was better than nothing. Without driving, the whole car was like a steamer. It was hot and uncomfortable, but fortunately the watermelon was delicate and had the property of not spoiling, otherwise my watermelon would not last long. And the appearance of this air conditioning blueprint was simply too good. Although some supplies were scarce at first, after a long time, the supplies were available, and the blueprints I collected would be useful. Boss, I want food and water. Soon, the man replied, saying that he had put the design on the transaction. Siabo took a look, and after confirming that it was correct, he put 1 liter of water and 10 packs of instant noodles in. Then he replied, if you have anything in the future, you can trade with me. Received, Big Brother Siabo, thank you. The man was very excited, because Siabo gave so many things that shocked him. A thin man sat in the car and looked at the traded materials with great surprise on his face. Big Brother is worthy of being Big Brother. I will hold on to this thigh tightly in the future. In the car, Siabo glanced at the drawings in his hand. Air conditioning design drawing. Requires iron *30, wood *20, another wood. Siabo thought about it, and directly put the wood on the transaction. On the transaction, all the tasks were set by himself. The world's discussion about Siabo has never stopped, because people who traded have received a lot of materials. Especially those who have traded with him, they all said how good the boss was. Siabo saw it, and nodded silently. It is relatively important to accumulate connections. If they meet in the future, there will be opportunities for cooperation. Suddenly, a guy with a level 2 avatar appeared in the world. Siabo, give me half of your supplies, I can protect you. The world was originally discussing Siabo, but was suddenly shocked by this level 2 guy who appeared. Level 2 boss. Catch. It's awesome. He reached level 2 the next day. I feel that there will be a level ranking list in the future. Boss Siabo is a boss in terms of supplies, and now there is a boss in terms of level. 6666. I feel that they are going to fight. The sudden appearance of the level 2 boss shocked everyone in the world chat page. In this era where you can only use a stick to kill monsters, someone has killed 10 monsters. It's awesome. Siabo's eyes were slightly stunned. He clicked on the guy's direction. It was indeed a level 2, the real deal. In terms of supplies, he was not behind, but in terms of level, he was behind a lot. Looked at his personal attribute panel. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 1. Experience, 6 out of 10. Strength, 7. Agility, 3. Physical fitness, 5. Mental strength, 4. Health value, 100. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills expertise. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary agility. I still need 4 points of experience. Although I have enough supplies, I am far behind in experience. There are already level 2 people in the world. It seems that I can't indulge in collecting supplies. Supplies have made me worry-free. It's time to improve my strength. I can't fall behind too much. Siabo looked at the second-level humans that appeared in the world, and he actually felt a sense of crisis in his heart. It's not about reputation, but his own stability, because he became famous early, and he has been so high-profile recently, there must be a lot of people watching him. So his strength can't fall behind too much. At the same time, this also confirmed an idea in his heart, that is, automotive engineers cannot change their jobs. Automotive engineers have weak combat effectiveness and rely too much on teammates. And he himself is rich. There are always some people who can't resist this temptation, even close teammates. I can't put all my safety on my teammates. I still need to be strong. This world is no longer a world ruled by law, but a world respected by strength. Improve your strength. I must quickly upgrade my level to level 2. Siabo decided in his heart that the supplies are sufficient, and he has 2 skills, which are enough to deal with those monsters. After eating the rest of the watermelon, Siabo used the watermelon rind as a hat on his head to prevent himself from getting heat stroke. Then he started to exercise as before. After a while, his body was covered with sweat, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. After the system's prompt, Siabo felt that the way to upgrade to level 2 must be related to attracting monsters. It was very dangerous at night, mainly because the vision was blocked, but now the vision was very wide, which was very suitable for fighting monsters. So it was easier to upgrade during the day than at night. While exercising, Siabo kept an eye on his surroundings. Huh? Suddenly, his breathing became rapid, and a wave of heat came from his body, one after another, and his body became extremely comfortable. Siabo only felt his pores dilate, and an extremely comfortable feeling rose from the soles of his feet. He felt comfortable all over. Then he felt the power in his body grow stronger. He looked at his attribute panel, and his strength really increased a little, and now it was 8 points. The increase in strength made Siabo feel a great sense of accomplishment from the heart, and he didn't feel sore all over, but full of energy. However, he sweated a lot, and the water in his body was lost seriously. The weather was too hot, and the water evaporated quickly. Pick up a watermelon. The watermelon skin has been very hot in the sun, and after breaking it, the red watermelon was exposed, and the watermelon flesh was still very cool and thirst-quenching. Watermelon can quench thirst and fill the stomach. After eating half of it, Siabo was immersed in exercise. The primary combat skill specialization can increase strength very quickly. In one afternoon, his strength has increased to 9 points. And the experience points have also increased to 9 points, just 1 point away from upgrading. Among the 3 monsters hunted, one exploded an umbrella, which he upgraded to a super large umbrella with a base that can be placed on the ground. The rest exploded some food and drinks, which he put in the car. Nearing the evening, no more monsters were encountered. Siabo opened the big umbrella, leaned in the shade under the car, and ate watermelon with sweat dripping down his back. Today was a very fulfilling day, and his strength was increased. Now he felt like he could kill a cow with 1 punch. The second thing is the experience points. After waiting for an afternoon, he only waited for 3 monsters, so the guy who was upgraded to level 2 was obviously not upgraded by the chance of monster spawning during the day, but at night. This made Siabo admire the guy a little. He dared to fight at night with a wooden stick, which was admirable. Chapter 16. As night fell, Siabo folded up the umbrella and fixed it on the car, then leaned against the front of the car with the iron rod in hand. He opened the trading column and took a look, but still no one was trading. It seemed that the probability of such special materials being dropped was very low. Otherwise, no one would trade. However, Siabo was not discouraged. As long as it was hanging, someone would definitely trade. With the lights on, Siabo stared at the wilderness around him. There was no unusual movement. The refresh of wild monsters had now become random, which was simply based on luck. But now Siabo was actually hoping that wild monsters would appear, because he needed to improve his strength. 2 days had passed, and a few people who had reached level 2 appeared in the world, and basically all of them were pointing their spearheads at him. Part of it was that he was too high profile on the first day, and the other was that he had become the person recognized by the world as having the largest amount of materials. They would definitely attack him, and Siabo naturally ignored the news in the world. Sometimes, if a dog wants to bite you, it is hard to bite back, so let them call. Here it comes! Suddenly, Siabo's eyes flickered, and in the distance, a dark shadow ran towards him quickly. There was no need to think, it was a monster. After a day of improvement, Siabo wanted to test his strength. When the car lights were turned on, the body of the car was brighter, especially after the car was upgraded to a sedan. The radiation range of the light was already 4 or 5 meters, so he only needed to stay around the car body and not go deep into the darkness. Basically, he was safe. Of course, the premise is that the number of monsters should not be too many. And there was a monster in front of him, which was too easy for him. Soon, the monster ran to the road, and then became cautious. It was not known whether it was afraid of the headlights or Siabo. Siabo did not hesitate. When the monster entered the road, he rushed up with the iron rod. Yayo! The monster howled and rushed toward Siabo, and the sharp claws in his hand met Siabo's whistling iron rod without fear. Bang! Crack! Sparks flew from the iron rod. The monster was directly thrown by Siabo, and the sharp claws actually showed a strange twisted arc, and there were several white marks on the iron rod. Siabo had many experiences of fighting such monsters. After the monster landed, he did not hesitate at all, rushed up directly, swung the iron rod and smashed it down, not giving the monster a chance to breathe. The monster's head was shattered. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable power coming, and his whole body was warm and comfortable. Siabo didn't care what was on the ground and hurriedly opened his personal attribute panel. Name: Siabo. Occupation: none. Gender: male. Level 2. Experience: 0/20. Strength: 10. Agility: 4. Physical fitness: 6. Mental strength: 5. Health value: 97. Mastered skills: primary fighting skills expertise. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary agility: all attributes have increased by a little bit. My goodness, this is too powerful. My current strength has reached a terrifying 10 points. Even without the iron rod, I can kill this monster with 1 punch. Siabo thought with inexplicable horror in his heart. The increase in strength all comes from the primary combat specialization. Especially with my continuous training, the strength will show an extremely terrifying improvement. By then, I might be able to kill a cow with one punch. Even become a person who can tear the devil apart with bare hands. Thinking about it, Siabo felt inexplicably excited. The improvement of strength is the capital to stand on this road. The improvement brought by the second level is indeed very terrifying, and it is an all-round improvement for the growth of the body. At this moment, Siabo is more determined to achieve his goal. Moving his eyes away from the panel, Siabo glanced at the things that exploded on the ground. Wood *1, it turned out to be a piece of wood. The wood is very strange, only the size of a palm. There is the word upgradable on it. Siabo clicked the upgrade. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Wood *1 upgraded to wood *6. The wood has been upgraded to 6 pieces, and the air conditioning design requires 20 pieces of wood, which seems to be not far away. Put the wood in the car. Siabo continued to wait for the wild monsters. In the early morning, Siabo's experience value increased to 4 points, while his health value and physical strength decreased to varying degrees. His physical strength was fine, but his health value decreased a lot. Health value, 87, hungry state. Looking at the system prompt, Siabo really felt a pang of hunger in his abdomen. He was in a tense state of hunting just now, and didn't feel hungry in his abdomen. Now that he relaxed, sleepiness and hunger surged up all of a sudden. Let's eat something first and stop here tonight. I'm really sleepy. Siabo got into the car. He was really sleepy. He didn't sleep well last night. It was too hot during the day. Now he was hunting and improving his strength. He was really tired. After eating some sandwiches and drinking some water, he got into the car, opened the window to let the cool breeze in, which was more comfortable. He turned off the lights, leaned on the seat, and began to sleep. Every night was a sleepless night. Some people fell asleep tremblingly, some were still working hard for food, and some were walking on the edge of death for upgrading. Siabo also slept tremblingly. After all, if a person was attacked in the wilderness, the consequence he faced was likely to be death. Just then, in a daze, a black shadow approached Siabo's car, and the extremely sharp claws touched the car, leaving 3 marks on the car body. Siabo suddenly woke up and saw a monster standing in front of the car door. He was instantly shocked and broke into a cold sweat, and woke up all of a sudden. The monster screamed, and its claws reached into the car and grabbed Siabo's chest. The monster's claws were very sharp, and Siabo naturally knew that the claws could easily hollow out his chest. He reacted very quickly, stretched out his hand and grabbed the monster's wrist directly, and the horror of 10 points of strength was highlighted at this moment. No matter how hard the monster tried, the claws could not move at all. And the claws were only half a finger away from the chest. Siabo was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, and his back was directly soaked with cold sweat. Damn, I almost fell on the road of the protagonist. Siabo was still in shock, and his eyes showed a hint of murderous intent when looking at the monster. He increased the strength of his wrist, and his hand clamped the monster's hand tightly like an iron clamp, while his other hand had already touched the iron bar beside him. With his current strength, he could also exert extremely terrifying strength by swinging the iron bar with one hand, but it was difficult to exert it in this narrow car space. So after Siabo picked up the iron bar, he stretched out his hand to open the door, and then pushed the door open with all his strength. It's time to hunt. Siabo's mouth corners raised, and his eyes were cold. Chapter 17. This monster has become a lamb to be slaughtered. The monster is still struggling, and its strange cries can be heard from far away. Siabo swung his wrist and released it suddenly. The monster staggered and took a few steps back. Siabo's movements were very fast. At the moment of releasing the monster, he closed the car door and swung the iron rod in his hand, all in one go. Bang! The monster was hit by the iron rod and wailed in pain. Die for me! Siabo had no mercy and beat it to death with a club. The monster exploded and turned into experience points. A black object also exploded on the ground. Iron *1, iron exploded. My luck is too good. Siabo took a deep breath, his physical strength dropped, and he calmed down his frightened heart, then picked up the object on the ground. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Iron *1 upgraded to iron *7. Upgraded 7 pieces of iron. It seems that there is a blueprint that can be synthesized. He walked quickly to the front of the car and took out 3 blueprints. Sure enough, there was a blueprint that could be synthesized. It was the blueprint of the broadsword. Broadsword design, requires iron *20, synthesizable. Siabo's mind moved. If we compare the iron rod and the broadsword, the iron rod is obviously better. With powerful force, the iron rod can swing with great force, and can instantly make the monster lose its mobility, but it is not fatal. And the broadsword is combined with powerful force, enough to behead with one blow, and the broadsword can be upgraded. He was more inclined to the broadsword. The most important point is that when using the broadsword, you can use the least force to deal the greatest damage. The monsters had no defense, and the broadsword was enough to cut through their defenses. As for the iron rod, if the force was not too small, it would not be enough to make the monster lose its mobility. If the force was too large, the physical consumption would be very huge. After thinking about it, Siabo decided to synthesize. For items like air conditioners, it is better to collect and synthesize them when you are safe enough. In the early stage, the most important thing is to have weapons to save your life. Picking up the blueprint, Siabo chose to synthesize. Broadsword synthesis successful. Consume iron *20. A broadsword made of iron appeared in Siabo's hand, and the blueprint had disappeared. The broadsword was half an arm long, and the texture was a bit rough. It felt prickly when you touched it with your hand. Obviously, this iron broadsword had not been finely polished. 20 pieces of inferior iron. Siabo complained. And the 3 words upgradable appeared on the broadsword. Sure enough, the blueprint cannot be upgraded, but the thing synthesized from the blueprint can be upgraded. Siabo's heart moved, and he chose to upgrade. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. The broadsword has been upgraded to a fine steel sword. The inferior broadsword disappeared, replaced by a shiny steel sword. The blade is as smooth as a baby's skin. The blade is extremely sharp, emitting a cold light. Good sword. Siabo couldn't help but say, with a flash of joy in his eyes. The steel sword is not like an iron sword. It is very light, and the power itself is 10 points. Holding the steel sword in the hand, it seems as if it does not exist. Siabo couldn't let it go, put the iron bar on the passenger seat, and put the steel sword on the side of his body, so that he could take it easily. After what happened just now, he was not sleepy at all, so he started the car and drove at night. It is not easy to find resource boxes during the day, and even harder to find them at night, but Siabo did not intend to find resource boxes. He wanted to experiment with another idea in his mind. That is whether the monster spawning mechanism is divided into regions. As a result, after driving for an hour, no monsters were found. This idea was also abandoned by Siabo, but as he drove, he found something wrong. The grass around seems to have grown taller. Siabo looked at the area covered by the headlights and vaguely felt that the grass on the roadside seemed to have become much taller. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else. As the car continued to move forward, he suddenly felt uneasy. It was not an illusion, but a real existence. 10 minutes later, the surrounding grassland was as high as the top of the car. After walking for about 10 minutes, the grassland had become more than 2 meters high, and the height was still increasing. Siabo felt uneasy in his heart. The grass around him was getting taller and denser, and it was already 3 meters high. A gust of wind blew, and the dense grass rustled, which was very creepy. This is the special area prompted by the system. Siabo suppressed his inner anxiety. After all, he had a steel knife and swiftness. His strength was much stronger than before. It was easy to deal with monsters. He had no fear at all. The main reason was that he was too lonely. Although he thought so in his heart, he would not do it. If there was a human around him, he would not sleep well. Stop and observe first. It's still 2 hours before dawn. This is a special area, so the supplies inside must be very rich. Siabo stopped the car, easily broke a watermelon with a steel knife, washed his hands, and then ate the watermelon with his hands. While eating, he observed the surroundings. He quickly finished half of the watermelon, took off the watermelon rind on his head, and changed it to another one. It was very cool. The grass rustled when the wind blew around, and it was impossible to observe any useful information. However, this grass was very strange. How could grass grow so high? This place itself is a game. Who knows if there is an unknown power hidden here? Thinking of this, Siabo did not dare to stay any longer. After eating half a watermelon, it was almost enough. Compared with resources, life is more important. He started the car directly and increased the speed. He wanted to drive away from this area quickly, but he underestimated the length of this area. In half an hour, the height of the grassland not only did not decrease, but grew higher. And the grasslands on both sides have a tendency to grow higher and higher. Siabo suddenly braked the car and stared at the grasslands on both sides. It seems that I can't get out for a while. The grasslands here are weird, but according to the nature of the game, there are often huge opportunities in special areas. Maybe this is my opportunity? Since I can't run away, I enjoy it. The opportunity itself is accompanied by risks. If I really drive out of this area, I may regret it. After parking the car, Siabo turned off the headlights, and the whole world fell into darkness. The rustling sound of the grass came to my ears again, which was quite like the visual experience of a horror movie. Fortunately, I couldn't see the swaying shadows of the grass around, otherwise I would be beaten to death. Siabo leaned in the car, holding a steel knife in his hand, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep, listening to the movements around him. Apart from the rustling sound of the grass, there was no other sound. After a long time, Siabo fell asleep in a daze. This sleep lasted until the next day. Chapter 18. The next day, Siabo was awakened by the dazzling sunlight and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Huh? It's the second day, and I slept so soundly last night. Siabo was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, and his sleepiness disappeared. Looking around, he was still on the road with dense grass, and the scorching sun was right above his head. Siabo threw away the watermelon rind on his head, and an unpleasant smell came from his head. He washed himself with water, then got into the car, looking at the flat, straight, and wide road ahead. It's the third day, and I have persisted. If it weren't for the system, I'm afraid I would be the same as those people in the world. It's the third day, and there are still many people in the world who pray for food and water. Some people are already starving to death. Siabo is somewhat fortunate that he is a lucky man. There is a car full of supplies in the car, and he has a resource upgrade system. Not only now, but also in the future, he will have enough food and clothing. Of course, it depends on whether there will be any more terrifying monsters on this long road. The sun in the early morning is not like the sun in the afternoon at all. Siabo was sweating all over in the morning. As a last resort, he wet his clothes with water and put them on. It was much cooler this way. Next, I have to turn on the air conditioner, otherwise it will be really hot today. Siabo wiped the sweat from his forehead and squinted at the rising sun. After breakfast, Siabo continued to drive on the road. Although the grass on both sides was high, it did not bring any shade at all, because the sun was directly overhead. After driving for 3 hours, it was almost noon, and he did not encounter a resource box. Could it be the same as before? Siabo thought as he turned the steering wheel. Before he encountered the monster, he didn't even encounter a resource box. This situation clearly showed that something had appeared. However, in the afternoon, he still didn't encounter a resource box. After breaking open a watermelon and fixing the steering wheel, Siabo drove aimlessly and ate the watermelon. The road was wide, and there was nothing on the road, so he didn't worry about the car turning into the ditch. Siabo insisted on driving for another 2 hours, but not only did he not get out of the grassland, he didn't even encounter a resource box. He parked the car on the side of the road and stared at the endless highway. On both sides of the smooth road were dense grasslands, 2 people tall, as if they had grown dozens of times larger. Maybe I misunderstood. There are no resource boxes in special areas. After nearly a day of exploration, Siabo realized this problem. The system once prompted that on a long road, different areas would be passed through. This road with dense grasslands is one of them. Go a little further, and see if there are any other things. If not, then we can be sure that this special area does not refresh the resource box. Siabo started the car and continued to drive forward. Half an hour later, just when Siabo was about to give up, a small black dot suddenly appeared at the end of his sight in the distance. This small black dot was in the middle of the road. Siabo thought about it and stepped on the accelerator. The speed of the car increased, and the small black dot continued to grow. That is. When Siabo saw what the small black dot was, he touched the steel knife on his side. In front of him was a 2-box car parked in the middle of the road. Siabo stopped 50 meters away from the car, opened the door, and reached over with a steel knife. Everything was very calm. The people in the car didn't seem to notice him. Siabo reached over. No matter if the other party is good or bad, take him down first. This was Siabo's idea. The main reason was that the materials he had were enough to make everyone in the world jealous. He had to be so cautious. After touching the back of the car, he could vaguely see the driver's seat through the blurred rear window. No one. Siabo narrowed his eyes and approached quietly, with beads of sweat on his palms. After touching the car body, Siabo rushed forward with a broad knife and said, "Don't move." Then he rushed to the driver's seat, but there was no one inside. The car door was covered with sharp marks and had been severely damaged. It was done by a monster, but Siabo didn't think much about it. Instead, he turned around and looked around. No one. Suddenly, his face changed. There seemed to be a foul smell here, and he was very familiar with this smell, the smell of a rotting corpse, but he didn't know what corpse it was. The sharp-eyed Siabo suddenly noticed that there seemed to be blood on the ground on one side of the road in front, and some of the grass there was bent, and it was obvious that something came out from there. Siabo walked over, and there was a pool of eye-catching blood on the ground, which had turned black and had a faint odor, and on the side of the road, there was a broken wooden stick. He was very familiar with this wooden stick, which was exactly the wooden stick issued by the system. Siabo had a bad premonition in his heart. He walked to the bent grass and pushed aside the weeds. There were bloodstains everywhere on the weeds here. Curiosity prompted him to take 2 steps and cut off the huge grass roots in front of him with a steel knife. A corpse that had been eaten beyond recognition appeared in front of Siabo. The corpse was half-eaten, with conspicuous sharp teeth marks on it. The black internal organs were bitten off and pulled on the ground. The stomach was almost eaten out, revealing a white skeleton. The face was also eaten beyond recognition, revealing a skull with meat filaments hanging on it. Between the bones and flesh, white maggots were wriggling, and the dense maggots made people's scalps numb. The air was filled with a strong stench of corpses. Siabo didn't look at it for long, and his stomach was churning. This scene had a great impact on him. Ugh! He vomited out the food he had just eaten. Siabo vomited a few times, ran to his car with a mouthful of water, and when the door was closed, he buried his head on the steering wheel. He was trembling all over, and his hands and feet were cold. The appearance of the dead body kept lingering in his mind, and his stomach was still churning. It was a human corpse. After a long time, Siabo drank some water and felt better, but the hand holding the steel knife was still shaking. Who? Who? Siabo breathed in the air with big mouthfuls, and he was still frightened at this moment. It was the first time he saw a human corpse, and it was still very shocking. After a break, Siabo patted his face with water to make himself no longer confused. Just now, for a moment, he seemed to see that the corpse was himself, and he would die in the hands of these monsters. No! I can't let this happen. I want to become strong. Siabo was very determined in his heart. He took a deep breath, started the car, and approached the somewhat broken car. At this time, he found that the car was actually a strange red color, which was a special effect of the game. The 3 words touchable were displayed on it. The owner of the car is dead, so this car has become an ownerless thing. Siabo picked up the iron bar, walked to the side of the car, and swung it simply and roughly. Bang! With a loud bang, the car fell apart, a special effect smoke spread out, and 2 car fragments, a small bottle of low-quality oil, a half-eaten piece of dry bread and only 50 milliliters of ordinary water left appeared on the ground. This is how it works. Chapter 19. Looking at the pitiful amount of supplies on the ground, Siabo felt a little sad. He himself had abundant supplies, but he never thought that there were people in the world who only ate half of the dry bread. There were quite a few bad bananas that he had thrown away. There was even water to wash his face and take a shower. It turned out that he was much luckier than them. He put away the things and clicked on the upgrade. The 2 car fragments were upgraded to 11 pieces, and the water resources and oil were upgraded again, and he stuffed them into the trunk. As for the dry bread, he also chose to upgrade it, and got a hardcover toast bread. This trip was not bad. Silently looking at the location of the corpse, Siabo's face showed a trace of uncontrollable sadness. But it was soon replaced by determination. If you don't want to end up like him, then work hard to upgrade. After simply packing up the things, Siabo continued on the road with a heavy heart. The endless tall grass prairie spread far away, and it was unknown where the end was. The whole day was spent driving. During this period, no resource boxes were found. As evening approached, the weather suddenly changed. The sky was low and dark clouds gathered. The wind whistled past, blowing the tall grass around and making a rustling sound. The swaying grass was like a ghost, which looked so scary. Although the wind was blowing, the air was still very dull. This is the prelude to the coming storm. Siabo opened the car and saw a scene that looked like the end of the world. The wind drove away the heat, leaving only the dull air. Siabo opened the world and found that the world was still very ordinary, but the direction of the discussion had changed. They are discussing careers. Siabo was a little surprised. The arrival of a storm is the best way to solve the water problem, but no one in the world cheered. That is to say, the storm only appears in special areas, and its nature is the same as that of wild monsters, and it refreshes randomly. Siabo thought to himself, and went back to the car to take out the exercise equipment. I have been rushing all day today without exercising. It seems that I can't get out of this special area for a while. Since I can't get out, I can only exercise first. This weather is most suitable for exercise. When the storm comes, I can take a shower. As for collecting rainwater, I am not short of water. I took off my clothes, revealing my slightly strong muscles, and then I started exercising. An hour later, the sky was completely dark, the wind was blowing harder, and the big raindrops had already dripped down, falling on Siabo's back, with a hint of coolness. Comfortable. Siabo smiled happily. This kind of weather is simply too comfortable. Cool and refreshing. Soon, heavy rain poured down, howling wildly, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Siabo took off his clothes and put them in the car, put the steel knife on the hood of the car, and took a good bath. Unfortunately, there was no shower gel and shampoo. After a comfortable bath, Siabo took the steel knife, sat naked in the car, opened the window, listened to the raindrops falling, and felt refreshed. Siabo liked the sound of rain very much, which made people feel peaceful. Soon, sleepiness came. However, Siabo did not dare to sleep, but wet his face with rainwater, woke up a little, and then put on his clothes. Can't fall asleep. I don't know what dangers are here yet. Siabo put on his clothes, touched his broadsword, and turned on the headlights. The rain fell on the windshield like a river, and he couldn't see the front at all. The rain was too heavy, and he couldn't hear any movement nearby. There was only the sound of raindrops hitting the roof and the sound of the wind. Boom, crack, a flash of lightning tore through the sky like a thunder dragon, and the whole world was covered with silver, only for a short moment. At this moment, Siabo's mind was highly concentrated. The sky was getting darker. This time point is the easiest to refresh wild monsters, because it has been 2 hours since dark. Even though Siabo is mentally exhausted, he is still holding on. As long as he holds on until the point where wild monsters are most likely to refresh, it will be fine. And this point is from 12:30 to 2 or 3 o'clock. Last night, 3 wild monsters were refreshed at this point. Boom! Crack! Another purple thunder dragon tore through the sky. In the flash of white silver frost, Siabo suddenly found a tall figure on the right side of the rain curtain, which was 2 meters tall. The body was fat, and Siabo saw the face of the monster clearly under the lightning. It turned out to be a minotaur. The muscles on its body were bulging like rocks. It squeezed through the tall grass and strode towards the car. The picture just flashed by. Siabo was shocked and got out of the car with a steel knife. The heavy rain hit his body with a crackling sound, which brought a little pain and quickly wet his clothes. Wiped the rain off his face, Siabo tightly grasped the steel knife, squinting his eyes to look at the hazy figure under the car lights. This is a new monster. Not the monster that killed the human. There were sharp marks on the car door. If it was really done by the minotaur, the car would be scrapped. Siabo glanced at the turned-on headlights, then came to the front of the car and shouted to the minotaur, "Hey, big guy, come here." When the minotaur saw Siabo, his scarlet eyes flashed with violence. Bang, bang, bang. When it saw Siabo, it actually rushed over directly, the ground shook, and it broke through the rain curtain with great momentum, like a speeding train. Fuck! Siabo shouted. The minotaur actually rushed over directly, the speed was very fast, the ground was shaking, if it was hit by it, the body would definitely fall apart. Siabo did not dare to underestimate the strength of the minotaur, moved his feet, and slid sideways. The minotaur rushed past with great momentum. It missed. After it missed, it braked on the ground. Siabo reacted very quickly, holding the steel knife and slashing on the minotaur's back. Moo! The minotaur cried out in pain, and Siabo put away his knife and stepped back, staring at the minotaur cautiously. What a horrible defense. The steel knife only left a wound on it. You have to know that my strength is 10 points, far exceeding that of ordinary people. With the steel knife, it can barely cut its flesh, which is enough to show how strong the defense of this minotaur is. The minotaur turned around, his scarlet eyes were full of brutality, and his nose snorted heavily. Siabo was very cautious, and slowly moved his feet away from the battlefield. My car couldn't withstand such a collision. While moving, he wiped the rain off his face with his hands, staring at the minotaur without blinking. Although it is difficult for the steel knife to break its defense, it can't withstand thousands of cuts. A bold plan appeared in Siabo's mind. My speed is still quite agile, more than enough to deal with this clumsy minotaur. As for tactics, that is the guerrilla tactics passed down by our ancestors. The minotaur rushed over again, aggressive but clumsy. A timid person might fall into the hands of this minotaur. But Siabo already had experience dealing with more than a dozen wild monsters, so he was naturally very calm. Come on, minotaur. Siabo held the steel knife tightly and faced the minotaur fearlessly. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 20. Siabo used guerrilla tactics to the extreme. The enemy advances, I retreat. The enemy retreats, I advance. With a speed faster than the minotaur, Siabo slashed the minotaur with one knife after another. Its body was soon covered with scars, and blood flowed along with the rain. Soon, the minotaur's physical strength obviously couldn't keep up, and its movements became more clumsy. And Siabo was the same, panting, and his lungs seemed to be cut by a blade when he breathed, and it hurt. But the minotaur was obviously worse than him. You are still a little naive to fight me. After all, I am also an intelligent creature. Siabo took a deep breath. He could clearly feel that these monsters were not very intelligent. They relied entirely on this game to instill hunting instincts in them. There may be intelligent creatures in the future, and it is just a transition at present. Puff, puff, the minotaur was breathing heavily. Siabo, holding the steel knife, dragged his tired body and rushed forward again, not giving it any chance to rest. At the same time, his movements were so cautious, for fear that the minotaur would suddenly attack. One knife. Two knives. Siabo was obviously exhausted and basically couldn't hold on. Later, he couldn't break the minotaur's defense at all. His chest was like a blower, rising and falling violently, and the rain and sweat mixed together, unable to distinguish one from the other. The minotaur was already lying on the ground, unable to move. Obviously, it was hacked to death. Siabo collapsed on the ground, his chest rising and falling violently. I'm so tired, I'm going to die of exhaustion. After resting for a while, Siabo felt the muscles in his body sore, which was the result of excessive force. Dragging his tired body, Siabo came to the things that the minotaur had exploded. When he saw the things that had exploded, his eyes flashed with a strange color. Boxer Metal *5. Introduction. The key token for changing to a boxer. Note, 100 boxer medals can be used to change to a boxer. It's another new profession. Currently, the professions that have exploded include Wild Hunter, Automotive Engineer and Berserker medals, including some professions in China and the West. What the hell is this boxer? I will fulfill your dream with my own hands? Siabo's eyes flashed with suspicion. He picked up the things in the heavy rain, then got into the car and chose to upgrade the things. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. The Boxer Metal *5 has been upgraded to the National Martial Arts Master Metal *34. Fuck. Looking at the pile of shiny metals that exploded in his arms, Siabo couldn't help but swear, Master of Martial Arts Metal *34. Introduction. An important token for changing to Master of Martial Arts. Note, 500 Master of Martial Arts medals will change to Master of Martial Arts. Master of Martial Arts, there is such an outrageous profession. Siabo put the things away. The Master of Martial Arts medal can be said to be the most medals that have been dropped so far. What he didn't expect was that this minotaur would actually drop so many medals. Something is wrong. According to the nature of the game, the drop rate of wild monsters can't be 100%. Siabo leaned on the car to rest, and suddenly he was a little confused. He recalled the drop rate of monsters he had killed during this period. Almost every wild monster would drop something, and now this minotaur even dropped 5 professional medals. The drop rate was terrifying. But Siabo also realized a problem, that is, will this 100% explosion rate always exist? Just like the resource box, there are empty boxes in the resource box, but I rarely encounter them. Almost never, unless you are unlucky. This shows that the resource box has a very high resource rate. But Siabo always feels that sooner or later, this probability will decrease. No, maybe I haven't explored the system enough. If I guess correctly, this is very likely a time similar to the novice period, with a time limit, but I didn't find it. Siabo opened the game system, and the world was still a lively scene. Even in the trading function, he was no longer the only one trading. Some other people's transactions also appeared. These people all have the LV2 logo, and it seems that some people have entered the second level field one after another. In addition to the trading function, Siabo also discovered a new function. Space function. The space function is still not enabled, and the requirement to enable it is to reach level 5. Note, The first person to open the space function will receive a space gift pack *1, a unique title *1. Even after the space, there is a line of words. There are rewards. Siabo was stunned. The unique title and space gift pack are definitely good things. He must fight for them. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 2. Experience, 920. Strength, 10. Agility, 4. Physical fitness, 6. Mental strength, 5. Health value, 97. Mastering skills. Primary fighting skills expertise. Strength is continuously improved with training. Primary agility. Opening the system panel, he found that his experience value had increased by 5 points. Toward actually has such a high experience value. This special area can be said to be a good place to kill monsters and level up. Siabo is hard moved. Should he stay here? Anyway, his supplies are the last. Even if he can hold on for 10 days or half a month, there will be no problem. Thinking of this, Siabo is sure that this method is feasible. In any case, he must fight for the first quota to open the space. Looking away from the trading function, the trade he posted in the world is still there, but there are not many people trading. It seems that many people may have obtained some special items, drawings and the like. He also understands the preciousness of these resources. Siabo understands the reason, which is that the explosion rate of resource boxes and wild monsters is too high. But is this game really so kind? Siabo browsed for 10 minutes, and finally found what he wanted. It was in an inconspicuous position on the attribute page. You can't find it at all, if you don't look carefully. Novice Welfare Period. Introduction. The first week of the game is the Novice Welfare Period. Function. The probability of wild monsters dropping items is increased to 100%. The probability of resources being dropped is increased to 90%. The wild monster refresh rate is reduced to 20%. The hidden resource box appearance rate is increased to 10%. And the ordinary resource box refresh rate is increased to 80%. Note, after the Novice Welfare Period ends, the resource box upgrade and refresh function will be enabled. Special Areas. Introduction. In the highway survival game, there are various special areas, towns, mountains, lakes, wastelands, tall grass gardens, and so on. Function. The wild monsters in special areas are relatively special, with high experience values and strong strength. Most of the items dropped are rare items. Note, this function can overlap with the Novice Welfare Period. Introduction to rare items. Various medals, skill books, professional medals, professional skill books, blueprints, and so on. Chapter 21. After seeing these introductions, Siabo's breathing became rapid. He looked at the grassland with grass up to 3 meters high and quickly realized that he was not in a hell, but in a paradise. There are still 3 days before the end of the Novice Welfare Period. While the wild monsters in the special area will drop special items, the Novice Welfare has increased the drop rate to 100%. What does this mean? This means that the wild monsters killed in this high grassland area will drop rare items, and the drop rate is 100%. Various rare metals, powerful skills, and professional medals for job transfers. I have a broadsword, a powerful weapon, and sufficient resources. Siabo quickly realized what he was facing. He was facing a dangerous area, but it was also a paradise. In front of him, it was an opportunity to rise. He looked at the world. No one realized this, and more people were discussing the changes after the upgrade and the emergence of space. Siabo felt that it was not just him who realized it, but others might also realize it, but they didn't say it. In addition, this special area is hard to come by, and it is impossible to reach here without a huge amount of oil. As for the car that appeared before, Siabo remembered a guy who had posted a message in the world before. It should be the lucky one, but unfortunately there are no resource boxes in the special area, and the monsters here are stronger than those in the grassland. With only a wooden stick, there is only one way to die when encountering a minotaur. No wonder there are so few things in the car. Powerful monsters, depleted resources, and fragile weapons. This place may be a hell of death for others. But for me, this place is simply heaven. I have resources, and I have synthesized a steel knife, and I have 2 skills, which are powerful and fast. Enough to deal with some troubles. It seems that I need to make a plan. Siabo had a preliminary plan in his mind. This opportunity to rise must not be missed. The supplies I have are enough to eat for a long time. If I miss it, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Siabo ate something in the car, resisting the sleepiness. This time I can't sleep. Because there are more important things waiting for me. After eating and drinking, Siabo recovered his physical strength and pushed open the car door and walked into the rainstorm. The rain is too heavy, and the wind is too strong. If you hold a big umbrella, it will be blown away. I can't hold an umbrella. Originally wanted to hold up the umbrella he got, but the wind was too strong, and it would be blown away easily. There was no way, he could only stand in the rain and look around. Fortunately, his physical fitness has become stronger now, otherwise he really wouldn't dare to play like this. The monsters here will drop such rare things. I'm afraid the chance of spawning monsters is not high. I can only wait slowly. The spawning rate of monsters during the day is much lower than that at night. So hunting at night is the best time. But at the same time, the risk factor increases very high in the dark. Not everyone dares to hunt at night like Siabo. I have 2 skills, plus a broadsword, and a large amount of supplies, which are enough to open an insurmountable gap between myself and everyone else within these 4 days. At that time, even if I show a large amount of supplies, no one will dare to challenge me with my own strength. Yes, this is Siabo's hunting plan. It seems crazy, but he is well prepared. A lot of supplies, a powerful broadsword and his own skills. It may not be impossible to fight. The most important thing is the things that the wild monsters here drop. Experience, rare supplies. Enough to make people all over the world crazy. Enough to make himself surpass everyone in 4 days. The night is so dark, the rain is so heavy, and the grass is so tall and dense. The heavy rain is enough to keep Siabo clear-headed. As long as tonight is over, I will make up for the sleep during the day and go hunting at night. By the 4th day, I will be reborn. The night is always so long. I don't know how long it has been. A dark and thin shadow emerged from the tall and dense grassland and approached Siabo's car. Siabo didn't notice it, although he was constantly observing the surroundings. The heavy rain and the endless darkness limited the distance that can be seen through the eyes. So he didn't notice the monster that was approaching. The crackling sound of the heavy rain perfectly covered the monster's movement. Fuck. Just when Siabo turned around, he saw the monster that had walked to the taillight of the car. The heavy rain prevented Siabo from seeing the monster's face clearly, and he only saw a thin figure. But he was still shocked. The monster saw Siabo, made a sound, screamed, and flew over at a speed that Siabo could not react to. He found it too late, and the monster was too fast. Siabo reacted half a second, but the speed of the monster was too fast, especially the pair of claws, which could easily cut his flesh. But at this critical moment, Siabo raised the steel knife, and the black shadow hit him, and was thrown to the ground. One claw pierced Siabo's arm, but was blocked by the steel knife, only cutting the flesh, and then the monster stretched out another claw, and the sharp claw grabbed Siabo's eyes. Siabo cursed angrily, which undoubtedly increased Siabo's courage. The adrenaline in his body soared instantly, and the powerful force exploded, pushing it away directly. Although this monster Su was quite fast, his strength was about the same as when he was 4 points, which was completely incomparable to Siabo's 10 points of strength. In anger, Siabo pushed it away directly. However, he quickly stood up, ignoring the pain in his arm, and the steel knife fell down. Puff! The monster was instantly killed by Siabo. Hoo-hoo! Damn, I almost died. If I hadn't used the steel knife to resist at the critical moment, the claws would have grabbed my chest, and I would definitely be disemboweled. Siabo leaned against the car, panting in shock. After resting for a few seconds, Siabo touched the things that the monster exploded. Iron Box Master Key *1, what is this? Siabo was stunned. There was no introduction. It was just an ordinary key. Upgrade it, and 1 key became 5 keys. It should be the key of a box. It seems useless now. Siabo put it in the car. It is useless now, but it doesn't mean it will be useless in the future. After taking a rest, Siabo realized that there are still big loopholes in his security awareness. But it is true. It is late at night, and he has not slept well recently. This time period is when he is mentally tired. But Siabo can't sleep. He must seize this opportunity, and not stop for a moment. Chapter 22. It can be said that at this time, it is easy for me to be caught. Fortunately, those monsters have no wisdom, otherwise I would have become a corpse now. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. I must be cautious. Siabo took a rest, stood up, shook off the raindrops on his hair, and continued to look around. The grasslands on both sides were very dark, with only the car lights emitting a faint light. It is still pouring rain, and I am not in good spirits. It can be said that the current situation is very unfriendly to me. It is extremely unfriendly. If it were not for my considerable combat power, Siabo would have run away long ago. There are 5 hours left. The novice protection reduces the monster spawning rate. Only 2 wild monsters were spawned in 7 hours, and wild monsters are randomly refreshed, so there are fewer wild monsters. Siabo deduced that at most 2 wild monsters would be refreshed in the second half of the night, which is still a very optimistic inference. It is also very likely that only 1 will be refreshed. After all, the refresh rate of wild monsters has been reduced too much. If there are 3 monsters every night on average, in 4 days and 3 nights, I will kill 9 monsters. Of course, this is just a personal guess. After all, the monster spawning rate is not stable. People with good luck may not encounter any monsters, while people with bad luck may encounter 1 every 10 minutes. People are different. Now Siabo hopes to encounter monsters, because this is his way to become stronger. It is difficult to keep watch at night. Even if it is raining heavily, Siabo is very tired. He has to keep his mind highly focused all the time. He has not slept well, and can hardly hold on now. Even if he is physically strong, he can't withstand the mental exhaustion. I was really sleepy. I didn't even feel like eating. I just felt hungry. I was extremely depressed. It will be dawn in 2 hours, but the rain has not even subsided at all. Hiding in the slightly narrow space in the car, Siabo felt an unprecedented sense of security. The rain also made him physically and mentally exhausted. Now it was almost dawn, and during the day, wild monsters would be even rarer. At that time, Siabo would be able to sleep comfortably. But now, the night was not over yet, and everything still needed to be careful. After forcing himself to have a depressed spirit and eating something, Siabo opened the car door again after feeling full. There is still an hour and a half left. I haven't encountered wild monsters for nearly 4 hours. I didn't expect that the protection during the novice period would become the biggest stumbling block to my rise. Siabo was speechless. Nothing happened, so Siabo had to run around the car to strengthen his spirit and strengthen his body at the same time. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 1 lap. 2 laps. 30 laps. Siabo stopped to rest every 30 laps to keep his energy. In fact, it is unwise to exercise at this time, because wild monsters may appear at any time. But Siabo has a sense of confidence, and this confidence comes from his own strength. This is why he dares to do this. It will be dawn in half an hour. It seems that wild monsters will not come. I can rest then. Siabo ran a lap, braving the weakening rain, and couldn't help thinking. His plan is to rest during the day and hunt at night. Continue. Siabo thought for a moment, then continued to run along the car with a steel knife in his hand. Now it's been a while since I've been exercising, and I'm afraid that it won't be long before my strength grows again. Siabo always keeps an expectation for the growth of his strength. Who doesn't like to see himself getting stronger? Compared to the bustle of the world, Siabo is obviously very self-disciplined. Now his life is only about exercising and hunting wild monsters. There are still 10 minutes before dawn. During his break, Siabo looked at the time and closed the system panel. The useful information in the world became limited, and no one knew more than he did. He had a hunch that after the novice period, what he would face most likely was hell mode. He didn't know how many people in the world would survive by then. Suddenly, Siabo saw a black shadow coming out of the grassland in front of him. The rain has become much lighter now, and the visibility has become wider than before. The black shadow happened to come out of the grassland opposite him. Siabo tightly grasped the steel knife in his hand and walked towards the wild monster. Suddenly, he moved quickly, and his figure suddenly rose up. His body rushed out like a cannonball, directly breaking through the rain curtain in front of him, and the bright steel knife slid down from top to bottom. Yayo! The monster was startled and let out a strange cry. Die! Siabo's eyes were cold, and the muscles on his arms bulged high, like pieces of rock. The steel knife fell, with great force. Crack! Siabo only felt his palm pause, and the steel knife chopped on the monster's skull, directly embedded half a centimeter. Although the skull was the hardest part, it could not withstand Siabo's strength and the sharpness of the steel knife. The steel knife fell like a hammer. It directly knocked the monster unconscious. Then he quickly stretched out his foot and kicked the monster into the lush grassland. He took advantage of the situation and pulled out the steel knife stuck in the skull. Siabo did not stop at all. He rushed forward directly. Regardless of whether the monster lying on the ground and crushing the lush grassland was dead or alive, the steel knife cut across the monster's neck and directly separated the monster's head and body. And it happened that it ended quickly, and Siabo also felt his body sink. This action was lucky as flowing water, without any drag. The battle was resolved in 10 seconds. Huh? After resolving the monster, Siabo also breathed a sigh of relief. After resolving another monster, the experience value has risen to 11 points. He now has an urge to meet the Minotaur. Of course, I'm not crazy. The Minotaur is powerful, but my speed and reaction are better than the Minotaur, and I have a steel knife, which is enough to kill the Minotaur. The Minotaur's experience points and the things that exploded are too much, plus my resource upgrade system, it's a perfect match. Maybe it's because I killed the Minotaur and my experience points soared. I actually looked down on this wild monster with low experience points. No, I can't have such thoughts. Siabo shook his head, looked at the corpse that disappeared on the ground, and squatted on the ground, pulling away the grass to see what exploded. Professional skills. Primary Iron Fist. Level. Designated profession, Boxer. Features, Strength plus 10. Passive 1, Critical Hit. Swinging the Iron Fist will cause a high critical hit, and the critical hit damage will cause 50% of the strength value. Passive 2, Double Attack. Swinging the Iron Fist has a chance to perform a double attack, triggering Passive 1. Seeing the things that exploded, the whole person was stunned. After a while, he finally realized what was happening, and suddenly lost his composure. Fuck. Chapter 23. Two simple and clear words reveal Siabo's inner fluctuations at the moment. This professional skill is so powerful. Siabo held the skill book in his hand, and his heart was shocked. Boxer is a close combat profession, and this Iron Fist is very consistent with the characteristics of a boxer. So, is this destined by God? The first professional skill book, and a lot of professional medals have been collected. It is the easiest profession to synthesize. Looking at the professional skill book in his hand, there is a mysterious force binding him to it. Shaking his head, Siabo smiled. How could it be so mysterious? This profession progresses very quickly. There are many professional medals, and a professional skill book has been collected. If it is really combined first, then switch to this profession. Back in the car, Siabo chose to upgrade the professional skill book. Professional skill book, Bajiquin. Specified profession, National Martial Arts Master. Features, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Physical Fitness plus 5. Passive, Bajiquin National Martial Arts Master Bajiquin. A national martial arts. Siabo felt a little unbelievable. Iron Fist can actually be upgraded to Bajiquin. Is this upgrade reasonable? It seems a little unreasonable. Could it be that the upgrade direction of this professional skill book is in the direction after the professional upgrade? So Iron Fist will be upgraded to Bajiquin. Bajiquin is a kind of national martial arts. It is also in line with the setting of the National Martial Arts Master. Siabo thought about it, and put the skill book away for the time being. This profession is pending, and the National Martial Arts Master makes Siabo very excited. After all, the collection progress of this profession has far exceeded that of other professions. But this profession is close combat, which makes him very taboo. Let's see first, which profession is synthesized first, and then I will transfer to that profession. Siabo thought about it, and put the things away. At this time, he noticed that someone had traded the transaction information he posted on the system. Interesting, an assassin professional medal. Has an assassin finally appeared? Seeing what the trader gave, Siabo showed a strong interest on his face. He replied directly, okay, 500 milliliters of pure water, 10 pieces of toast. He traded a lot of supplies to the other party, in fact, just to accumulate his good popularity. He didn't have much else, but he had a lot of supplies, enough for himself to eat for a long time, so he might as well be a good person and let them know that he, Siabo, is a good person. There is no other meaning. In the future, as more and more wild monsters appear, it will be difficult for one person to resist without hot weapons. Then the team is an inevitable development trend in the future. After all, only by uniting together can the chance of survival be greatly increased. In his heart, Siabo also planned to form a team. After all, the power of one person is not as strong as the power of a team. Cast a wide net now to pave the way for the future. Let everyone know that you are generous and have abundant resources. Attracting a group of loyal players is no problem. If you can meet your old classmates and old friends, especially friends from the orphanage, it will be even better. But this is just a thought. Let's not talk about the hundreds of billions of people thrown on this road. How high is the chance of meeting someone you know? It's extremely difficult to survive in the early stage. Don't think too much. It's useless to think too much. It's better to lay the foundation for the future now. Siabo upgraded the assassin medal, Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Assassin Metal *1 upgraded to Shadow Ghost Metal *6. Shadow Ghost Metal *6. Introduction. An important token for changing jobs to Shadow Ghost. Note: 500 Shadow Ghost medals are required to change jobs to Shadow Ghost. A new profession, Shadow Ghost. Unconsciously, I have collected 5 professions: repairman, hunter, warrior, boxer, assassin. Well, according to some mechanisms, will there be nurses, tanks and other things. Now that I have a lot of professional medals, this can't stop Siabo from thinking about it. In short, the professional system will definitely be the dominant one in the future. Putting things away, Siabo got out of the car, cut some tall grass with the mercenary steel knife, and then covered the windshield of the car. After more than 10 minutes, the sky was glimmering, the sun came out, and the rainstorm stopped suddenly, just like a special code dream. Siabo has turned his car into a haystack. Covering with a lot of grass can block the sun's glare and create a darker space in the car, which can make people sleep more comfortably. After an hour of work, the sun has come out, and the scorching sun shines on the earth, drying it out. Siabo got into the car tiredly. He was too tired. He didn't sleep all night last night, and he had never slept comfortably before. This time he can finally have a good sleep. The car is indeed much cooler and darker, without dazzling sunlight. The most important thing is that it is safe during the day. Sitting in the car for less than a minute, Siabo fell asleep when he felt sleepy, but his hand was still holding the handle of the steel knife, and he didn't let go. This sleep was so dark, the stars were dim, and the sun and moon were dim. When he woke up, there were only a dozen minutes left before dark. In the car, he was sweating. Gurgle. After waking up, his stomach protested. Siabo washed up after getting the door of the taxi that was covered with grass. After a day of sun blast, there was no trace of heavy rain. The ruthless sun. Siabo chewed the sandwich, poured water into his mouth, and complained. The sun is indeed ruthless. But this sleep was quite comfortable. Not long after, the sky darkened again, and the 4th night of this world arrived. Siabo leaned against the slightly shabby car hidden in the haystack with full spirits, staring at the surroundings. At this time is the most difficult to endure. You must always be vigilant, and this is a long night. It can be said that there is no entertainment. If you stay like this for a long time, you will definitely go crazy. But fortunately, there is still world chat to watch. Fuck. I got a skill book from a monster, and I've learned it. It's the dog upstairs. The identification is complete. Brothers, work harder. There are still 3 days left in the novice period. No way, the world is still so lively at night. Aren't you afraid of the dwarf coming? Fuck, I haven't seen the world for a day, and so many level 2 bosses have appeared. Everything is for space. The world is very lively. Although so many days have passed, the world is still active. Snap. The world chat suddenly closed. Siabo raised his knife, and looked at the tall and dense grass not far away. There was no heavy rain tonight, and the breeze blew, and the sound of the grass was very subtle. But the rustling sound was unusually obvious. A wild monster. Siabo showed joy on his face and rushed up directly. Crude iron long sword. Introduction. Made by creatures from a certain group. Note: no characteristics. I got equipment. Chapter 24. Siabo held the iron sword that exploded, with an incredible look on his face. Just looking at this introduction, a lot of information has been revealed. The wild monsters in this world, no, I'm afraid they are not wild monsters, but a kind of spirits. They can actually make weapons. In the past few days, Siabo was most proud of the steel knife in his hand, which brought him a great sense of security. But now, he felt the crisis coming again. The appearance of the iron sword proved that the wild monsters in this world are intelligent races. No, they should be spirits, but this is predictable. But Siabo didn't expect that these spirits could actually make iron swords. If iron swords can be made, then spears and bows and arrows will be easier to make. Once you encounter this kind of spirit, it's scary to think about it. It shouldn't happen. It didn't happen during the novice period. This kind of monster is still too far away, but it's only a matter of time before it appears. So I have to become stronger. This kind of weapon has appeared. So how far can the monster with weapons be? At this moment, he also realized the original intention of the bulletproof glass design. This is to arm and strengthen not only myself, but also my car. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. The crude iron sword has been upgraded to a fine steel sword. The extremely rough and crude iron sword in his hand disappeared, replaced by a shining fine steel sword, 3 feet long and extremely sharp. It's comparable to a steel knife. However, Siabo didn't like this fine steel sword because it was too light, lighter than a steel knife, and it was not easy to use, especially after the power increased. Although I know that the sharpness of this fine steel sword is the same as that of a steel knife, it is too light to swing, which will give people a very weak illusion. This feeling is very uncomfortable. I simply put the fine steel sword and the iron rod together. I continue to hold my machete in my hand. The machete is still comfortable to use, and it is simple and rough, just chop it, and it's done. I put the fine steel sword into the car, and stood in front of the car with the machete. The fine steel sword is useless now, but it will definitely be useful in the future. The experience value has reached 12 points. As long as you hunt 6 wild monsters, you can level up. Or a minotaur. Minotaur, come on, I look forward to your arrival. Siabo licked his slightly dry lips, and looked at the peaceful grassland. Except for the sound of the wind blowing, there was no unusual movement. He had just hunted a wild monster, and there would be no more wild monsters for a while. He simply took out the bucket of water, and continued to exercise. During the exercise, time passed quickly, and Siabo was sweating all over. 2 hours later, Siabo took a breath, put the bucket of water on the ground, stood up, and his bones made crackling sounds. A sense of pleasure spread throughout his body. Siabo felt that his muscles were getting harder, and the blood vessels on his arms were very scary. His biceps bulged high, holding up his clothes. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 2. Experience, 12/20. Strength, 11. Agility, 4. Physical fitness, 6. Mental strength, 5. Health value, 97. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills specialization. Strength will continue to increase with exercise. Primary agility. Siabo glanced at the attribute panel, and sure enough, his strength increased a little. At present, my agility is relatively backward, but unfortunately I don't have a skill book that can improve my agility. My agility is only a short-term burst. If these wild monsters become smart, I will definitely not get any benefit. Siabo understands his shortcomings. The 3 wild monsters that have appeared are not smart, and do not know how to use their own advantages to fight. The little green monster with claws is much faster than him, but it is too stupid. Because of its size, it has an instinctive fear of humans. So after getting close, it will be particularly cautious. This also gives me a great opportunity. That is to take it by surprise, and swing it with an iron rod. The little green man who was hit by a stick cannot bear it. The monster holding a broadsword obviously has a particularly long attack range, but it will not play its own advantages. It will only swing the machete and chop from top to bottom. As for the Minotaur, it has strong defense, but it can only charge, and it is a straight-line charge, which is easy to dodge. Sometimes he wonders if these are arranged by the system to give experience. These are all differences in the welfare period for novices. If the novice benefit period is over, will they still be so stupid? This is his biggest concern. We must quickly find a way to solve our speed disadvantage. The same goes for physical strength. As for mental strength, in addition to the rapid consumption of mental strength, the primary combat specialization is more like a passive one. So now, improving speed is his current goal. Siabo put the things back in place and thought about it. Unless a skill book that can improve speed is exploded, and the positioning is passive, not active. If the speed is fast enough, under the impact of a certain speed, the strength will increase linearly if you punch hard. Although there is a way to improve in my mind, there is no way to directly obtain the skill book with acceleration. Killing monsters and getting them is a bit whimsical. There are all kinds of things that get exploded. Who knows what they will be? Needs need to be obtained through trading, so my only way is through the trading function. There will always be someone who is lucky among the billions of yen people in the world. As for whether there is one, we still have to try it. Siabo's eyes flashed, and his eyes fell on the newly opened fine steel sword. The value of the fine steel sword is undoubtedly the greatest, and it is the greatest in the whole world. After all, the only way to attack in the world is still a wooden stick, but a wooden stick will always break one day. And the fine steel sword is useless to me, so it is better to use it as a trade to find all the skills in the world. Siabo felt that this idea was more and more feasible. He did it right away, and took out the fine steel sword again, and then put it on the trade. Write the item to be traded. Trading item, fine steel sword, as shown in the picture. Demand item, skill book. Requirement, skill book linked to agility value. After browsing it, and confirming that it was correct, he clicked OK. Then he closed the transaction panel and started to keep watch. Little did he know that the release of his transaction quickly caused an explosive discussion in the world. Fuck. I didn't see it wrong. Big brother Siabo actually traded a sword made of fine steel. Awesome. So awesome. How rich is this guy? He even traded a long sword made of fine steel. I'm jealous. I'm going to kill monsters and get a skill book. A long sword with such exquisite craftsmanship is worth more than just a skill book, right? I'm envious. I'm still holding a wooden stick to swing the monster. Big brother Siabo has already started to exchange things with a fine steel sword. The transaction information has been sent out and was noticed by people who were idle at night, and the world chat was shocked. Chapter 25. Siabo's backstage is growing at a rate of 99 plus per second. No matter if they are men or women, whether they have something or not, they all come to ask. Some girls have even tried to get the fine steel sword by trading flesh and blood. But Siabo naturally doesn't believe in such ethereal and illusory things. Compared with the shaking of the world, Siabo seems much calmer, hugging his arms and leaning against the car with a machete in his hand. After a workout, the consumption of physical strength and muscles is huge. Fortunately, after the strength is improved, the muscle soreness has been relieved. Now Siabo has a feeling that he can kill a cow with one punch. Of course, this is all an illusion. After calming down, this feeling has been reduced a lot. The night road is long and the night is endless. Before this, someone in the world tried to drive at night and along the roadside, but did not find a resource box. In other words, there is no refresh of resource boxes at night, but refresh of wild monsters. In this special area, there are no resource boxes, only wild monsters, but to compensate, the quality of items dropped by wild monsters has been improved. In short, the night is a test for humans. There are still many things I don't understand at present. Who knows what will happen in 7 days? After thinking a lot, Siabo was a little confused. The difficulty of the game will only increase, not decrease, and the number of humans will only decrease, not increase. Then, what will the game look like after a year? Will I be the only one left, or will I be like the dead body I met the day before yesterday, exposed in the wilderness? After a short period of firmness, Siabo was a little hesitant for a while. Facing the long night, this emotion suddenly appeared, just like the Yellow River flooding out of control. What about the piles of supplies? What about the power that is so powerful that it is unmatched? After several years, this road is only for me, dead, lonely, and aimless. A sudden sadness surged in my heart, out of control. Perhaps it is because it is late at night, and people are quiet, that such loneliness will arise. He clicked on the world, and dense messages popped up. No, at least not now. Humans are a social animal, and the most feared thing is loneliness. Looking at the dense messages in the world, at this moment, Siabo's heart was sublimated unprecedentedly. If it was for survival before, then now, I may have a new goal. This goal may be for the continuation of human civilization. At least I am alive, and will not let mankind perish. Some people live in the present, and some people live for the future. Siabo took a deep breath, and his heart was still heavy. Because in my private chat function, many people's avatars have turned black. This means that they are dead. No one knows that they are dead, and no one knows who they are. Only the dark avatars and messages they sent show that they have been here. Maybe death is a new reincarnation. They are released, and we are still struggling in the game. Siabo thought silently, and glanced at the private chat messages. Too many people contacted him. One sentence, one word. At least they are still alive, right? Even if there are bad guys. Huh? Siabo took a breath and glanced through it. There are not many people who have the skill book about agility and are willing to sell it. Most people are skeptical about the fact that they have the fine steel sword. After all, no one has ever seen a fine steel sword in this game. Among them, many people are questioning. Siabo ignored them and roughly screened those who said they had it but actually used it themselves and wanted to fish. There were not many people who actually had it, only a single digit. There were only 2 people. Most people use the skills after they just got them. After all, this is something that increases their own strength and is extremely important in the initial stage of the game. Few people can withstand the temptation of skills and not use them. Siabo learned that the skill books owned by these 2 people are one professional skill book and the other general skill book. The professional skill book is about the assassin's skill book. Assassins focus on agility, so assassins' agility skill books are usually very precious, especially in the early stages of the game. Unfortunately, it is a professional skill book. Even if it takes 10 days or half a month, it may not be possible to collect it all. Siabo shook his head helplessly. He had not yet decided what profession he would switch to, and collecting it would also be a way to accumulate. Although he was rich, he could not collect everything. After passing it, Siabo looked at the skill book owned by another person. The skill book owned by this person is called Primary Speed. This is a very real skill book, easy to understand. Are you sure you want to trade this skill book? Siabo replied directly. Yes, I'm with Boss Siabo. This skill book was exploded after I struggled to kill a monster with a machete. I was injured by the knife, and the wooden stick was broken. Fortunately, I killed it, and then I saw the transaction you posted. I contacted you without thinking. The other party replied very quickly, almost in seconds. Siabo nodded. Okay, upload the items for trading. My items have been uploaded. Then, he opened the permissions, and the trading target met the trading requirements. The other party was a little dumbfounded. Siabo, you uploaded it before? You didn't upload a picture? Siabo replied, no. The air was a little quiet. The boss is worthy of being a boss. The man sighed and chose to upload. With a swish, the transaction disappeared. A wild laugh came from a 2-box car parked on the side of the road. Fuck. What a good sword. What a good sword. Compared with the man's excitement, Siabo was relatively calm, but there was also a look of surprise on his face. Skills: Primary Speed. Features: Agility +2, Physical +1, not bad bonus. Exchanging a fine steel sword for a skill book, it's worth it. Once the novice benefit period is over, there will be restrictions on future transactions, and it will no longer be so arbitrary. In the transaction just now, he found that the trading function is also an item of the novice benefit period. Unlimited transactions, no restrictions. But during the novice benefit period, this is really a bit useless. The car fragments and professional metals that I need have been hanging in the trading function for so many days, and no one has traded them. It can only be said that during the novice benefit period, the material explosion rate of wild monsters is too high, resulting in too many resources at present. At least everyone has enough food and drink. Resource box, wild monsters. This situation will continue until the end of the novice benefit period, but at that time, the trading function will also be restricted. This is really a bit annoying. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Primary Agility upgraded to Primary Agility Light. Skill: Primary Agility. Features: Agility +3, Physical Strength +2. Advanced Skills: As the level of training increases, agility will also increase. Unlimited potential. Chapter 26. Sure enough, this kind of general skill book can easily become a skill book with growth potential after upgrading, especially the skill book about 4-dimensional attributes. There is only one thing that Siabo doesn't understand, that is, agility is actually linked to physical strength. The previous martial arts specialization did not have other attributes. After thinking about it, Siabo had no clue, and then he stopped thinking about it. This game is unreasonable, and these things are unreasonable. When mental strength is linked to physical strength, Siabo is no longer surprised. After choosing to use the skill book, an inexplicable feeling surged throughout the body, numb and comfortable. Oh! Siabo hummed. This kind of body transformation is indeed very comfortable. It's a pity that he is a chick. The comfort soon passed, and Siabo felt it for a while, and felt that he had endless energy all over his body. The legs were full of explosive power, and the whole body became much lighter, as if he could step on the front heel and the back foot to go to the sky. Siabo understood that these were all illusions. It was the same illusion that one could kill a cow with one punch after the strength was just increased. In fact, he could not kill at all, and was still a rookie. The attribute panel was also refreshed. Name: Siabo. Profession: none. Gender: male. Level 2. Experience: 12/20. Strength: 11. Agility: 7. Physical fitness: 8. Mental strength: 5. Health value: 94. Mastered skills: Primary fighting skills expertise. Strength is continuously improved with training. Primary agility. Primary agility. This system panel is absolutely abnormal. Huh, it feels good. The current attributes are basically perfect. As long as you keep exercising, your strength and agility will improve. Siabo was very satisfied. It can be said that he has reached the peak of his life. Strength and materials are not lacking. Now the focus can be comfortably placed on metals and upgrades. At this time, the world was in turmoil as the transaction ended. The transaction was completed, and the status of the transaction information has been changed. Which boss traded it? Siabo, a senior boss, dares to trade with a fine steel sword, which shows that he is not short of weapons. Awesome, Siabo is the #1 in this game. I envy you, my wooden stick is almost broken. Brother Bobo. Please the sun. People in the world have been paying attention to the transaction. Now that the status of the transaction has changed, the world is shaking again. Some are happy and some are sad. Many people have also cast their eyes on Siabo, the man who has set off the world since the beginning of the game. He has attracted too much attention, including some real-world desperate elements. In their eyes, Siabo is a mobile treasure house. As long as he encounters it, he will be able to soar into the sky. However, Siabo naturally does not know everything. At this moment, he is completely focused on a wild monster in front of him. A wild monster holding a machete. It has just been refreshed. This is the second wild monster of this kind that he has encountered. Siabo did not get carried away because he obtained the primary agility. On the contrary, he would take every battle seriously. At this moment, his eyes exuded coldness, his face was firm, and his arms holding the steel knife bulged with rock-like muscles. There is explosive power in these muscles. The soles of his feet grip the ground tightly, and the muscles on his thighs are well developed, which can reach the level of a sprint champion in a short moment. This comes from the skill book he obtained. The wild monster holding the broadsword looked dull, waving his arms to chop down the tall grass. He walked towards Siabo mechanically like a robot. Come on, I just try my hand on you. Siabo licked his lips, his eyes were cold, like a beast ready to go. The tall and thin wild monster just stepped onto the road. With a strange cry, he rushed towards Siabo, and his slender thighs, like bamboo poles, took a long step. The broadsword in his hand swung, mixed with a sharp edge. Come on! Siabo's eyes flashed with excitement, the muscles of his thighs contracted, and the power was transmitted from his body to the soles of his feet. He moved, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and his figure suddenly rose. At the moment when the broadsword fell, it flashed to the side, and a white light flashed past, directly cutting one of the monster's legs. Crack! Siabo's knuckles shook, and the steel knife cut the monster's leg, directly cutting off one of the monster's legs. The monster staggered and knelt on one leg. However, it still turned around mechanically, and cut towards Siabo. Siabo drew his knife, and had already prepared for it. The steel knife pushed forward. Clang! The sound of the golden sword touching came. Siabo's face suddenly changed, and his figure retreated several steps. The steel knife hummed, his arm vibrated, and his knuckles were slightly painful. What a terrifying power. I used tricks before, and never really fought these wild monsters face to face. I didn't expect its power to be so strong. This was the first time Siabo faced this kind of wild monster, and he was directly shocked by the opponent's strength. Sure enough, these wild monsters should not be underestimated. Siabo covered his aching palm, stared at the wild monster, and stopped probing. He directly activated the agility, and with the passive of primary agility, his speed soared to an incredible level. When the wild monster raised the broadsword, he had already reacted, and the whole person jumped out like a cheetah, as fast as lightning. A bright white moonlight slashed from the side, and the muscles on Siabo's arm holding the knife bulged high, and he chopped directly into the monster's abdomen. The sound of entering the flesh was very clear, and a huge hole was cut directly into the monster's abdomen. Siabo did not hesitate, and directly stretched his foot into the monster, and the monster, which was already seriously injured, fell to the ground all of a sudden. Siabo took the machete back, and cut off its head cleanly, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. To deal with this kind of monster, using speed and intelligence to crush it is the simplest and crudest way, but I am afraid that after the novice period is over, the protection mechanism of this game will no longer exist, and these monsters will have intelligence, which will be a terrible thing. Just now, after a brief touch, he felt that the power of this monster was at least 15 points, reaching the power of 3 adults. If they have wisdom, they will be prepared for their speed advantage at that time. At that time, hunting wild monsters will not be so easy. I have such a hard time hunting, so what about others? I dare not imagine. 3 days later, it will definitely be a huge disaster for humans on the road. This is an inevitable crisis. After being stunned for a while, Siabo sighed helplessly. This road will only become more and more difficult, but he is still fortunate. After all, there is a system, at least life will not be too bad. What exploded was a medal, the hunter medal, which was upgraded to the Wilderness Hunter medal. The Wild Hunter medal has reached 15, and there is still a long way to go before reaching 500. Put it in front of the windshield of the co-pilot, together with other things. Then began to exercise. Chapter 27. After 4 nights of experience, Siabo discovered a very obvious rule, that is, after killing a wild monster, it is absolutely safe in the next half an hour, and no wild monsters will spawn. Of course, this is an experiment during the novice period. After all, the novice period has reduced the spawn rate of monsters. Who knows that once the novice period is over, the spawn rate of wild monsters will rise, and this rule will no longer exist. After seeing the power of the wild monster, Siabo felt a huge crisis. The heart that originally wanted to rest was also replaced by this crisis. I must strengthen enough strength to face the wild monsters that spawn after the novice welfare period ends. And I must get the reward for opening the first space, which is the key to improving my strength. I can't miss any way to improve my strength. The most important thing is the profession, and there is a long way to go. Siabo's eyes flashed, and then he threw himself into intensive training. I have primary agility, so the training will not focus on the upper body. The training of the lower body should also be taken seriously. The improvement must be comprehensive, so that one attribute will not be too strong while other attributes are too weak. Of course, the use of mental power is optional. After all, mental power is obviously the release of skills. And the skills I have obtained, except for the elementary agility, the other 2 are passive skills. So it is not a big deal if the mental power is too low. Huff, huff, huff. Half an hour later, Siabo was soaked in sweat and kept walking on the open space. The muscles on his thighs were trembling again, which was a sign of overtraining. But the effect was very significant, and only by exercising in this way could one stimulate his potential. The power contained in the human body is infinite, like a huge treasure, but humans themselves do not know how to discover it, or they lack a means to discover this power. But this game has arrived. It gives people the means to discover power, and the power to control the unknown. It depends on how humans try it. Siabo has always believed that God rewards hard work. If you work hard, your strength will definitely increase. What's more, now that your body is digitized, you also have 2 immeasurable passive abilities. In this case, if you don't work hard, you will be a waste who doesn't know how to make progress. 10 minutes later, Siabo took a breath and his muscles relaxed a little. Half an hour of exercise consumes a lot of energy for the body, and you must have enough energy to replenish it. Take out a watermelon from the back seat, hammer it open with your hands, and reveal the red watermelon pulp inside the watermelon. After washing my hands, I ate it with my hands. This watermelon was very comfortable to eat. The sugar, salt, acid and other substances contained in watermelon can treat nephritis and lower blood pressure. This is because the right amount of sugar can promote diuresis, the right amount of potassium salt can eliminate kidney inflammation, the enzymes in it can convert insoluble proteins into soluble proteins to increase the nutrition of nephritis patients, and the glycosides in the watermelon can lower blood pressure. The watermelon peel can relieve summer heat, stop thirst, eliminate dampness, and promote diuresis. In the dry season, it has a certain auxiliary effect on sore throat, mouth sores, and diabetes. It can be said that watermelon is full of treasures. But now for Siabo, just eat it. After several days of training, coupled with the blessing of passive skills, the strength has been improved terribly. Of course, the consumption of the body is also very huge, which requires a lot of energy to replenish. Siabo now has irregular meals. Whenever he is hungry, he eats. Then he consumes the energy through exercise. This forms a cycle, and the biggest benefit is his own body. 1 night passed quickly. During this period, he only killed 1 monster and exploded a piece of wood. Through upgrading, the number of wood reached 11 pieces, and he was 1 step closer to completing the air conditioning blueprint. But now there is no iron explosion. 1 night passed quickly, and the morning is coming. There is no sun, but the air has begun to be impetuous. Siabo got into the car. He covered the car with grass, which perfectly blocked the scorching sun. And staying in the car ensures his safety. Sleepiness came, and Siabo, who had been busy all night, could no longer resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. Sleeping time is always very short. While he was half asleep, Siabo was awakened by a noise outside. It seemed that something was turning over his car, and the car was shaking slowly. This time, Siabo woke up instantly and directly grasped the steel knife in his hand. Ignoring other things, Siabo was very nervous. Through the pile of grass that fell off the car, he saw the figure of the monster and the dark sky. It was a tall minotaur. It actually scratched the front of his car. Although this scene was somewhat funny, Siabo did not want to laugh, but was a little nervous. Once the minotaur was alarmed, his car would be destroyed by the minotaur if he was not careful. There was no place to repair cars here. If the car was damaged, there was no way to fix it. The minotaur was right in front of the car, but fortunately it was leaning against him, and the grass on the car had only fallen off a little, and only a few cracks appeared on the windshield. It's just 5 points short of upgrading experience. You really helped me in times of need. Siabo held the door and carefully opened it, opening it into a crack, staring at the minotaur. Fortunately, the other party was immersed in tickling. He kept rubbing the front of the car with his broad back. Siabo's actions were very cautious. He pushed open the door and got out slowly. Then he gently closed the door and crouched to hide on the side of the car. We must find a way to lure this minotaur away. We can't fight next to the car. Siabo's mind moved, and his eyes looked at the open space in front of the car. There is no doubt that it is the best area. Holding the broadsword tightly, Siabo rushed to the open space in front of the car. The minotaur saw Siabo, stood up and howled, and rushed towards him. Siabo was prepared. His goal was to let the minotaur attack him, and lure the minotaur away. The figure flashed to the side, avoiding the minotaur's charge, and then quickly drew the knife and chopped at the minotaur's back. The blade scratched the minotaur's back, leaving a deep blood mark. The minotaur felt pain and turned around to charge again. Siabo, who had experienced it once, had already put away the knife and retreated when the blade scratched the minotaur's back. The minotaur's charge missed, and another blood mark was left on his body. Siabo, relying on his higher speed than the minotaur, continued to attack it, and with his strong physical strength, he launched attacks again and again. In the end, the minotaur was defeated by Siabo, and fell to the ground with bloodstains all over his body, and Siabo cut off his neck. Chapter 28. With the death of the minotaur, 5 experience points were credited. The experience was enough, and the level was also increased. As a warm current nourished Siabo's body, he hummed comfortably. The comfort came quickly and went quickly. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 3. Experience, 0/50. Strength, 12. Agility, 8. Physical fitness, 9. Mental strength, 6. Health value, 97. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills expertise. Strength is continuously improved with training. Primary agility. Primary agility, the 4-dimensional attributes increased a little bit again, and Siabo closed the panel with satisfaction. The most comfortable time is to watch his strength improve little by little. At present, his 4-dimensional attributes are already very abnormal, and he can definitely beat other humans in the world. However, the purpose of improving his strength is not to beat other humans. His purpose is just to stay alive. He knew that the first bird to stick its head out would be shot. 70% of the human beings on the Blue Star came to this game. Without the constraints of the law, human nature was released. Human nature is good, that is, when it is well educated. Once there is no restraint, human desires will be infinitely magnified. When a person has a strong force that is enough to control the lives of others, this person will have certain desires. Especially when there is no restraint. Siabo believes that he has a trace of conscience, otherwise he would not have the idea of continuing human civilization. Warrior Medal *5. Introduction. The key token for changing jobs to warrior. Note, 100 warrior medals can be changed to warrior. It turned out to be a medal. It seems that the first minotaur also exploded a professional medal. Siabo touched his chin, thinking. Could it be that the tower only dropped professional medals? It's a pity that there is no monster illustration. If there is a monster illustration, then when facing an unknown monster again, you will have some understanding of it, and know some of its characteristics. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, you will win every battle. Upgrading 5 medals to Berserker medals, the 5 medals directly multiplied several times, becoming 46 Berserker medals. Adding the previous 10 Berserker medals, he already has 56 Berserker medals. Putting a handful of medals in other medals, Siabo walked out of the cab, looking at the dark night. These medals come in uneven quantities, and there are few people in the world willing to trade. Obviously, the current quantity of necessities such as water and food is growing rapidly in the novice welfare stage. Siabo leaned against the car, thinking constantly. This situation should continue until the next week after the novice welfare period ends. When these necessities are consumed, and the explosion rate decreases, and they can't keep up with the follow-up, they will be willing to take action. Wait, I seem to have overlooked another important blood gasoline. Siabo thought about it, and suddenly remembered that in addition to water and food, he also had an important resource. Isn't that gasoline? In addition to a large amount of supplies, the second thing he has is gasoline. Maybe I can use gasoline to trade. But not now. Siabo thought about it. Just like water and food, the excess resources in the early stage made it difficult to trade some useful things. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. After all, he had a lot of resources. This is the bargaining chip for future transactions. As time passed, Siabo's mood became more relaxed after the upgrade. Fortunately, there is no ranking list yet. Otherwise, Siabo's upgrade to level 3 will definitely cause an earthquake in the world. The night is so dark, Siabo raised his head and looked at the sky, feeling confused. 5 days have passed without him realizing it, and he will live a better life in the future. Clenching his fists, Siabo suddenly turned his head to look at the dark and dense grass beside him. Rustle, there was a movement. This refresh is so fast. Siabo's heart moved, and his eyes were fixed on the place where the sound came from. A green-skinned man appeared, and Siabo was extremely familiar with this creature. The green-skinned man is known for his speed, and the claws on his hands are very sharp weapons, with the power to easily penetrate the human body. The weakness: mental strength problem, cautious actions, and failure to play his own advantages. Siabo understood that this was a special protection mechanism during the novice welfare period, allowing humans to defeat these wild monsters. Thus, you can improve yourself. After all, this game is a game of natural selection, where the fittest survive. If you cannot accept this game, then you can only be eliminated by the game. Only the brave can defeat this game. Siabo took a deep breath. No matter what he would become in the future, he just had to live well. Die for me. Seeing the monster show his head, Siabo rushed forward in one step. His agility of 8 points was terrifying, and the shining steel knife in his hand cut through the dark night sky. Io! The monster was startled and subconsciously used his claws to block it. Clang! Sparks intertwined, and the steel knife directly cut off its claws. After putting away the knife, Siabo kicked out and kicked the monster to the ground. The monster wailed with its claws. Pain is the instinct of living things. Siabo was so experienced that he rushed forward and cut off the monster's head with a knife. Lighter *1. After exhaling, Siabo looked at the thing that exploded and was surprised. It turned out to be a lighter. Pick it up and choose to upgrade. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Lighter *1 upgraded to windproof lighter *6. There are 6 more windproof lighters in his hand. The appearance of lighters is really great. With gasoline, you can use lighters to make a fire circle for lighting and boiling water. There are too many uses. Siabo's mind moved, and he instantly had a good idea. He used the dried grass on the car and piled it on the open space in front of the car, then took out a bucket of gasoline from the car and poured it on the grass pile, and then used a machete to cut a lot of grass on top, so that the fire below could ignite the grass above. Siabo spent more than 10 minutes chopping a lot of grass and piling it aside to use as additional firewood, so that the flame could burn for a long time. Boom! Siabo found a biscuit packaging bag, lit it with a windproof lighter, and threw it on the grass pile. The flame suddenly jumped up 3 feet high. The raging fire burned up, and the heat wave rushed over him. Oh! Seeing the flame, Siabo shouted happily and danced. Flame, the continuation of life. After the excitement, Siabo looked at the raging fire, and the reflection of the flame was reflected in his dark eyes, and his heart also burned. The flames were crackling, and Siabo looked at the flames with a smile between his eyebrows. Suddenly Siabo noticed something behind him, turned around abruptly, and saw a black shadow approaching him quickly. The black shadow was stunned when he saw Siabo turning around. Chapter 29. Swish! The appearance of the black shadow made Siabo, who was originally calm, sweat all over his body, and his heart suddenly lifted. A human being actually approached him. Strike first. Siabo didn't dare to think too much. The black shadow was very close to him. He immediately swung the machete and rushed over. No matter whether he was hostile or not, the initiative was always in his hands. The huge force mixed with the whirring sound of the wind rushed from the steel knife. The knife fell, and the shadow actually dodged it. Dodged it? Siabo didn't expect it at all. He thought he was very fast, but he still dodged it. However, Siabo reacted quickly. With the blazing flames, he saw the man's appearance at a glance. It turned out to be an old man with a somewhat old face. Siabo was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward and displayed his powerful fighting skills. Knowing that the other party had a weapon in his hand, Siabo also tried to knock him down at once. But what Siabo didn't expect was that the opponent's skills were not bad at all, and he dodged every attack. Now, Siabo's face was a little solemn. The opponent was a master. The old man was also a little shocked by Siabo's strength. He could clearly feel the power contained in Siabo's fist. If this continued, his body would fall apart first. Enough, Siabo, he suddenly scolded. Siabo stepped back a few steps and looked at him coldly. Who are you? How do you know me? Steel knife, car, fire, gasoline smell in the air, watermelon peel discarded on the roadside. In the whole world, I am afraid that only you who have caused the world to talk about it can do this. The old man said, You should have reached level 3, you are very powerful. Looking at Siabo's somewhat surprised face, he smiled. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to get to know you. After all, you are the elite of mankind. I don't want you to die. Siabo took a deep breath and said, So, I still have to thank you. But how did you enter this game? Doesn't the game announcement say that the elderly and children cannot enter? Who is an old man? Who is an old man? I think you look like an old man. I'm only 59, but I just have a long beard. Hearing what Siabo said, the old man was angry all of a sudden. Siabo was stunned for a moment, thinking of the old man's skills just now. Even he who had obtained the primary fighting specialty could not touch the other party. Agile skills, terrifying observation. It is indeed impossible to define him as an old man. Little kid, you have been very popular in the world, but unfortunately your defense is too weak. I walked behind you, and you found out that this is the level of level 3. This is your level? The old man mocked without any hesitation. Siabo did not speak, staring at the other party with his eyes, not daring to relax at all. After all, at this stage, he was still full of vigilance against humans, especially his own supplies were so much that the world was shocked. Anyone who approached him must be cautious. Little kid, I know what you are thinking, aren't you wary of me? Haha, I would do such a sneaky thing. The old man blew his beard and glared. I am also an upright soldier. Soldier? Siabo was startled. You are a soldier? Of course. The old man straightened his back a lot. Siabo observed him, and the man in front of him looked really brave. What level are you? Little kid, don't you know how to ask? A watermelon? Deal, currently level 2. Where is the watermelon? Little kid, you can't lie to me. I get it for you. Siabo curled his lips, and even bribed you with a watermelon. He happily took 2 watermelons. One for himself, and one for him. Little kid, I'm sorry just now. I'm not sure about your character, so I wanted to get close to you, but who knew you would react? The old man took the watermelon happily and looked up. Siabo narrowed his eyes. Old man, it's just the most basic human instinct. You are pretty good. Hee hee. The old man smiled. Little kid, do you think I don't have a way to deal with it? You underestimate me too much. Siabo thought, the other party definitely has skills, but he just didn't use them. He didn't dwell on this issue, but sat in the light of the fire, roasted the steel knife on the fire, killed the bacteria a little, and then swung the machete to split the watermelon. After eating a bite of watermelon, Siabo said, To be honest, I'm still very happy to meet you. Happy? Aren't you afraid that I just killed you? The old man sat 7 or 8 meters away from Siabo, not feeling dirty, and picked up the watermelon with his hands. Hee, tell me if you have the ability. Siabo smiled and ate a bite of watermelon comfortably, feeling the sweetness of the watermelon filling his taste buds, and feeling comfortable all over. After wiping the watermelon juice from the corner of his mouth, Siabo said, Humans are social animals. On this lonely road, people with poor psychological endurance often commit suicide. I like to be lively, so that I can survive on this endless road. Although he has secrets, Siabo hopes to have someone accompany him. Only in this way can he go further. Old man, you should be glad that you didn't intend to kill, otherwise, I would never hold back. Siabo said after eating a bite of watermelon. He is fully capable of easily counter-killing, with his own powerful strength and speed. Boy, let's fight, relying on fists and feet? I will convince you. The old man put down the watermelon, blew his beard, and said, Come on. Siabo is also a bloody man, not afraid at all. It just happened that he wanted to test his primary fighting expertise. I was also a soldier king in the army, proficient in everything, and I would be afraid of a little kid like you. The old man took off his clothes, revealing his strong figure. Siabo's eyes widened. Old but still strong, awesome. Boy, Stop talking nonsense, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. The old man was also straightforward. He rushed toward Siabo, his right hand turned into a claw, and went straight to Siabo's weak spot. Okay. Siabo was excited. This old man was really straightforward. He did what he said. He also liked such people. He was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. Chapter 30. Siabo's mind was filled with various fighting techniques, and he took a step forward and leaned sideways. The old man's attack missed. Looking at the arm that had passed over him, Siabo suddenly reached out and grabbed the old man's arm, and hit back with a punch, grinning. That's it? Hey kid, watch out. The old man was calm, and with a chuckle, he bent his arm and hit Siabo with his elbow, and at the same time, his other hand grabbed his counterattack. He stepped straight into the gap under Siabo's feet, trying to knock Siabo to the ground. But the old man underestimated Siabo's strength. You know, his strength has reached a terrifying 12 points. Huh? The old man's eyes revealed a trace of horror, and suddenly a counterforce came, pushing him down. But when he fell, he suddenly rolled up and looked at Siabo with his eyes straight. Boy, what is your strength value? I can't even push you. If you beat me, I tell you. Siabo showed a happy face, and he was full of fighting spirit, and he rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and feet collided, and the old man retreated step by step, grinning. This kid's strength is simply divine power. It is extremely difficult to resolve his attack every time, especially since this kid is also proficient in fighting skills, and what he learned in the army is also fighting. After a few times, the old man's hands and feet hurt. You kid, you don't respect the old and love the young at all, don't fight. After the old man suddenly dodged Siabo's attack, he quickly jumped away, panting and talking nonsense. His body was soaked with sweat. Huh, old man, you are the king of soldiers, I really overestimated you. Siabo exhaled, calmed down his excited heart, and said, Hee, you are level 3, I am only level 2. The old man glared, picked up the half-eaten watermelon, and continued to eat. While eating, he said, You are so lucky, you found so many supplies, I am not as lucky as you. Hee. Siabo smiled faintly, so many supplies seemed unreasonable. You old man are so interesting. Hee, if you think I am interesting, just give me some watermelon, I see you have several watermelons in the back seat. The old man was thick-skinned and didn't feel embarrassed at all. Get lost. Siabo's face turned black. He was still thinking about watermelon. How could this old man be so thick-skinned? He must be a slicker in the army. You are not disrespectful to the elderly and the young. The old man blew his beard and said, Hee. Siabo sneered, ignored him, sat down and started eating watermelon. Just a fight was exciting. Now is the best time to eat. After eating, Siabo looked at the old man, a little confused. Old man, where is your car? When you attacked me, I didn't hear any movement. It's out of oil. There is no material on this broken road. I sleep during the day and push the car at night. I pushed it all the way here. The old man said indifferently, threw the watermelon peel on the ground, and touched his slightly bulging belly. Comfortable. Siabo's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder he couldn't hear the sound of the car. This old man is awesome. Okay, I eat your watermelon. I won't bother you anymore. I should set off. The old man took a rest, stood up and said. Siabo watched him walk into the darkness quietly, and soon a small broken 2-box car was pushed over. It was a bit hard to push, but it was not impossible. Siabo was struggling in his heart. He had a secret hidden in him. He really wanted to keep the old man and take care of him together. But how could he keep his secret? He was struggling in his heart. Wait. Silently, Siabo finally raised his head. Boy, what's wrong? You want to give me a watermelon? The old man poked his head out from the driver's side. Heh. Siabo was so angry that he laughed. I have gasoline here. I give you some first. He got up and took out the half pot of gasoline he had used from the co-pilot, as well as an iron rod and some food and drinks, and brought a watermelon, and handed it to the old man. You old man also suits my taste. Take these things with you. If there is a chance, we will meet again. You kid finally respects the old and loves the young. Wait. The old man fumbled in the car, took out a rag and threw it to Siabo. These things are dropped by me when I killed monsters. They are of no use to me. I give them to you as a trade. Thank you. Siabo didn't expect the other party to take out things for exchange. He said, this old man kept calling me old and spoke straightforwardly, which really suited his taste. If he didn't have a secret, he really wanted to form a team with the old man. The old man was also quite capable. Don't say thank you. It's so formal. If you were one of my stupid soldiers, I would have slapped you in the face a long time ago. The old man grinned, filled up the gas, then walked in front of Siabo. You kid is the most popular in the world now. Let me give you a piece of advice. What's more terrifying than ghosts is the human heart. After that, he got in the car and started the little broken car. Siabo's face was full of complexities. Just as the car was about to start, he shouted, "Old man, can I trust you?" "I don't trust me either. By the way, the lighter is pretty good, I take it away. You kid stay alive. I can see that you kid will not die halfway. Your future is immeasurable. The future may depend on you." After that, the car started moving. Siabo was stunned for a moment, touched his pocket, and it was empty. "Damn. Old man, you stay alive. Maybe I will meet you again. Boy, you too." The car gradually disappeared into the night. As soon as the old man left, Siabo sat on the ground, facing the fire, feeling empty in his heart. This was the first human he had met since he came to this world a few days ago, and he was an old man who almost didn't enter the game. He spoke uniquely and straightforwardly, which suited his appetite. Siabo really wanted to form a team with him. At least, he would have a companion on the road in the future, and he would not be alone facing the vast grassland and the lonely night. "We will definitely meet again in the future. Live well for me." Siabo added some grass to make the fire burn more vigorously. At the same time, he also remembered what the old man said. What is more terrifying than ghosts is the human heart. From the time the old man moved forward and the car wreckage he encountered, it is not difficult to infer that the two humans were left on the road, at least 500 kilometers away. This is the minimum inference. Siabo thought about it. If the next person came here, it would take at least 2 days. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the person behind the old man died. This possibility is not ruled out. Anything can happen in this world. I must be on guard. After all, no one will be like the old man. At the same time, Siabo decided one thing. If he sleeps during the day, he must not lie in the car like before, he must hide the car. He took out the rag handed to him by the old man, and it felt puffy. This is what the old man left for him. Siabo opened it, and saw 2 medals, and a light red blueprint. That's all. Damn. Boxer metal *1. Auto mechanic metal *1. Space locker design. Requires old witch's scepter crystal *2. Iron *40. Wood *50. Chapter 31. Looking at the things the old man gave him, Siabo fell into a stagnation. Empty. Space locker. What is this special code? The game is getting more and more interesting. After the shock, it was calm, as if this game was shocking in the first place. Upgrading the 2 medals, the automotive engineer medal has reached 12, and the national martial arts master medal is as high as 41, which is simply terrible. As long as there are dozens more, I am afraid that I can change my job. Of course, this is all nonsense. I am afraid that I will only have dozens of medals in my dreams. Putting the things away, Siabo felt that he had to store these things. These things wrapped in exquisite cloth were enough to shock the whole world. It must not be exposed. If a space locker can be made, it would be great. Iron and wood are understandable, but what the hell is the old witch's scepter crystal? I am afraid that the core of this space locker is this. After putting the things under the driver's seat, Siabo felt relieved. He returned to the fire and put some grass on it, so that the flames burned more vigorously. The night was very dark, and the fire gave him a great sense of security. At this time, there was a rustling sound from the right side of the fire, and Siabo immediately became alert. A monster emerged from the dense grassland, a monster that had never been seen before. Through the firelight, Siabo saw the appearance of the monster clearly. It was stout and crawled on all fours, like a wild boar. It was covered with red steel hair, emitting cold light, and had a mouth full of ferocious fangs. Its body was a strange red. It pushed aside the dense grassland, stared at Siabo with a heavy breath, and was filled with a murderous aura. Siabo was shocked when he saw the monster. This is a new monster. Just from the size of this monster, its attack is very terrifying. Its hard and cold steel hair is densely packed. The steel knife may not be able to break its defense. This defense must be very terrifying. This is a terrifying monster that combines defense and attack. If it were someone else, he would have run away long ago, but Siabo is not such a person. He has a heart that dares to fight. The second is to test. Any new monster is unknown, so you need to try. Maybe if you try it this time, when this monster appears again, you will know it better, and you won't be in a hurry. New monster. the fourth one that has appeared so far. While their IQ is not high now, let's learn about it. If you can know its weaknesses, it will be much more convenient in the future. Come on. Siabo licked his cracked lips, stared at the monster, holding the steel knife in his hand, ready to fight. The monster seemed to be a little wary of Siabo. This was the instinct of the creature. After all, Siabo stood up very tall, and the monster needed to look up, which gave it a very powerful feeling. This was the instinctive reaction of the creature, especially when Siabo faced it directly. The feeling of this instinctive reaction was even clearer. The most important thing was the pile of fire next to Siabo, which gave it a sense of danger, so it was hesitating. One person and one monster just confronted each other like this. Siabo was not panicking. It was still a few hours before daytime, and he was not worried at all. Even if he couldn't beat him, he could drive away. He had a way out, so this was one of the reasons why Siabo dared to fight. However, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. He had finally waited for such a wild monster. It would be a loss to let it go. Siabo didn't want to watch the experience points slip away from him. If you don't go, then I will. Siabo rushed over suddenly. Everything was so sudden that it caught people off guard. He wanted such an effect, unexpected. When the wild monster saw Siabo rushing over, it actually screamed and rushed towards Siabo. Just what I want. Siabo showed a hint of surprise on his face, and shouted to increase his momentum and overwhelm the opponent. He swung the bright machete in his hand. Dang! The machete fell on the wild monster's body, collided with the steel hair, sparks flew out, and the huge recoil made Siabo's tiger mouth hurt. Siabo ignored all this, and quickly slid sideways to avoid the collision of the boar-like creature. No, this thing's defense is even more terrifying than that of a minotaur. It's like it's wearing a suit of armor. It's hard to break its defense. Siabo looked at the stopped monster with a serious look. No, it should be said that there is no way. This monster is unsolvable. A body of steel hair forms an absolute defense. Ordinary weapons, even steel knives, can hardly break the monster's defense. You must see through its weaknesses. After a wild charge failed, the monster quickly adjusted its direction and charged again. After just a touch, it also felt that the prey in front of it didn't seem so scary. Siabo didn't fight the monster directly this time. It was not realistic to use brute force to fight. Even if he tried his best and exhausted everything, he couldn't break its steel hair. So he knew very well that if he couldn't beat it, he would use his advantages to avoid this monster. Judging from its speed of collision, it was about the same as the minotaur, or even worse than the minotaur, because its collision did not have that strong suppression. The only terrifying thing was the defense formed by the steel hair on its body. And he only needed to play his own advantages, and then keep observing and looking for its weaknesses. Siabo dodged left and right. With his agility of up to 8 points, it was very easy to dodge the attacks of this kind of monster, and this monster also had the same fatal weakness as the minotaur. That is, this thing will not turn when it hits people. Just like a bullfight, you only need to find the right opportunity and dodge left and right, and it doesn't take much effort. During this period, Siabo observed this monster. Soon, he found a strange point, that is, the whole body of this monster was covered with steel hair, except for the part under the abdomen, which was black skin and flesh, which did not match the red color of the same body. At first, Siabo thought that the black thing was soft armor, until the monster suddenly curled up, and then he thought of an animal. Hedgehog. Hedgehogs are covered with sharp spines, but their abdomen is soft fur. The monster in front of him is very similar to a hedgehog. Could it be that its abdomen is its weakness? No matter whether it is or not, I must try it. Siabo thought about it, and decided to find an opportunity to knock the monster to the ground. This is a test of himself. This monster is clumsy, and Siabo thought of a countermeasure. Maybe he could try it. He quickly drew his knife and chopped the steel hair of the monster, then relied on his own speed to go around the back of the monster and chopped again. A series of sparks appeared one after another, and the monster let out an angry howl, turned around and rushed, with a powerful momentum, like a tank moving forward bravely. If this thing hits me, I will definitely die or be disabled. Siabo did not dare to be careless, and quickly dodged to the side, and then he dodged in a very small arc, so that the monster could react. In this way, the monster would try hard to change direction, and at this moment, Siabo's chance came. He dodged to the outside of the arc drawn by the monster at super fast speed, and then turned around and drew his knife, all in one go, straight into the monster's side. In this way, he made a strong move. Chapter 32. This time, Siabo used all his strength. The muscles on his thighs and arms were like a piece of stone, and his feet were firmly grasping the ground. Get up! Siabo gritted his teeth and roared. In this way, the wild monster, who already had poor body coordination, was suddenly flipped over by Siabo after being forced from the side. The huge body tilted, and due to inertia, the steel hair drew a string of sparks on the ground. It's done! Siabo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but also with lingering fear. Just now, he flashed to the other side at super fast speed, and the wild monster's body brushed past his body, and he was almost hit. The wild monster was struggling and wanted to turn over, but Siabo was very fast. He directly used his swiftness and came to the wild monster at a very fast speed. Facing the wild monster, who was constantly struggling and even wailing in fear, Siabo's eyes had no mercy, and the bright machete made of fine steel in his hand drew a semicircular arc in the air. Siabo chopped the monster's belly open with his machete, and the bright red internal organs mixed with the smell of blood rushed out. Siabo frowned, and saw that the monster on the ground had disappeared, replaced by a black object. Crude steel pigskin armor. Introduction. Made by a creature from a certain population. Note. No characteristics. Siabo was stunned, picked up the thing, and felt the roughness and stiffness in his hands, feeling a little incredible. I actually got equipment again. It seems that my luck is really good. Siabo showed a smile that was hard to hide on his face. This was really worth it. Fortunately, he didn't choose to run away just now, but to fight hard, otherwise he would have missed this equipment. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. The rough steel pigskin armor has been upgraded to exquisite steel pigskin soft armor. After Siabo chose to upgrade, the equipment in his hand changed. The original rough and hard steel pigskin armor has now become a soft armor that feels soft and comfortable to wear. The hard armor has become soft armor. Now I can wear the soft armor next to my clothes. Siabo showed a very satisfied smile on his face. After changing his clothes, he picked up the machete and swung it a few times. He found that except for some discomfort in his body, it did not affect his actions at all. Now I just need to adapt to this soft armor. Siabo put away the things for a while, and there was a gurgling sound from his stomach. Rubbing his belly, the watermelon he had eaten had been consumed. Although watermelon quenches thirst, and you feel full quickly after eating it, you feel full quickly and hungry quickly. Basically, you get hungry after peeing twice. Especially after the physical fitness is strengthened, you will get hungry soon after eating watermelon. After the physical fitness is strong, you need high-calorie food to maintain it. Siabo ate some biscuits and drank some water before he felt better. He looked at the time. It was only an hour before dawn, so the chance of wild monsters spawning was not high. After Siabo had been exercising for a while, the sky began to glow. The fire had gone out, and he didn't light it again. Instead, he cut some grass to cover the car. According to the time when the old man appeared before, Siabo guessed that it would take at least 3 days for the man behind the old man to catch up. It's the 6th day now, and tomorrow is the last day. The novice welfare period will end. I don't know what the wild monsters will look like after the novice welfare period ends. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more upset I feel. Siabo lay in the car and opened the system panel. The world was still bustling. He didn't join the chat, but clicked on the system panel. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 3. Experience, 6/50. Strength, 12. Agility, 8. Physical fitness, 9. Mental strength, 6. Health value, 88. Tired. Mastering skills. Primary fighting skills specialization. Strength is constantly improved with exercise. Primary agility. Primary agility, the experience of a steel pig is actually 5 points, and there are still 44 points to upgrade. There is a long way to go. Siabo found for the first time that upgrading is so difficult. It's so difficult for himself, let alone others. He opened the private chat system again. Looking at the people who had traded with him before, 2 of their avatars had turned into black and white photos, and one of them was the object of his first transaction. Looking at their black and white avatars and historical chats frozen a few days ago, Siabo felt inexplicably sad. Looking at the other people, Siabo noticed that Fong Xion's avatar was still lit. Her avatar was in a tights, her hair was tied up, and she looked heroic. There was a LV2 sign on the side of her avatar. A girl is still alive. And she has reached level 2, incredible. Siabo was a little surprised. She was more powerful than the two men whose avatars were dark. He had a deep impression of Feng Xian. She was the only girl in his transaction. He thought that this girl would not live long, but he didn't expect that it was the 6th day, and she was still alive and well. After closing the private chat, Siabo did not bother the other person. He opened the trading system again. There were more transactions on the trading system, and there was even a note on a transaction message. Siabo is nothing, I am the resource king. Siabo smiled and did not care. He was quite happy that someone helped him share the pressure. It was best for others to remember him instead of himself. Browsing down, he found that this guy actually posted several transaction messages. Interesting, Siabo said, and then closed the transaction information, which seemed to be a small episode. Browsing in the system for a while, he exited. There was no special change, and it was still the same. And there is no special information in the world. Basically, it is just bragging and talking about the present and the future. When a certain moment really comes, you will be scared to death. Not long after turning off the system, sleepiness came, and Siabo could not stand it and fell asleep leaning on the driver's seat. The temperature outside was very high. Although the grass blocked some of the sunlight, the temperature inside the car was also very good. Siabo did not sleep well, and was always woken up by the heat. In this way, he welcomed the night of the 6th day in a daze. At night, a breeze suddenly blew, blowing the towering grassland, making a rustling sound. Siabo pushed open the car door, took out the steel knife from the car, and couldn't help stretching. The wind is blowing, something is wrong, it won't rain again. Siabo frowned and looked around. After experiencing the storm, he began to dislike rain, especially at night, when the rain blocked his vision. In addition, there was no light at night, and he couldn't see clearly with the car lights on. After washing and eating something, Siabo started to exercise. An hour later, he lay on the bed made of grass. This was the most relaxing time. After the exercise, his muscles were stretched. At this moment, he relaxed and felt refreshed. Chapter 33. An hour passed, and the sky was still blowing with a breeze, blowing on Siabo's resolute face, like a baby's hand touching it. Wah-wah. Suddenly, he sat up straight, and his keen senses detected a slight movement. The wah-wah sound of the breeze rang all around. Did you hear it wrong? Siabo opened his ears, and continued to look around. He did not miss any possibility. Even if the sound was really blown by the wind. This is related to his life. He can't let down his guard. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. The wind still blew gently, blowing on the endless grassland. The wah-wah sound was very light. It was indeed wrong. Nothing happened. Siabo opened the system and found that someone was trading with him. It was a medal. Clicking it and taking a look, it was a hunter medal. There was only one, and the requirement was water resources. Siabo directly deducted 500 milliliters of water and gave it to the other party, upgrading the medal to 6. Walking to the front of the car and opening the exquisite cloth, there was a pile of medals, mostly berserkers. I don't have a medal over 100. If I want to change my job early, I should focus on collecting medals in the trading function. Siabo thought for a while, and put the things away. This matter can't be rushed, and I have to quickly confirm a career of my choice. I can't collect all the professions, so I choose a profession to collect. This way it will be faster. If I want it to be faster, I can use these upgraded medals to trade. With rare professions as a gimmick, I'm afraid there will be many people who want it. These are things for the future, and I'm still leveling up by killing monsters. The current experience value is 6 points, which means I have to kill 44 green monsters, 10 minotaurs or steel pigs. Experience medals. Siabo muttered, this is his current focus. After a comfortable rest, Siabo put the steel knife on the haystack on the hood of the car and began to stretch his muscles. He had a hunch that his strength would soon increase. The night was long. 2 hours had passed, and no wild monsters had refreshed. Siabo began to doubt that the refresh rate of wild monsters was too low. Complaints aside, after a little warm-up exercise and stretching, Siabo felt a little bored. The night was long, no one was talking, and the atmosphere here was not daunting. I dared not relax my spirit, and I would be attacked by wild monsters if I was not careful. Even Siabo felt that the night mode was too abnormal. Maybe I should let go. Siabo muttered and decided to upgrade the training mode. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, jumping jacks. Siabo muttered and carved on the car body with a steel knife. In addition to the things he carved, there were also crooked characters on top, which were the number of monsters he killed. Every time he killed a monster, he would carve a stroke. After writing, Siabo started training again. This time he directly turned on the hell mode, but in order to prevent the monsters from suddenly appearing when he was most tired. He deliberately calculated the time. Just like that, a night passed in a blink of an eye. In the morning, Siabo stretched his waist, relaxed his muscles, and then packed up all his things. His figure seemed to have become stronger. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 3. Experience, 7/50. Strength, 13. Agility, 9. Physical fitness, 9. Spiritual strength, 6. Health value, 87. Tired. Mastering skills. Primary fighting skills expertise. Strength is continuously improved with training. Primary agility. Primary agility, this is his current state. Last night, a wild monster was refreshed, and the refresh rate was a bit outrageous, so the experience value increased a little, and a piece of iron exploded. After upgrading, the iron increased from 1 piece to 5 pieces. Secondly, the strength and agility values increased a little. But it was a very abnormal increase. Siabo felt that his thighs and arms were full of explosive power, but he also felt a disadvantage. That is, in terms of strength, with continuous training, it seems that it is very difficult to improve it. Of course, he felt that he had not reached a 0 point, but it was probably more difficult to improve through training. If he reached a 0 point, then this skill should be advanced, and his strength would become stronger. Siabo was looking forward to it. In terms of health, there was an extra fatigue. I didn't sleep all night last night, which was normal. The harvest of the 6th day can be said to be big, but not big either. There is only a piece of iron and a little experience. Fortunately, the strength and agility have increased. Otherwise, last night would have been wasted. In the car, Siabo summed it up. Anyway, the night of the 6th day was very strange, too peaceful, and a little scary. A wild monster was refreshed. I don't know if it's because of my good luck or bad luck, anyway, it's very strange. Siabo felt like there was a calm before the storm. This made him feel a little uneasy. Siabo opened the system, and went directly to the world chat. He was shocked to find that it seemed that it was not only him who had this situation last night, but also others. It's comfortable. I slept well last night. It was so comfortable. It's the first time I slept so comfortably. I really hope that wild monsters won't be refreshed at night in the future. It's enough to torment people during the day, and it's more tormenting at night. Wake up upstairs. Is everyone like this? Why do I feel a little strange? Yeah. I thought I was the only one who didn't encounter wild monsters last night, so I checked this morning and found that everyone was in the same situation. It's scary when you think about it. Siabo looked at the scene in the world chat and frowned. Sure enough, he was not the only one who didn't encounter wild monsters last night. Everyone else in the world was the same as him. Some people say that this is a holiday given to humans by the game. Others say that the wild monsters are having a weekend, and they will take 2 days off on Saturday and Sunday to rest. Some people think that this is the calm before the storm. In short, there are many people in the world, and there are many different opinions on this matter. There are also many people who hold an attitude of watching the show, chatting about irrelevant things. And Siabo believes in the third one. The calm before the storm. It is not impossible for the game to give humans a holiday, but is the game really so kind? The 2 waves of thresholds on the first night cleared a large number of humans, and Siabo also relied on the iron rod to luckily clear 2 waves of wild monsters. The second one is that the wild monsters have a weekend off. Who is so smart to come up with this idea? The wild monsters take hard work as a job, and they have a weekend off after finishing it. What makes Siabo even more incredible is that there are still many people in the world who believe in this argument. It has to be said that there are still many weird people in the world. And the third one is the one that Siabo believes in the most. He doesn't believe that the game will be so kind, but it seems more like a storm is brewing. Chapter 34. In terms of gameplay and rules, humans are playing this game with their lives. Then the creators behind the game are even more untouchable. Maybe in its eyes, the lives of hundreds of millions of humans are just like ants. Just like do humans care about the life and death of ants? It won't feel guilty if it kills 2 of them. So no matter how many humans die, it won't have any emotional fluctuations, because humans are ants. On the contrary, watching humans struggle is its fun, just like humans like to watch 2 ants fight. This is why Siabo concluded that it is the eve of the storm. Ants don't need mercy. This is all wishful thinking of humans. Compared with the quarrels in the world, Siabo fell asleep with a little uneasiness, because the night was too tiring. He slept until 2 hours after dark before waking up. During this period, there were no wild monsters refreshed, and no crisis came. Siabo washed up and sat on the front of the car, looking at the dark night. It seems that there will be no wild monsters tonight, so there is no use here. The novice welfare period will end tomorrow, and this precious land will become a murderous place. It is better to leave quickly. He did it as soon as he said it, jumped out of the car, cleaned up all the grass on the car, sat in the car, and started the car. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car was like an arrow from a string, and the speed soared to more than 80 yards. This is already the limit of the car, but it is not that he does not want to run faster, but the system has limited the speed and fuel tank of the car. When it was a small 2-box car, the maximum speed was 90. After upgrading to a sedan, the speed is still 90. The fuel tank has not been upgraded. So he concluded that if the fuel tank and speed want to be improved, something else is needed, and it is not clear at present. Maybe a blueprint is needed. Who knows? But this reminds him of a profession, car mechanic. Obviously, this profession is linked to the car, but this profession is too weak in the early stage, and the growth of strength is very limited. Once I encounter humans, I am afraid I can only drive away. 3 hours later, Siabo finally left this dense tall grass area. Seeing the open low grassland area, he felt inexplicably at ease. With a wide field of vision, the chance of seeing monsters clearly increases greatly. Similarly, the chance of being exposed also increases greatly. Siabo stopped the car and did not move forward. He had already left the tall grassland area, and there was no need to waste fuel by driving forward. Although he is a big gasoline consumer. But he can't waste it. When he came here, the wind blew very cool. Siabo sat on the side of the road, with a shiny steel knife stuck in the grass beside him, and the car parked behind him. After sleeping all day, he couldn't sleep at night. The night wind was very cool, blowing Siabo's hair gently, and caressing his cheeks softly. I'm level 3 now. It's much more difficult to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Tomorrow is the end of the novice benefits. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. In short, this game is not friendly to humans. No matter what happens, I have to be fully prepared to deal with it. Siabo thought in his heart. He sat on the side of the road and rested for about an hour. He patted his buttocks, stood up, put the steel knife on the hood of the car, and began to exercise. The sense of crisis in the game still exists, even though he has reached level 3 now. In the world, someone finally noticed the existence of the novice welfare period. It's not that no one noticed, but a message released by a second-level boss. Today is the last night of the novice welfare period. Seeing you in the world, I feel deeply sad. The novice welfare period is about to end, and I am very uneasy. The end of the novice welfare period means that we have passed the novice period, and the difficulty of the game will increase. Not only the wild monsters, the refresh rate will increase, the strength will increase, the resource appearance rate will decrease, and the resource box appearance rate will decrease. Fortunately, the level of the resource box will increase, which means that in addition to the hidden resource box, there are also some advanced resource boxes. These are all recorded in the system, and I am more concerned about those that are not marked in the system. As we all know, this game is played with life, and I dare not speculate what is behind this game, because it plays with human lives, which means it doesn't care about human life and death. The emergence of the novice welfare period may improve human quality, but this improvement is very subtle. So I speculate that after the novice welfare period ends, there will be a big purge, just like the 2 waves of wild monsters that entered the threshold on the first night, or maybe tomorrow night. There is no way to know. These are my current inferences. In short, if humans can stick together, their chances of survival will increase greatly in the future. The emergence of professional metals can confirm this, and it requires us to form a team to play. So I hope everyone will stop posting irrelevant discussions in the world, and face the unknown fear of tomorrow. I hope everyone is alive, so that there is hope for mankind. The appearance of a long speech instantly detonated the whole world. Soon someone turned to the novice benefits, which were in an inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the personal attribute panel. It was very subtle, and could not be found at all, if you didn't look carefully. It's terrifying to think about it. This is true. If you follow what this big guy said, all the previous inferences were wrong. The calmness of the past 2 days is more like a sign of the coming storm. But when the storm comes, isn't it very depressing? This takes into account the lazy cognition of human beings. This game allows us to play with our lives, so there must be some experiments. The leisure of the past 2 days has made everyone relax their vigilance, and some people even propose the idea of wild monsters taking a holiday. Let me ask, will the desperate wild monsters have a holiday? Or this kind of creature without wisdom? Do they know how to pay attention? Maybe this is this. The test of this game. It wants to see what humans are like when there is no pressure. Is it hard work? Or laziness? Hiss, it's so scary. I also found out that the novice welfare period gave us too much protection, the wild monster refresh rate was reduced, and the material explosion rate was increased. Once the novice welfare period is over, will we still be so cool? Have you considered the real purpose of this game? Do you want to watch a game? Survival of the fittest. This game is no longer a blue planet, but a world where the fittest survive. So, this is the eve of the storm. Chapter 35. In an instant, the discussion in the world changed, and the man who blew up the world disappeared. Perhaps, he just wanted to save humanity. However, little did they know that the end of the novice welfare period not only aroused the fighting spirit of some people, but also crushed the last straw of some people. Some people seemed unable to bear the changes in the future, and it was difficult to face this reality, and they published some negative remarks in the world. More and more people have become negative, but some people are positive and confident in the future. People are different. Perhaps some people are born strong, while some are born cowardly. Siabo had no idea about all this, because he understood that the end of the novice welfare period would inevitably cause changes. He was working hard to train, just to improve his chances of survival in the future. As time passed, the deadline for the end of the novice welfare period was getting closer and closer. Many people couldn't sleep and had insomnia, because after tonight, the game would really start. Highway survival game. This is really a survival game, begging for survival. It's not for you to come on vacation. At this time, Siabo, who had just finished a workout, was eating a watermelon with a dry mouth. There was a piece of watermelon seed on his lips, which looked a little funny. It's comfortable. How can it be more comfortable to eat a piece of watermelon after a workout, sweating, and having a dry mouth? After eating half a watermelon, Siabo wiped his mouth and put the remaining half aside to eat when he was hungry. After finishing the workout and eating watermelon, Siabo felt that there was nothing to do, so he opened the system and found that the world had exploded. All of them were speculations about the end of the novice welfare period. There were also many people who cried and shouted with a negative attitude. Siabo browsed the useful information and found that most of them were similar to what he thought. Most people thought that after the novice benefits ended, wild monsters would usher in a wave of strengthening. Similarly, the experience value might also increase, allowing them to upgrade well, but the difficulty of the game was greatly increased. During the browsing, time passed quickly. When there was only 1 hour before dawn, a system prompt detonated the world. 1 hour later, the system updated. Everyone was stunned. This system prompt suddenly detonated the world. The system needs to be updated, which means that the novice benefits period is really over. The real survival game has begun. At this time, a piece of news suddenly caused heated discussion. The era of scarcity of materials is about to begin. If you trade with me, I will give the greatest discount. Siabo is a fart. I am the one who has a lot of materials in the world. This is a statement made by a LV2 player. Big brotherly Tion is awesome. 666. When it comes to awesomeness, I only admire Tion. By the way, Siabo has rarely appeared. It seems that after reaching level 3, he has become more low-key. I haven't heard from him for a long time. When it comes to awesomeness, I only admire Siabo. Tion is nothing. The world's wind direction was suddenly led astray by this level 2 player. Siabo squinted at the news in the world. This guy was the one who posted several trading information in the trading function. He even made a note to mock himself. He didn't understand why this guy stepped on him. Of course, he didn't think this guy was a fool. On the contrary, those who have survived to this day have real strength. There must be some reason why this guy stepped on me to show off his huge resources. So, what is it? In the dark world, a car was parked on the roadside facing the grassland. A thin man was lying on the grassland with a crude iron sword stuck on his side. This man seemed to have bright eyes and stared at the world, and his avatar was the second-level player who mocked Siabo. The world is now talking about him. Yes, it's worth it that I invested a lot of resources. This should be successful now. Now I just need to wait for the system to upgrade, then all plans will be successful. There was a smile on his face, as if all the plans were under his control. In his hand, he held a piece of tattered cloth, and there were vague words on it. And Siabo did not respond. He had been too low-key during this period, so this person wanted to step on him. to accomplish a certain purpose. Siabo did not know that he had become someone else's stepping stone. He was happy to think that this guy was a moron and helped him attract firepower. During this period, he was very low-key and did not release any news in the world. There was no response. This made people in the world a little disappointed. They didn't see a war break out. It was a pity. Is Siabo scared? He is scared, absolutely scared. Siabo is the only level 3 player in the world. How could he be scared? Siabo has never made any comments in the world, which means he doesn't care about fighting for these things. Upgrading is the kingly way. If you have time to discuss these, why don't you discuss what you will face after the game is updated? The world was bustling with activity. What happened just now undoubtedly added an additive to the somewhat dull world, making it no longer dull. Siabo browsed the comments in the world, without responding or closing the chat. What he was doing now was waiting for the system to update, and then watching their comments to kill time. This was his only way to entertain himself. Time really passed quickly this way. With only 1 minute left before the end of the novice welfare period, the world's information was surging at a rate of tens of thousands of messages per second. As soon as a message was sent, it was like a small stone thrown into the ocean and disappeared. As the countdown went on, the number of messages in the world increased. Siabo had already closed the world chat and was staring at the countdown. It was only a dozen seconds, but it seemed like a century had passed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Finally, the screen suddenly went dark, and he quickly looked around the world and found that the grassland was still the grassland, and the car was still the car. Siabo touched his hand and rubbed his face again. Except for the black screen, there seems to be no other changes. The voice stopped abruptly, and the game updated very quickly, prompting that the update was completed in 1 or 2 seconds. Game update content: ranking, moonlight mode, 7 days hunting, endless mode, ranked mode. Ranking: level ranking, distance ranking, popularity ranking, occupational level ranking, car upgrade ranking. Introduction: ranking is updated every 7 days, and the top 10 players will receive different rewards according to their ranking. Click to view ranking rewards. Moonlight mode: there is a 10% chance that the moon will appear at night. When the moon appears, the wild monster refresh rate, explosion rate, and experience will increase. Wild monster refresh depends on the player's strength and number. Note: after the update, there will be stars to provide weak light sources at night. 7 days hunting: every 7 days will be a reincarnation, and a boss will appear to hunt the player. During the hunting period, the area will be limited to a 100-meter road. Note: follow the number and strength of the players, and refresh the number and strength of the boss. Choose to persist for a certain period of time or kill it. Endless mode. Chapter 36. Endless mode. As night falls, players can choose to enter the endless mode to challenge different waves of monsters. There is a corresponding wave ranking list in the endless mode, which is updated every 7 days, and rewards are obtained based on the ranking. Note: killing other species in this mode will not provide experience. You can choose to exit at any time. Ranking mode: players can match and fight in the world. For each victory, they will get a ranking medal. The number of ranking medals determines the ranking in the ranking mode. 10 medals are 1 level, and you can get rewards by upgrading. Sprint to the ranking. Note: this mode is only open after the last 2 hours of the day. There are swords, sticks, and clubs available in the game. The game update has been completed, and I wish you all the best. In addition to the update prompt, the system does have a few more modules at the back, just like playing a game. But Siabo understands that these things are secondary, and the most important thing is his own strength. This road is endless, so you can only work hard. Only when you are strong enough can you survive well on this road. There are only so many modules for game updates. The system prompts all updated things, but there is no mention of changes after the novice welfare period ends, so you need to explore it yourself. What Siabo cares most about is the trading function. After the novice welfare period ends, there will be no high explosion rate, and the materials in the later stage will be greatly reduced. And he can rely on the huge materials to exchange for more materials. However, when he clicked on the trading function, Siabo's heart suddenly cooled down. Today's number of transactions: 1/1. In the trading function, the trading information posted by himself and the trading information posted by the guy who mocked him were all cleared. Moreover, the number of transactions was limited to once a day, which meant that his plan was ruined. Siabo experimented with the number of transactions again. The result was as he expected. the number of transactions was also limited to only one item at a time. Water resources and oil resources were also limited. The transaction also had a price review function, that is, after the two parties uploaded the items, the prices would be compared based on the items uploaded by both parties. If the transaction values of both parties were not equal, the transaction would fail. It was a very strange setting. Siabo was stunned, which undoubtedly cut off some people's desire to bargain. It's over. The transaction function is completely useless. I was disappointed and confused. But after thinking about it, this game was originally a survival game, and everything depended on oneself. If you rely on transactions to get what you want, then what's the point of living, especially for people like me who have a second system? But Siabo was not discouraged, and still posted a transaction information. After exiting, I found that the world was in chaos. Awesome, Siabo is awesome. Number 1 and 3 rankings. Fuck, the first in the distance ranking is actually a young lady, I am dumbfounded. Fuck, the second in the popularity ranking is actually this guy, the guy who mocked me, Siabo. Fuck. I seem to understand something. Siabo browsed it casually and understood that the rankings were updated. Clicking on the rankings, it was the level rankings, and he was the first. Browsing down, Siabo saw the old man's avatar, ranked 5th. This old man turned out to be Zhou Guoping, ranked 5th, as expected. Your uncle is still your uncle. And below, there was a figure that Siabo did not expect. Feng Xian, she actually made the list. Siabo felt incredible that a girl actually made the list, and ranked 7th. In addition to him, there was another figure that Siabo was familiar with, the guy who mocked him, ranked 8th. The ranking of this game cannot be anonymous, so the people on the list are transparent. As for the popularity ranking, he ranked 1st, and the 2nd place was occupied by the guy who mocked him. His popularity is much lower than his. But he is also far ahead of the 3rd place. Did you step on yourself to get up? Siabo narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a chill. He might be able to ignore him, but ignoring him means that he is cowardly, and then more people will step on him to gain popularity. This method, since he can do it, then others can do it. And he not only got nothing, but became a stepping stone for others. From the very beginning of the fight for the Material King, this guy had planned it. His seemingly stupid behavior gained a lot of popularity. I didn't expect that I was actually calculated. Siabo patted the dust on his butt, pulled the steel knife out of the ground, and looked at the plane in front of him. His eyes exuded a cold meaning. Don't let me meet, otherwise I will let you know what to take, and what not to take. He didn't look at the ranking list at the back. There was no doubt that the car upgrade ranking list was himself. The upgraded car had reached level 2. As for the distance ranking list, the people in the world had just told him. It's not me, after all. I spent a long time in the high grassland area to level up and kill monsters. Although I only upgraded to level 3, I became more and more skilled in killing monsters. However, Siabo still decided to refresh the distance ranking list. The first place in the ranking list will have rewards. He will take all these rewards. The car started, and Siabo directly increased the speed. What he lacked the least now was fuel consumption, so he could drive recklessly. The current occupant of the distance ranking list is a woman named Xia Qingqing, who is level 2 and has reached more than 2,000 kilometers. The gap with the 2nd place is only more than 100 kilometers. Siabo has seen him in the level and popularity rankings, and he ranks very high, especially the popularity ranking. Since the ranking was refreshed, everyone has seen this ranking, which naturally has a huge increase in her popularity. So in the popularity ranking, as long as the people on the list, their popularity rises very quickly. And Siabo has a terrifying popularity, far ahead of the 2nd place with hundreds of millions of popularity. After the update, the competition has become even more intense. Driving, Siabo stared at the wide road and thought to himself. The emergence of the ranking list means competition, and only with competition can there be motivation. This game seems to be more than just playing with humans. He didn't know what the reason was, and this kind of thing was not something he could guess. For now, just live your life well. Siabo stopped thinking about these troubles, and the key was to work hard to improve his level. Huh? Suddenly, Siabo braked hard and stopped on the wide road. There was a resource box on the side of the road. I haven't seen a resource box for a long time. Siabo got out of the car with a steel knife, and after a while of chopping, the box was successfully broken open, but there was nothing inside. Empty box. Siabo's face darkened, and then he remembered that the novice period had passed, and the explosion rate in the past had become a legendary existence. This was not because he was black-faced. After putting away the things, Siabo got in the car and continued to move forward. It is not easy to reach the first place in distance. It takes 2 days and 2 nights to run more than 2,000 kilometers. Especially in this game where fuel is scarce, it is hard to imagine how the girl ran more than 2,000 kilometers. Chapter 37. After driving for a while, Siabo couldn't hold on any longer. The car was hot, and he was sleepy. He felt very uncomfortable. I should have slept before driving. But he would leave the tall grass area sooner or later, and he would still be greeted by the rolling heat waves. He held the steering wheel with one hand. The road was very straight and wide, so he didn't worry about the car running off the road. With the other hand, he took out the air conditioning drawing. Siabo felt that it was necessary to turn on the air conditioning now. It was too hot. Air conditioning design drawing, 30 iron and 20 wood required. After parking the car, Siabo spent some time to sort out the supplies in the car. Chrysanthemum, special anti-inflammatory medicine, melon seeds, water, gasoline, hardcover sandwich bread, toast bread, bulletproof glass design, air conditioning design, sandwich biscuits, instant noodles, crisp noodles. Windproof lighter *5, iron *5, wood *11, iron box master key *5, exquisite cloth *10. 21 wilderness hunter metals, 12 automotive engineer metals, 38 car fragments, berserker metal *56, martial arts master metal *41, shadow ghost metal *6. There are only 5 pieces of iron and 11 pieces of wood, and so many things are needed to synthesize. Siabo rubbed his chin, which was really anxious. Not to mention the hot weather, but also sleepy. What could be more uncomfortable than this? Luckily there are no mosquitoes here. If there were mosquitoes, Siabo would have gone crazy. No, I'm so sleepy, I need to take a nap. Siabo couldn't stand it any longer. He took out half of the watermelon, ate it, put the watermelon rind on his head, and then wet the cloth to cover himself. Only then did he feel a little cool. Then he fell into a deep sleep. That day, he didn't sleep well, and was always woken up by the heat. The last time he woke up by the heat, Siabo didn't sleep because there were only more than 20 minutes left before the first mode was turned on. Ranked mode. Ranked mode is a mode for players to fight. The winner can get a ranking medal, and when the medals accumulate to 10, they will be promoted to 1 level. Siabo attaches great importance to this ranking mode. After waking up, he threw away the watermelon peel, washed up, put on his short-sleeved shirt, and sat in the car. This is the first day after the novice welfare period ends, and it is also the first day when some strange modes are turned on. The development of this game is becoming more and more diversified. Siabo looked at the endless highway outside. If this game grows again, it will no longer be confined to one highway. The future must be a diversified trend. Cars and career upgrades coexist, and the trend of increasing game competition. As time goes by, people in the world also stop what they are doing and start preparing for this ranking mode. Now the world is basically level 2, and it is rare to see level 1 people speak. Brothers, whoever matches me, please let me go. Big brother Siabo, please let me go. Big brother Siabo, please let me go +2. Big brother Siabo, please let me go +10,086. Big brother Siabo is unparalleled in the world. Level 3 is unmatched. Not necessarily. In that game, you can evolve weapons, not bare hands. It depends on who has better skills. You know, there are many martial artists in the game, and they are not weak at all. You are right, it is not your own attributes that determine victory or defeat, but your own martial arts. Siabo saw this news and agreed with it. In the early stage, the difference between the first and second levels is just a slight difference in attributes. Some people even challenge the second level with the first level, so in the early stage of the game is not the most important. When I met the old man, I learned a lesson. Although my strength and speed are very terrifying, my strength is equivalent to 2.5 people, and my speed is equivalent to 2 people. But I still can't easily subdue the old man. But I am different. Both my strength and speed are far beyond the 3rd level. You see my level, but you can't see my attributes. Even if the old man is hit by my punch, he will definitely not be able to hold on. Time passed, and there were only a few minutes left before the qualifying match started. People in the world are eager to try. 1 minute and 10 seconds. The originally dark qualifying mode suddenly lit up, and people in the world who had stopped their work hurriedly clicked to enter. Siabo also clicked to enter at the first time. System prompt. The qualifying mode is entered with ideology. The consciousness body corresponds to its own attributes, and can use the learned skills. During the ranking mode, the player's body will not be attacked by wild monsters. System protection mechanism. Each player will be given a room and the best mental state. During the ranking period, you can wait in the room and watch the live broadcast. Enter the arena and choose to generate weapons, which are limited to swords, sticks, and clubs. During the ranking period, you can choose to start the live broadcast to gain popularity. Be careful to expose your own strength and be studied by your opponents. Professional ranking can generate real weapons. The ranking mechanism implements random matching, and the strength of the matching opponent depends on your own luck. Only players of the same ranking level will be matched. Ranking level system: 1 to 10 ranking medals level 1, 11 to 20 ranking medals level 2, 21 to 30 ranking medals level 3. No flesh trade in ranking. Once detected by the system, you will be banned for 3 days, and all game records will be invalidated, and the drop rate of all items will be reduced. Death, injury, and disability in ranking will not have any impact on the real body. The next second, Siabo appeared in a room of medium size. There was a huge screen in the room, which kept flashing the ranking rules. It's a very user-friendly system, with many rules covering everything. Siabo thought subconsciously, as he looked at the rules still flashing on the screen. These rules are required to be read. If you don't read them, you can't proceed to the next step. Moreover, this is related to the game rewards and gameplay. Everyone carefully read the system rules. Bless you all. After about a few minutes, the carousel finally ended, and the last 4 words were extremely dazzling. The screen began to evolve, and a few words appeared. No one is live streaming yet. In the lower right corner of the screen, there is a button to start live streaming, and a button to start matching. The next second, the screen flashed, and someone actually started live streaming. It was a cute girl, who looked very cute, and there was a reward function, and the things rewarded in the reward function were actually the materials he owned. This surprised Siabo a little. Then, Siabo also chose to start live streaming. Obviously, this ranking mode live streaming is a mainstream, and he is fearless. After clicking to start broadcasting, Siabo changed the title to first person, then he clicked to match. Boss Siabo. It's really Boss Siabo, damn. Catch. As soon as Siabo started, people noticed him, and the number of people suddenly soared to 60 million. This is a real person, and dense barrages appeared, all of whom came to Mobike. After all, on the first day of this game, Siabo opened the attribute panel and pointed out a day's path for people in the world. And Siabo just nodded slightly, and his mood was still a little excited. Soon, he focused on matching, because the match was successful. Chapter 38. Matching is successful. Siabo focused on the match. Perhaps many people would pay attention to him. Looking at the barrage, there are Mobike and mocking ones. He knew that he was completely remembered at this moment, and he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. But he didn't care, he would prove it with his strength, and live broadcast was just a tool to maintain popularity. For weapons appeared on the screen in front of him, representing swords, sticks, and clubs. Siabo didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the knife. There was no other reason. He used a knife in real life, so it was easy to use a knife in the ranking. After the selection was completed, his eyes went black, and when he opened his eyes, it was a huge round platform, and a man suddenly appeared in front of him. The man still had a look of astonishment on his face, and he also held a knife in his hand, a huge broad knife. Siabo. After the man was stunned, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I'm matched with Siabo, I'm dumbfounded. Sympathize with this guy. A moment of silence. At the beginning, it was a fight between gods. I'd better wait for a while before matching. I'm coming, be careful. 6 clean and neat words. Siabo took a step and rushed over. He wanted to quickly resolve the battle and start the next one. Fuck, I'm coming. I surrender. Facing the aggressive Siabo, the man shouted with fear on his face. However, Siabo's action was too fast, and the broad machete in his hand slashed across the man's neck, and the man's body turned into a white mist and disappeared. There is no such thing as surrender in the game. Didn't you read the rules? Siabo put away the broad machete, and a screen appeared in the void. The avatar on the screen was himself, with 10 empty round medals next to him. Only 1 medal lit up. This meant that he had won a battle. The next moment, his figure appeared in the room. Do you want to generate a battle video? A prompt appeared on the screen. Siabo naturally chose no. He didn't want to be studied by others with the video. Then, without any hesitation, Siabo directly clicked the next one. The live broadcast room was shaken. Fuck, killed in seconds. Boss Siabo is worthy of being Boss Siabo. Boss is so fast. The second one was also a man, who was killed in seconds by Siabo without any room for resistance. The third one was a cute girl. At the cute girl's pleading, Siabo let her live for 5 seconds. After saying 2 words, Siabo cut off her neck with a knife. The fourth one was also a girl, who only lived for 3 seconds. The fifth one was a man, who only lived for 4 seconds. The sixth knife. The seventh knife. The eighth knife. The ninth knife. Siabo appeared in the room. The continuous killing made him feel uncomfortable, although there was no blood donation seen. But they were real people. After killing 9 people, his palm holding the knife trembled slightly. At this moment, the live broadcast room was shocked by the speed of Siabo killing 1 person with 1 knife. It was really shocking. 1 knife kills 1 person in 1 second, who else? Fuck, it's a good thing I didn't match. If I matched with the big guy, I would probably die miserably. Awesome, even the cute girls are not spared. The girl-killing maniac. Big guy, change your name, Siabo. Siabo +1. I'm here to learn skills, not to see magic. The live broadcast room was very happy. Many people did not participate in the match. They all came with the attitude of learning. After all, he must be good at something if he can be the first in the level list. But when they saw Siabo's real operation, they were stunned. Unparalleled speed, precise and efficient killing of enemies, no nonsense, no fancy moves, always 1 knife. Seeing Siabo click the match, the live broadcast room became excited again. Please welcome the next victim. 1 knife maniac, I would like to call him the strongest. It's the 9th game, 1 more game, and I will be upgraded. I finally understand why Siabo is level 3. Awesome. The matching speed is very fast, and it was matched in 1 second. At the same time, another anchor, who has won 4 consecutive games, looked at the words, matching successfully with a smile on his face. It's the 5th game. 5 more games, and we be able to advance. Brothers, if anyone meets me, swipe some supplies, and I let you win. The anchor grinned at the screen. New brothers, I'm Zhao Tianlong, who ranks 10th on the ranking list, also known as Along Brothers, who come and can click to follow me. You still have to learn skills from Along. Big brother Siabo is too fast. Yes, 1 sword kill, there's no skills to learn. Brother Long's live broadcast is still worth watching. You can learn some skills to fight the enemy. The screen went black and appeared again, an extremely familiar arena. Let me see, is the next one a girl or? Aaron said excitedly, and then when he saw the person coming out, his voice stopped abruptly. The smile on his face disappeared, and turned into solemnity. Because he was facing Siabo, who was ranked first in the ranking list. It's over, I met Siabo. GG, I guess it's Idao. Xia Yidao's name is not for nothing. This is Xia Yidao's promotion match. A moment of silence for Aaron. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong put away his sloppy look, with a solemn face, holding the long sword in his hand. Xia. He was about to say it, but he saw Siabo, who had been silent, suddenly launched an attack, and the speed was like a beast, accompanied by a cold killing intent and terrifying murderous aura. Fuck. So cruel. Zhao Tianlong's heart seemed to be pulled out, and he was frightened by Siabo's momentum. This is something Siabo can't control. As long as he launches an attack, he can't control these. Looking at the silver-white blade, Zhao Tianlong quickly gathered his mind, and drew his sword to meet the enemy. Clang, the golden sword touched, an unmatched force came from the wrist, and the tiger's mouth hurt. The next second, a silver-white flashed before his eyes. What a fast knife. This was his thought before his eyes went black. When he woke up again, he was in the room. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and his lips were pale. He had just experienced death. Too fast, the speed of the knife is really too fast. Zhao Tianlong smiled bitterly. His hands were still shaking. It was obvious that Siabo was slashing the first knife just now, just a simple knife, letting himself receive it, and the real killer move was the second knife. Draw the knife and slash diagonally. Done in one go, worthy of being Xia Yidao. Brothers, this is terrible. Fortunately, Siabo has advanced. I don't want to meet him again in my life. After saying this, he calmed down and started the next match. On the other side, Siabo collected the second level reward expressionlessly. Then he continued to match. After more than 10 minutes, Siabo chose to go offline. Because he is the only one at the second level now. Chapter 39. Xia Yidao is off the air. We can start matching. Siabo has never let us down. Too awesome, this burst speed, this terrifying reaction. Awesome. Unrivaled. Although Siabo is off the air, the world is talking about Siabo crazily, because his strength is too strong, and his sword is too awesome. People who have fought with him said frankly that they don't want to see Siabo again in this life, a man who is like a devil. Siabo's speed. Strength. They are far beyond ours. This is not a battle of the same level, but a one-sided massacre. Did he massacre you? He just used one sword. How could it be a massacre? The world was shaking, and Siabo sat in the car blankly, his hands and feet were cold. I actually killed 10 people. Although I didn't really kill them, I didn't have any emotional fluctuations when I killed them. Huh? Am I a bloodthirsty person? Siabo's face was sweating. This feeling was really uncomfortable. He had killed wild monsters before, but now it was people. He felt very uncomfortable. He knew that if he didn't get over this hurdle, he would not be able to grow in the future. This was like a knot in his heart. Maybe I have to change my mentality. If I don't grow, then I will be killed, and I may even die at the hands of wild monsters. If I don't show that I am strong, more and more people will step on me to get to the top. There are white and black. People who enter this world are mixed, and there are people who can play with people's hearts. I do this just to make myself stronger. Old Joe also warned me that what is scarier than ghosts is the human heart. The human heart is unpredictable. If I don't become strong, more and more people will bully me, and countless people will plot against me. So no matter what, I have to become strong. Siabo murmured, his eyes gradually shining. I must become strong. Oh right, the reward. Siabo, who was a little hungry, was about to take the food, and he remembered that he had already ranked second. Skill, killing state. Feature, concentrate, enter the killing state, and increase all attributes by 5%. Note, continuously consume mental power. When the mental power is exhausted, the dynamic ends. Siabo, ? Seeing the skills he opened, Siabo's breathing became rapid. This ability is too abnormal. Perhaps in the early stage, this 5% increase in all attributes will not be seen, but when you reach the later stage, when the attributes reach hundreds or thousands, how terrifying this 5% increase will be. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. The bloodthirsty state has been upgraded to the hunting state. Skills, hunting state. Feature 1, concentrate, enter the hunting state, and gain dynamic vision. Feature 2, all attributes are increased by 10%. Note, continuously consume mental power. When the mental power is exhausted, the state ends. Siabo stared at the introduction of this skill book for a long time, and 2 words came out of his mouth in a clear and loud voice. Fuck. Such an awesome skill. After being shocked, Siabo directly chose to learn. The book broke into pieces, and sank into Siabo's body. A sense of comfort spread throughout his body, numb and smooth. The force passed quickly. Siabo twisted his buttocks and sat comfortably, then opened the system panel. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 3. Experience, 6/50. Strength, 13, 1.3. Agility, 9, 0.9. Physical fitness, 9, 0.9. Mental strength, 6, 0.6. Health value, 97. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills expertise. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary agility. Primary sensitivity. Hunting state. The 4-dimensional attributes have been improved to varying degrees. This thing is like a passive, and there is also the dynamic vision. It is also a killer. Dynamic vision is the ability of the eyes to capture, decompose, and perceive the image of a moving target when observing a moving target. This ability is similar to bullet time. This ability is too buggy. It's amazing. Siabo concentrated his mind, and suddenly felt that he had entered an overclocked state. His sight was focused on one point. The waves blowing on the grass surface also changed at this moment. He even felt that his heartbeat slowed down. He stretched out his hand, and the erect hairs floated gently. This state? Siabo, who had entered the hunting state, seemed to have entered a new world. However, the good times did not last long. After a while, he began to feel dizzy. This state also began to be like a TV with a bad signal, with floating snowflakes. Siabo was startled and quickly diverted his attention to stop himself from concentrating. Soon, he exited the stage just now. Huff, huh? Siabo took a deep breath, felt dizzy, and felt extremely nauseous. After picking up the bucket and drinking a few mouthfuls of water, he felt better. So disgusting. What happened just now? Why did that happen? After calming down a little, Siabo suddenly realized that the time of this state is limited. He soon found the answer. Spiritual power. January 6th, 0.6, recovering. Tip. Once the mental power becomes 0 points, you will fall into a state of fainting. This is found in the mental power attribute expansion column. Starting the hunting state will consume mental power, and mental power represents mental power, so this is the sequelae of excessive mental power consumption. Siabo recalled the feeling just now, and still had lingering fears. That state was really uncomfortable. Leaning on the driver's seat, he recovered a little, clicked on the system, checked the time, and there was still half an hour before dark. Then he clicked on the popularity rankings. There are already several new faces in the top 10 rankings, one of which is someone he is familiar with, Fong Xian. Ranked 9th, another one is the cute girl who started the live broadcast. She also entered the popularity rankings. Currently ranked 8th. The opening of the ranking live broadcast has brought huge popularity to some people, especially those who were the first to eat crabs. Obviously, this cute girl ate it. Fong Xian also started live broadcasting? Siabo re-entered the ranking mode and entered Fong Xian. Several people appeared, most of whom had the same name, but different faces. And this is ranked according to popularity, so the first one is Fong Xian. She really started the live broadcast. After Siabo clicked it, his eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, Fong Xian was fighting with a man. Both of them were good at fighting. The man had a foundation and practiced martial arts. And Fong Xian was not bad at fighting either. He practiced fighting skills. This was something Siabo could see at a glance. After all, he also studied elementary fighting specialization. Fong Xian's popularity was very high, and the screen was full of words of praise. After all, the fight between the two was indeed pleasing to the eye. Why use pleasing to the eye? Because their moves and fighting were both fists and feet, and weapons were used together. But this was a fight after all, and the winner was soon decided. Fong Xian was defeated because of lack of physical strength. Chapter 40. Fong Xian lost because of lack of physical strength. The two were of similar strength, but Fong Xian's blocking was perfect and his attack was moderate. However, the opponent's physical strength was obviously better than Fong Xian's, so he lost because of physical strength and was defeated in the end. But the loss was not unfair. Brothers, we lost. The opponent was very strong. We had opportunities, but unfortunately, we didn't seize them several times. Fong Xian's figure appeared in the room, exhaled slightly, and then said, "Continue, start the next game. There is still half an hour, and we are only 3 games away from level 2. New viewers can click to follow." This live broadcast room is responsible for teaching fighting skills. Military fighting skills are very practical. You can learn a lot of techniques to help everyone survive better in the wilderness. Soon, the next match began. Siabo only watched for a while, and then quit. Watching live broadcasts is a waste of time. Now that the novice welfare period is over, he cherishes time even more. After coming out, he did not match again. There were almost no people who could match him. Basically, he could defeat them with one sword, and he still had to wait for the people behind to come up. Half an hour passed quickly in the exercise. Near dusk, Siabo sat on the side of the road, with a steel sword stuck in the ground beside him, a bucket of water beside him, a biscuit in his mouth, and a virtual screen in front of him. The first day's ranking list has appeared. I guess Xiaodao must be on it. Xiaodao is awesome. There has never been a second sword. I only admire Siabo in the ranking, nicknamed Xiaodao. Sun Wudi is also very powerful. I think the old soldier is not bad. There are more Siabo bragging in the world, but Siabo doesn't care at all. He has the strength, especially after getting the hunt, his strength has skyrocketed unprecedentedly. First place, Siabo, ranking level 2, record, 10 wins and 0 losses. Win rate, 100%. Second place, Sun Quan, ranking level 2, record, 13 wins and 4 losses, win rate, 76%. Third place, Feng Shihong, ranking level 2, record, 12 wins and 5 losses, win rate, 70%. The top 10 rankings of the ranking competition have been released, and Siabo ranks first with a record of 10 wins and 0 losses, and a 100% win rate. The record is simply terrifying. Compared with the noisy world, Siabo is much calmer here. At this moment, he is looking up and looking at the sky. In the sky, another red moon is emitting this strange light. The visibility around is indeed improved, But this red moon is very strange. The appearance of the red moon also caused a stir in the world. The first day is also the moonlight mode. It's hell from the start. It's over. Help, who can help me? Moonlight mode. There is a 10% chance that the moon will appear at night. When the moon appears, the wild monster refresh rate increases, the explosion rate increases, and the experience increases. Note, after the update, there will be stars to provide weak light sources at night. So, tonight is a night for upgrading. As long as the wild monsters are not scary, I believe that after tonight, batches of level 3 will appear. Looking away, Siabo lowered his eyes, and it was unclear what his expression was. Time passed by bit, and Siabo sat on the side of the road, his back straight, like a towering and immovable mountain. The moonlit night mode appeared on the first night, which really brought a sense of crisis to the people in the world. However, many people were silent when they saw the increase in experience points. Crisis and opportunity coexist. If you survive, the level increase tonight is obvious. So many people are facing this moonlit night mode with the attitude of working hard to upgrade. This opportunity is rare. Not long after the night fell, Siabo ushered in the first monster, a green-skinned monster. Old acquaintance. Facing this monster, Siabo was silent. He saw a trace of spirituality in the monster's eyes. The monster's wisdom has indeed improved. I don't know if it's good or bad. With powerful strength, he killed it and the experience increased by 2 points. But Siabo was not too happy. The increase in the wisdom of wild monsters is not good news. Just now, when he took action, the wild monster could dodge, escape, and even gorilla. The first wild monster did not explode equipment. Siabo held a steel knife and left the roadside, staring at the endless grassland covered by red light. I must become stronger to survive in the future. The first wild monster took the lead, and Siabo's heavy heart relaxed a little. At least he was strong enough. Half an hour later, the second wild monster came. Its figure was bloated, rushing from the depths of the grassland. It turned out to be a new monster with 4 legs, a human-shaped upper body, bare breasts, and a wooden spear in its hand, with a sharp tip. The monster rushed over from there without stopping, like a warrior on horseback, charging into battle. It didn't give Siabo any room to think, and Siabo didn't say much, and raised his sword to meet the enemy. Aliens should be killed. Siabo's eyes flashed with coldness, and he raised his sword to face the charging monster. Suddenly, his movement speed suddenly increased, and he unexpectedly dodged the monster's spear, then flashed behind it at the fastest speed and swung his sword to cut it. Roar! The monster reacted very quickly. After losing its target, it began to dodge, and the steel knife only left a bloody mark on its back. After feeling the pain, the monster let out a roar. And Siabo had already distanced himself from it to prevent the first attack from failing and falling into its attack range. What a quick reaction! This monster is not simple. After retreating to a safe distance, Siabo stared at the 4-legged monster and prepared for the second attack. The first time he used swiftness, he didn't kill it. Siabo didn't underestimate it at all. Less than half a second after retreating, he took the initiative to attack. He likes to take the initiative in his own hands. Die for me! Siabo tore his throat and roared, pointing the steel knife in his hand directly at the opponent's weapon. This time he changed his strategy. Since the opponent's weapon is a spear, and it is made of wood, I will cut off your weapon. At that time, you can only be slaughtered. This plan was very successful. The spear met the machete, and was directly cut off. After Siabo succeeded, his body movements became bolder. Even attacking only, not defending. After all, the opponent's weapon has been destroyed by himself. Without the spear, the wild monster is at the mercy of others. Siabo charged 3 times in a row, using his speed and strength advantages to cut off its head. Huh? Looking at the monster falling, Siabo exhaled, and a drop of sweat dripped from his chin. Wiped the sweat from his forehead, Siabo found that the wild monster finally exploded something. 2 liters of low-quality gasoline. A discarded pot, 2 things. Siabo was stunned when he saw the pot. The oil was understandable, but now even the pot could explode. Chapter 41. After upgrading the oil, I threw it in the trunk. The trunk was almost full, with a lot of gasoline and purified water. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. A broken pot has been upgraded to a fine iron pot. Siabo smiled happily as he watched the broken pot in his hand disappear and was replaced by a complete iron pot. With this pot, I can boil some hot water, soak some chrysanthemums, or even cook a pack of instant noodles. When it comes to instant noodles, Siabo drools. I have been eating bread and biscuits for a long time, and my mouth has long been dull. Tomorrow night, I can cook instant noodles. Siabo put the pot in the car and had an idea in his mind. He deliberately pulled some grass and spread it evenly on the road. After the sun shines tomorrow, the grass can be used as firewood. As for how to set up the pot, it is too simple. You just need to dig a hole in the grass, then put the pot on the hole and light a fire in the hole. Considering the grass is not resistant to burning when boiling water, Siabo got a lot of grass and spread it on the road. When the time comes, he will add some gasoline, which will be enough for him to cook instant noodles. His saliva has already flowed out. He is tired of eating biscuits and bread. It's done, just wait until tomorrow. After Siabo finished cleaning up, he felt relieved. Instant noodles are delicious, no explanation. Leaning against the car, Siabo continued to wait for the monsters to refresh. There are more monsters tonight than before. In an hour and a half, 2 monsters were refreshed, and the experience value has reached 12 o'clock. The experience value has indeed increased, double experience. This moonlit night mode is simply a paradise for brushing experience. An hour later, the monsters finally refreshed. A dark figure appeared in the distance, stumbling from the grassland. Then, the second one. The third one. There were 5 of them. At first, Siabo thought it was a human, because the black shadow was the outline of a human, and the height and walking posture of the shadow were the same as those of a human. And there were 5 figures. But he quickly realized that this was a game world, and humans could not leave the grassland more than 10 meters away. So the 5 stumbling figures were definitely not humans, but a humanoid monster. Siabo had already grasped the steel knife, frowning at the crooked figure. 100 meters. 50 meters. Suddenly, at a distance of about 50 meters, the 5 crooked figures suddenly rose up, like humans running wildly, and rushed towards Siabo, roaring in their mouths, which was very terrifying. At this moment, Siabo saw their faces clearly. Ragged clothes, rotten flesh, faces full of holes, white maggots crawling. Even the holes on their faces were filled with dirt, and there was dirt on their bodies, as if they had just crawled out of the ground. Siabo was shocked, and suddenly a trace of fear rose in his heart. These guys looked like zombies in the movie. It was not that he was afraid of these guys, but he was afraid of their faces, which were even more terrifying than the monsters in horror movies. This thing was like a zombie. Or it was a zombie. They were very fast, and one of them even fell down and rolled on the ground for several times, but stood up again, twisting his body wildly and rushing over. Siabo took several steps back. The zombie's momentum was so terrifying that he dared not resist it. Taking a deep breath, Siabo tried to overcome his fear. This creature was a mutant of humans. It was buried underground and almost rotted. It revived and came out of the ground. If it was a comparison of strength, maybe he could deal with it without the 4-legged monster just now. That is, there were 5 of them. Who? Come on, let me see your strength. After Siabo suppressed his inner fear, a strong desire to fight arose in his heart. Just as the 5 zombies stepped onto the road, a strong stench of corpses hit him in the face, which was disgusting. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Siabo held his breath to prevent himself from being affected by the strong stench of corpses and concentrate. Then he entered the overclocking state. Hunting mode, turned on. The most intuitive change is the visual change. The speed of these 5 zombies has slowed down, and he can keenly capture their every move. His attention was also highly focused, and his heart was beating like a drum. Siabo knew that this state could not last long, so after turning on the hunting state, he rushed over directly. The nearest zombie rushed directly at Siabo. In the dynamic vision, Siabo had already noticed the zombie's attacking movements, and when it attacked in advance, he had already made a dodging reaction, and the steel knife in his hand was like a silver crescent moon. Puff! The head was thrown up, and the zombie fell straight to the ground. After getting rid of one, Siabo did not stop at all and rushed directly to the second one. The remaining 4 zombies attacked together, and Siabo was like a swimming fish, dodging their attacks again and again. Every time he dodged a zombie's head flew up. Siabo's use of the knife became more and more mature. Even when fighting these powerful wild monsters, he already had the breeze of Siabo. It is said that fighting is the fastest way to improve strength. Siabo has no objection. He grows in fighting, and walks on the edge of death. This is the fastest way to improve strength. Puff! With the last zombie's head flying up, all 5 zombies fell to the ground. Siabo also staggered and sat on the ground. The hunting state ended, and he felt very sick. This state is really abnormal. 5 terrifying zombies didn't even touch the corner of my clothes. Siabo exhaled, and his heart was extremely excited. This is simply God level. After calming down his excitement, Siabo began to calculate the harvest this time. First of all, the experience value increased by 10 points. The experience value reached a terrifying 22 points. It's not far from upgrading. The experience value of a zombie is actually 2 points. The experience value of the Moonlit Night mode increases. It is currently estimated to be twice, which means that a normal zombie only has 1 point of experience. Siabo thought about it. Judging from the battle just now, the zombies are not strong. If there is a weapon, it is easy to deal with. It is normal to have low experience value. However, he also noticed 1 point. These zombies have no wisdom, and only rely on animal nature. It is not difficult to deal with. The next step is to sort out the things that exploded. A piece of iron and a piece of rag. There are not many things. Siabo picked up the 2 things on the ground. The iron was upgraded to 6 pieces. The rags became 9 pieces of exquisite cloth. The things that exploded were very ordinary. The mainstream in the future should be iron swords, random knives, iron armor. This game does not seem to have a technological route. Siabo thought of automotive engineers, but he didn't know automotive engineers, and he didn't know whether automotive engineers could break the technological barriers. Chapter 42. But on second thought, it seems impossible to achieve. Even if the automotive engineers have broken the barriers of technology, there are very few advanced materials in this world. Maybe this is the early stage of the game, and the game will be updated. Currently, the modules are updated. Maybe one day in the future, the materials will be updated. After thinking about it, Siabo no longer bothered about this problem. He stuffed the upgraded things into the car, and then took out a piece of bread and ate it. The negative impact of turning on the hunting state is that the body's energy is consumed too quickly. After just one turn on, I felt my stomach was empty. And this is still in combat. It seems that some skills will have negative effects. Just like the hunting state. It is really powerful, but when the mental power is exhausted, I will become an object of slaughter. Therefore, the improvement of mental power should also be put on the agenda. With the improvement of mental power, the hunting state can be maintained longer. After eating something and filling his stomach, Siabo leaned against the front of the car and continued to wait. Tonight is indeed a paradise for upgrading, double experience, increased explosion rate, and increased wild monster refresh rate. What else can it be but paradise? Maybe this is paradise for Siabo. But it is not friendly to others. Siabo doesn't know what the others are like. He knows that he only needs to guard his half-acre of land. Then wait until dawn. There is one thing, the sleep time is reduced. After all, you can't sleep at night, and you have to travel during the day, so the sleep time is naturally compressed. At the beginning, this may be possible, but it will definitely not last for a long time. While he was thinking, he felt something moving on the system. He clicked it, and saw that someone had accepted the transaction. The transaction he posted required iron blocks in order to synthesize air conditioners. The transaction process became very simple. Siabo directly placed 2 packs of instant noodles, and the other party placed an iron block. The system determined it to be a fair transaction. Iron blocks in this period of time are still relatively precious, and the instant noodles he upgraded are not bad. The transaction went smoothly. Siabo upgraded the iron block and got 6 iron blocks. It was a very comfortable upgrade, and he was one step closer to synthesizing air conditioners. Siabo stuffed the iron into the car. He took out the things he had stored and looked at them. I now have 17 pieces of iron and 11 pieces of wood. I still need 13 pieces of iron and 9 pieces of wood. He muttered, put the things back into the car, and then got out of the car. There is a long way to go. With a sigh, Siabo looked at the grassland. It seems that the wild monsters haven't been refreshed for a long time. Something is wrong. Siabo suddenly realized that something was wrong with the time. 3 hours had passed, and it was about an hour before the zombies were refreshed. But the strange thing was that there was still no sign of refreshing wild monsters in the vast grassland, and no trace of any monsters could be seen. The green monster at the beginning, then the 4-legged monster, and then the 5 zombies that appeared later. Could it be that this is the calm period of the Moonlit Night mode? Siabo began to think wildly again. Before he thought for long, he suddenly stood up. Through the red light of the red moon in the sky, a strange figure appeared on the grassland in the distance. Looking at this figure, Siabo knew that he was overthinking. The 4th monster, please bring more, so I can level up faster. Siabo put aside his messy thoughts, licked his dry lips, and then stared at the monster in the distance. The monster moved very slowly. If it were someone else, they would have driven away long ago. Only Siabo, a reckless man, dared to wait for the monster. But isn't this the reason why he is so powerful? The monster approached, and its face also appeared in Siabo's field of vision. Siabo couldn't help but gasp when he saw the monster's face. If the appearance of zombies is terrifying and creepy, then the monster in front of him is terrifying. There is a cow-sized, alien-shaped thing, with tentacles extending from its body, 1 meter long, and a sharp thorn extending from the tentacles, slowly wriggling, baring its teeth and claws, and its body is covered with sticky mucus, as if it had just drilled out from somewhere. In the moonlit night mode, every monster is different. Green-skinned monsters, four-legged monsters, zombies, and now tentacle monsters. Unable to see the strength of this monster, Siabo held the steel knife very carefully. The attack method of this monster is to extend the tentacles with sharp thorns from the body. The meat sac tentacles may also be his breakthrough point. A total of 8 tentacles. If you want to kill someone, cut off his arms first. If you want to get rid of the monster, cut off his limbs first. A simple attack plan appeared in Siabo's mind, and he glanced at his mental power. It has recovered. The recovery of mental power is related to oneself. When in an empty state, the speed of mental power recovery will naturally increase. When in a tense state, the recovery of mental power is very slow. At this time, the mental power has reached 6 points, which is enough. When the monster stepped onto the road, Siabo turned on the hunting mode without hesitation and launched an attack. This is his style. He likes to take the initiative. The initiative must be firmly in his own hands, whether it is against wild monsters or people. The most important point is, don't talk nonsense. If you want to kill people, you are a villain. And most villains die because of talking too much. A very clean and neat charge. After the sensitive transformation, his speed soared very fast, coupled with the hunting mode, rushed straight over. The wild monster was stunned for a moment in a very human way, and then let out a strange cry, and 8 tentacles with sharp thorns suddenly stabbed out, baring their teeth and claws, and actually extended out, buzzing and stabbing over, and the 8 tentacles surrounded Siabo from all directions. The speed was fast, baring its teeth and claws, and in Siabo's dynamic vision, the movement of each tentacle was accurately captured by him. Relying on the capture of dynamic vision, Siabo avoided their attacks with extremely terrifying reactions. His face exuded a coldness, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. He had no fear or dread. This was his state after he started hunting, like a ferocious beast. Clang! She! The steel knife accurately chopped the sharp thorns that were stabbed at him. After chopping them off, he did not hesitate to cut them off again. The movements were combined together, and the severed tentacles twisted and gathered, and a trace of pain appeared on the face of the wild monster. After cutting off one, Siabo did not waste any time and rushed directly to the next one, trying to break the blockade formed by 8 tentacles. After starting the hunting state, his time became very precious, and every second was cherished. His movements were very fast. In 2 breaths, he dealt with the second tentacle and successfully broke through the blockade of the wild monster and pointed directly at its body. There were tentacles sweeping behind him. The wild monster began to panic. The gate of life was opened, and its body was exposed. Once it was approached, it would only end up dead. However, before the blockade was formed, Siabo's steel knife had already sunk into its body, and what came into view was a human face without any emotion. The steel knife tore into the monster's body, and Siabo swung the steel knife wildly like a butcher, dismembering it at the fastest speed. Chapter 43. Puff! Puff! The sound of the thorn piercing the flesh sounded, the mucus splashed all over Siabo's face, with a fishy smell. The sharp thorn behind him also stabbed towards his head. Siabo was slightly shocked. He was almost torn into pieces, but he could still attack. This was his last counterattack. He had noticed it, and quickly twisted his body. As soon as he twisted a little, the sharp thorn behind him pierced his body, but was blocked. The wild monster fell to the ground, and Siabo's heart beat violently. He felt the power contained in the sharp thorn. He was just a little bit away. At the critical moment, he twisted his body, and used his body to bear the sharp thorn. It was the exquisite steel pigskin soft armor that played a role. Fortunately, he was wearing the steel pigskin soft armor, otherwise his body would have been pierced just now. Thrilling, exciting. Feeling the surge of adrenaline in his body, it was indescribable. There were still 3 points of mental power, and it was not exhausted. Just now, I chose the most risky and direct way of attack. I didn't deal with all the tentacles, but only broke through the blockade formed by its tentacles until its body. Ignoring the other 6 tentacles, if my speed was a little slower, my head would be pierced. It can be said that I was dancing on the edge of death just now. But this also depends on my confidence, and the result is indeed successful. If it were someone else, I would never dare to take such a risk. But other people couldn't touch this monster either. After all, the wild monster refresh in the moonlight mode is also determined by the strength and number of players. After the monster died, Siabo also breathed a sigh of relief, exited the state, and took a short rest. The number of wild monsters has increased by 10 points. A wild monster that is the same as the Minotaur. Siabo looked at the experience that increased by 10 points, his face was thoughtful, and he was not too surprised. He risked his life to get it, so he couldn't say whether he was happy or not. If this wild monster had a level, it would be the same level as the Minotaur. After the Minotaur was born with wisdom, it was no longer as reckless as before. He looked at the time and found that 4 hours had passed. After a break, Siabo walked to the place where the monster's body disappeared. 10 shiny things glowed faintly under the red light, and they looked beautiful instantly. Abomination Metal * 10. Introduction. The key token for the job transfer Abomination. Note: 100 Abomination medals can transfer to Abomination. Abomination, a new job. The name Abomination is very familiar. It is a character produced by a certain film company on Blue Star, and has unparalleled power. But in this game, it may not be like this. Its existence must have some characteristics. What surprised him was that this wild monster actually exploded 10 medals. Holding the Hatred medal in his hand, Siabo chose to upgrade. Butcher Medal * 69. Introduction. The key token for changing to Butcher. Note: 500 Butcher medals can change to Butcher. Looking at the pile of medals in his arms, Siabo was stunned for a moment. From a subjective point of view, he felt that the profession seemed to be weakened. Hatred, Butcher, it is obvious that the former is stronger, but according to his familiarity with the system, it is definitely not weakened, but Butcher is more powerful. So Hatred is just a synonym. Putting the things in the car, Siabo no longer entangled with these. Hatred is not necessarily the same as the hatred in the movie. It is a profession. Hunter, warrior, repairman, boxer, assassin, abomination, 6 professions have appeared, and I don't know if there will be other professions. Siabo closed the car door, muttered, and looked at the world. The news in the world came one after another. They were all about their own gains. Some people exploded skill books, some exploded blueprints, some exploded supplies, and even some exploded amplification items. It seems that many people in the world are lucky. It's a pity that I am a cheater. After reading the chat information in the world for a while, Siabo browsed the rankings again. He is currently ranked first in the 3 rankings of level, car upgrade, and popularity. He is safe in prison, and doesn't have to worry about being deprived. This makes Siabo very relieved. Time passed quickly, and Siabo didn't exercise again, because he didn't know when wild monsters would pop out. So he had to ensure that he had plenty of physical strength. Waiting is undoubtedly the most boring, at least Siabo thinks so. A straight road stretches across the grassland, boundless. The red light cast by the red moon looks a little weird, and a little out of place. Siabo sat on the roadside 30 meters away from the car, with a steel knife stuck in the soil, and a half-broken watermelon in his hand. Eating seems to be the only way to pass the time. Tomorrow, I can make instant noodles. There are so many people in the world who want to die. You can't be lax when dealing with wild monsters, especially wild monsters with wisdom like this. You can't be lax at all, otherwise you won't know how you died. Siabo looked at the remarks of the world that looked down on wild monsters, and couldn't help but sneer. He took a big bite of watermelon, and felt very comfortable. After eating the watermelon, Siabo stood up and looked around. He couldn't help showing an anxious expression on his face. Time passed too slowly. It was a huge torment for him. It was a bit anxious. Wild monster, come quickly, come quickly. For a moment, he actually missed the time of fighting with wild monsters. At this time, he saw a wild monster appearing from a distance. The 5th wild monster appeared. When it got closer, it was a green monster. Siabo held the steel knife tightly, and looked at the wild monster, with a trace of relief on his face. This kind of wild monster can be easily dealt with by himself. The wild monster approached Siabo, and a pair of green eyes began to look at him. The slightly thin body of the green monster was slightly bent, like a beast ready to go. This is the state when they want to hunt prey. A pair of sharp claws are ready to move, eager to be stained with blood. Siabo paced slowly. There is still a lot of time. How can I not have fun with this guy? After all, it is used to kill time. Suddenly, the monster attacked Siabo, shaking left and right, and it was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. This surprised Siabo. Interesting, it actually uses tactics. This kind of trick is just like tactics. It seems to be about to launch an attack, but it is not. It seems that it has not launched an attack, but it has already killed. But Siabo is not the naive student he used to be. In addition, he is cautious, so when the monster launched an attack, he directly turned on the hunting state, saw through the monster's real or fake, took a step forward, swung the steel knife, and chopped down vertically. Ding! Sparks flew everywhere, and the monster actually used its claws to resist. But this was within Siabo's expectations. Don't forget that he used this trick when dealing with Xiao Tianlong. Especially in the hunting state, the monster could not react at all. He drew his knife and raised it, and cleanly cut off one of the monster's arms. Then he slid sideways, with a cold look on his face, and raised the steel knife, inserting it straight into the monster's neck. Chapter 44. The wild monsters were completely dead. Siabo exited the overclocking state. Except for the buzzing in his head, everything else was fine. He had gradually become familiar with the sequelae of exiting this state. After checking, the wild monsters did not drop anything. Feeling a little depressed, he turned his head to the car, sat on the grass ground, and looked at the experience points. It increased by 2 points. Without the drop rate during the novice welfare period, it is indeed a bit difficult. There were a few things that dropped tonight, especially the 5 zombies. Now only 4 hours have passed, Siabo decided not to wait for the monsters. Not only is it difficult to wait for the wild monsters, but it is also extremely time-consuming. It is better to drive a longer distance in the dark. After eating something, Siabo gathered the grass on the ground and pressed it into the big umbrella on the roof, then sat in the driver's seat and started the car. The car sped away. From the green monster, to the 4-legged monster, to the zombie, the tentacle monster and the last wild monster, there are 5 wild monsters in total. Now 4 hours and 30 minutes have passed, which is equivalent to, a wild monster refreshes every 54 minutes. Excluding the probability of random refresh of wild monsters, at most one will refresh every 30 minutes. Of course, this is not certain. It just means that after 30 minutes, it is very likely that wild monsters will refresh in the next 10 minutes. The time of night starts directly from 12 o'clock. Now it is 7:25. After 6 o'clock, you can stop the car and wait for 10 minutes. Siabo thought about it in his heart. He didn't know whether his inference was accurate. He would know after half an hour if he tried it himself. Anyway, he would not lose anything. If no wild monsters are refreshed after half an hour, just drive away and wait for another half an hour. And so on. The car roared, and the accelerator was stepped on to the bottom. The fuel is now extremely sufficient, so there is no need to save it. There are still a few pots of gasoline in the trunk, which is enough. Besides, I still have a resource upgrade system. At most, I can sell some things in exchange for oil. There is no panic at all. Half an hour later, Siabo got off the car and waited for 10 minutes, but no wild monsters refreshed. The first attempt failed, and the next time would be 6:15. The car sped, and the second time was up. Siabo got off the car and waited as usual. At the last minute, a monster came from a distance, a green monster. After killing it, nothing exploded, but only 2 experience points were gained. Inside the car, Siabo thought, my idea is slightly correct, but there is a probability involved. It's a headache. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 3. Experience, 4550. Strength, 13, 1.3. Agility, 9, 0.9. Physical fitness, 9, 0.9. Mental strength, 6, 0.6. Health value, 97. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills expertise. Strength is constantly improved with exercise. Primary agility. Hunting state. The night passed quickly. In the morning, Siabo sat in the car parked on the side of the road, eating and looking at his attribute panel. I'm only 5 points away from leveling up. That method is not bad. I encountered a 4-legged monster and 3 green-skinned people. It's really affected by the factor of probability. After finishing the last bite of sandwich biscuits, Siabo drank a sip of water, and felt the fullness in his abdomen, and Siabo burped comfortably. The moonlit night mode was over, and it was no different from the normal mode. However, The moonlit night mode changes with the changes in one's own strength, and this has just begun. Siabo got out of the car and spread the grass on the road, and then cut some with a steel knife and spread it on the road, so that he could cook instant noodles tonight. He put down the umbrella and began to take a nap while it was still cool in the morning. While Siabo was sleeping, the world was in turmoil, because another mode was turned on. That is the endless mode. Endless mode. When night falls, players can choose to enter the endless mode to challenge different waves of monsters. There is a corresponding wave ranking list in the endless mode, which is updated every 7 days, and rewards are obtained based on the ranking. Note: killing other species in this mode will not provide experience. You can choose to exit at any time. Opening time: 2 hours. Endless mode is on. My goodness, endless mode, challenging endless waves, is just challenging one wave, no rewards. After last night's Moonlit Night mode, there are more and more level 3 bosses, and many people have revealed their skills, and everyone's footsteps are catching up with Siabo. When the ranking competition starts tonight, I believe there will be a bunch of bosses again. The world is eager to enter the endless mode to start the challenge. This kind of endless mode death will not have any effect on oneself, and can enhance one's strength, especially the experience of dealing with wild monsters is greatly improved. On this side, Siabo slept very soundly. After a tiring night's work, he slept very soundly in the morning, so naturally he missed the opening of the endless mode. 2 hours have passed, and the ranking of the endless mode has been refreshed. First place, Sun Quan, persisted in Wave 4. Second place, Feng Shihong, persisted in Wave 3. Third place, Wu Ribin, persisted in Wave 3. Soon the top 10 rankings of the endless mode appeared, and everyone in the world was stunned. It seemed that one person was missing. Fuck, where is my boss Siabo? He is not on the list. Where is Siabo? There is no Siabo. Did something happen to boss Siabo? Something happened? His name is still on the list. In the Moonlight mode, wild monsters are refreshed according to the strength and number of players. Could it be that boss Siabo is injured, and it is very serious? Although he is not dead now, he is dying. The world was silent. Boss Siabo was injured? Seriously injured? This explanation seems to be quite reasonable, and everyone agrees with it. Otherwise, how could he be absent when such an important mode is opened? On a certain road, a man sat in a car, staring at the system with a faint smile on his face. He is Feng Shihong, who is now ranked 2nd in the popularity list, and ranked 2nd in this endless mode. He is also on the level ranking list, currently ranked 4th, and has reached level 3. Once Siabo dies, I will be ranked 1st. Well, this 3rd place is a bit dangerous. I don't understand why a cute girl is so popular. Feng Shihong suddenly felt a headache for this guy ranked 3rd. His popularity is close to his own, and his strength is not bad. According to people in the world, this cute girl seems to be a killer. This was his expression at the time. What era is it, and there are still killers? However, it is not simple to guess this cute woman. In addition, there are some big men in the army. At present, the familiar ones on the level ranking are basically soldiers from the army with super physical fitness. Chapter 45. Some of the people in the army now have real strength, but I don't know where this Siabo came from. But it's okay. As long as Siabo can't hold on after tonight, he will become the number 1 on the popularity list. Feng Shihong suddenly felt that his future was bright. On a certain road, a dirty woman blinked her bright eyes, and looked at the world chat about Siabo. Is Siabo really unable to hold on? Humanity has lost another elite. The woman murmured in her mouth, and through her slightly dirty face, a hint of familiarity could be seen. She is the new popular king, Chu Shihong, the cute girl Chu Shihong, who uses a long sword very gracefully. And her real identity is not a killer. In the morning, the sun was hanging high. Feng Xian took a sip of water, and stared at the information in the world, which eventually turned into a silent sigh. As time passed, by the afternoon, the world's speculation about Siabo intensified, and it was feared that something ominous might happen. Siabo finally opened his sleepy eyes, his body soaked with sweat. He was awakened by the heat. He felt dizzy, and didn't sleep well at all. It was mainly too hot. The car was like a huge oven. Even with an umbrella, it was not very hot. Siabo was dazed for a moment. He couldn't stand the heat. He got some cloth to wet it, and wiped his body. Then he washed himself with his bare bottom, and put on his clothes. It's so hot. I have to make the air conditioner quickly. Otherwise, I won't sleep well every time. How can I guarantee that I won't take a nap at night? Siabo wiped the sweat from his forehead with a wet cloth and muttered that he couldn't sleep well since he left the high grassland area. Every time I wake up from the heat, or I can't sleep because of the heat. After eating, Siabo calculated the materials needed to make an air conditioner. Iron *17, wood *11. I have 17 pieces of iron and 11 pieces of wood now. The air conditioner blueprint requires 30 pieces of iron and 20 pieces of wood. It's almost done. I'm going to publish a transaction message. Siabo skillfully called up the system, and then he found that the object of discussion in the world was actually himself. Some even speculated that he was on the verge of death. This confused him. How could the world become like this after a good sleep? He didn't pay attention. The world was discussing him, and his popularity was also growing rapidly. Why should he pay attention? This is a good opportunity to increase popularity. Soon, a transaction message was released. The world shook again. Boss Siabo is alive. It shouldn't be. He didn't forget to trade even when he was dying. His spirit is commendable. Boss, you are iron deficient. I'm going to trade. Ask if you are seriously injured. Siabo just wanted to post the trade information and close it after taking a look at the list. Unexpectedly, someone traded in less than a few seconds. Boss Siabo, are you okay? Something happened. Let's trade first. There is still some time before the start of the qualifying competition. He needs to exercise. Siabo has a hunch that he may be promoted. After all, fighting for such a long time, strength and speed have been exercised to different degrees. This is continuous growth in battle. However, when these words reached the other side, they changed their meaning. The other side was silent. Boss Siabo was indeed a straightforward person. He didn't hide anything when he had something wrong. He told him directly. Could it be that he was injured too seriously and couldn't survive? It's unlikely. Boss Siabo, this is my piece of iron. Seeing that the other party had made a deal, Siabo was also very straightforward. He asked what he wanted and uploaded it directly. After comparing the prices, Siabo received the things and chose to upgrade directly. A piece of iron was upgraded to 7 pieces, which was a bit too much. Siabo was a little surprised. After putting it away, he looked at the time. There was still an hour and a half before the qualifying competition started. As long as he worked hard in this hour and a half, he would definitely be able to go further. He did it as soon as he said it. This time, his training object was the car. After all, he had reached the terrifying strength of 3 people, and buckets were already child's play. Lifting a car is definitely a good way to exercise muscles. The car weighs several tons. Even Siabo is not strong enough, but this way can really exercise. He took off his clothes, grabbed the front of the car with his strong hands, and tried his best. The front of the car slowly rose. After unloading the force, Siabo needed to rest, otherwise his muscles would suffer inevitable damage. After several rounds of this, Siabo couldn't stand it anymore. He was sweating all over, and the muscles on his arms were bulging, but with a little soreness. Every time he lifted the car, he needed to concentrate all his strength. Through his combat expertise, Siabo knew how to concentrate his strength on one point. This was a simple force technique. It feels like it's almost done. There's only half an hour left. Let's try running like crazy. Siabo looked at the vast highway. At this point, he was not worried about the wild monsters refreshing. Because the wild monsters refresh almost never during the day, and because they refresh only when they stay outside the car for a long time. He just rested in the car, so the wild monster refresh time would be refreshed. This is a simple speculation. It is not clear whether it has any practical effect, but Siabo is not afraid. He can see the monsters coming, and has enough time to get into the car and escape. The next step is to implement it. He has been doing it in the car for 10 minutes to ensure that he will not be attacked by monsters when he is exhausted. Then he focuses on an area within his sight, holding a steel knife, and runs wildly. His speed is extremely fast, far exceeding the world sprint champion. His speed is still increasing, as if he wants to break the limit of his body. The short-term burst consumes a lot of physical energy. Fortunately, his physical energy has been strengthened. But as he continues to accelerate, his physical energy is also decreasing visibly. 300 meters. 500 meters. When he was close to the place, he didn't know how many hundreds of meters it was. Siabo suddenly turned a corner, and turned to rush towards the car that had become a small black dot again. The huge consumption of physical energy made his lungs feel like being cut by a blade. Siabo didn't know how to run, nor did he know how to breathe so that he could sustain himself longer. But he understood that he had to break through his own limits. 500 meters, For 100 meters, the car grew bigger little by little. Siabo began to feel his physical strength gradually running out. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. This kind of short-term burst is not something that everyone can do. If you are not careful, your heart can't bear it. At this moment, Siabo was sweating like a shower, as if he had taken a bath, but didn't wipe it off, and his original speed was also slowing down, but it was still much faster than ordinary people. 200 meters, 100 meters and 50 meters. Whirl, wheeze, Siabo's chest rose and fell like a blower, and his lungs were stinging. But he still insisted on rushing past the broken car, because the limit had not been reached yet, and once he stopped, it meant failure. Finally, after running out of the broken 50 meters, his body ushered in a turnaround. Chapter 46. A weak warm current surged from the soles of his feet and arms, flowing to his whole body. Siabo felt the weak warm current, constantly nourishing his body. He did not dare to stop, but turned around and ran to his broken car. After high-intensity exercise, you cannot stop to rest, especially sitting on the ground, because the body is like a machine. After high-intensity exercise, sitting on the ground is equivalent to directly turning off the power of the machine that is running at high load. He needs to gradually slow down and keep moving to let the body that was originally exercising at high load gradually stop. Siabo kept walking in front of the car, wiping the sweat on his body with a piece of delicate cloth. There was too much sweat, and after wiping it once, it would come out again. This time lasted for 5 minutes, and Siabo sat on the hay he had laid, lying there, not wanting to move at all. Exhausted, Siabo now felt that his legs were weak and his body seemed to be hollowed out. Name: Siabo. Occupation: none. Gender: male. Level 3. Experience: 47/50. Strength: 14, 1.4. Agility: 10, 1. Physical fitness: 9, 0.9. Mental strength: 6, 0.6. Health value: 97. Skills mastered: primary fighting skills specialization. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary agility, primary dexterity, hunting state. Calling up my system panel, I found that my agility and strength have both increased a little, but now my muscles are sore and I can't feel it clearly. It's so exhausting. If every breakthrough is like this, then what's the point? It's still like this now. Do I have to wait until my attribute breaks through 20 before I break through on the brink of death? Siabo felt better, then sat up straight, cursing. There is another possibility, that is, the primary skills are difficult to provide attribute growth for oneself, so the skills must be advanced. I thought that the advancement of skills is to break through one's own limits. Now it seems a bit funny. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Siabo rested for a while, then stood up, and took out a large bucket of water from the co-pilot. He just broke through the limit of his body, and sweated too much. The water in his body was seriously depleted. Now he only felt dry mouth and thirsty. At this time, the start of the qualifying competition has also begun, and many people have participated in the live broadcast. There are also many people who are still waiting for some big guys to go up before starting to match. They wander around the major live broadcast rooms, watching the live broadcasts of people on the current level rankings, learning their skills, and then practicing them in reality. This is a process of continuous learning. Master Siabo hasn't started live streaming yet. I'm afraid he will miss tonight's qualifying match. Maybe he's seriously injured and is recovering now. That makes sense. Many live streaming rooms are speculating about Siabo. After all, Master Siabo is currently the #1 player in the game, the only one with a 100% win rate in the qualifying match, and he's so strong that no one has been able to withstand Siabo's first attack. No one has even asked Siabo to make a second attack. As time goes by, it seems that this will become a swan song. However, Siabo is completely unaware of the world's discussions, and he rarely reads the world's discussions when the weather changes. That is, he only reads it when he has time at night. After resting and making himself in perfect condition, Siabo opened the system and checked the time. The qualifying match had already passed for more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, he didn't miss too much. Sitting here, Siabo chose to enter the qualifying match. His eyes went dark, and his sight returned to that familiar space. The huge screen showed the live broadcast, and on the side of the screen was his personal information about the ranking. Siabo. Ranking level 2. Record 10 wins and 0 losses. Win rate 100%, a perfect record, reaching level 3 at the fastest speed tonight. Siabo's expression became cold, and he looked like he was keeping people away. He knew very well that his popularity was very terrifying. Once he showed sentimentality and full of emotions, it would cause some people to speculate. So he kept a cold state and killed decisively, leaving an indelible impression in the hearts of others, letting them know that he was not easy to mess with. Of course, this also has side effects, that is, it is easy to get into the role. This is inevitable, and there is no way to avoid it at present. After adjusting his mentality, Siabo's expression became even colder, and then he chose to start the live broadcast. Then, a message spread wildly to all the live broadcast rooms. Siabo started the live broadcast. Some people who were matching chose to cancel the match. Some people who were watching his live broadcast chose to quit, and then poured into the live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room was also rising wildly. I thought it was a live broadcast with an injury, but I didn't expect that in the live broadcast, Siabo was standing in the picture intact, with a cold expression, and the match had been started on the screen. And he was matched with someone. Siabo is fine. Impossible. Why would he be absent from the endless mode? Boss Siabo, why didn't you participate in the endless mode? During the live broadcast, the bullet screen scrolled wildly. However, Siabo basically didn't look at the bullet screen and didn't pay attention at all. Soon, the match started, and he still chose his favorite knife. The first person who was matched saw Siabo and was stunned. Boss Siabo, you are injured, aren't you? The man trembled all over and said hurriedly. Siabo, who was about to launch an attack, was stunned, frowned slightly, and spit out 3 words coldly. Who said that? Ah? The world is saying that you have lost contact for a day, and you didn't participate in the morning activities. Many people thought you didn't participate because you were injured. The man said cautiously, but he was still on guard against Siabo at all times, because he also watched Boss Siabo's live broadcast yesterday, and knew that Boss Siabo liked to launch sudden attacks the most. Oh! Siabo responded, but he was a little surprised. He had no idea what he had missed. But don't worry, just wait and see the event. Are you done? I'm going to do it after that. Siabo glanced at him and said, only half of the words were said, he rushed over. Concentrate your mind and start hunting. Facing the enemy, the best way is to go all out. What a fast speed. The man was horrified, and suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast. Siabo actually had a great pressure on him. The man was horrified, and did not hide it. He directly used the skills he had acquired. Layers of scales appeared on the arm holding the broadsword, and a great power came. The skills were used, and his power was blessed. However, just as the skills were used, a silver light flashed across his eyes. He covered his neck, his eyes were full of disbelief. You don't have martial ethics. As soon as the voice fell, the figure turned into stars. Chapter 47. The live broadcast room was dead silent. My God, the level 2 boss also killed instantly, without even giving him a chance to display his skills. Gulp! Countless people watched the live broadcast and swallowed their saliva. This is too scary. The man is level 2. He killed without delay. In the picture, Siabo put away the screen and looked cold. The enemy is the enemy. If they want to kill you, will they give you time to talk? Hearing Siabo's voice, the live broadcast room was shocked again. Fuck, what Siabo said makes sense. No wonder Siabo always attacks first in every battle, without even a word of nonsense. Live and learn. The stage in front of him gradually disappeared, replaced by a dark room. Siabo looked at his mental power, and sure enough, it was full again. This means that no matter how much he was injured in the ring, he would instantly recover to his best condition after returning here. It turned out to be the endless mode. After casually glancing at the activity panel, Siabo knew which activity was turned on. What he didn't expect was that the endless mode was turned on in the morning, while the ranked mode was turned on in the evening. They were in opposition to each other. But it's okay, just think of it as giving them a day. After a while of struggling with this, Siabo started matching again. The matching time was very fast, almost in 2 seconds. The screen turned, the ring appeared, and then a graceful woman appeared. When Siabo saw this woman, his expression changed obviously, and he quickly returned to normal. At the same time, Fong Xion's live broadcast room was silent, and soon a heated discussion broke out. Fuck, it's Siabo. I matched with Siabo. Siabo is famous for his ruthless behavior. There were 4 girls in yesterday's live broadcast, and Siabo killed them all with 1 sword. Siabo, women only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Siabo. Fong Xion was also dumbfounded. He had just entered the second level match and met Siabo. Yeah. Siabo nodded calmly, and the steel knife flashing with cold light turned gently. Fuck, the two people actually know each other. Wow, it feels like a domineering president and his little wife. 6666666, this woman is probably the one who has lasted the longest under Siabo. You're okay, that's great. Feng Xian held the long sword, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground, with an unpredictable joy in his tone. Yeah. Siabo nodded calmly, looking at her, and reminded her lightly, I'm going to start. Okay. Big brother Siabo, I have always admired you, and I want to learn from you today. Feng Xian said, with a fighting spirit on her delicate face, I have learned martial arts, practiced swords, and served as the chief instructor of the police station. I want to learn from you. So much nonsense. Siabo frowned and couldn't help but said, just fight. Why so much nonsense? Concentrate your mind, turn on the hunting mode, and then rush forward with an arrow step, at a very fast speed. In an instant, Feng Xian suddenly felt as if she was being stared at by a hunting beast. Danger? Extremely dangerous. Feng Xian did not dare to be careless, and directly used her skills. Her figure became agile, and with what she learned in anime, her speed was very fast. However, as soon as her feet stepped on the ground, a figure in front of her had already rushed to her side, and then she felt a cold breath on her face. How is it possible that he could see through my footsteps? The martial arts I practiced were muddled and messy, and even the master couldn't see through my footwork. Could he understand it? Feng Xian didn't dare to be careless, and quickly drew his sword to meet the enemy. Clang! Sparks flew in front of him, and Feng Xian stepped back a few steps. What a powerful force, but fortunately I blocked it. However, the live broadcast room was indeed rolling with bullets. Be careful. This is a feint. There is another knife, and that knife is the most fatal. It's over, the anchor is dead. Sure enough, Feng Xian had just stabilized her body, when a bright silver moon came over. Then her eyes went black, and when the picture appeared again, it was her own small room. What happened? Feng Xian didn't know how she died. She had watched Siabo's video before, and her first reaction was that Siabo was not bad. The second reaction was that this person was so powerful, and then he started live broadcasting by himself. Although Siabo was her benefactor at the beginning, this was an opportunity, and she didn't want to miss it, so she only watched one game after Siabo started broadcasting. She didn't watch the subsequent battles, so she didn't know some of Siabo's attack methods. After looking at the barrage, she reacted and was impressed by Siabo's terrifying explosive power, speed and strong insight. Then she looked at Siabo's third battle. There was no extra nonsense. Even when the person on the opposite side spoke to him, he didn't respond, but directly launched an attack. Cut off the man's head with a knife. After watching Siabo's third battle, Feng Xian was shocked and took a deep breath. Brothers, you may not be able to see it, but I am a martial artist. I have seen the horror of Siabo. I think you must be curious. Why did that person block, but still had his head cut off by Siabo with a knife? This requires a word insight. Also known as observation, this is a very terrifying skill. The man just blocked and defended, but with his strong insight, Big Brother Siabo found the loophole in that man's blocking and killed him. Huh, it's terrifying. It seems that Big Brother Siabo just let me go, but I didn't seize the opportunity. Big Brother Siabo's strength is too terrifying. Even though I have reached level 3, I was just beaten back several steps by Big Brother Siabo. Today is destined to be the second level of the tragedy. The second level will usher in a massacre by Big Brother Siabo. In order to prevent us from colliding with Big Brother Siabo, I will not match him first. Big Brother Siabo's ranking speed is very fast. Basically, the battle is resolved in 1 minute, so there is no need to worry about wasting time. Next, Feng Xian decisively gave up the live broadcast, and turned to watch Big Brother Siabo's live broadcast. Watching Big Brother Siabo's live broadcast can indeed learn a lot. Here, Siabo has started the 4th match. Level 3 is really hard to deal with. Basically, they have all the skills. It takes a little effort. He said this casually, which immediately caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. Question mark. Did people say that? It really takes a little effort. The 4th match started soon. On the stage, an expressionless young man stood there, staring at Siabo without any fluctuations. Han Yi, nicknamed Yi Z, weapon knife. When Siabo appeared, the young man directly introduced his family. Damn, it's the new big guy on the level ranking list. Han Yi, the Mad Knife ranked 7th on the ranking list. It is said that he has a paralyzed face and a withdrawn personality. Finally met someone on the list. The live broadcast room suddenly caused a stir, and the audience was very excited. Chapter 48. Although Feng Xian, whom I just met, is also on the level list, she is not on the ranking list. Anyone on the ranking list is extremely powerful, either in the military or practicing martial arts. Siabo did not say anything, nor did he introduce himself, but rushed forward directly. Those who know who he is naturally know, he does not need to say, they will know. I have heard of Xia Yidao's name for a long time, and he is worthy of being a person with a 100% winning rate. Han Yi had a blank expression, and at the same time held the knife, without relaxing at all, but extremely vigilant. Siabo was able to reach the top with a 100% winning rate, and his strength was absolutely unimaginable. If this battle broke Xia Yidao's record, then his popularity would definitely be very terrifying. After all, Siabo is famous for his sword, and no one has been able to break Xia Yidao's sword. If he breaks it, then he will become famous with Siabo's reputation. I must seize this battle. Han Yi drew his sword expressionlessly, revealing his sturdy arms in his sleeves, which contained explosive power. Come on! Han Yi suddenly swung the broadsword in his hand. A series of afterimages emerged. Here it comes! The mad sword is coming. This is a high-level skill book. They all use swords, and I don't know if Han Yi can break Xia Yidao's reputation of one sword. The audience in the live broadcast room was excited. On the ring, Siabo's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and he moved very fast. He suddenly approached Han Yi, drew his sword and chopped, and his movements were done in one go. One sword. Han Yi died. Suddenly, the two live broadcast rooms were silent, and everyone was stunned. Then, they started to boil. Xia Yidao is awesome. Fuck, it's amazing. Is this the power of insight? This knife directly penetrated Han Yi's crazy knife attack from an incredible position, and directly cut his throat with one knife. Feng Xian's beautiful eyes flickered, full of incredible. Too powerful. The battle ended cleanly and neatly, and Siabo never said a word from beginning to end. The next battle was very easy. More and more people stepped into the second level, and Siabo's speed became faster and faster. In the 5th, 6th, and 7th subsequent battles, no one could take a knife. Of course, his chain knife skills were never used again from beginning to end. Everyone knew that Siabo's strength had become stronger. In the last battle, Siabo knew the opponent's life with one knife, and then appeared in the room. Try to match again, no one can be matched. It turns out that he is already level 3. Siabo turned off the match and said coldly, I'm off the air. After that, the screen went dark, without any drag, and the record was frozen. Siabo. Ranking level 3. Record, 20 wins and 0 losses. Win rate, 100%, frozen on such a terrifying record. After Siabo received the reward of the 3rd level treasure chest, he did not watch the live broadcast, but directly exited. Watching the live broadcast is a waste of time, and as for studying other people, it is even more meaningless. He was not in the mood to study. In the familiar car, Siabo opened the reward. Basic Skill Upgrade Book *1. Click to view details. It's actually a skill upgrade book. Siabo's eyes lit up, and he clicked to view. Basic Skill Upgrade Book. There is a small probability of skill advancement. Note, the failure rate is high. It is recommended to use more books. There is a small probability of advancement. What a pit. Siabo frowned slightly. He thought he could upgrade directly, but he didn't expect there was a probability. What a mistake. Seeing the 3 words on the skill upgrade book, Siabo directly chose to upgrade. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. The primary skill upgrade book has been upgraded to a special skill upgrade book. Special skill upgrade book. 99% chance of skill advancement. Note, as long as you are not unlucky, you will generally succeed. Perfect. Siabo smiled. With the skill upgrade, his strength will soar again. Within level 3, he will be absolutely invincible. At present, I have mastered the primary fighting skills. Strength will continue to increase with training, primary agility, and hunting state. Except for the hunting state, all others can be upgraded. Siabo looked at the 3 upgradable skills, a little entangled, and clicked on the personal attribute panel. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 3. Experience, 47/50. Strength, 14, 1.4. Agility, 10, 1. Physical fitness, 9, 0.9. Mental strength, 6, 0.6. Health value, 97. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills expertise. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary agility. Primary agility, hunting state. Mental strength is a shortcoming, but it is enough. So only the skills related to speed can be upgraded. Siabo studied it for a while, and then clicked on the primary agility and primary agility. Skill. Primary agility. Features. Agility plus 3, physical strength plus 2. Advanced skills. As the level of training increases, agility will also increase accordingly, with unlimited potential. Skill. Primary agility. Features. Consume a little intelligence to release the skill, and when it is performed, increase the movement speed by 100%. Time. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooling down. 30 minutes. Primary agility is a short-term burst, and there is a cooling time. This skill is useless, but it can play a miraculous effect at a critical moment, so the higher your basic speed, the better the effect. Siabo thought about it, and made a decision. Breaking all laws with one force is good, but this is not the era of melee, especially when the profession has not yet been opened. Upgrade primary agility. Primary agility, upgrading. Primary agility upgraded successfully. Skills, intermediate agility. Features, agility plus 8, stamina plus 6. Advanced skills. As the level of training increases, agility will also increase accordingly, with unlimited potential. As the skills were successfully upgraded, Siabo noticed that his agility and stamina attributes successfully broke through 10. Agility, 15, 1.5. Stamina, 13, 1.3. The body was transformed. The strength of the legs became stronger, especially the feeling of the body, which seemed to have become much lighter. This is a very intuitive feeling. The second is my own body, my heart beats loudly, and my whole body seems to have endless energy. Comfortable. I've become stronger. Now I'm not panting, my body has become better, I eat and sleep well. After getting off the car and stretching my body, Siabo felt that he seemed to have grown a centimeter taller. Comfortable, this skill of agility is abnormal. It not only increases the agility attribute, but also the physical attribute. Siabo smiled. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Combined with his hunting mode, he is directly invincible. Chapter 49. After improving his strength, Siabo was not in the mood to play in the rankings anymore. Playing against them, he was almost killed instantly. It was too easy and boring. He only needed to level up regularly every day and get the rewards for the rankings. He cleaned up the grass on the ground and pressed it all under the umbrella. Then he fixed the umbrella on the car and finished cleaning. He started the car and set off. There was still more than an hour before dark, so he could continue to search for some supplies. At present, after the novice welfare period ended, the resource box also had upgraded boxes. There were more supplies in the upgraded boxes, but there was no longer the protection of the novice welfare period, and the probability of opening an empty box was also higher. In addition to paying attention to ordinary treasure chests on the roadside, there were also some treasure chests hidden underground. There was a chance that rare items would be opened in this type of treasure chest. His first skill book also came from a hidden treasure chest. Hidden treasure chests were not easy to find because they were buried underground. However, there was a trick, that was, the location where the hidden treasure chest was buried was concave compared to the surrounding ground. As long as you have sharp eyes, you can definitely see it. Before setting off, Siabo looked at the distance ranking list again. He was not on the list at all, and the 10th place on the list was 1,500 kilometers. It seems that there is a long way to go. Siabo didn't know his current mileage, so he had to start the car and drive on. However, his speed was relatively slow, insisting on driving at 30 miles per hour, and his eyes kept scanning the roadside. In half an hour, he didn't encounter a treasure chest. Sure enough, after the novice welfare period ended, the appearance rate of treasure chests dropped a lot. Siabo thought as he drove. After a few minutes, he finally saw a wooden box on the roadside. The familiar box made Siabo's face show a touch of joy. He stopped the car, opened the door, walked to the box, and skillfully opened the box with a steel knife, and then pried it open. Nothing. Siabo's expression froze, and he squatted on the roadside. The second empty box, I want to see how many empty boxes there are. He got in the car, closed the door, and started the car. About half an hour later, the third box appeared. Siabo opened the car door, and got out of the car expressionlessly. This time there should be one. There is no reason not to have one. I be gentle this time. Bang! Crack! The wood broke, and Siabo reached out to pry open the box. Frowny face, nothing. The fourth one. Siabo threw the box fragments in his hand on the ground, and then closed the car door expressionlessly. He felt a little depressed, picked up a piece of bread and ate it. When you are in a bad mood, you need to vent. It's getting dark, try to find a box at the end. Siabo took a bite of the bread, stepped on the accelerator, and continued on the road. The road was wide, and he drove to the other side. According to the refresh rule, once a box is refreshed on one side of the road, it will not be refreshed on this side for a short time, so it is necessary to switch sides. This is my psychological comfort. Who knows if this road will only refresh one section? As the sky gradually darkened, Siabo also noticed that with the update of the system, the arrival of night is no longer like changing the screen, day flashes to night. It is a process of gradually getting dark. There were about 10 minutes left before dusk appeared in the sky. Only a quarter of the scorching sun was left on the horizon. The whole world turned into a mixture of darkness and red, forming an indescribable beauty. Before long, the sky would be completely dark. But Siabo's heart was not on this at all. At this moment, his attention was all on the roadside. It was dark, and he had to find the last box quickly. Because after night, the roadside would not refresh the resource box. Got it! Suddenly Siabo noticed a wooden box in front of him, and a smile finally appeared on his tense face. Open the door, and get out of the car. The last box, I hope to get some supplies. Siabo muttered, took out the shiny steel knife, slid the machete, and with a bang, the back of the knife hit the box. How could the box withstand such a swing? It broke directly. Skillfully opened the box, and the expression on Siabo's face froze. Familiar prompts, familiar empty boxes. The evil Black Emperor. He sighed helplessly, but soon Siabo adjusted his mood. After all, he opened 4 boxes in a row after the novice welfare period ended, and the material refresh rate was reduced. If it was before, let alone 4 boxes, even opening 2 boxes in a row would be outrageous. Standing up, Siabo raised his head. There was only a red line in the distant sky. The sun had disappeared. It was replaced by darkness. However, there were stars twinkling in the sky, with a glimmer of light, and the dim grassland in the distance could be seen. At least it was no longer like before when the whole world was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It was dark, and the ranking list of the ranking competition was also updated. Countless people were shocked again. First place, Siabo, ranking level 3, record, 20 wins and 0 losses. Win rate, 100%. Second place, Feng Shihong, ranking level 2, record, 19 wins and 12 losses, win rate, 61%. Third place, Sun Quan, ranking level 2, record, 19 wins and 14 losses, win rate, 58%. Today, Siabo has entered the 3rd level. How can I be so uneducated? I can only say fuck. Is this a record that was earned by humans? 20. Win, 0 losses. This is probably the stage for Siabo alone. There is no word that can describe my mood at this moment, only, WTF. Awesome. I can only say that everyone has their own nemesis. Last night's Moonlit Night mode increased the overall strength of everyone, and even many people caught up. Of course, except for one person, he left everyone behind. Awesome. The world was shocked. Today, only Siabo stepped into the 3rd level, and everyone else was defeated. A pile of fire has been lit on Siabo's side. He used a steel knife to dig a pit on the grass, then put the pot on the pit, and then dug through the front and back sides, so that a natural fireplace was formed. In the pot, instant noodles were bubbling. When Siabo smelled the fragrance, his mouth was already drooling. It was too fragrant. Eating bread and biscuits made his mouth taste stale. A pot exploded, which directly changed his life. He had instant noodles. It was cooked quickly, and Siabo didn't care. He rolled up the instant noodles in the plastic bag, picked up the instant noodles, and started eating directly. It smells so good. Woohoo! The salty and spicy aroma filled his taste buds. Siabo wiped his eyes. What could be more comfortable than eating a bowl of instant noodles after eating bread and biscuits for more than a week? This meal was the best dinner he had ever had. After eating, he simply packed up and set off again according to the idea of last night. Half an hour later, he stopped by the roadside and waited for 10 minutes. And so on. More than an hour passed, and he didn't even encounter a wild monster. This made Siabo a little dumbfounded. Now he still had 3 experience points to upgrade, so he was stuck here. After more than 10 minutes, Siabo suddenly braked. He was stunned, because at the end of the road, there was a dark area, and the dark was rolling, which Siabo was very familiar with. That was a mountain. Chapter 50. It's a special road. Siabo's eyes showed a hint of surprise. It had been a long time since he came out of the high grassland area. He had run for almost 200 kilometers. He didn't expect to encounter it again now. The monsters refreshed on the special road, whether in terms of experience or the things dropped by the monsters, are much higher than those on ordinary roads. When the special road appeared again, Siabo was not as excited as before, because with the system update, special areas are lurking with huge dangers, especially after these monsters have wisdom. He deeply understands. Wild monsters are not scary, but they have wisdom. They have attributes that are several times higher than ordinary people, and with wisdom, it is hard to imagine how powerful they are. So when he encountered the special road this time, Siabo started the car, and got on the road with the idea of passing quickly if he could. As the tortuous black shadow gradually enlarged, his heart, which was originally a little doubtful whether it was a mountain, suddenly calmed down. It was indeed a big mountain, winding and continuous. The closer the distance, the more intuitive it is. The mountains are rolling and forming a barrier on the endless grassland, with only this wide empty road running through it. Siabo's car drove into the mountain road of Gaosong like a toy model. After driving about a kilometer, Siabo braked again and even turned off the lights in a hurry, with horror in his eyes. Because in the hazy darkness in the distance, there was actually a shadowy outline of a village, located at the foot of the mountain and extending to the mountainside. The village was pitch black, without any lighting, as if it was a deserted village. At the same time, Siabo also found that the signs on both sides of the road had changed. The original prompt, that you cannot leave the road for 10 meters, has changed to exploration. This made Siabo stunned. He parked the car on the side of the road, carried the steel knife, and walked off the road. After walking 10 meters, the air wall disappeared, and he could go deeper into it. After confirming, Siabo got in the car and sat quietly in the car. He didn't dare to start the car. After all, he didn't know what was in the village. What if it was a tribe of a certain race? The sound of the car was touching them. Among the various prompts in the game, he got a message, that is, these refreshed monsters all represent a race. The green monsters, broadsword monsters, four-legged monsters, steel pigs, zombies, tentacle monsters, and minotaurs that have appeared so far all represent a race. Siabo speculated at the time that these wild monsters came from outside the grassland. Now it seems that his idea is a little wrong. Then this village, do you want to explore it yourself? In fact, he can directly increase the speed of the car and quickly pass through this area. But Siabo always feels that if he passes through this area, he will regret it. After all, danger represents opportunity. After sitting in the car seat and thinking for more than 10 minutes, Siabo finally gritted his teeth. Let's do it. He released the handbrake, then pushed the car to the side of the road, hid the car with dense leaves, calculated the things a little, took out some food and put it in his pocket in case of emergency. Everything was ready. Siabo quietly moved towards the village. Wait, this is... Suddenly Siabo stopped and saw a car parked on the side of the road in the village. He moved to the side of the car, but it was empty, and no one was inside. He looked at the dim village again with a solemn face. It was obvious that the people in the car were either captured by the creatures in the village, or chose to explore like himself. Thinking of this, Siabo thought of a person, Zhou Guoping. Zhou Guoping was the first human he met, and he was very strong. He was said to be the king of soldiers in the army. It was rare for him to maintain such physical fitness at such an age. At least before improving his strength, the three of him were not his opponents. Could it really be Zhou Guoping? After all, he left before me. If he met here, according to this old man's character, he would definitely come in to explore. Siabo's eyes fell on the small broken car. A layer of leaves had fallen on the small broken car. He reached out and touched the windshield, and there was a layer of light dust. At least for a while. So what happened in this village that even the system opened the exploration function? If you want to know all this, you still need to explore it. Siabo's eyes fell on the village shrouded in darkness, with shadows and unevenness. Taking a deep breath, Siabo felt that no matter what, he needed to enter the village to investigate. Anyway, he was swift and his agility had exceeded 10 points. If he encountered a problem that he could not solve, he could run out at the fastest speed. Quietly approaching one of the houses, Siabo was stunned. The house was very small. The door of the room was only 2 meters high and open. The eaves of the door were covered with spider webs. After wondering for a while, Siabo approached the house with a very cautious look. He crouched down and entered the room and quickly investigated the room. It was a very strange furnishing, but it was covered with dust. Siabo quickly searched the room, but there was nothing. At the same time, he also noticed that this house seemed to have been searched, but it was unknown whether anything was found. Sure enough, someone has been here and stayed for a short time. Siabo noticed, his eyes flickered a few times, and then he quickly got out of the house and left. The few small wooden houses with open doors after that basically had nothing. The village was very large, and these were all on the periphery. The houses were bigger as you went up the mountain, and the dark village on the mountain seemed very large, as if it was a tribe. Not long after walking, Siabo, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped, and his long breath condensed slightly. About 7 or 8 meters ahead, there was actually a dark thing, and the air was filled with a stench of corpse. What it was about to come out. A corpse. Is it Old Man Joe's? Siabo did not dare to run over openly, but slowly approached the corpse along the small wooden house on the side. The corpse was getting closer and closer, and it was definitely not a human corpse, which could be seen from the size. When approaching, Siabo was stunned. This turned out to be the corpse of a wild monster. Judging from the corpse, it had been rotten for some time. It doesn't make sense. According to the rules of the game, after killing a wild monster, the corpse will disappear, even in the high grassland area. After killing the wild monster, the corpse also disappeared. Siabo frowned. The corpse in front of him was really strange. The corpse did not disappear after death, as if it was a game bug. He looked up at the village, which was full of weirdness. Siabo was backing out in his heart, always feeling that this village was a little weird. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a bell rang, and Siabo was startled by the sudden bell. It's on the mountain. Someone rang the bell. No, maybe it's not a person. Then should I go up? There is definitely danger, but there is also opportunity. Siabo is now backing out, always feeling that this village is a little unsafe. Who knows what unknown things are hidden in this village? Chapter 51. After struggling with himself, Siabo still had no idea whether to move forward or backward. This village is very strange, with strange bells and corpses that won't disappear. In short, it's weird everywhere. According to the game setting, this should be a tribe of wild monsters, but because of some things, the houses at the foot of the mountain of this tribe have become desolate. Perhaps only on the mountain can we find something. So what's on the mountain? Is it worth it to gamble? It's possible that there's nothing, and you might even risk your life. Old Joe also went in, which means there's something inside. Old Joe was a soldier, and an officer in the army. He's meticulous and proficient in various combat skills. Maybe the bell ringing just now was caused by him. Damn it, I did it. I'm already here, I'm almost level 4, and 3 of the 4 dimensions have reached 10 points. Why are you still so timid? Siabo gritted his teeth and walked up with his head held high. The mountain road was bumpy and uneven, and Siabo's heart was pounding. Facing a wild monster alone, he would have great confidence, but facing the fear of the unknown, he would also be afraid and tremble. After all, he was still a human being. While moving forward with a crouched back, he secretly encouraged himself. As long as he explored this place, he would leave without stopping for a moment. After going deeper, some food appeared on the eaves of some cabins. They were all bright red flesh and blood, and some were covered with mucus, which was very disgusting. It was obvious that some kind of wild monster lived here. The wild monster with a rotten body that I met before was dark, and the wild monster was rotten all over, so I couldn't see what type of wild monster it was. Now, Siabo felt that he had to be more cautious. He didn't want to be besieged by a tribe of wild monsters. At that time, he would not know how he died. The doors of these houses were open. Siabo entered a house at random. The layout of the room was a row of wooden houses blocking 2 rooms. There was a fishy smell in the house, because there was a pile of rotten meat in the house. The sticky rotten meat was piled together, and there was a layer of unknown green mucus on it. It was very disgusting and nauseating. Even Siabo almost vomited after seeing it, and ran out quickly and hid in a dark corner. Too disgusting. After coming out, he still felt the disgusting smell lingering in his nose. It was really disgusting. Siabo rubbed his nose and felt his stomach churning. Those things should be the food of this tribe, but they were too dirty. Suddenly, Siabo hid his body quickly. In the darkness in the distance, 4 strange figures came. They looked a little deformed. They were a new kind of wild monsters. This was a deformed wild monster race. At this moment, He also found out why this tribe was weird. That was because there was no lighting. The whole tribe was hidden in the dark, which was very weird. These wild monsters were like daytime in the dark. They seemed to be able to see through the night. Siabo hid his body well, and watched the 4 wild monsters enter the tall house. Then he came out carefully. There are wild monsters in all 4 rooms. No, there are wild monsters in this village. The bell just now may have attracted these wild monsters. Siabo's eyes lit up slightly. He missed these rooms, and moved forward along the dark corner. Siabo did not make a move. The value of these 4 wild monsters was relatively low. There might be a huge treasure hidden in the village. If the watermelon was lost because of these 4 sesame seeds, it would be a big loss. The air was a little hot, and there was a faint stench, which was very unpleasant. Siabo held the steel knife and moved forward quietly, always on guard against the houses around him. These houses were located without any rules. They were built everywhere. It was also very uncomfortable to move forward. These supplies were all dark, and I didn't know if there were any wild monsters inside. Siabo didn't dare to say anything at all, so he had to move forward carefully. He moved very lightly. The air around him was very hot and depressing, because as he moved forward, some unknown wild monster corpses appeared on the ground from time to time. Only skeletons were left after being eaten, and there was sticky blood on the ground. To find the bell, or find a clue, you can't wander around the village like a headless fly, otherwise you will be discovered sooner or later. Siabo groped to a wooden house. Now he has entered the village. There are many wild monsters here. But now he doesn't know where it is in the house, or... Hey 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 hey. Suddenly, a strange cry came from behind. Siabo, who was thinking, suddenly felt his body stiffen, his heart jumped out, and he heard a series of footsteps coming over, and the strange cry became more and more obvious. Discovered. Siabo subconsciously turned his head to look at the source of the sound. In the dim darkness, there was indeed a deformed wild monster standing there, looking at him. Shit! With a curse, the cold air rushed straight to the top of his head. Siabo reacted immediately, took a step and rushed out, run down the mountain. Looking at the intricate houses, Siabo was suddenly confused. These intricate houses actually formed a maze. After running out of a few houses, he found that he was lost. Run according to the terrain. Siabo didn't have time to think too much. He ran an idea in his brain and hurried to implement it. Because there were more and more wild monsters around him, the tight time did not give him too much time to think. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough to shake off the wild monsters behind him. But he soon found that he was full of wild monsters' voices on all sides. He poked a hornet's nest. There was a trend of being surrounded. Aiming at a room, Siabo rushed in directly. There was a wild monster in the room that looked at him. The wild monster was about to scream. Siabo reacted immediately, rushed up in one step, and drove straight in with a broad knife. Swish! The hot blood sprayed out and splashed all over the ground. He subconsciously glanced at his experience and knowledge. 47 is still 47, that is, no experience is added to the wild monsters in the exploration, and the corpses of the wild monsters on the ground did not disappear. Damn, this is such a pit. Siabo's face darkened and he cursed. No experience points are added, and no items are dropped. It's too pity. From time to time, the sound of wild monsters came from outside. Siabo was frightened, but soon calmed down a little. The strength of these wild monsters did not seem to be strong. He was fully capable of dealing with me. The only thing he was afraid of was their number. He had physical strength. Once his physical strength was exhausted, he would be greeted by death. Especially at this time, he must not panic. Once panicked, it would be easy to make mistakes. Calming down, Siabo began to think about countermeasures. It was obvious that he had poked a hornet's nest this time, and he was also trapped in this house. The only way to leave was to kill it, then find his car and leave here quickly. Without looking back. Chapter 52. There is another way. Hide here, hide outside and calm down. However, the guys outside did not give me any chance at all. Less than 2 minutes after sitting down, a wild monster appeared in the house. At first glance, it saw the dead companion, and a sharp cry sounded again. The cry was very strange, as if it was calling for help. Sure enough, the movement around began to move towards this side. And how terrifying was Siabo's reaction. After the wild monster appeared, he broke through the window and flipped out, directly exerting his own speed to the extreme, regardless of where it was up the mountain or down the mountain, and chose a place with less movement and rushed over. Damn! So many! Seeing the number of wild monsters in front, Siabo's heart sank suddenly, more than 20 wild monsters holding sticks. When they saw Siabo, they screamed and rushed over directly. This made Siabo's scalp numb. Is this road feasible? He did not choose to fight with it. It would not upgrade or explode anything. Killing them was a complete waste of effort. It is better to save some energy and think about how to escape. After more than 10 minutes, Siabo crawled through the small hole under a tall fence, and did not forget to explore inside, leaning against a narrow corner and panting. Physical energy, 5/13, 1.3, recovering, calling out the system. He looked at his physical energy, only 5 points were left, and it was consumed very quickly. In this panic, he could not find the direction at all, like a headless fly. Hiding in this dark and narrow corner, Siabo finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he found this place, he did not crawl in directly, but went around before crawling in. This place is definitely not safe. These monsters will find this place sooner or later. I must prepare to move. Hoo-hoo! Siabo panted, listened to the noise outside, and calmed down a little. He looked at the time. It has only been 2.5 hours. It is still early. The biggest difficulty now is that I am lost. The area where these monsters build houses is an open area halfway up the mountain. The scene of a deserted village at the foot of the mountain is just a means to attract some curious creatures. And these players. And there is no telling how many monsters there are in this open area, and the houses they build are almost the same, exactly the same. In addition, this open area cannot feel the difference, so it is most likely to get lost. The most urgent thing is to confirm the direction of going down the mountain first, and it is dark all around. Looking up, there are dark mountains on both sides. Unless you stand at the edge of this village, you can see the road. Now the wild monsters outside have been alarmed. It is not easy to escape. Moreover, they have already noticed it. No matter how stupid they are, they know to strengthen their vigilance. So I have to think of a way. Crack! Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded outside the fence, and the sound of a dead branch being cut was very crisp. His thoughts were interrupted. Siabo took a deep breath, got up carefully, and checked his physical strength. He already had 8 points of physical strength, and recovered quickly. Then he quietly touched the right side of the small hole in the fence, and the steel knife in his hand had been pulled out, ready to be exposed at any time. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Siabo held his breath and concentrated, suppressing his restless and panicked heart. He must not panic at this time. Once he panicked, it would be over. After this, Siabo also discovered his common problem, that is, when the real crisis comes, he always loses his composure, especially in the chase just now, like a headless fly, in panic and panic. The footsteps are getting closer, only about 2 meters away from him, on the other side of the fence. The palm holding the steel knife has already overflowed with a trace of sweat, and the heart is beating violently, like a drum, thump-thump, sonorous and powerful. Yeah. Suddenly, a figure leaned out from the fence, just above his head. Siabo hurriedly held his breath, his heart in his throat. Those wild monsters chirped, and then actually left. Siabo was stunned for a moment, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't notice him. After relaxing, he realized that his clothes were tightly attached to his body, and a layer of dense sweat broke out. These were all cold sweats caused by panic, and he didn't even notice it. He smiled bitterly. I thought I had enough mentality to face it, but when the real crisis came, I would still be like a child. This mentality is not good. I have to find a way to sharpen it. This is just the first time I explore the world outside the road. There will be more in the future. Comparatively speaking, the road is safer. After all, there will be no large-scale wild monsters. He leaned on the fence to rest for a while, waiting for his physical strength to recover, and he stood up again. The outside world was still there. These guys did not calm down. It seemed that they would not stop until they caught him. After exhaling, Siabo's expression did not relax. It seems that he can't get out in a short time. After resting well, Siabo raised his head to look at the appearance behind the fence. The things behind the fence were very messy, as if it was a storage room, and all he could see was garbage. There was an inexplicable stench in the air, which was very unpleasant, but he gradually got used to it. Since I can't get out, let's explore here first. At least there is no danger here, and it looks like a room. Siabo looked at this place. It was very dark and smelly. Holding the steel knife, he groped along the side of the fence. Suddenly he stood up and moved more cautiously. He felt a different breath here, which was very strange. It was dark in front, as if there was some creature. After touching it, Siabo was dumbfounded. It was very dirty and smelly inside. Several strong figures were crowded and sleeping soundly, and there was also a huge round of ice on the side, which contained some inexplicable and disgusting mucus. Isn't this a pigsty? Siabo was stunned. No wonder the guys outside didn't come in, but just pointed at this place. It turned out to be a pigsty. After a while, it seemed that this place was still safe and could be used as a temporary safe zone. After coming out, Siabo looked around and didn't see any wild monsters. It was still safe for now. Behind the pigsty, there was a dark cave with a large entrance and a step. Could there be clues here? Siabo looked around with curiosity and quickly went in. The tunnel was very deep and high. Even if he stood up straight, he still couldn't touch the top. When he walked to the bottom, there was knee-deep water. This is a dungeon. As he went deeper, Siabo's eyes widened. On both sides of the dungeon, there were locked monsters, even the tentacle monsters, four-legged monsters, and green-skinned people he was familiar with. The further he walked, the more frightened Siabo was. There were even many wild monsters he didn't recognize. He had never seen them before. Some of them were not cut off from their limbs, but were nailed to the wall. Some were even dead. There was even a human corpse, which was covered with scars. I don't know if it was someone who came to the house before and was caught and killed. Suddenly, he stopped and his pupils suddenly shrank. Old Joe. Chapter 53. Siabo lost his voice. He never expected that he would meet Old Man Joe here. He never expected that Old Man Joe would be caught. Old Man Joe was not pinned there by thick wooden thorns like the wild monsters that were caught before, but was tied up by vines. Old Man Joe lowered his head, noticed the movement, opened his eyes, and saw Siabo. His cloudy eyes lit up slightly. Damn, it's you, kid. Hurry up and save me. Siabo quickly cut off the vines that were wrapped around him with a steel knife, and Old Man Joe fell into the water. Siabo was quick to help him up. My hands and feet are numb. Damn your legs, these bastards. They can't beat me, and they actually fight me in groups. Old Man Joe spat with a hint of anger in his eyes. I know I can't beat you, but I still want to fight you alone. How is that possible? Siabo rolled his eyes. He was accidentally discovered, and the whole village was alarmed, not to mention the old man's mean character. Old Joe waited until his limbs recovered and said quickly, Boy, I don't have time to argue with you. Get out of this water prison quickly. I found a big secret. I originally wanted to complete it alone, but now it seems a little difficult. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would die here. These are creatures from different races. At present, this game has not yet appeared in the function of illustrations, so I don't know which race these wild monsters are from. TSK, their corpses will not disappear, but I don't know if I can eat their meat. Old Joe, you are a pervert. Siabo frowned. I can see that you are too kind. You may not know how many lives these wild monsters have eaten. If I tell you a secret, these creatures have also survived on this road, what will your reaction be? Look, I knew you had this expression. Do you really think we humans are the first group of players? Then you are totally wrong. Many races have come to this game. All of them are races outside the blue planet. Old Joe looked at the expression on Siabo's face and smiled. Siabo frowned. Old Joe, where did you know all this? Of course, this is the information I found out. I can't explain it in detail. Let's go, I take you to trigger it first. This is part of the survival game, and you can get a lot of resources. Old Joe laughed. Siabo always felt that he was on a pirate ship, and it seemed that saving him was an unwise decision. But wasn't his purpose to explore here and get supplies? The old man came early, and he must know a lot. Maybe it would be a good choice to let him take me. The two of them came out of the water prison one after the other, and came to the outside world. Did you blow up someone's toilet? How come the whole village was alarmed by you? Old Joe couldn't help but say, when he heard the noise outside. I don't know, I was discovered when I came here to explore. Siabo couldn't help but said, by the way, I heard the bell when I came here. Bell? Oh, no wonder. What did you say? No, nothing, you heard it wrong. Old Joe coughed lightly and looked around, as if to confirm something. I remember, let's go. You actually know the way. Following Old Joe around in circles, Siabo didn't encounter a wild monster. He was shocked and looked at Old Joe. Nonsense, I've been here for 2 days, how can I not know the way? Wait, you kid, you didn't know the way, so you ran around and poked the hornet's nest in the whole village. Looking at Siabo's expression, Old Man Joe felt that it was almost certain, and then said in a lower voice, I said that the bell caused the turmoil in the house, and it would be calmed down as long as you were caught. I have been caught. Why is it still in a state of turmoil? Damn! Old Man Joe, I knew you tricked me. Siabo's eyes suddenly weighted, and his big hand grabbed Old Man Joe's clothes. Hush. Suddenly, Old Man Joe made a silent gesture and quickly pulled Siabo to hide behind a wooden fence. After a few seconds, several wild monsters ran past the fence in front of him. Siabo was suddenly surprised and doubtful. Old Joe, tell me the truth. Do you have any detective skills? Old Joe glanced at the boy. You are not stupid. Siabo smiled. With this detective skill, you can be caught. I don't know if you are stupid or dumb. Old Joe. Boy, I don't want to argue with you. I watched your live broadcast and thought you were a cool guy, but it turned out to be a stuffy guy. Old Joe glared at Siabo. Siabo, I will take you to trigger the task, and you have to tell me the content of the task later, okay? Originally, Joe stopped and whispered while walking. Siabo glared at him, and almost swung his knife to chop him. He saved his life, but he was still thinking of pitting himself. Hey, we respect the old and love the young, and this is a profitable business. Fortunately it's you, kid. If it's someone else, I wouldn't even tell them. Old Man Joe blew his beard and glared. Then I saved your life. Siabo glared at him. Then I tell you my mission, is that right? Old Joe thought for a moment and said. Siabo suddenly realized the key point and asked suspiciously, can the mission be different? Nonsense, the mission must be different. Old Joe said unhappily. He originally thought that the missions were the same, until he saw that his mission showed Task 2, he understood that the mission was not unique, and everyone's mission was different. I take a look first. Siabo neither agreed nor refused. Okay. In the darkness, two strange figures crouched and moved in the corner, stopping from time to time to avoid passing monsters. Soon, a platform more than 3 meters high appeared in front of the two people, and on the platform, there was a bell. There is a hint on it. Task activation point. This is the task activation point you mentioned. Are you sure you are not kidding me? Siabo looked back and saw Old Man Joe's expression of not being afraid and rushing forward. The corner of his mouth twitched. There are more than a dozen wild monsters guarding this special task activation point. What's going on? You kid is still not satisfied. When I went to activate the task, there were also wild monsters guarding it. Old Man Joe said with a glare. Siabo took a deep breath and asked, are you sure you don't want to help me? I can help you, but what's the benefit for me? I saved you. Two different things. You saved me, and I will naturally repay you, but now is the time to fight desperately. Can we offset it? I saved you once, and you helped me once? I think about it. No. Damn, Old Man Joe, I will be pissed off by you sooner or later. Siabo's chest rose and fell, and he had an impulse to swing his knife and chop him. Old Joe seemed to sense that the atmosphere was a little off. He thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible. After you receive the mission, you can cooperate with me and help each other complete the mission. How about that? Okay, deal. Chapter 54. Seeing that Old Man Joe agreed, Siabo suppressed the urge to swing his knife. This Old Man Joe was really cunning. Even though he saved his life, he still wanted to take advantage of him. What a dog. Old Man Joe, do you have any good ideas? Siabo looked at the dozen monsters. There was no blind spot in his vision. It was not easy to rush over, and it would quickly alert other monsters in the house, which would not be worth the loss. I am a human, not a god. I can deal with these 10 monsters, but I can't deal with the monsters coming later. There is a way. You rush over to fight them. I will cheer you on. Old Man Joe said in a deep voice. Siabo almost couldn't breathe. Can you think of some people's ideas? You are definitely a veteran in the army. Old Man Joe looked at Siabo in surprise, with an expression of how do you know? Think about it yourself, or just follow what I just said. Fuck. Siabo felt that if he stayed with him for a long time, he would break down sooner or later. After taking a few deep breaths, Siabo's eyes fell on Old Man Joe. Why are you looking at me? I told you in advance that my body has not recovered just now, and now I still feel sore in my hands and feet. Old Man Joe saw Siabo's eyes, and felt something was wrong. Old Man Joe, I think it's a burden to bring you with me. It's better to get to know you here, and then I can complete the task alone. Siabo narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of extreme danger. Damn, what do you want to do? You want to abandon the revolutionary friendship between you and me? Old Man Joe said in shock. It's time to abandon you, Old Joe. You said you can't help me now, and you're a burden to me. For my own sake, I have to let you down. Besides, I saved your life, so it doesn't matter if I take it away. Old Joe interrupted him. Whatever you say you need me to do, I do it. He has seen this guy's live broadcast, and he is more powerful than when he first met him. Moreover, when he is live broadcasting, he kills people without blinking an eye. Maybe he really wants to kill himself. That's right, I just thought of a way, you see. Siabo smiled and treated this guy more harshly, and then he told his inner plan. Damn, you actually let me go to attract monsters. Old Joe stared with his turbid eyes, and said in shock. You have the reconnaissance skill. Besides, we just need to lure the monster away. When I ring the bell to get the task, we will retreat. Besides, you will be at least a little relieved if I help you complete the task. Siabo seemed to have completely grasped the temper of Old Man Joe, and said, at worst, let's use the same method just now. In order to prevent you from dragging me down, I will kill you first. Stop. You are getting more and more slick now. Okay, I will help you, but you have to be quick. I am unarmed now. Old Man Joe felt that he could not stay with this guy any longer, otherwise someone would die. He stood up and prepared to act, but he hesitated and said with some worry, Hurry up, kid. I will only give you 3 minutes. No problem, 3 minutes is enough. Siabo's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, bright and energetic. Old Man Joe sneaked out, staring at the group of deformed monsters with a pair of turbid eyes, and suddenly rushed out of the darkness and stood on the street. Hey, you bunch of rubbish, come and catch me. After shouting, he turned around and ran directly. Hey, 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 hey. The monster was frightened and angry, making some strange noises. You bunch of dogs, if I didn't see that you can't explode things and have no experience, I would have killed you all long ago. If I were in the army, you are just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and I would shoot you all with a machine gun. I will also use RPG to blow up your house. Let you chase me. Old Man Joe cursed while running, and then shouted, Siabo, you fucking move faster, I'm exhausted. On the other side, seeing that the monster had been led away, Siabo rushed up with a knife, aiming to ring the bell. As soon as he arrived under the bell tower, 2 monsters rushed out from the darkness on one side. With his super high speed, Siabo approached the 2 monsters directly, swinging his steel knife like a silver moon, killing one with one knife, and quickly looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, he rushed straight to the clock tower. On the 3rd floor of the clock tower, Siabo didn't say a word and didn't care what the prompt was. He just took the back of the machete and hit the bell. Dang dang dang. Bursts of bell sounds echoed over the entire village. Ding. Mission started. Click to view. After ringing the bell, Siabo noticed that there were monsters around. Regardless of what mission was started, he jumped off the clock tower and ran to a place with fewer monsters. A few minutes later, Siabo hid in a corner, panting, and after making sure that all the monsters were led away, he began to head towards the place they agreed on. It took more than 10 minutes to go there, but I still couldn't find him. There was no way. It was too roundabout. I was not like Old Man Joe, who had the ability to investigate and the skills to assist. After a lot of searching, Siabo gave up completely. He really forgot how to go. Now he was getting more and more remote. He had no choice but to find an empty corner, and then clicked on the system to see if Old Man Joe had sent him a private message. Fortunately, the current system is user-friendly enough, and you can find the person you want to find through search. After a search and screening, I finally found Old Man Joe. There were dozens of messages, and this guy was still sending me messages. Boy, where are you? You fucking stood me up. Don't let me catch you, boy. Later, the messages increased at a rate of 1 per second. This old man was quite resentful. Siabo replied, I'm lost. Old Man Joe, Ahem, where are you now? Old Man Joe asked. In a corner of a fence. Siabo replied. Let me check the task first. Siabo replied again, then shut down the system and clicked on the task he had just received by ringing the bell. Task 3. Survival in a deserted village, difficulty 3. Survival in a deserted house. In the next 3 days, you will experience a racial riot in a deserted village. In this riot, survive. Status, to be started. Reward 1. A random professional skills book. Reward 2. 10 random professional medals. Reward 3. Random supplies vary. Note, leaving the village is considered as giving up the task. After thinking about it, Siabo sent a message to Old Man Joe. Will you cooperate in the task? Old Man Joe's reconnaissance skills are very suitable for this task. You know your task, tell me about it first. Old Man Joe is also a monkey. The mission is a little bit simple, I feel it's okay. Siabo replied, it is indeed a little bit simple, I feel that our mission rewards will be different, so I want to ask about cooperation. Anyway, let's fool around first. Chapter 55. Tell me about your mission first. I was tricked just now, so I can't fall for this guy this time. Can I trust you? Siabo thought for a while and asked. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Oh, you asked me the same question when we first met. Old Joe recalled something and said, My mission is the third mission. Siabo thought for a while and replied. Old Joe was stunned for a moment, looked at his second mission, and fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he replied, Do you have a name? This requires sincerity. Since I told you, do you want to tell me? Otherwise, this cooperation is not suitable. Siabo raised a smile and replied, I also have a code name, and you should have a code name too. Sure enough, you kid has no good intentions. Old Joe was so angry that he laughed. Okay, since we are cooperating, let's be honest. My mission is the death of the village chief. The death of the village chief. Looking at the reply of Old Joe, Siabo fell into deep thought. His mission was called survival in the deserted village. If you look at the prompt of the mission, you can understand it as a riot in the village, which is actually similar to the death of the village chief. This is obviously related. Sure enough, this old man has no good intentions at all. The death of the village chief. Then this old man's mission may be to assassinate the village chief, and then trigger the survival mission. TSK, Old Joe, you are still playing tricks on me. Siabo smiled, and his guess was obviously correct. After thinking for a while, he replied, Old Joe, my mission is called Riot. If my guess is correct, your mission is to trigger my mission after the village chief dies. So based on this relationship, you and I have to cooperate. Of course, there is one more thing. I have enough supplies. I am not bad in strength either. There is no need for me to waste time on this mission. Tomorrow's mission is still waiting for me. If you don't cooperate, I plan to leave. The main reason is that I am a cautious person. I don't want to take risks if there is a little bit of risk. You help me, and I help you. This will reduce the risk a lot. If you don't help me, I have a broadsword, and I can take risks to complete the mission. In addition, with my own strength, it will only take a little effort. The most critical point is that your mission is before mine. If I start the mission first, it will trigger changes in the village, which means that the village owner is dead. Do you think your mission can still be completed? So do you want to cooperate? I will give you 1 minute to consider. After 1 minute, I will start the mission, and then run away to make the mission fail. When Old Man Joe saw the message sent by Siabo, he immediately cursed. Damn, this kid actually wants to cross the river and burn the bridge. The expression on his face kept changing. If it was really as he said, then once his mission was started, his mission would be scrapped. Old Joe didn't know what words to use to express his feelings. Cooperation is fine, but you have to tell me the content of your mission. Old Joe sent a message and fell into melancholy. This kid is really getting more and more cunning. The mission is not difficult. Survive in the deserted village and survive for 1 day during the riot. Siabo replied. Old Joe thought for a while, and felt that this mission was reasonable. The difficulty of the mission was difficult, but not difficult either. This kid was very cunning. He must have taken a fancy to his detection skills, otherwise he would never say that. After all, in a riot, detection skills can play a huge role. Okay, I agree. But before that, let's meet up first. We still need to discuss the details of the mission. Old Joe, you know the way. Let me see if I can find a landmark building. After shutting down the system, Siabo groped out of the darkness, carefully passed through the gap between the two cabins, and then hid behind, listening to the movement nearby, and then raised his head to look around. It was pitch black all around, and from time to time there were bursts of strange cries, which were very creepy, as if they were right next to him. The riot caused by the ringing of the bell has not dissipated so far, but Siabo understands that this riot is still small. The real riot will be after he starts the mission, and the riot will be more terrifying. Groping out, Siabo found a fairly landmark building, and then contacted Old Joe. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Old Joe appeared. Sia kid, you dare to threaten me. Damn it! If you had the temper you had in the army, I would have shot you dead. Old Joe found Siabo and spat. Hee hee. Siabo smiled. Hurry up, start the mission now, I don't want to waste time. Before the mission, there are still things to do. Old Joe's eyes flashed twice. Siabo stared. Old Joe, are you hiding something from me? Old Joe laughed dryly. No, how could I be so honest? Siabo said nothing, just staring at Old Joe. Old Joe felt a little guilty. You kid, you are getting more and more oily now. Why didn't you say that you took my lighter? Siabo narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of murderous aura. If I hadn't cooperated with the old man, I would have wanted to chop him with a knife. Ahem, okay, I admit it. This mission is a bit troublesome. I have to find the village owner. Old Joe coughed dryly and said, Goodbye. Siabo's face suddenly turned cold when he heard it, and he turned around and was about to leave. It seems that he has to find the village owner. Hey, you kid, let's talk it over. Let's talk it over. Seeing that the situation was not good, Old Joe hurriedly pulled him. To be honest? Siabo's face was cold. There is no news about the village owner now. We have to find the village owner, but there is one thing. When I was caught before, the village owner appeared. So I concluded that the village owner would only appear when certain creatures were caught. Old Joe said, his eyes wandering, and finally fell on Siabo. If I guess correctly, your task is level 2. Your task is level 3. Old Joe's eyes widened, and then he understood. Sure enough, I knew you were hiding something. I learned it from you. Siabo said casually, and then thought for a moment. Remember the human corpse under the water dungeon? What do you want to say? Tasks are not randomly assigned. He may have received the first task, and then the difficulty of the tasks will increase. Unfortunately, the guy has no strength and was caught and tied there until he was tortured to death. Siabo deduced. Your brain is pretty fast. Do you have any ideas? Old Joe asked. He also saw that this kid wanted to give it a try. What about himself, didn't he? Instead of leaving to live, it is better to work hard. Maybe you can open a magical skill? These days, you must have supplies and strength to survive well, otherwise you will become a puppet of this game like these wild monsters. Chapter 56. Old Joe, since we want to cooperate, we must know each other. You are the king of soldiers. I don't need to tell you these. If you want the two of you to cooperate well, you have to do it this way. Siabo pondered for a while, then raised his head, and looked at Old Joe with burning eyes. The short-term cooperation was finalized for the common goal. Okay, no problem. Old Joe was surprisingly generous, which surprised Siabo. Name, Joe Guoping. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 3. Experience, 1350. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Physical fitness, 7. Mental strength, 6. Health value, 94. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills, self-study, spiritual steps, reconnaissance, Qilin arm, memory recall. Fuck. Siabo was shocked when he saw it. This skill was a bit awesome no matter how you looked at it. No wonder Old Man Joe can still remember the way at his age. It seems that none of the people on the list should be underestimated. Old Man Joe, you are really strong. Siabo said in surprise, taking a deep breath. It seems that he has found the right partner. That's right, strong. In fact, the luckiest thing for you is this steel knife. There are many people in the world who are very powerful, but because they have no weapons, they can only choose to avoid some powerful monsters, so they let go of many powerful opportunities. You should be grateful, Old Man Joe said. So, I am quite lucky. Siabo touched his chin, thinking. You kid, stop talking nonsense, show me yours, Old Man Joe said. Siabo did not hide anything and directly showed him his attribute page. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level 3. Experience, 4750. Strength, 14, 1.4. Agility, 15, 1.5. Physical fitness, 13, 1.3. Mental strength, 6, 0.6. Health value, 97. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills specialization. Strength will be continuously improved with training. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state, not bad. It turns out that everyone has their own opportunities. If the kid doesn't die young, he will definitely be one of the elites of mankind. Old Joe was not surprised, but praised him, and said something inexplicable. Old Joe, tell me, did you get any information? Siabo stared at Old Joe and asked. You guessed right, I did get some information, which is even more important than my life. Do you want to know? I won't tell you, Old Joe said with a smile, looking like he deserved a beating. Siabo's face was surprisingly calm. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I have a good way to complete your task. So fast, you kid are not trying to get information from me? I tell you, don't even think about it. Old Joe shook his head. Siabo glanced at him. I do have this idea, but if you don't let me see it, forget it. This is outside our cooperation plan. Let me talk about the plan in general. Didn't you say that after you are caught, the village chief will show up? Damn. You kid want me to be caught again. Can you respect the old and love the young? Oh, I understand. You are taking revenge on me for not telling you the information. Old Joe blew his beard and stared at Siabo. His eyes were full of scrutiny. Siabo thought, Old Joe, what you said is a way, but it's a bit risky. Do you remember those wild monsters from other tribes imprisoned in the water prison? What you mean, kid? Old Joe calmed down and thought of it all of a sudden. Well, they are dying anyway, and there is no one guarding there now. We can release some of them who are not dead yet. If they are caught, the village chief will come out, and we just need to kill the village chief and retreat. Siabo nodded. This method also has risks, but at least 2 people act together. Sia kid, your method is not bad. Do you have any emergency measures? Once the situation changes, we need to make multiple plans. Old Joe said. Not yet. Plans can't keep up with changes. Take action first. Siabo shook his head, and just as he took a step, he turned back and said, You lead the way. Okay, Sia boy, you will be responsible if something happens. This is your task. Do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? I don't know. The 2 people crouched down and closed their mouths consciously when they saw wild monsters passing by. Old Man Joe's reconnaissance skills were really practical and saved them a lot of trouble. It must be said that Old Man Joe's assistance was perfect. If it were me, I would be like a headless fly in this village. Siabo followed behind Old Man Joe, thinking about something. With Old Man Joe, they perfectly survived the search of wild monsters. We are almost there, Sia boy. I have to remind you. Be careful of the counterattack of these guys. After all, they are aliens. In front of the water prison, Old Man Joe reminded. I understand. These are minor problems. As long as the mission can be completed, it doesn't matter. Siabo said without any concern. This is a confidence that comes from strength. I'm watching here. If there is any disturbance, I will tell you in advance and let you retreat quickly. Old Man Joe said. No problem. Siabo stopped talking nonsense and went directly into the water prison. With the first entry, Siabo's speed was very fast, wading through the black water and groping inside quickly. Basically, the wild monsters on the periphery were dead. Most of them were dying. Those who couldn't run were saved. In the back, there were some wild monsters, like Old Man Joe, who had just entered, and they were still energetic. It seemed that because of the riot in the village, there was no time to deal with them. It must be said that Old Man Joe was also lucky. Siabo looked at these strange monsters, without much hesitation, quickly selected 2 or 3, cut off the things that bound them with a steel knife, and then left them quickly. Because in the private chat, Old Man Joe had already started to blow himself up crazily. Tung tung tung. As soon as he climbed the 6th step, he ran into 2 monsters head-on. You came so fast. Siabo was shocked. The monster was about to scream, and he immediately pulled out his knife and directly cut the neck of one monster. At the same time, the knife flashed and directly stabbed the throat of another monster. After finishing off the 2 monsters, Siabo also noticed the movement of the monsters behind him, and rushed out without staying for long. Outside, Old Man Joe had disappeared, and there were monster sounds all around. Just when he was hesitant and didn't know where to run, Old Man Joe rushed out from an extremely dark corner and grabbed Siabo directly. What are you still doing, kid? Hurry up, Old Man Joe said quickly. What happened? Siabo looked at Old Man Joe with a look of scrutiny. Siabo, this is not my fault. Hide first, I will tell you later. Old Man Joe looked around quickly, then said, Siabo, I am very anxious, don't fall behind. Chapter 57. Huff, huff. Running all the way behind Old Man Joe, Siabo followed him closely around houses with strange architectural styles until a dark cabin appeared. Old Man Joe sat down behind the cabin, breathing heavily. Old Man Joe, tell me what happened when I just went in. Siabo was also very tired, but he paid more attention to what happened during the time he just went in. The plan has changed. There should be wild monsters refreshed nearby, and some creatures in the village discovered it. They were caught directly. Old Man Joe took a few deep breaths and said calmly. He felt something was wrong in his heart. It seemed that it was caused by the thing he got, but he was not sure at the moment. This is such a coincidence? Siabo felt a little incredible. He was a little bit unbelievable at first, and then he felt that the atmosphere around him was a little different. It seemed to gradually become quiet. It's quiet so quickly. Of course, after the bell rings, These wild monsters will catch the bell ringer endlessly under the instructions of the village owner, but if any creature is caught during this period, these wild monsters will automatically understand it as the person who rang the bell, and then the riot will stop. Old Man Joe's breath gradually stabilized and explained. It turns out that a creature took the blame, so this is the opportunity. Siabo thought about it. Now is the time for the wild monsters to calm down. As long as they wait for the wild monsters to calm down completely, and then secretly follow them to the village owner's house, and put an end to it, the task of killing the village owner is completed. Smart, but take a break first, they are not that fast, and the village chief may still be on the way. Old Man Joe said. I also need to rest, I have consumed too much physical strength. Siabo said, sitting on the ground tiredly, looking at his physical strength. More than half of it was consumed. Not bad. A few minutes later, the physical strength of the two people was almost restored, so they got up and groped towards the water prison. Be careful, these wild monsters will gradually disperse, and you may meet love at the corner. Old Man Joe suddenly became cautious. Does your skill need a cooling time? Siabo asked without knowing why. Nonsense, this is a skill, not a passive skill. It must need a cooling time, otherwise I will be invincible. Old Man Joe glanced at him, as if he was looking at a fool. Siabo's face darkened, and he asked, how long is the cooldown? Half an hour. That's not bad. The two of them groped forward. Old Man Joe's skills were now in the cooldown state, so they had to be careful. Fuck, you dare to scare me. Suddenly, a wild monster came out from the corner. Old Man Joe was startled and stretched out his hand to press the wild monster's head. His other big hand grabbed the wild monster's neck and broke it directly. The sword is still sharp. After seeing Old Man Joe's skills, Siabo said with a hint of surprise. Siabo boy, you are still modest. If it were you, I'm afraid you would be killed with one knife. Old Man Joe glanced at him, walked over the corpse on the ground, and continued to move forward. The village owner is there. The two groped their way to the dark corner, looking at the red exclamation mark ahead, which was quite game-like. This was the prompt displayed after Old Man Joe started the task, the red exclamation mark. The red exclamation mark was moving. This exclamation mark will only appear within 50 meters, and it will be blocked by buildings. It is difficult for us to find it without luring it out. Old Man Joe said. Follow it. Siabo whispered. Because there were too many wild monsters around, they did not dare to follow too closely, as long as they kept their distance. Just make sure they don't lose it. This guy is playing tricks on us. Old Man Joe, is there a time limit? 20 minutes later, Siabo looked at the still moving red exclamation mark with a sullen face. In the past 20 minutes, he had been following the village chief around. The time limit is 2 hours. Now more than 50 minutes have passed, almost an hour. There is still 1 hour left. You should think of a way quickly. Otherwise, my mission will fail, and I will not help you. Old Joe looked at the time and said, why don't you just kill it? Hack him. Old Joe, you are really reckless. If you hadn't met me, you would be dead now. Siabo said. Life is indifferent. If you don't agree, just fight. Why would I be afraid of this group of birds? Old Joe said disdainfully, looking ahead, and said, it changed direction again. This is not a solution, Old Joe. Is there a better way to get rid of it? Siabo followed Old Joe, and couldn't help saying, if this goes on, they will be exhausted sooner or later. They have to be on guard against the sudden appearance of wild monsters at all times. Their spirits are in a tense state all the time, which consumes a lot of physical energy. Just kill it. Siabo boy, I draw the fire for you, you go kill it. Old Joe also thought that this was not a solution, so he said directly, is it okay if I kill it? Siabo was stunned for a moment. The mission says that as long as the village chief dies, it's fine, and it doesn't specify who to kill. Old Joe said, you also said that this is not a solution. The most urgent thing is to quickly solve it and pass the mission. Then do it. Siabo nodded in agreement. It was obviously unrealistic to let the old man go. It was very likely that the mission would fail and Old Joe would die. I have swiftness, so it's best to go by myself. I'm going. Old Joe took a deep breath, jumped out directly, and then shouted to the dark night, hey you guys, come and catch me. Boom, the village, which was originally peaceful, suddenly rang with strange cries, followed by a series of footsteps. Siabo was always observing the red exclamation mark, trying to see if it would flee or rush over after triggering the village. As the village shook, the red exclamation mark also began to move, chasing after Old Man Joe. Siabo hid in a corner, and observed the moving red exclamation mark, as if it was his prey. This village owner should not know the mission. Siabo thought for a moment, looking at the shadows that kept moving in the darkness, waiting silently, waiting for the opportunity. Damn, there are so many you guys, sooner or later you will flatten your village. Old Man Joe's shouting and cursing could be heard in the distance. And the red exclamation mark was getting closer and closer. It would pass by him, and at that time, it would be his chance. Soon, the red exclamation mark appeared on the road on the other side, 2 houses away from him. Seeing the opportunity, Siabo activated his swiftness. His speed surged to an incredible level. He almost flashed by. The steel knife cut off the head of a wild monster in front of him, broke through the body of the wild monster, and rushed straight to the village chief. Hey, hey, hey! A series of strange cries sounded around. They were the wild monsters. Even though his speed was already extremely fast, they still found him. Siabo completely ignored them. Now he only had the village chief in his eyes. The village chief seemed to notice Siabo's appearance. He cried strangely, but he didn't run away, but rushed directly towards Siabo. This abnormal behavior made Siabo startled. Just a moment later, the village chief rushed to his side, and a pair of strange hands were about to grab Siabo. You are looking for death. Siabo came back to his senses and cursed angrily. He learned it from Old Man Joe. Chapter 58. Focusing his attention, Siabo immediately activated the hunting mode. He caught the leader's action, and swung the steel knife in his hand to cut the hand that grabbed him. Crack! The 15.4 strength of Siabo's own body exerted an extremely terrifying effect. The steel knife directly cut off the monster's arm, and then kicked the monster with a kick. This kick also carried a 15.4 strength, and kicked the monster 5 meters away. At this time, there were still 2 or 3 seconds left. Siabo did not stop for long. He rushed forward with the steel knife, and cut the neck of the village owner. Swish! Hot blood spilled. The village owner was dead, and the wild monsters around him burst into strange cries, which seemed to be wailing and angry. After exiting the hunting state, Siabo was shocked and ran away quickly. He did not dare to stop. He ran directly, fearing that if he was a second slower, the wild monsters around him would tear him to pieces. The wild monsters around abandoned Old Man Joe and rushed over like a tide, trying to swallow Siabo. Seeing the wild monsters becoming extremely crazy, Siabo's heart was beating, and he couldn't tell the directions. He just rushed towards the dark corner. There were wild monsters surrounding him all around. Siabo didn't care about anything and just swung his knife to kill the wild monsters that surrounded him. Later, the road was unclear. There were too many wild monsters. They seemed to have aroused some kind of animal nature because of the death of the village owner. Or maybe after killing the village owner, he would become their target. No matter where he ran, they could find him. Damn! I was tricked. After killing countless wild monsters, and running for a long time, Siabo finally realized that this thief old man definitely didn't tell him something. Looking at the monsters swarming around, Siabo's heart sank. This is a asterisk asterisk. Siabo cursed while swinging his knife to kill the monsters that rushed up one by one. Finally, after killing countless monsters, he managed to carve out a bloody path. He didn't care about the monsters on the side, and used his speed to the extreme, trying to shake off the monsters behind. But no matter how he turned, these monsters knew where he was. Damn it, never mind. Siabo panted and cursed inwardly. Looking at his physical strength gradually decreasing to the lowest, he directly started his mission. There was no way he couldn't outlast these monsters. He ran out of physical strength, and could only wait to die. Starting his own mission was to try his best. Ding! Survival in the deserted village, difficulty level 3. Survival in the deserted village. In the next 3 days, you will experience a racial riot in the deserted village. Survive in this riot. Status, enabled. Time, 2 days 23:59. Task tips. Your exposure will increase over time. Reward 1. A random professional skill book. Reward 2. 10 random professional medals. Reward 3. Random supplies vary. Note: leaving the village is considered as giving up the task. After the task was started, he felt that the wild monsters around him had changed. They were no longer just besieging him, but were violent and making all kinds of strange noises. He also noticed that the wild monsters that had originally gathered towards him had stopped their previous behavior and were making noises on the spot, and some even wrestled with each other. Only a few wild monsters that discovered themselves made a strange noise and rushed towards him. Siabo led these monsters to a place with fewer monsters, got rid of them, and then ran into a corner without caring about his image and sat down on the ground. Huff. His chest was like a blower, rising and falling violently. His lungs were like burning, and his leg muscles were a little sore. His physical strength has been reduced to the last point. If he holds on for a while, he may be finished. This old thief actually lied to me. After a short rest, Siabo opened the system, found the private chat of Old Man Joe, and sent a message directly to question Old Man Joe. You fucking lied to me again. After a long time, Old Man Joe replied, Siabo, why did I lie to you again? You fucking still know how to reply. After killing the village chief just now, why did all the monsters come to kill me? You fucking didn't tell me something. Siabo replied angrily. Damn, how would I know? The mission says that killing the village chief will have ominous consequences. Didn't you say your mission is a riot? The first thing I thought of was a riot. After all, after the village chief died, these wild monsters in the village would inevitably riot. Old Joe replied, Siabo, I really didn't lie to you. Siabo took a breath and looked at Old Joe's reply and fell into deep thought. Indeed, if it were me, I would also think of a riot at the first time. After all, this was after the mission of assassinating the village chief, and the consequence would inevitably be a riot. I never thought that all these wild monsters would come to besiege me. I didn't expect it, and Old Joe didn't expect it either. I believe you for now. Where are you now? My survival mission begins. Siabo replied. I was wondering why the monsters were howling like their parents had died. It turned out that you started the mission. Stop talking nonsense and come here quickly. I've heard monsters nearby, and I dare not move now. Siabo knew that his exposure risk would increase little by little as time went by. Now the monsters were approaching him, and it was obvious that he was already at risk of exposure. So he had to move before he was exposed. After replying to Old Man Joe's message, Siabo quickly found a remote location, and then told Old Man Joe about the more eye-catching buildings, and then hid in a dark corner, waiting for Old Man Joe. Time slipped away bit by bit. Siabo looked at the time. There were still 3 or 4 hours before dawn. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. 3 days later, the mission would be completed. There were still sounds of monsters around, so Siabo curled up, resting and waiting. Siabo. Not long after, Old Man Joe appeared and called in a low voice. Fuck, you scared me to death. Siabo shuddered, opened his eyes suddenly, and almost swung his knife to chop. Siabo, you are too unguarded. Old Joe sat down next to Siabo. I'm almost dead tired after working all night. Siabo exhaled, his stomach growling. He took out some biscuits from the exquisite cloth bag behind him and handed them to Old Joe. Do you want to eat? Yes, of course I can't. I'm almost starving to death. Old Joe took the biscuits unceremoniously and chewed them in big mouthfuls. Eat more. There's still a lot of time. Siabo grinned. Old Joe stopped chewing. Sia kid, what do you mean? No, nothing. Just the literal meaning. Fuck. Are you hiding something from me? How is that possible? Fuck, why don't you tell me? Fuck, I'm in trouble. After a while, Old Joe leaned against the fence like he accepted his fate. This kid is really cunning. You also said that I almost couldn't come back because of your shitty mission. It's normal to lie to you. Siabo complained. You still said hush? Old Joe just blew his beard and glared, and suddenly he seemed to feel something and quickly made a gesture to silence. Chapter 59. Siabo was also alert immediately. A very subtle sound came, and the sound of very low footsteps. It didn't sound like the sound of the wild monsters in this village at all. After all, after the death of the village owner, these wild monsters all rioted. How could the wild monsters be so quiet? Then, there is only one possibility. It's another race. Siabo lowered his voice. I know. Old Joe whispered. This is obviously not a creature from this village. A wild monster from another race. What is it doing here? And it seems to be very close to them. Old Joe made a gesture with his hand and pointed in a direction. Siabo instantly understood what Old Joe meant, holding the steel knife and going over. Siabo, come back. What the hell are you doing? Old Joe grabbed the fool and asked in a low voice. Didn't you let me go? Siabo was stunned for a moment, not knowing why. Old Joe's facial expression froze. I said the thing is there. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow appeared in their field of vision, about 10 meters ahead, a thick and huge dark mass, which looked very conspicuous. From the dark outline, it can be seen that this is a wild monster that is not easy to mess with. Old Joe hurried to press Siabo, trying to press him to the ground. But Siabo's strength was too great, and he couldn't press him. Why are you pressing me? Siabo was stunned, looking at old Joe who had already fallen. Lie down. Old Joe couldn't press him, so he had to remind him. Still crawling, you are looking for death. Run! Siabo directly pulled old Joe up from the ground. The monster had already discovered them, and directly flipped over the fence behind him. He ran into the darkness in the distance without looking back. The wild monster behind him was definitely not easy to deal with. He felt a palpitation just looking at it. Old Man Joe followed closely behind him. He had just run out of the device for less than 10 meters, when there was a bang behind him, accompanied by the crack of the wooden fence. Fuck. This thing is so fierce. Old Man Joe jumped and cursed. Run quickly. Siabo looked back, and was immediately shocked. The monster actually rushed behind them. It was a huge body about 3 meters high, covered with black armor, and its tankiness was self-evident. This is definitely a boss. I feel that it will explode with good things. Old Man Joe followed behind Siabo and shouted. Old Man Joe, don't think about it. This thing is not something we can deal with. Even if we deal with it, what will it explode with? Siabo said quickly, trying to dispel Old Man Joe's idea. This thing is 3 meters tall, with black armor on its body. Not to mention my steel knife, even a pistol might not be able to penetrate it. Sia kid, you don't know, but I know that this area is special, and only boss-level creatures can explode things. Old Man Joe said as he ran. Old Man Joe, I know you have hidden things. Why can't you tell me? Siabo grinned, cursing Old Man Joe for being disloyal. Sia kid, you're done if you see it, that thing has a curse. I won't tell you anything else, I'm afraid you die. Old Man Joe shouted, looking back at the monster, suddenly felt a chill on his back, couldn't help but speed up his pace, secretly complaining in his heart. That thing actually attracted such a big guy. Old Joe, the monsters are coming too, think of a way. Otherwise, we both die. The noise here has attracted the monsters around, and a large number of monsters are moving closer to this side. Siabo said hurriedly, he has no way out now. Although the monster is huge, its speed is not bad at all, and it can hang tightly behind them. Sia kid, rush to the direction of the monsters and let them deal with this big guy. If possible, we can still find a loophole. Old Joe quickly looked around, and then said, here. After saying that, the figure suddenly turned. Seeing this, Siabo braked suddenly, and turned into the small path that Old Joe had entered. Bang bang. The huge monster behind him stepped on the ground and rushed around. Here they come. Sia kid, you're on your own. Old Man Joe saw that there were dense monsters around him, and he shouted, and a thick arm stretched out, with blue veins popping out on his arm, spreading from the shoulder to the wrist, which looked a bit creepy. He grabbed a monster's neck directly, squeezed it very hard, and snapped it, breaking the monster's neck directly. Siabo behind him suddenly widened his eyes, and looked at the old man in disbelief. Old Man Joe, you are so fierce. Damn, my unicorn arm is not vegetarian. Hurry up and run. Old Man Joe swung his arm, threw the monster's body on the ground, and ran away. The two ran and killed. The strange thing is that there are many monsters around, but this monster just stared at them. Why is this monster chasing us all the time? Old Man Joe, is it you who did it? Siabo panted, staring at Old Man Joe with bloodshot eyes. How could such a ferocious monster suddenly appear when they were surviving well? He originally thought that it was the difficulty of the survival mode. But now there are so many wild monsters around, and they are not of the same race. Wild monsters also attack the big monster from time to time. The strange thing is that the monster keeps chasing them. If you run a few more laps, the monster will fall. Old Man Joe did not answer Siabo's question, but looked back at the monster and answered with a heavy breath. The two ran for 2 full laps and were exhausted. The monster behind them finally lost to the swarming attack of the wild monsters and fell to the ground. At this time, the sky was already glowing. After a whole night of hard work to complete the task, the riots around did not disappear. Hoo-hoo, damn, it's dawn, Siaboy, hurry up, let's go pick up the leaks. Old Man Joe just rested for a while, and saw a glimmer of light in the sky, and said hurriedly, Flustered hammer, Old Man Joe, you just said that only boss-level monsters will drop things, right? Siabo took a deep breath and stared at Old Man Joe and asked, Well, what's wrong, Sia kid? Old Man Joe nodded, a little puzzled. The village chief must be a small boss. I didn't check when I left. These monsters shouldn't pick up the things that dropped. Siabo said. You kid reminded me, you are right, maybe the village chief will also drop something, Even if not, we have to go and see. Both of them are greedy for money. After discussing it, they decided to go back and take a look. But before that, Siabo had to wait until the cooldown of Old Man Joe's reconnaissance skill was over. Daytime fell, the sun rose, and the sun was high. The turmoil outside was still going on. Now was the first day of survival. It seemed that because of the influence of the game, these monsters were more agitated than at night, which invisibly increased the difficulty of finding the monster corpses. Chapter 60. Damn it, Sia, be careful of wild monsters. Damn, we've been discovered. Not long after they walked out, a strange cry came from the side. It was the cry of a wild monster. It discovered the two people. In the daytime, the risk of exposure for the two people increased sharply. They might be able to hide in the corner at night, but it was not possible during the day. Old Man Joe noticed the movement and reminded them immediately, but it was too late. Even if Old Man Joe used reconnaissance to avoid them, there were too many wild monsters here, and there would always be some that were missed. Kill them out! Then hide! Siabo shouted, and his hand holding the steel knife was shaking slightly. The task of rioting the village was a bit scary. There were too many wild monsters. Once they couldn't rush out, all the wild monsters would swarm up until they were swallowed up. Old Man Joe also reacted quickly. He jumped up directly from the ground. With the help of reconnaissance, he quickly found the side with fewer wild monsters and rushed over directly. Siabo followed closely behind Old Man Joe. He knew that Old Man Joe would never pit him. Old Man Joe had reconnaissance and could detect the number of wild monsters nearby, so he could perfectly avoid the direction with the most wild monsters. The wild monsters nearby surrounded the two of them. Die for me! Siabo looked at the wild monster, swung his knife, and chopped it open. His arm muscles bulged, and he directly cut the wild monster's head off. The two of them worked together to clear the wild monsters very quickly. After half an hour, they rushed out of the encirclement of the wild monsters with blood all over their bodies. However, the two of them were also tired and panting. Siabo, the big guys are in front. Old Man Joe, who was wearing rough clothes, pointed to the front. Siabo looked in the direction where Old Man Joe pointed, and there was indeed a huge wild monster corpse, and next to the corpse, there was actually a box with a metallic luster. Siabo, take the things away quickly. I feel the wild monsters nearby are coming again. Old Man Joe felt it a little, and his old face suddenly changed color. The two were exhausted. If they were surrounded again, they would definitely not be able to get out. Without saying a word, Siabo rushed over and hugged the box directly, while Old Man Joe chose a direction and waited for Siabo. Seeing Siabo holding the box and running towards him, he turned around and ran in the chosen direction. After succeeding, the two left quickly. In a corner without wild monsters, the two sat on the ground panting. Damn, I almost died of exhaustion. If I was surrounded just now, I would definitely die there. Old Man Joe panted. His eyes fell on the iron box in Siabo's arms. What kind of box is this? Why is there a lock? An iron box. Siabo put the iron box on the ground, his eyes with a trace of thought. He remembered the master key to the iron box he had obtained. Maybe this box was opened with that key. The iron box must have good stuff. Old Joe's eyes widened. Siabo glanced at him. Put it away first. There is still a boss's body that has not been touched. After we touch it, we can divide it between the two of us. When Old Joe heard this, he looked at Siabo with suspicion and said very seriously, Siabo, are you going to trick me again? The box is for you. Siabo put the box on the ground casually, not caring at all. Since the system box has a lock, it is basically impossible to open it unless you have a key. Old Joe picked up the box and smashed it on the ground. With a bang, the box was intact. Old Joe's eyes widened. So hard. After a lot of effort, he couldn't open it, so Old Man Joe threw the box to Siabo like he had resigned himself to his fate. Remember this place, we come back later. Siabo smiled, hid the box in the corner, and then said, Okay, let's go and see if the other boss has anything dropped. Old Man Joe licked his lips. If there was something good, he would give the box to Siabo. Next, the two of them spent some time and risked being surrounded by wild monsters to come to the place where the village owner died. Damn, it's another box. Old Man Joe was dumbfounded looking at the box on the open ground. As for the body, it had been dealt with by wild monsters long ago. Hurry up. Siabo ran over, picked up the box and ran back, then said, he knew what the old man was thinking. It doesn't matter, I have the key. Returning to the familiar corner, Siabo sat on the ground and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sia kid, I got 2 iron boxes, what should I do? I can't open them." Old Joe looked at the 2 iron boxes in the corner unwillingly. He finally got 2 boxes, but he gave up like this. His heart was bleeding. Siabo didn't say anything. Before the task was completed, he must not tell the old man the secret that he had the key, otherwise this guy would definitely use his failure to complete the task to threaten him. "You kid, please say something." Old Joe looked at Siabo anxiously. "Aren't you anxious? There are 2 gold mountains, but I can't get the gold on the mountains. I'm not willing to accept it." "What can you do if you are unwilling? There is no use worrying without the key. It's better to think about the next survival task," Siabo said lightly, trying to pretend to be indifferent. This expression was seen through by Old Man Joe. Okay, stop pretending. How could I not understand you?" Old Man Joe sat on the ground, still very depressed. Indeed, it is better to think about the survival mission. Time passed quietly. The survival mission can be said to be very difficult, but with the presence of Old Man Joe, everything became very simple. Old Man Joe's reconnaissance skills are indeed very abnormal. In the past 3 days, the 2 of them hid from place to place, relying on his reconnaissance skills to avoid the encirclement of wild monsters again and again. The sky gradually darkened. Siabo leaned against the fence with a dirty body, his eyes were dull, and he murmured, "It's almost over, it's finally over." These 2 days of hiding from place to place completely exhausted Siabo. The stinky young people of the present age, I used to go through the manure pit, and even ate and drank water in the manure pit. It's just 3 days of survival. Old Man Joe leaned against the fence, as if he had long been accustomed to such a life. "Old Joe, we are different, okay?" Siabo rolled his eyes helplessly. "Tonight is the last night. Hide away, everything is over. I want to eat watermelon, I want to eat instant noodles, I want to drink water." Siabo looked up at the sky and thought of the supplies in his car, swallowing his saliva desperately. He had only eaten 1 bag of instant noodles. "Siabo, wild monsters are coming." Old Joe suddenly stood up from the ground, looking at the darkness with shining eyes. "Damn!" The fantasy was interrupted. Siabo cursed secretly, and quickly got up from the ground. He had witnessed the horror of Old Joe's reconnaissance skills in the past few days, and believed in it. The 2 quickly left the transfer place. Not long after, a large number of wild monsters surrounded them. Their faces were hideous, and the deformities of their bodies became more terrifying, with sticks in their hands. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night, at least the 2 thought so, because the wild monsters became abnormal today, almost every 2 hours to surround them, and it seemed that the frequency of discovering them had increased. Darkness passed, dawn came. "It's over, it's finally over." After avoiding the tracking of the last mission, Siabo finally heard the system's prompt that the mission was completed, and he was completely relieved. 3 days of survival was neither short nor long. Fortunately, Old Man Joe was there. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to complete this mission by himself. Chapter 61. Old Joe the Iron Box. "The mission is completed, so we have to leave," Siabo reminded Old Joe. Yes, although it can't be opened now, it doesn't mean it can't be opened in the future." Old Joe reacted and took Siabo back to the place where the box was hidden. Although there was no mission, the village was still in a state of riot, but there was no risk of exposure during the mission, so as long as Old Joe didn't go out, the 2 would be safe. As Siabo thought, the 2 returned to the place where the box was placed, and did not attract the wild monsters in the village. Of course, they did not alarm them when they left. "It's finally over, I'm going back to drink water." Walking on the road to the deserted village, Siabo wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help saying, "You kid, remember to drink water, and find a way to break this box open, otherwise it will be a burden to carry it," said Old Joe. "Old Joe, to be honest, I have the key. I knew you had a secret stash. Don't forget how you got here these days. Don't forget our revolutionary friendship," Old Joe said with a look of resentment. He was furious. He had worked so hard for this kid to complete the task in the past 3 days, but he still got tricked by him. What did I say? When this kid left, he still remembered the iron box. So that's it. I should have thought of it earlier. Ahem. Siabo coughed twice. To be honest, I have 2 keys. Old Joe, Sia kid, I think we can still discuss it. What do you think? I was waiting for you to say this. Siabo raised a hint of a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth, but he still kept a serious face. Ahem, Old Joe, there are only 2 keys in total, I think. Is there anything we can discuss? Very good, I want the information you got. The expression on Old Man Joe's face disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. Siabo, your strength is the best among humans, but there are some things you can't know, because you haven't grown up completely. The water here is too deep, you can't grasp it, boy. I don't want humans to lose an elite. Siabo had a trace of suspicion on his face. Why did he feel that this sentence was so familiar? He always felt like he was fooled. Is it that serious? Old Man Joe still had a solemn expression on his face. Siabo, I can only tell you a little about this matter. If you want to listen, you agree to the deal. If you don't want to listen, I can't do anything. It doesn't matter whether this box is opened or not. Since you have the key, it will appear again in the future, and I'm not in a hurry for now. Siabo pondered for a while. He had a lot of keys, and the box needed to be obtained from the boss. The boss didn't always have it, so this deal was not a loss. Thinking of this, he raised his head and said, "Deal." At this time, he had already walked to the side of Old Man Joe's car. Old Man Joe put the things in the car, and then said, "The information I got is not very complete, because it is an incomplete content, but it contains a terrible curse. You can imagine how terrible the complete content is. I also told you that there is not only one race in this world, but thousands of races. Each different wild monster that is refreshed represents a race. There is no specific numerical estimate of how many there are at present. But what is certain is that these races are not less than the number of us humans. And this news is about these races. This is a competition. Is highway survival really dangerous? It's dangerous. After all, wild monsters spawn, but compared to these millions of races, highways are so safe, because they have food, water, things we humans need, even skills to become stronger and professional metals, as well as safe cars. And these special highways can be understood as a supply for humans. For example, in this forest, you can take away what you want. Of course, it is also full of dangers. Opportunities and dangers coexist. Whether you kill wild monsters to get the supplies you need, or the rewards after completing dangerous tasks, or exploring in the forest, you will get as much as you pay. So, highway survival is actually a safe haven for humans. Siabo, you have to improve your strength quickly, because the future is very dangerous. There are too many races that have been exterminated in this game. Humanity will eventually unite. After Zhou Laotu finished speaking, he continued to pack up his things. He needed to absorb this well. What he told him was allowed to be disclosed. Siabo grew very fast, and maybe in the future. He touched his chest and sighed in his heart. Knowing more may not be a good thing. Who would be willing to live in danger all the time? After the transaction, he had to leave quickly. He absolutely could not bring this danger to Siabo. At the foot of the mountain, Siabo handed the key to Old Man Joe without saying a word. Old Man Joe was surprisingly calm and did not speak. When he started the car and left, he said, "By the way, Siabo, there is a fork in the road a few kilometers ahead. I plan to go to the right, and you can go to the left." After saying that, the car sped away. Siabo watched Old Man Joe leave, then drove out his car, and then sat in the driver's seat without saying a word. His hands holding the steering wheel had turned blue. He vaguely guessed something. The secret that Old Man Joe guarded was definitely enough to shock the world, and his curse might be true. Because Siabo keenly caught the action of Old Man Joe touching his chest. Huh? Siabo exhaled, stopped thinking about it, started the car, and sped away. Let's leave here first. The sun was high in the sky, and the road was distorted by the heat wave. Not long after driving, we came to the fork in the road that Old Man Joe mentioned, and the roads on both sides were continuous mountains. According to what Old Man Joe said, I will go from the left. The secret in this old man's heart is bigger than I thought. Siabo thought inwardly, then parked the car on the side of the road, and did not drive on the road. He was far away from the range of the village, which was too dangerous. After parking the car, Siabo first took out a bucket of water to wash off the stench on his body, drank a few big gulps, and then leaned against the front of the car and looked stupidly at the black mountain bathed in sunlight, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. According to what Old Man Joe said, the future is full of infinite crisis, a road survival game for all races. And the road that constantly refreshes wild monsters will actually become the last refuge for humans. It seems that Old Man Joe has obtained a lot of information, and he has revealed so much to me, but it is only a part of it. The reason why Old Man Joe touched his chest was because he was cursed, and wild monsters suddenly appeared when the plan was implemented. And the last big guy, is it related to this curse? Can you control the refresh of wild monsters? No, that big guy is not something we can deal with. It should be able to randomly refresh wild monsters, but the quality of wild monsters is indeed different. If that's really the case, then this curse is too great. Chapter 62. Siabo pondered inwardly, and that was all the information he had gotten so far. Tens of millions of alien races, curses, future human development, and a safe haven for highways. Maybe there was something he didn't know. Old Joe was biting too hard, not letting go at all. Even the temptation of the iron box made him let go a little. Forget it, don't think about it. This mission should be a dungeon, and the rewards are very great. Siabo called up the interface and looked at his personal information. The tasks below showed the status of completion. Reward 1, a random professional skills book. Reward 2, 10 random professional medals. Reward 3, random supplies vary. 3 rewards made Siabo hesitate. Then the supplies vary included a lot, and there might be supplies he didn't have, but at present, the third option was temporarily useless. With the strength becoming stronger, any resources can be obtained by killing monsters. And his own resources were abundant in the early stage, so this third option could be temporarily ruled out. The first and second ones need to be carefully considered. Siabo frowned and thought about it, and decided to choose the second one. It was because it was too random. It was obvious that the professional medal came first, and then the professional skill book. If you choose the first one, who knows which profession you will get first? So choose the second one, you can quickly accumulate professional medals, and you have a resource upgrade system, you can upgrade the medals. This way you can quickly accumulate professional medals. After confirming, Siabo received the reward. Ding! Obtain the hate medal *10. It's this professional medal. Siabo was stunned for a moment, but it was not bad. After all, he already had 69 butcher medals, so it was okay to have more. Without much hesitation, he chose to upgrade it. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. The hate medal *10 was upgraded to the butcher medal *86. So many. Looking at the upgraded things, Siabo was obviously stunned. This was quite unexpected, but the number of resources was different every time the upgrade was made. It was completely random and depended on luck. It seemed that this time his face was finally white. After the upgrade, plus the original medals, the butcher medal successfully broke through 100 and reached the 155 mark, which was a big step closer to opening the butcher profession. This harvest was not bad. Siabo thought to himself, and then took the iron box out of the car. The iron box was very light, and he couldn't feel what was inside. He took a master key to the iron box and opened it. A white light flashed. Siabo was stunned for a moment, then he became excited. There must be something good here. Glass fragments *3. Wood *5. Iron *3. Rags *2. Ordinary water resources 300 milliliters. Inferior fuel 30 liters. Car fragments *10. Things burst out of the iron box one after another, continuously. Siabo was dumbfounded. The things obtained after opening the iron box were completely beyond imagination. A lot of various resources were obtained. This time the opening of resources was a bit unexpected. Unexpectedly, combined with his own resource upgrade system, the resources showed a linear growth. Siabo did not hesitate and upgraded the things one by one, and a pile of supplies appeared on the ground. 26 pieces of glass fragments, 43 pieces of wood, 24 pieces of iron, 15 pieces of fine cloth, and 2 more barrels of water and fuel. Fill up the car with fuel, and stuff it into the trunk. The trunk is quite large. The car fragments have reached 71 pieces after upgrading, plus the previous 38 pieces, there are already 109 pieces. There are only 41 pieces short of the 150 pieces required for the second car upgrade. Siabo quickly took out the air conditioning drawings and bulletproof glass drawings, which are now completely enough. 10 pieces of glass fragments were crossed out to get a piece of bulletproof glass, and the car window also showed a replaceable display. It only takes one thought to replace the bulletproof glass in your hand with the glass that comes with the car window. It is very magical. Siabo upgraded the bulletproof glass in his hand, and got 8 pieces of bulletproof glass, and immediately replaced the glass of the car door. The bulletproof glass in his hand disappeared, and a new piece of glass replaced the original glass. Excluding the 4 doors, the front windshield and the rear, there were 2 bulletproof glass left. After replacing the glass, Siabo knocked on the glass with a machete, and then directly swung the back of the machete to hit the bulletproof glass that was not installed. With a loud bang, the glass was intact. It's so hard. When I'm tired at night, the safety factor of sleeping will be greatly improved. Some people were surprised at the hardness of the glass, but these two pieces of glass were obviously redundant. Siabo hung them in the transaction function to exchange for car fragments. And the information that Siabo posted about the transaction was instantly discovered by people in the world. You know, he has been missing for 3 days. Someone on the level ranking has been promoted to level 4, while he is still at level 3. There are only 2 days left before the 7-day rankings are settled. Tomorrow night is the date for the ranking settlement. Car fragments are still very precious, and tempered glass is dispensable, but some people still choose to trade. After all, with tempered glass, the safety factor of sleeping at night is greatly improved. 2 pieces of tempered glass can be put in at the same time, and 3 pieces of car fragments are traded. After upgrading, it becomes 12 pieces of car fragments, and it is 1 step closer to upgrading a sedan to a Jeep. This time, I was a little embarrassed, which is equivalent to upgrading a piece of car fragment to only 4 pieces. Next, Siabo excitedly took out the drawings of the air conditioner. Air conditioner design drawing, 30 iron, 20 wood. Can be synthesized. With a thought, the air conditioner design drawing was very strangely deducted 30 pieces of iron and 20 pieces of wood, and a small air conditioner appeared, only the size of a palm. Crude small air conditioner. Introduction. Made of iron and wood, it has a rough texture and cannot operate for a long time. Consumption, fuel. Note, a magical little air conditioner, don't try to disassemble it. It's just this big? And it actually uses fuel. This is too unreasonable. The game itself is unreasonable. Siabo looked at the small black box that was only the size of a palm, complained, and then upgraded it. This thing is obviously not very good. Fortunately, I have an upgrade system. Small steel cannon air conditioner. Introduction. It can produce cooling and heating, equipped with a voice control system. Consumption, fuel. Note, small steel cannon, it's awesome. Sure enough, after the air conditioner is upgraded, the quality is higher, and it also has voice recognition. So cool. Small steel cannon, turn on the cooling mode. Siabo picked up the small black box, put some fuel in it and said, and then a cool breeze blew out of the small black box. Feeling the cool breeze blowing on his face, Siabo squinted his eyes, and felt refreshed. Put the small black box in the car and blow it first, then Siabo began to deal with the remaining supplies on the ground. After counting the supplies in the car, there are still 18 pieces of iron, 34 pieces of wood, 34 pieces of fine cloth, 121 pieces of car fragments, and 16 pieces of glass fragments. These things do not take up space, because the iron is only the size of a fingernail, emitting a white light, and the firewood. The metals and car fragments are the same, as if they contain some unknown power. 2 or 3 pieces of fine cloth can hold them, and put them in the corner of the co-pilot. The real space is water resources, food and cloth. However, the superimposed cloth can serve as a cushion, which is still good. Chapter 63. In the following time, Siabo sorted out the space of the car and freed up a lot of space. All the food and drinks were placed in the back seat. After sorting out the space, it became much larger. The small steel cannon blew out a constant stream of cool breeze, and the car was cool. Although this harvest did not improve my own strength much, the supplies became more sufficient. After sorting out everything, I leaned comfortably on the seat, blowing the cool breeze of the small steel cannon, eating watermelon, and relaxing all over. Life instantly became much more comfortable. Life, at this moment, instantly became desireless. After eating the watermelon, I rested for a while. Siabo then raised his head to look at the surrounding environment. This is the second section of the special highway, which is much better than the high grassland area of the first section. After all, the supplies in the woods are much richer. Surrounded by dense black forests, the trees and thick trunks here are all black, and the grass and wild flowers are mostly black. It seems that the whole forest is in black. Old Joe said that things in special areas can be taken, but there are risks involved. So I take some trees on the roadside, which I can use to make fire and cook. Siabo's eyes wandered among the trees, and then he chose a relatively small tree and cut it down with some effort. After cutting it down, he found that the heart of the tree was also strangely black. He lifted the tree, which was not very big, onto the car and cut off the dense branches and leaves. This busy work took an hour and took a lot of time. Then he picked up some dead branches on the ground in the forest, and there was firewood for cooking. After finishing his work, Siabo was sweating all over. He opened the car door, and the cold air blew out. Siabo felt refreshed and got into the car quickly. With the air conditioner in the small steel cannon, it is so comfortable. The moment he got into the car, he felt cool all over. Siabo felt unusually comfortable, exhaled, and felt sleepy. With the existence of bulletproof glass, Siabo fell asleep quickly and peacefully. He slept until almost dusk before waking up. Siabo stretched his body, opened his eyes, opened the car door, washed his face with water, stretched his body again, and suddenly felt refreshed. With the air conditioner, I don't have to worry about being woken up by the heat when I sleep. This thing still uses fuel, so I don't have to worry about fuel consumption at all. The thing I don't lack the most is fuel. Siabo felt unusually comfortable. He looked at the time of the system. Today is Saturday, and there are about 3 hours before dusk. At this time, his stomach gurgled, and the breakfast bell rang. It's time to make instant noodles. Siabo licked his lips. After 3 days of survival, he had eaten all the emergency food he brought with him. He followed Old Man Joe to eat grass and leaves. He had already lost his appetite. He started boiling water. Now that he had firewood, he didn't need to waste gasoline. While the fire was burning, Siabo first took care of his physiological needs, and then came back to cook instant noodles. The instant noodles were ready very quickly, in about a minute. He took the pot out, and put it on the side of the road. Siabo went to find 2 short branches, and cut them into the shape of chopsticks. Although they were of different sizes and looked rough, they could be used barely. He washed them with water, and roasted them on the fire. It was called sterilization. Then use a knife to scrape off the burnt ash, and a simple pair of chopsticks is made. Stirring the noodles in the pot with chopsticks, the aroma is overflowing. Smelling the aroma of instant noodles, Siabo's face shows an extremely enjoyable expression. Let's eat. While eating noodles, Siabo also kept his knife with him. Cooking noodles is one aspect, and the second is to kill monsters and refresh wild monsters. I am already 4th on the list, and the top 3 have reached level 4. The speed of improvement is faster than I thought. The system is just helping me accumulate more supplies, but it can't help me accumulate more experience. So in terms of level, I am actually standing on the same starting line with them. Although I have won a lot of professional medals in the 3-day survival, I have also lost a lot, such as the first place in the 3 rankings. And I don't seem to have rushed to the top of the endless mode. I disappeared for 3 days, and the world was talking about me. After 3 days of survival, I really have to start to impact the level, especially after having air conditioning. Sleeping during the day is more comfortable. Siabo, who was eating noodles, suddenly felt something strange. He put down the pot and became alert. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no wind. The subtle rustling sound was very clear. He put the pot down, and then carefully moved towards the place where the sound came from. Just as Siabo approached the dense bushes, a black shadow rushed out. It was not fast, and could not beat Siabo. So Siabo also reacted immediately. He quickly distanced himself from it. The wild monster pounced on nothing. This is an orangutan. It was time to see it clearly. Siabo showed a trace of surprise on his face. The wild monster in front of him was in human form, with short lower limbs and long upper limbs, especially the arms, which were hanging down and covered with black hair, just like the forest. A wild monster that had never been seen before. It looked like an orangutan, but there were many differences, such as the ferocious face of the wild monster, which was comparable to the appearance of the strange beasts in classic of mountains and seas. Facing the wild monster, Siabo did not relax at all, and directly turned on the hunting state and rushed straight towards the wild monster. The wild monster screamed and swung its arms violently. The thick and long arms swung over with a force, quite like the momentum of a whip. What a powerful attack, and the attack method is so special. Siabo captured the wild monster's movements in advance, and did not face the wild monster directly. The strength of the wild monster was definitely more than 15 points, and the power of this swing was particularly great. After capturing it, Siabo avoided it in advance, using his speed advantage to deal with it, and look for opportunities. The 2 arms of this wild monster were thick and powerful. Once they were swung, they actually formed an airtight wall. If it were someone else, they would have driven away long ago. Unfortunately, the wild monster encountered Siabo. In the hunting state, there is no airtight wall. As long as the attack is launched, there will be a flaw. The hunting state is not the state of a reckless man, and the IQ will not decrease. Siabo looked at his mental power. It was enough at present, so he had time, and there were still about 20 minutes before the ranking match. Even if his mental power was exhausted, it would be full again when he entered the room, so he was not worried at all. Found it. After dealing with it for 2 minutes, Siabo finally found the flaw. There was only a second, but he missed it this time, and the next time would come very quickly. Seeing the right time, Siabo suddenly stopped his body, immediately activated the swiftness, and rushed directly to the gap that only existed for a second. When he activated the swiftness and rushed, the gap did not appear. To outsiders, Siabo rushed directly towards the arm, which was undoubtedly a suicidal act. An incredible scene appeared. When approaching the attack, Siabo actually passed through the attack, as if he had predicted it, and rushed straight towards the wild monster. The wild monster was shocked, lost the middle door, and suddenly panicked. But it was too late. The broadsword directly chopped the wild monster's neck, breaking the bones. The wild monster fell to the ground, and at the same time as the wild monster died, an inexplicable force descended and surged towards Siabo's body. Chapter 64. Upgraded. Siabo breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel his head buzzing. Maintaining the hunting state for a long time consumes a huge amount of mental power, and opening the swiftness also consumes mental power. He felt like his brain was slapped, but fortunately he had adapted to it before. The bodies on the ground had disappeared. On the road, these bodies would refresh and disappear. And an item appeared in Siabo's eyes. Seeing this item, Siabo's eyes flashed with a strangeness. Spicy hot pot base *1, Siabo, ? Can this thing also explode? Siabo picked up the bag of hot pot base with some surprise. There was no introduction on it, as if it was a 3-no product. After upgrading it, 1 bag became 10 bags. Looking at the hot pot base that suddenly appeared in my arms, my mood suddenly became so bad that I didn't know how to describe it in words. This is the rhythm of making me eat hot pot. Put the hot pot base on the passenger seat of the car, maybe I can really eat hot pot in the future. Close the car door, pick up the pot of instant noodles, and continue to eat instant noodles. After eating the instant noodles, drink up all the soup, then rinse the pot with water and put it on the back seat. In the car, enjoying the coolness of the air conditioner, blowing away the summer heat, Siabo only felt happy and comfortable. With a thought, he opened the attribute panel and took a look. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 4. Experience, 2 out of 100. Strength, 15, 1.5. Agility, 16, 1.6. Physical fitness, 14, 1.4. Mental strength, 7, 0.7. Health value, 99. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills specialization. Strength is continuously improved with training. Primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state. All 3 attributes are developing towards health, and with the 10% attribute blessing of the hunting state, the attributes are pushed to a very high standard. A high level does not mean high strength. A low level does not mean low strength. I am still in the 4th level. I will get the 4th level reward in a while, and then start leveling tonight, and strive to strengthen myself when the 7th day of hunting comes. Siabo squinted his eyes, and enjoyed the comfort of the air conditioner while looking at his current state. Except for mental strength, the attribute values of the other 3 dimensions are abnormal, and they have reached 3 times that of ordinary adults. At present, only mental strength needs to be improved, but Siabo has no idea about how to improve mental strength. In the trading function, no one has posted trading information at all, and the trading function is empty. This situation will last for at least a while. After all, the early supplies are still very scarce. Especially the skill book, which plays a huge role in the early stage. Almost everyone uses it as soon as they get it, unless it is some good quality equipment, which can be exchanged for skill books. At present, the most precious material is the skill book. After a short break, the ranking time came, and Siabo entered the ranking space. His current record was still fixed at 100% win rate, but he had fallen off the ranking list. The top 10 were all people he didn't know. These people were both men and women, and they had all reached the 4th level of ranking. And the guy who currently occupied the 1st place in the 3 lists was a man named Feng Shihong. He was said to be a killer before? Who knows who said that? Anyway, he was very powerful. He looked at his popularity, and had fallen to the 6th place. He was not panicked at all. Siabo adjusted his mentality, and started the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast started, the news that the man who once slaughtered the ranked players was back was instantly spread to all the live broadcast rooms. Countless people rushed in, and the popularity grew at an explosive rate. After disappearing for 3 days, Siabo had already lost everything, leaving only the legend of a one-sword slash. And now, the man came back again, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Siabo is really back, who said he was captured by wild monsters and used as a slave? Siao's level is also level 4, now there is something to watch. I wonder if Siabo can continue the myth of a one-sword slash. A barrage of comments flew by quickly, and people all over the world were discussing Siabo's sudden return. He was once the number 1 on the 3 lists, but he disappeared for 3 days, and now lost everything. Tomorrow night is the time to refresh the rankings. Here, Siabo has already started the ranking. He stared at the screen expressionlessly with a cold look. Following Old Man Joe, he has been seriously led astray by him. Once in this state, Siabo at this time is the most powerful. In the hunting state, what is needed is concentration and coldness. No emotion. At the beginning of the ranking, Siabo chose the broadsword that he was most familiar with. Siabo. The opponent was only ranked level 3, and his level was also level 3. He was stunned when he saw Siabo, and then he was wrapped in fear. Is it more tragic than being killed by a knife? Even if he died countless times in this game. But the powerlessness and despair of being crushed by one side, without being able to resist, is something that no one wants to experience. Siabo's eyes were extremely cold. He turned on the hunting state, searching for flaws, and understood with one knife. Everything was really neat and tidy, without any drag. This is Siabo showing his full strength, turning on the hunting state, turning into an extremely terrifying beast, with a physique 3 times that of an ordinary person, enough to crush everything. It is so terrifying that you can see the flaws in the hunting state. As long as it is 1v1, you can be called invincible. Relying on the hunting state, find the flaws and end the game with one knife. That face without a trace of emotion appeared in the live broadcast room, and the means of solving the opponent with one knife made countless people shout, "My youth is back." Sure enough, if you want to learn technology, you have to look at Feng Shihong, and if you want to have fun, you still have to look at Siabo. Awesome. Still one knife. Invincible at level 3. Wait for Siabo's knife to reach level 4. Regain the glory of the past. This is the former number 1 on the 3 lists, even if he disappeared for 3 days. Tonight is destined to be the death of level 3. The people in the live broadcast room were excited to see Siabo's one-knife strength again. That man is back again. The live broadcast continued. After killing a person, Siabo felt nothing in his heart, as if he had done something insignificant. This is a process of changing his mentality. The ranking continued, and soon he matched with the second person and the third person. Siabo only made one move with each person. The people in the live broadcast room were numb, and they looked at the extremely indifferent person in the live broadcast with a trace of awe. The third level ranking was still very simple for Siabo himself. There were almost no 4th level people among these people, and he was unilaterally crushing them, so there was no difficulty at all. It was easy, which resulted in each battle ending in only 1 minute. 10 rankings were completed easily. After completing it, Siabo did not continue the ranking, but temporarily closed the live broadcast, received the task and exited. He wanted to see what the reward for reaching the 4th level was. Chapter 65. In the car, enjoying the comfort of air conditioning, Siabo took out the ranking reward. At this moment, he still maintained the state when playing the ranking, with an indifferent look on his face, as if he was keeping people away from him. After a long time, he exhaled heavily and exited this state. This state is like the state of an actor entering a play, but it is deeper than the actors entering a play. Because the actor's killing is fake, and his own killing is real. It's just that they didn't die. I feel as if my heart is dead. This state is really uncomfortable. Siabo exhaled, and he was completely different from the state just now. System, receive the reward. Siabo shouted to the system. The familiar box appeared on the system screen, which felt like opening a box in a game, but it didn't require Krypton gold, but required strength to advance. Every time Siabo opened the box of the ranking level reward, he was very excited. This thing depends purely on luck. Sometimes it is garbage, of course, sometimes it is good. According to the system introduction, all the items here are randomly selected, which gives people a feeling of heaven or hell. The box vibrates, creaks. The box slowly opens, and suddenly, the box shakes violently, and strands of golden silk threads surround the box. Siabo was stunned for a moment. Why does it feel a little different when opening the box this time? The golden silk threads are increasing, and Siabo's expression is inexplicably excited. Could it be that something good is going to come out? Buzz. The gold suddenly bursts and spreads to all sides of the system space. The entire system page is filled with gold, and in this gold, a blood red, beating heart appears on the screen. Item: Blood Devil's Heart, no level. How to use: Fusion. Effect: Unknown, no life-threatening, human characteristics will not change, safe to use. Introduction: The heart passed down by the Blood Devil clan. Note: Blood Devil was once a unique race in this game, but was later exterminated. Immediately afterwards, a beating, cold heart appeared in Siabo's hand. It felt smooth and cold, like touching ice cubes, but soft. Actually, a heart opened up. Siabo was a little dumbfounded when he looked at the heart in his hand. The heart was the size of a fist, and looked no different from a human's. The weird thing was that this heart was beating loudly and powerfully. Siabo also felt that this heart had an inexplicable coldness, a feeling that was hard to describe, just giving people a weird feeling. And on the heart, 3 words appeared: upgradable. It was the resource upgrade system, which meant that this heart could be upgraded. After thinking about it, Siabo chose to upgrade. There is no harm in upgrading resources, only benefits. The heart after the upgrade seems to be a little bigger, and the rest looks no different from when it was first obtained. The beating sound has become like beating a drum, thump thump thump. As for the feeling, just like before, the heart is still very cold, as if it has just been taken out of the cold storage. This item made Siabo a little hesitant. It is hard to tell whether this thing is good or bad. The inherited heart of the Blood Demon clan can be fused with itself. The effect is unknown, but there is no danger to life, and human characteristics will not change. There is no need to worry about becoming an alien after fusion. Siabo's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. This heart can definitely bring great power, but the premise is, what kind of changes will occur after the fusion? After thinking about it, Siabo decided to merge it. There is no other reason. After the fusion, his strength will become stronger, which is what he needs, and the system has prompted that this is not life-threatening, and human characteristics will not change. Then we have to consider the benefits it brings. Whether it is opening a box or at night, it depends on luck, so I still need to gamble. Bet on whether this heart brings gains or losses. However, from the picture of opening the box, it should not be negative. Is it that I think too much? Fusion heart. Siabo didn't think about these things, and directly chose to use it. Thinking too much is useless, and he still needs to practice it himself. As soon as the voice fell, the heart actually floated up and slowly sank into Siabo's body. Siabo's body suddenly trembled, followed by a feeling of comfort, an indescribable feeling, as if something sank into the body and merged with his body. The comfort didn't last long. Siabo's eyes suddenly widened, his body stiffened, and waves of tingling pain surged from his body, as if ants were biting his flesh and blood. He wanted to scratch, but couldn't move, which was very painful. Ah! Siabo's body was bulging with blue veins, and the exposed skin turned into a strange blood red, as if it was affected by the heart. His body was also undergoing amazing changes, and the attribute panel was refreshed with his fusion. The tingling lasted only a few minutes and then passed. Siabo was exhausted, soaked in sweat, his skin flushed, and he leaned weakly on the seat, not wanting to move. At this moment, he felt that his body had changed in some way, his heart was beating, and his vitality was surging. However, Siabo also felt an indescribable change, and his whole body exuded a kind of coldness. What a strange feeling. Siabo murmured subconsciously, and was surprised to find that the tone of his speech had changed unconsciously, and his heart seemed to become colder. He wanted to laugh, but his face only showed an extremely stiff and weird expression, which looked a little weird. Effect: unknown. This is the unknown effect. My heart seems to have become colder. Siabo rubbed his stiff cheeks, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his heart, neither sad nor happy, which was a very strange feeling. He opened a personal attribute panel. Frowny face. Name: Siabo. Occupation: none. Gender: male. Level: 4. Experience: 2 out of 100. Strength: 22. Agility: 21, 2.1. Physical fitness: 19, 1.9. Mental strength: 12, 1.2. Health value: 200, extremely healthy. Talent: Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills: primary fighting skills specialization. Strength is continuously improved with training. Primary agility, intermediate agility, hunting state. After integrating the Blood Devil Heart, even the attribute panel has undergone some incredible changes. Looking at the attribute panel updated by the system, Siabo's face showed a hint of joy, and a strange fluctuation appeared in his heart. After being happy, he rubbed his cheeks. It seems that the Blood Devil Heart has an impact on him. I don't know whether this impact is good or bad. Chapter 66. After fusing with the blood demon heart, Siabo's most intuitive feeling about himself was that he became a little cold and quiet, and his mind was very clear and calm. Only when his strength became stronger could he feel happy. This means that the blood demon heart still has some influence on himself, but it is very subtle. In this case, I don't know whether it is good or bad. Looking at the extra talents in the attributes, Siabo's eyes lit up. This attribute should be a hidden attribute, which needs to be stimulated by some kind of item. After thinking about it, Siabo clicked to view the blood demon heart. Talent, blood demon heart. Introduction. It can be obtained by fusing with the blood demon heart. Features, all attributes +5. Unique passive, make the player himself more perfect. Negative effects, killing, bloodthirsty. Siabo looked at the introduction of the blood demon heart and fell into deep thought. The blood demon heart is not very powerful for the growth of attributes, but the unique passive is very strange. For the unique passive, Siabo also had a deep understanding after fusing with the blood demon heart. First of all, my own state is unprecedentedly perfect, and my heart's blood-forming ability has become stronger, which brings about an increase in health. Secondly, the changes in my mind and my state of mind, my mind has become calmer, and I am no longer impatient when thinking about something, and my state of mind seems to have become stronger. Only after the fusion of the blood demon heart did I feel a little happy. In short, the blood demon heart seems to have changed me, but it seems that it has not changed. I am still Siabo. These are the current changes. If there are any unknown changes in the future, I am afraid I will have to pay attention and observe. It's a pity that there is no talent skill. But this is the only passive skill, which should be a talent skill. I looked at the time, there is still more than an hour, and the fusion of the blood demon heart only lasted for more than 10 minutes, and I can still open a level 5 box. Entering the ranking space, Siabo started the live broadcast again. This time, he was surprised to find that it was very easy for him to enter that state, and he didn't even need to deliberately put on a face. Is this the influence of the blood demon heart? It's really strange. Siabo thought for a while. No matter what, he should be himself. The live broadcast started, and a large number of people poured in. Is the boss going to fight for level 4? Look forward to the boss touching the people on the leaderboard. 100% winning rate, the world's #1. The muscles on the boss's body are 6666. Boss Siabo, please give me some food and water. After opening the barrage, Siabo retracted his gaze. His expression was still indifferent. This was not him pretending, but after fusing with the blood demon heart, his heart was cold. This talent of his has both good and bad. With a thought, he clicked to start the match. Although the level reached level 4, the ranking time was still very fast. Soon the ring appeared, and the first person to fight was an unknown person. Siabo killed him with a blank expression, and then quickly started the next game. After fusing with the blood demon heart, his physical fitness was unprecedentedly strong, and his mind was calmer, especially with the hunting state. He was almost invincible. The opponent didn't even have time to use his skills, just a flash of light, and then died. He couldn't catch Siabo's movements at all, let alone the extremely fast knife. After killing a person, Siabo frowned. Just now, when he killed someone, he actually felt a sense of relief, as if he liked this feeling very much. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't like the feeling of killing. In the initial ranking, he was very tired after killing someone. He could pretend to be cold in the subsequent rankings to weaken this feeling. But now it's different. After fusing with the blood demon heart, it has already produced negative effects. So this is the disadvantage of talent, bloodthirsty. But it is obvious that I am calmer during the battle, and I can use the hunting state to capture loopholes more clearly, and there will not be even the slightest mistake. Sure enough, when you gain power, you always lose something. Fortunately, I haven't changed myself, otherwise I wouldn't have merged the blood demon heart. Siabo thought, bloodthirsty, so be it, I want to grow up. Who knows what changes will happen in the future? If I still stand still, I will be eliminated. The second qualifying game begins. The other party was a heroic woman. Her appearance was no less than Feng Xian, especially her eyebrows, which had a hint of coldness, and a somewhat sturdy figure. She wore a tight-fitting suit, and her muscles were bulging, no less than a man. Strangely, she did not choose any weapon. Fuck, the 8th-ranked Iron Fist woman, without using any weapons, only relying on a pair of fists, has made it to level 4. Her skills seem to be related to strength. Some people speculate that her strength has reached 15 points, but I don't know if it is true. She has high strength, but her weakness is also very obvious, that is, her agility is not high, and Big Brother Siabo is an agility master. According to some people in the world, Big Brother Siabo's agility value is also more than 10 points. This doesn't mean that this woman is going to be beaten? Not necessarily. This woman has a shield on her iron fist. Once she finds the flaw of Boss Siabo will be dead. Looking at previous matches, people who were hit by this woman's punch basically couldn't stand up. Watch the match. On the ring, two figures stood. Boss Siabo, welcome back. I didn't expect to meet you. You used to be my role model. Iron Fist girl Lee Xian's beautiful big eyes wandered over Siabo. Siabo looked a little indifferent, and the blade moved slightly, which had already shown his attitude. Come on! Lee Xian got ready, and a faint light condensed on her fists, which looked a little magical. She simply waved her fists, and the air vibrated in word. There was a powerful force hidden in her fists. Siabo's situation was much simpler. He took a look and launched the attack first. With more than 20 points of agility, even Lee Xian could barely catch it. A flash of extremely fast white light passed by. What a fast speed and knife! No wonder Siabo can kill the enemy with one knife. Lee Xian was shocked and directly used her fists to meet the white light. Then it missed. The white light actually penetrated her fists. What? Lee Xian was shocked, and then the picture in front of her disappeared, and the room she was in appeared again. At this time, she had not yet reacted to what had just happened. 66-6, Siabo is as awesome as ever. One knife to kill the enemy, this is Siao. Disappeared for 3 days, and the king returns. I have a hunch that Siabo will definitely return to the top of the 3 lists tomorrow. Lee Xian's live broadcast room also had barrages rolling, and many idle people posted barrages. Lee Xian also generated the video of the previous game, watched it over and over again, and her brows were twisted into a knot. Finally, after she had used up her power several times, she could see a little more clearly. That knife actually passed through the gap in her defense. She took a deep breath and felt inexplicably terrified. Being able to see through her own loopholes. This means that any attack and defense are useless in Siabo's eyes. Siabo, invincible in single combat. Chapter 67. Here, Siabo started another ranking match. Then he met the 9th and 7th ranked players on the ranking list. These two people were not Siabo's opponents at all, and they were both killed by a knife. He never made a second knife. Siabo's ranking on the ranking list rose at a rocket speed. After the 7th game, he reached the top again, crushing everyone with a 100% winning rate. Countless people were shocked. The man who belonged to the ranking king was back after all. Here, after finishing the 7th game, Siabo looked at his record expressionlessly, and then started the 8th ranking match. He was not shocked by his record, which was reasonable. The match started soon. The ring appeared. A strange man appeared in Siabo's eyes. Seeing this man, Siabo narrowed his eyes slightly. And the other party was also a little surprised to see Siabo. It seems that you once said about me in the world, as if you wanted to find someone to rob me, or let me pay half of the supplies. Siabo held the hilt of the knife, his eyes exuding a coldness, accompanied by a faint murderous intent, which made him suddenly shocked. How could he have the intention to kill? Just now, he actually had the thought of wanting to kill the other party. This made Siabo suddenly break out in a cold sweat. It was the influence of the devil's heart. Before, even Old Man Joe had never had the intention to kill. The man's forehead was sweating. Since the start of the qualifying competition, after seeing Siabo's power, he began to fear in his heart, worried that the other party would come to his door one day. And now, the other party did come to his door, and remembered him. Brother, it was a misunderstanding. The man was a little scared. He had also watched Siabo's live broadcast. He always killed people with one blow. His strength was terrifying. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. After Siabo came to his senses, this kind of influence was inevitable. It was good to let everyone know that he was not easy to mess with. His face was full of coldness. He rushed over and chopped his 2 arms, chopping them into human sticks. Although there was no blood surging, the broken limb still brought a great impact. Siabo enjoyed the man's painful wails very much. In this ring, death is not terrible. What is terrible is being tortured by the opponent, because this ring is pain, and there is no pain only at the moment of death. So, being killed in this way is the cruelest way to die in this ring. This is the first person who was not killed by Xiao. TSK, this person was the first to shout in the world, threatening to rob Siabo, but he shouted at the wrong person. He was directly cut into a human stick, so miserable. I think he deserved it. The man's wailing resounded in the live broadcast room. Some people thought it was cruel, while others felt happy. You should be glad that you didn't meet me in reality, otherwise you would die more miserably. Siabo's eyes were a little red, his face showed a sick expression, and his voice was hoarse, like a beast. I know. The man's face was full of fear, and he was extremely horrified in his heart. He didn't even dare to shout. He clearly heard Siabo's heartbeat, which was not a human heartbeat. He had never heard such a clear heartbeat, and the speed was abnormally fast, like beating a drum. The man was lying on the ground. His whole body was as cold as if he had fallen into an ice hole. Siabo stood up with an indifferent look on his face, casually threw out the broadsword, and the broadsword was inserted straight into the man's forehead. The ring disappeared, and Siabo appeared in the room, standing there expressionlessly, his pupils a little dilated. The scene just now flashed through his mind like a picture. What did I just do? I killed a person, and even enjoyed the killing process. Although I was extremely calm, these were all actions determined by my heart. Siabo's brows were twisted into a knot, and he seemed to have really changed. He didn't know whether it was good or bad for him to become like this. This negative impact is indeed a big problem. Since it comes, we should be at peace with it. There will always be a way to deal with it. The 8th qualifying match was easily resolved, and the 9th match was no problem. The person matched was not on the leaderboard, and Siabo also solved the battle cleanly and neatly, with almost no pressure. There was no pressure in the last match. He easily entered level 5, at a speed that was jaw-dropping. He won every battle. Compared with others, Siabo's battles were not at all entertaining. He always defeated his opponents by crushing them. After reaching level 5, Siabo decisively closed the live broadcast and exited the space. His record was also frozen. Siabo. Ranking level 5. Record 40 wins and 0 losses. Win rate 100%. Such a record, placed in the ranking, is extremely dazzling. Siabo reached the top with a domineering attitude, looking down on the world. And his popularity also soared to the first place. I don't accept anything except Siabo. I just returned and it took me an hour to reach the top. In 40 battles, except for that one massacre, all the others were resolved with one sword. I can only describe it as fuck. The world is full of information about the return of Siabo, and the information is jumping rapidly. And the people at level 4 were completely relieved after seeing Siabo's end of the broadcast. With Siabo, they dare not rank. At this moment, the barrage in Feng Shihong's live broadcast room is all 2-2-2-2-2-2. It means that he will always be the second. After Feng Shihong solved a battle with some difficulty, he returned to the space, and saw that he fell to the second place again. His face was a little embarrassed. The previous glory disappeared with Siabo's return. Damn it! One day, I will get it back. Feng Shihong screamed in his heart. Start matching again, strive to reach level 5, and then open a box, and the strength will soar again. Here, Siabo returned to the car, and was stunned for a while, before coming back to his senses. Slowly stroking the heart in the chest, feeling the clear beating. In the battle just now in the ranking space, whether it was the calmness and composure during the battle, or the ruthless heart facing the opponent, it showed that he had changed. The blood demon heart really made him reach the most perfect state. Siabo once watched a movie, saying that a disaster broke out in the world, and a person saved a group of people without hesitation. However, when the crisis came, someone had to sacrifice, and those people pushed the person who saved them out. Human nature cannot stand the test. Maybe it's not bad for me to become like this. Because those who survive are cruel and ruthless people. Exhaling a breath, Siabo put aside these messy thoughts. When did he become sentimental? Whatever happens, just work hard in the future. Next came the exciting unboxing session. Siabo clicked on the system and chose to open it directly. This time, there was no state like when the blood demon heart was opened. A very ordinary unboxing. Supply gift pack *1, a strange gift pack appeared in Siabo's arms. Supply gift pack? With a hint of doubt, Siabo upgraded it. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. The supply gift pack *1 was upgraded to the supply big gift pack *1. It seems that there is no change. The gift pack in his hand is still the same gift pack, and there is also an introduction about it on the gift pack. Chapter 68. Supply gift pack *1. Introduction. You can get unexpected supplies. It was a very simple and clear introduction, but Siabo did not choose to open it, but put the gift pack on the copilot. His eyes wandered on the hot road, and he felt comfortable inside the car. The air conditioner blew cold air, making people feel extremely comfortable. Sure enough, after having air conditioning, it is so comfortable, and you don't have to endure the heat from the outside world. Siabo leaned in the driver's seat and relaxed his body. Nothing is more enjoyable than this time. This small steel cannon air conditioner is really powerful, and its performance is good. Next, Siabo also has to think about his direction. Tomorrow is the time to refresh the rankings, and it is also the time for the 7-day hunting. I don't know what will greet me at that time. Siabo found the content of the system update on the game page and took a closer look at the 7-day hunting mode. 7 days hunting. Every 7 days, there will be a cycle, and a boss will appear to hunt the player. During the hunting period, the area will be limited to a 100-meter road. Note, follow the number and strength of the players, and the number and strength of the bosses that are refreshed. 7 days hunting also refreshes wild monsters and bosses according to the player's own strength. Siabo calmed down and began to think about this problem seriously. Whether it is the Moonlit Night mode or the 7-day hunting, the refreshed wild monsters are linked to one's own strength, and along the way, the refreshed wild monsters are also gradually increasing. Siabo frowned, and had a bold guess in his heart. So this game, whether it is the difficulty of the wild monsters refreshed at night or some modes, is determined by the player's strength. What you see is always what you see, and what others experience you will never know. At first, Siabo thought that the strength of the wild monsters encountered by everyone was similar. If he met a minotaur, others would also meet one. If he met a steel pig, others would also meet one. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he found that this game might not be so cruel. So, this is to protect humans? Then why are there so many desperate modes? Or is this a game that the creator likes? When Siabo was free, he began to think randomly. Especially after he calmed down, he thought a little too much. Although he didn't know whether it was right or not, he felt that this direction was correct. The game is naturally difficult. Similarly, as long as you master the skills and weapons, everything will become much simpler. Siabo leaned on the driver's seat for a while, looked at the time, and there were more than 20 minutes left, so he started the car and slowly got on the road. The car's load increased, and the speed also decreased, but it was still very easy to run to 60 yards. Outside the car window, the dark forest fell behind him. The special road would not refresh the resource box, so Siabo did not need to observe the sides of the road, but drove forward. There was still some time before dark, and Siabo wanted to go deeper during this time, as far away from the village behind as possible. There were dark mountains on both sides. Once the sky got dark, the ravine would get dark very quickly. The sky was a red fire cloud, but on this special road section, it was already dark, and the faint stars in the sky could be seen. Since the road refreshed and the stars appeared, the night was no longer so dark, and the difficulty at night became much easier. Of course, this is just because of visibility. After advancing for more than 10 minutes, it was completely dark. Siabo did not forget his goal tonight, to kill wild monsters. Rush the level list. His advantage over others is very obvious, that is, he is strong, and the relative experience value of the wild monsters refreshed is very high. This is his advantage, which also shows a problem, that is, the stronger the person, the faster he walks. Since he reached level 3 and level 4, there are few wild monsters that refresh his experience value. Especially the green monsters, I have hardly encountered them. After advancing for more than 10 minutes, Siabo parked the car in the middle of the road, pushed the door and got out, looking around. There are relatively few black trees here, and the field of vision is relatively wide, which is very suitable for welcoming wild monsters here. Siabo pondered. There is a huge open area on the side of the road here, with a wide field of vision and few trees. Monsters can be discovered in advance. It can reduce a lot of unnecessary dangers. Night fell, dusk shifted. Siabo held the machete, his eyes were a little cold, time passed by bit, and he didn't have any restlessness waiting for time in his heart. This is the problem of the fusion of the blood demon heart. Siabo touched his heart. It was indeed the heart's problem. Before, when waiting for the wild monsters to refresh, he was impatient, and felt the long time passing. He was impatient and impatient. He could only find a way to relieve his inner anxiety. Now, Siabo clearly felt that this anxiety was gone, and his patience also improved with the replacement of his heart. Strong patience, calm mind, and a beastly nature emanating from oneself. After the fusion of the blood demon heart, there are these benefits. There must be others, but I just haven't discovered them. Siabo was thinking, and suddenly raised his head, looking at the hazy darkness in the distance. There was a dark group approaching, and the appearance was somewhat familiar. A tentacle monster. The darkness was waving its claws, and there were ferocious tentacles on both sides. Siabo had fought with it before, so he was naturally familiar with it. After stepping onto the road, the tentacle monster howled and rushed towards Siabo. Even though he had experienced fighting before, Siabo still did not dare to take it lightly. Any wild monster had the power to tear him apart in an instant. He only relied on his own skills. He concentrated a little, and entered the hunting state almost instantly. With a calm mind, Siabo was like a sophisticated machine, calculating something frantically. His eyes keenly captured the movements of the wild monster. Suddenly, Siabo's eyes lit up, and he rushed over without any hesitation. The tentacles rolled towards Siabo. He seemed to have expected it halfway. The machete cut off a tentacle, and a huge gap was formed instantly. Siabo did not entangle with the tentacles too much. More than 20 points of agility burst out, and reached the side of the tentacle monster in an instant. The machete had already pierced into the body of the tentacle monster, splitting it apart. Without any drag, looking at the dead monster, Siabo's eyes were like frozen lake water in winter. 5 experience points in hand. Siabo's mouth curled up a cold smile, stretched out his hand to rub his cheek, looked at the ground, and his eyes were stunned. This time, a strange thing broke out. Mission Metal, buried place disturbed. Chapter 69. Mission Metal, buried ground disturbed. Introduction. This used to be a buried ground, but you disturbed them by entering. Mission. Get rid of all the revived zombies, and the mission is successful. Mission reward, 50 experience points. To be used, and on this mission medal, there are 3 words upgradable. After thinking about it, Siabo chose to upgrade. He wanted to see what the upgraded mission medal would look like. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Mission medal, Burial Ground *1 has been upgraded to Mission medal, Feast of Terror *1. Mission medal, Feast of Terror mandatory. Introduction. This is a feast of terror where the dead are resurrected. Do you want them to eat your flesh and blood? Or join them? Mission. Get rid of all the resurrected dead. Reward. Each time you kill a living dead, you will get 1 experience point. There is a chance that the Feast of Terror will drop the Medal of Hate. Countdown to the start of the mission, 1 minute and 59 seconds. 1 minute and 58 seconds. It turns out that you can get a mission medal, and the mission after the upgrade has become mandatory, and there is even a countdown, but the rewards seem to be richer than before. Siabo pondered for a while, but did not make any big moves. There is nothing more suitable for this mission than this area. It is this mandatory nature that has changed the nature of the mission. Next time you get this kind of mission medal, you can't upgrade rashly. If the mission is dangerous, it will be a disaster. As the countdown passed, Siabo was not at all panicked. Instead, he was very calm and knew exactly what he had to do. There was a lot of fuel in the car. Siabo took out 3 barrels of gasoline and poured them on both sides of the road, forming 2 huge crescents. On the road, 2 intersections were left for use. Soon, the road was filled with a strong smell of gasoline. After quickly arranging it, Siabo drove the car to a farther location and locked the door. This mission was a huge number of wild monsters. It was very difficult to deal with it alone. After all, facing a large number of living dead, his strength was still insignificant in front of the huge number of wild monsters. So he had to use the power of knowledge. He found a fairly straight wooden stick in his car, then dipped a piece of cloth in fuel, wrapped it around one end of the stick, and made a simple torch. There were 34 pieces of cloth at present. There was not much of anything, but the most cloth. Then he quietly waited for the arrival of the Feast of Fear. 11, 10, 95, 21. As the countdown ended, Siabo found that in the jungle on both sides of the road where he was standing, a thick black fog was visible from the dense forest, just covering the side of the road. A cold and strange breath descended, and Siabo stared at the misty black fog. In this misty black fog, there were bulging earth mounds, which were clearly visible, as if they were deliberately intended for Siabo to see. Puff, the top of a mound broke, and a strange figure twisted and struggled to get out. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of breaking out of the ground came out one after another, and strange figures appeared on both sides of the road. These figures were exactly the zombies he had fought before. Hiccup. Tada. They struggled and twisted their bodies, which seemed to have been sleeping for who knows how long, making the sound of twisting bones, and a strong stench filled the air. They struggled, twisted, and then rushed over with the speed and posture of a sprinter. It was hard to imagine that these zombies could actually run. Fortunately, I was prepared. Siabo counted the number of zombies. There were about 10 in the first wave, and there were still a steady stream of zombies crawling out from behind, and some had already rushed to the road. Who knows how many zombies will be refreshed in this horror feast? Siabo did not dare to be careless, and directly lit the torch, and used the torch to ignite the gasoline under his feet. With a bang, the huge flame spread, and directly ignited the zombies on the road. The smell of decay came crackling, the burning breath spread, and the air was filled with stench. Throwing the torch on the ground, Siabo was fearless. He picked up a machete, and began to deal with the zombies that had already rushed out of the sea of fire. The zombies behind him fearlessly rushed into the sea of fire, and the flames formed a wall. The will of the zombies was beyond Siabo's imagination. However, they basically had no fighting power after rushing through the sea of fire. The bodies that had been buried for a long time and rotted had become dilapidated after being burned by the sea of fire. The severely rotten ones fell directly into the sea of fire. Those who could rush over were also missing arms and legs. Siabo was a fisherman for once, and his experience points were also rising wildly. Using gasoline to pave the sea of fire, I'm afraid only a resource-rich person like Siabo would dare to do this. A feast of fear was turned into a fire in the camp by Siabo. Just as Siabo was frantically harvesting the lives of the living dead and gaining a lot of experience, someone in the world was surprised to find that Siabo's ranking in the level ranking list was rising rapidly. In this short period of time, he actually rushed to the 6th place, and was still rising at an incredible speed. Fuck, what happened? How could Siabo's ranking rise so fast? Is it cheating? It's amazing. It's hard for us to level up, but it's as easy as drinking water for others. People and perverts can't be compared. The world was shaken, and countless people who hunted at night looked at the ranking list in disbelief. They wanted to see how high Siabo could rush. Here, Siabo's face was reflected by the fire, and there seemed to be flames swaying in his eyes. The machete in his hand kept waving, and the corpses of the living dead fell one by one, and metals burst out on the ground. This kind of mission is a paradise for gaining experience. Unfortunately, the creatures killed by burning with fire do not count as my experience, otherwise, I would have almost reached level 5. Siabo killed a zombie, and felt a little disappointed when he saw the zombie swaying in the flames, and falling to the ground, and being swallowed by the flames. But if he did not use the Sea of Fire, he would not be able to complete this upgraded mission. There are gains and losses. The number of zombies gradually decreased, and the black fog slowly receded, leaving only the messy corpse pits on both sides of the road. The last zombie fell to the ground, and Siabo breathed a sigh of relief. The Sea of Fire was obviously weakened. If the mission continued, the Sea of Fire would go out. Fortunately, the zombies retreated. Within 2 minutes, the flames of the Sea of Fire became smaller, and finally went out, and the whole world fell into darkness again. It's over. With the help of the Sea of Fire, it's much easier than I thought. Siabo called out the system, and looked at the time. It took only half an hour from the start to the end of the mission. His physical strength dropped to 5 points, and his experience points were 59 points. With the original experience points, he already had 66 points. He looked at the rankings and was back to the first place. Siabo smiled. Chapter 70. After a short break, Siabo collected the hate metals that exploded on the ground, totaling 28. After upgrading it, he obtained a total of 196 butcher metals, plus the original butcher metals. The total number of butcher metals is 351. I didn't expect that the butcher metals would accumulate so quickly. Since there are tasks to obtain hate metals, there are also tasks to obtain other metals, but I just didn't encounter them. Siabo put his things away, and then leaned against the front of the car to think. The surge in the number of metals gave Siabo hope for a job change. For the profession, Siabo did not have too many extravagant demands, but only hoped to enhance his strength. If he could change more, that would be great. Time passed by bit, and the night was spent hunting. In one night, the experience value increased from 66 to 79, and a lot of fuel and water resources exploded. Basically, there was no shortage of water resources, and the back seat was full of water resources. In the morning, Siabo stretched and washed his face with water. It's the 7th day. Today is the last day. Tonight is the 7 days hunt. On the system, a timer has appeared in the 7 days hunt column. There are only 12 hours left before the 7 days hunt begins. This is like a death countdown, ringing the alarm bell in the world and for Siabo. However, Siabo did not show much panic. For him, since he has come, he will make the best of it. And there are still 6 level ranking boxes to be opened tonight. If he can get good things, he will not panic at all. After taking care of his physiological needs, Siabo went into another space, which was similar to the ranking space. There was a huge screen in front of him, which showed the ranking of the endless mode during this period. The person who supported the most waves at present was a man named Sun Quan, who supported 9 waves. Feng Shihong, who ranked second in rank, persisted for 9 waves and ranked second. Ming Meizi, Han Yi. These familiar people were all on the list, and there were some names that were slightly heard of. Basically, the ranking list only showed the top 100, and these top 100 were undoubtedly the elites of mankind. After looking at the ranking list, Siabo clicked to close, and then carefully checked the rules of the endless mode. Endless mode. When night falls, players can choose to enter the endless mode to challenge different waves of monsters. There is a corresponding wave ranking list in the endless mode, which is updated every 7 days, and rewards are obtained based on the ranking. Note: killing other species in this mode will not provide experience. You can choose to exit at any time. In addition, there are no other rules. The rules of the endless mode are very simple, and there are no restrictions. Completely free. At the bottom of the screen, there is a button to enter the trial. As soon as he thought about it, his eyes went dark. The original small dark room disappeared, and in its place was an endless highway. There was a sun in the sky, but no temperature could be felt. Is this a highway? Siabo squinted his eyes, and looked around. This was not a highway in reality. There was a big difference between this and a highway in reality. The highway was hot, but it didn't feel hot here. Everything was fake, just like a venue. Not long after Siabo came in, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Welcome to the endless mode. In the endless mode, every 5 waves are a stage. The wild monsters in each stage are different. The 5th wave will refresh an elite monster of the wild monster race. Note: there will be a 2-minute rest time after each wave. Click to start. The rest time is only 2 minutes, which means that I can only use 2 minutes to recover my physical strength. Siabo raised his eyebrows, touched his chin, and looked at his physical fitness. It has reached a terrifying 20.9, which means that his continuous fighting time is very strong. It is obvious that he is much stronger than others. There is not much introduction about the waves. There are many strategies in the world, but for Siabo, they are not very useful. He flipped through the world, and just needed to find something useful. A minute later, Siabo finally found what he wanted. About the number and types of wild monsters in the waves. After having an intuitive understanding of the endless challenge, Siabo closed the system interface and directly chose to start the challenge. In the challenge mode, you can still choose your own weapon. Siabo chose the knife he is most familiar with. Kill the world with 1 sword. The first wave is the first night's 2 waves, a total of 3 green monsters. Siabo stared at the surroundings with vigilance in his eyes. There is no specific description of the location of wild monster refreshes in the world. It is only known that the number of each wave is fixed. The only thing that is not fixed is their refresh location. Soon, 3 green figures appeared on both sides of Siabo, with only 1 on one side and 2 on the other side. The distribution of wild monsters is not bad. Get rid of 1 first. He just looked at the strategy in the world. The easiest one is this one, which presents distributed refresh. The most difficult one is that these 3 wild monsters refresh in the same direction. Siabo's movements are very clean, and his hand is quick and the knife falls, coupled with a speed that makes these green monsters unable to catch. The first wave is like drinking water. What's more, the refresh is this kind of scattered wild monsters, which can be said to be extremely easy and does not consume physical strength. The second wave still has 3 monsters, but in terms of intelligence, these 3 are smarter than the first wave, with both offense and defense, clear division of labor, and very difficult to deal with. Siabo thought, skipped the waiting time directly, and started to challenge the second wave. The refresh of the second wave was not ideal. The 3 monsters were in the same direction. Although they cooperated perfectly, they were still vulnerable in the face of absolute power. The second wave was still very easy to pass. The third wave, 5 green monsters. The difficulty increased. The fourth wave, 5 highly intelligent wild monsters. The difficulty increased again. However, Siabo passed the level very easily, but he spent some time on the 5 highly intelligent green monsters. In the 5th wave, Siabo did not skip it. He challenged 4 waves and consumed some mental and physical strength. Now he needs to rest. As for the recovery of physical and mental strength, the most effective way at present is to lie on the ground, empty your mind, and think about nothing. This is the method passed by some meditation masters in the world. Siabo has tried it before, and the effect is pretty good. 2 minutes later, a smaller monster appeared. Compared with the previous monster, this monster was obviously greener, with sharper ears, faster speed and smaller body. As the saying goes, the essence is concentrated. Although this monster is small, it is indeed an elite monster. Siabo did not dare to be careless. The sharp claws could easily tear his skin, and he did not bring the steel pig skin soft armor he was wearing. The monster stepped onto the road, and its speed suddenly soared, at least 11 or 12 points faster than his own movement speed, but it was a pity that he had become stronger now. Chapter 71. Facing the attacking wild monster, Siabo was extremely calm and went directly into the hunting state. With his super brain, he found the weakness of the wild monster without much effort and rushed up to meet the sharp claws. He and the wild monster were old acquaintances, and he was very familiar with some of its attack methods. Even elite monsters could not get rid of their inherent attack methods. As expected, when the wild monster saw Siabo rushing towards him, it immediately made a cry similar to surprise, jumped high, and hugged Siabo with its claws open. Siabo had expected it, and predicted the wild monster's movements in advance. He directly dodged the wild monster's movements by turning sideways, and then slashed the wild monster's side with his sword. Puff! The blood belt flew up. Siabo's movements were very clean and neat, without any dragging, with coldness in his eyes. After the wild monster fell to the ground, he directly bullied it. One knife to understand. Compared with group fights, Siabo still prefers single fights. No need to worry about the back, just kill and that's it. And the machete is sharp enough. Apart from the Tauren and the steel pig, there is no wild monster that the machete can't cut. If there is, it is the Tauren and the steel pig. After a short rest, Siabo continued the next challenge. The second wild monster is the broadsword monster. At present, the broadsword monster is still a little difficult, but that is only for other people. For Siabo himself, it is relatively simple. I haven't met an old friend for a long time. I have to thank this broadsword monster for my steel knife. Looking at the wild monsters refreshed in the 6th wave, Siabo's mouth curled up a faint smile. His steel knife was obtained in the box guarded by this broadsword monster. It has accompanied him along the way. He really has to thank it. The number of monsters refreshed in the 6th wave is the same as that in the 1st wave, but in terms of the degree of danger, the difficulty of the 6th wave is much greater than that of the other waves. After all, the attack range of the monsters of the broadsword race is relatively long. Once there are many monsters, it is easy to form a blockade on itself. However, for Siabo, this risk can be avoided. After all, under the blessing of the hunting state, this risk is completely eliminated. This time, Siabo acted very quickly, pulling to the limit, chopping off the heads of 3 monsters at the fastest speed. He had very little rest time. If he could solve it quickly, he would solve it quickly, and if he could not consume it, he would not consume it. Even if it was risky. Solve it quickly, fall on the spot, empty your mind, and repeat the same trick in the 7th wave, still using the same set just now, pulling to the limit. After consuming a little strength and energy, Siabo solved them, took a short break, and continued to challenge. 2 hours passed quietly. Endless mode ended, rankings were refreshed, and the world was quiet. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Fuck. Siabo actually challenged the 14th level. It only took one morning to surpass everyone else. Awesome. I can only describe it in 2 words. A big man is awesome at everything. The news that Siabo won the 1st place in the endless mode shocked the world. The man became even stronger, so strong that it was shocking. No one on the level leaderboard said anything. Siabo's strength scared them. In the dark forest, Old Man Joe looked at the news in the world, with a smile on his old face. This kid caused such a big shock when he came out. Maybe he will really go further in the future. As he spoke, he touched his chest and frowned. A rustling sound came from the forest behind him. Here we go again! With a hint of fear in his slightly cloudy eyes, he quickly went into the forest. Here, after completing the infinite challenge, Siabo sat in the air-conditioned car and took a breath. The more you go to the end of the infinite mode, the stronger the wild monsters become. After the 12th wave, 3 steel pigs were refreshed, and the difficulty increased by more than 1 degree. It is not easy to succeed in the challenge. In the 11th wave, only 2 steel pigs appeared. The strength of the steel pigs was not strong, mainly because their defense was too high. The steel knife could not do anything to them, and they had to be overthrown, which was very physically demanding. 2 steel pigs were okay. When it came to the 12th wave, and they all had wisdom and learned the cooperative group tactics, it was not easy. Using the hunting state was also over. But in the 13th wave, the number of steel pigs increased sharply, and it was not easy to defeat them again. In the 14th wave, it was almost impossible. They had learned tactical matching. Siabo spent a lot of effort to kill 2 of them, but he was defeated and retreated. The main reason was that there were too many wild monsters. He was invincible in single combat, but he was a little powerless in group fights. With the air conditioner on, Siabo took a short rest, but he couldn't resist the mental fatigue and fell asleep. Thanks to the bulletproof glass now, Siabo slept peacefully. With the air conditioner, there was no need to worry about the heat. He slept very comfortably. When he woke up, he felt cool all over, which was very comfortable. This sleep directly swept away the fatigue of the day, and he woke up feeling comfortable all over. If there is a bed, it will be more comfortable to sleep. Yawning, Siabo muttered. Now he has gradually gotten used to sleeping on the car seat, but he still misses his big bed. No matter how comfortable it is to sleep in the car, it is not as comfortable as sleeping on the bed. It seems that while increasing my strength, I also need to improve my quality of life. Both are indispensable. The house is not lacking, but what is lacking now is daily necessities. But now it is impossible to gather so many high-quality things in a short time, and these things need to be accumulated bit by bit. The first thing to do, when I wake up, is to wash up. Of course, I can't leave the knife. I simply rinse my body with water, and then simply comb my hair. Without shampoo, it would not work even if I washed it with water, but it was very good to wash my head with water. After washing up, I ate a pot of simple instant noodles. In order to have more flavors, Siabo also picked some black grass on the grass next to him. These grasses were eaten by Zhou Laotu during the survival mission in the deserted village, and the taste was pretty good. Eatable. Rinse the remaining soup in the pot with water, drink it, burp, get into the air-conditioned car, and sit comfortably. Life should be like this. After a while, I opened the system and took a look. There were still more than 3 hours before dark. The world chat was full of speculations about the 7-day hunt tonight. Time finally passed 7 days. The 7th day was of great significance. It was not only about the 7-day hunt, but also about the update of the rankings and the distribution of rewards. Many people in the world have accumulated a large number of medals. These people speculated that after tonight, the professional era should be opened. Some people also speculated that after tonight, only those who survived would be the elite of mankind. Countless people talked about it. In short, there were many different opinions. Those who survived are the elite of mankind. Siabo's eyes seemed to have light. As for the opening of the professional era, he didn't think it was too important. After all, whether the professional era was opened or not, it required the accumulation of professions. I just don't know who is the first person in the world to complete the job change. What he cares more about is that those who survive must shoulder the responsibility of human survival. Chapter 72. However, one thing is certain, as long as the people who survive tonight, their overall strength will rise again. Especially myself, after receiving the ranking reward, what height will I reach? I dare not guess. Looking at the ranking, I have regained the first place in the 3 rankings, the level ranking, the car upgrade ranking, and the popularity ranking. This is enough. I am afraid that I can only catch up with the car driving distance ranking next week. But who knows what changes will happen next week. There is another more important issue, that is, the first person who reaches level 5 and opens the space will get the unique title of the space and the space gift package. If nothing unexpected happens, I may be able to upgrade tonight. He is still looking forward to this 7-day hunt in his heart. As time passed, Siabo filled the small steel cannon and the car with fuel, and then packed up and started the car on the road. It is still early now, so I will hurry on the road first. If possible, it is best to leave this special section. Who knows what changes will happen to this special section tonight, so I'd better leave first. The car was traveling on the endless road. In this forest, the originally straight road finally showed a slight change, and it was actually curved. This was a bit weird. However, Siabo's mentality did not change much about the change of the road section. The special road section was originally very special, so it was not strange to have a little curve. An hour later, the rolling black mountains finally came to an end, and the 2 forks merged into one. Siabo did not wait for Old Man Joe. Old Man Joe had a big secret, and so did he. Moreover, the 7-day hunt was about to begin. The 2 of them together would greatly increase the difficulty of the 7-day hunt. Especially since Old Man Joe is with me, my strength is strong enough, and the wild monsters that are refreshed are definitely not something Old Man Joe can deal with. It's better to be alone. No matter what this game is, it is linked to one's own strength. The stronger the strength, the higher the danger. This is what Siabo has slowly concluded. As his strength continues to improve, the wild monsters that are refreshed are getting stronger and stronger, and the experience value is also getting higher and higher. Of course, you can also choose not to improve your strength and continue to hide, and the wild monsters refreshed by the 7-day hunting will not be too strong. Moreover, the 7-day hunting is limited to a 100-meter road, and there is a time limit. As long as you safely avoid the hunting, you can survive. The car roared, and Siabo did not miss the special road behind him at all. There are many wild monsters hidden in this kind of forest. Siabo did not want to get involved. The main reason is that it is not good to be alive. The car drove into the endless grassland. There were no high mountains and black forests. The whole vision was widened, and the air was no longer in the air. The kind of depressing atmosphere between the high mountains and black forests. In an instant, the mood improved a little. The boundless grassland is still comfortable. The tall forests and mountains are too depressing. The tone is still black, which is uncomfortable. Siabo twisted his stiff neck and continued to move forward for more than 10 minutes. He saw a resource box on the side of the road. He got off the car and smashed the box. There were oil and water resources. This made Siabo feel a little strange. The resource box could actually produce fuel. Could it be that the current resource box is omnipotent? Put the fuel upgrade into the car and continue to move forward. Squeak. 10 minutes later, Siabo parked the car on the side of the road. The qualifying match had already started. This was the last qualifying match tonight. His goal was very clear. He only needed to advance to level 6 and open the level 6 box. This was his goal. Without saying anything, he started the qualifying directly, and the live broadcast was also started at the same time. There were fewer people watching the live broadcast today, which seemed to be affected by the 7-day hunting. This had no effect on Siabo, and he only needed to complete his goal. After a day, many people had rushed to level 6, and some had caught up with Siabo. Some people had reached level 7 on the level ranking list, and were still in the rising stage. Siabo had not paid much attention to the ranking of the qualifying match before, but tonight was the last qualifying match, so he needed to get the first place. Tonight Siabo would pay great attention to his ranking. The level 6 qualifying match was very simple, because the people behind had caught up, and the number was still very large, and the matching people were basically solved very simply. In addition to ranking by ranking level, the ranking of the same level is based on the win rate. The last ranking of level 5 was also very simple. After a knife, the ranking level successfully entered level 6. After entering level 6, Siabo did not stop ranking, but continued to rank. The matching time of level 6 is a little longer. After all, there are very few people who enter level 6. The people encountered in the first 2 games were also in the top 100 of the level list, but facing Siabo's powerful power, they had no room for resistance. Siabo. Ranking level 6. Record 62 wins and 0 losses. Win rate 100%. Such a record is unprecedented and will never be repeated. The people in the live broadcast room were extremely shocked. This 100% winning rate was really abnormal. Siabo glanced at his own record and started the third qualifying match of level 6. The third match started very quickly, and he entered it with almost no waiting time. The ring appeared, and a man appeared on the ring. The man saw Siabo and was obviously stunned. Fuck. It's Siabo. Damn. I met Sun Quan who ranked 3rd. It's going to be a good show now. The live broadcast rooms of both parties were very hot. After waiting for so long, they finally met a real opponent. Sun Quan was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. He took a deep breath and looked at Siabo cautiously. He knew something about Siabo. This guy liked to take the initiative and didn't talk much. After a live broadcast, he rarely said more than 5 words. The encounter between the 2 strong men made the people in the live broadcast room excited. Can Siabo continue the myth of Idao? I don't know. Sun Quan's strength is also very strong, and the skills he obtained are very terrifying for the increase of 4 dimensions. Siabo didn't say anything extra. He just looked at him and started hunting. He raised his knife and rushed forward like a ghost. What a fast speed! Sun Quan was shocked. He didn't let his guard down at all. He raised his knife and faced the enemy. A white light emanated from the blade. This was one of his skills, which could increase the sharpness of the weapon. Sun Quan didn't move, but stood still to ensure that he didn't reveal any flaws. Because everyone who had fought with Siabo had said that Siabo's insight was terrifying, and he could easily see the flaws. And not moving was the best choice. Seeing this, Siabo sneered at the corner of his mouth, and the sneer was cruel. He took the lead in slashing with a knife, and the muscles on his arm bulged directly. This knife carried Siabo's own 22 points of strength, and could even split the rock. In an instant, Sun Quan felt the huge pressure, and a few feelings of being invincible rose in his heart. He immediately retreated behind him, trying to avoid Siabo's knife. This retreat was exactly what Siabo wanted. Chapter 73. A pair of eyes radiated brilliance, and a clear mind calculated the opponent's actions in a short time, and the muscles of the body immediately responded. The muscles on Siabo's thighs suddenly bulged, as if a machine was running at high load in an instant, and his speed also soared, and his body suddenly rushed forward. The steel knife fell, directly blocking all of Sun Quan's retreat routes, because the steel knife had reached Sun Quan's head. How is it possible? Sun Quan was inexplicably shocked. The opponent's body coordination ability and insight had reached the top state. His retreat and evasion were all captured, and the retreat route was blocked, and he was already in a desperate situation. Puff! The sound of piercing the flesh sounded, and Siabo's face was full of coldness. He put away the knife and stopped the action, all in one go, as if it was a machine that could be turned on and off at any time. With an extremely calm mind controlling the body, coupled with the transformation of the blood demon heart, the body has reached the top state of human beings. The whole body seems to be an extremely ordinary machine, and the brain is the main control room. Huh? Siabo's dark eyes flashed with suspicion. Sun Quan in front of him had died and dissipated, but there was no sound of the game ending. At this time, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from behind. Siabo reacted extremely quickly, threw his body forward, rolled on the ground, and swung his sword directly. Zheng! The golden swords intertwined, and sparks flew. You are not dead. Siabo's dark eyes flashed with a strange light. Sun Quan stood in front of him intact, and his sneak attack was blocked by him. You are very powerful, I admit defeat. Seeing that his last resort was blocked by the opponent, Sun Quan knew that he had lost. After performing that skill, he only had one chance to attack. Now the only chance was also blocked by the opponent. He admitted defeat very neatly, and did not say much, and even directly swung his knife to commit suicide. Interesting, this skill can deceive my hunting state. Even I did not catch the opponent's action. The scene turned, and the dark room came into view. Siabo was very interested in this skill. This was Sun Quan's trump card. After using it, there was only one chance left. After all, such a powerful skill can even turn the tide of the battle, and the consumption of mental power is also huge. So after the last sneak attack failed, the opponent admitted defeat very wisely. Very straightforward. With Sun Quan's defeat, the live broadcast room shook again. Fuck, Sun Quan has admitted defeat and committed suicide directly. This operation is awesome. You can't help but accept it. He has used all his trump cards, but Siabo seems to have not used his full strength. Even if Feng Shihong comes, he can't be afraid. Siabo's strength is too strong. The people in the two live broadcast rooms were extremely shocked, especially those in Sun Quan's live broadcast room. They knew that Sun Quan defeated Feng Shihong several times with this trick. I didn't expect that facing Siabo, there was no room for resistance. It can only be said that the strength of both sides is not at the same level. Brothers, there is no way. Siabo's strength is too strong. We are not his opponent. His insight is abnormal. As long as you use your skills, there will be loopholes. Siabo is invincible in single combat. We deserve to lose. After Sun Quan returned to the space, he took a deep breath and was still extremely shocked. The other party's insight and reaction were beyond his reach. He surpassed himself by far. No wonder he is a tough guy who can reach the 12th wave. Awesome. He lost with a clear conscience. After losing, he did not start matching immediately, but waited until Siabo started. Siabo is too strong, no one would want to meet him. Who likes to be abused? Here, after Siabo finished, he envied him a little, and then continued to rank. For 2 hours, Siabo has been ranking. The later he is, the harder it is to match. He is strong, and there is no one equal to him. Sun Quan was unlucky to meet Siabo 3 times, and he was abused by him. Siabo also mastered the characteristics of the opponent's skill. It is to leave a dummy in the original place, and then jump 3 meters in a certain direction, similar to flashing. The distance is a bit far, and it can be successfully attacked against some slow-reacting people. If it meets me, I can only think about it, especially when I am more and more proficient in the opponent's skills. Combined with the hunting state, I can basically predict in advance. But this skill is still abnormal. In the real world, there is no second chance. 2 hours later, the sky gradually darkened, and the final qualifying match was over. Siabo's record was fixed at, 70 wins and 0 losses. Win rate, 100%. A very abnormal record. After the end, Siabo could no longer start the ranking, because he was the only one at level 7. Feng Shihong, who ranked second, was only one move away from entering level 7. Siabo really wanted to meet this guy. He stepped on him to get to the top, but this guy was indeed capable. He was currently firmly in the second place in the world and ranked second in the popularity list, and had already opened up a gap with the third cute girl. Having said that, it is indeed quite popular to have good looks. However, he has also watched this woman's live broadcast. She has real skills. She should be a martial artist, and her path is different from Feng Xian. In the car, Siabo closed his eyes, and opened them a minute later, looking at his record. I exceeded my goal, so I will reward myself with half a watermelon first. He took out the half-eaten watermelon from the back, washed his hands, and ate while looking at the dark sky. There is a difference in the sky now, which is intriguing. A red moon is hanging high in the sky. But it is still dusk, and the red color only occupies a circle of the moon. The sun is going down very directly, and the whole world will be covered by the red moon. Moonlight night mode? No, it is a little different from the moonlight night mode. Is this the 7-day hunt? When the sky is really dark, the red moon hangs high in the sky, and the whole world becomes dark red, and everyone is horrified. The game page vibrates, alerting everyone. Siabo was also warned. 7-day hunting starts. In the next period of time, everyone's range of activities will be limited to 100 meters on the road. In a certain period of time, an elite monster will be refreshed to hunt the player. Avoid its hunting, survive for a certain period of time, or kill it. Note, elite monsters refresh their races according to the player's strength. Reward, unknown treasure chest *1. Live on and welcome the new world tomorrow. Updated to the world highway, 11 hours 59 minutes and 12 seconds, as the game prompts appeared, the world was talking about it. Siabo was very calm, and there was no anxiety in his heart, because anxiety was useless, and would only cause changes in mentality. It was better to face it calmly, regardless of the flood. At this time, the road had changed. 100 meters away was covered by a hazy white fog. The grasslands on both sides of the road had disappeared, replaced by hazy white fog. Siabo looked around and saw that there were no wild monsters refreshed, so he opened the system. He got 2 boxes in the qualifying match. Maybe something can be found out. Chapter 74. There is a high chance of getting something good from the 2 boxes. Siabo rubbed his hands in anticipation. Every time at this time, he was the happiest and most excited. The box contained a lot of things, skills, professional medals, and supplies. There were even some things he had never seen before, such as equipment. Another example was the blood demon heart. Siabo called it a fusion object, which was an item that could be fused to himself. Fusion objects were very rare. Not only could they enhance one's own strength, but they could also open up hidden attributes, talents, and the gain effect brought about was very terrifying. Let's see what good things can be opened this time. Siabo clicked on the treasure box that was upgraded to the 6th level of ranking, and clicked to open it directly. The box shook slightly, and the sound of the chain shaking rang in his mind. Skill, double attack. Feature, strength +2. Consume 1 point of physical strength. Swing your arms at the fastest speed. Generate 2 attacks. Each attack carries 50% of the strength damage. Seeing what was opened, Siabo's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It's this 50% strength damage. How is this thing calculated? For this kind of thing, Siabo was a little confused. After all, the system did not introduce it systematically. It seems that he has to figure it out by himself. Upgraded. Skill, double heavy attack. Feature, strength +5. Consume 1 point of physical strength. Swing your arms at the fastest speed. Generate 2 attacks. Each attack carries 100% of the strength damage. After the upgrade, the skill book has become more powerful. This time it is double the strength damage. Is it to maximize the strength? Siabo was thinking about something, but he didn't care about it for now. He chose to learn directly. He would know other things only when he used them. An inexplicable force descended on his body. Siabo felt comfortable all over, his arms swelled, and he felt full of strength. His heartbeat became more intense, like beating a drum. He took a deep breath to calm the vibration in his body. My strength has improved again. Siabo's eyes were filled with joy. After opening the level 6 box, Siabo was more looking forward to the contents of the level 7 box. Without saying anything, he chose to open it directly. The box vibrated twice as before. Professional Manual *1. Introduction. There are detailed introductions for all professions. This thing is a good thing. Siabo's eyes lit up. Professions are divided into good and bad, but now there is no systematic introduction for all professions. He can only guess by feeling. He has no idea about the focus of some professions, the degree of goodness or badness, and the upper limit. This manual is really a timely help. Upgrade the Professional Manual. Advanced Occupation Manual *1. Introduction. There are the most detailed introductions for all advanced occupations. Siabo opened it and checked. There are a total of 7 occupations described in the catalog. In addition to the 6 he obtained, there is also a profession called Curse Master. The introduction of Curse Master is a poison milk. It has 2 skills in Curse and Blessing. The close range ability is extremely poor. It is a profession that will die if it is close to the enemy. However, looking at the profession, it is a bit disgusting. As for the introduction of other occupations, there are detailed descriptions. The Wilderness Hunter is a 2-sided development, agility, mental strength, and reliance on firearms. After the job change, firearms will be given. Berserker focuses on strength and stamina, and will be given a giant sword after the job change. Automotive Engineer focuses on agility and mental strength, mainly for easier escape. Secondly, his ability is aimed at car modification, and he is a great team assistant. National Martial Arts Master focuses on all-round development, without a focus, which leads to a lower limit and very troublesome upgrades. After all, it is very difficult to be strong in 4 dimensions. Moreover, the National Martial Arts Master is a close-fitting profession like the Berserker. The shortcomings in the early stage are very obvious, with insufficient strength, slow speed, and inability to keep up with physical fitness. Without a focus, it is not as good as the Berserker and the Wilderness Hunter. Even in the late stage, the strength is not as good as the Berserker and the Butcher, the speed is not as good as the Shadow Ghost and the Wilderness Hunter, and the physical fitness is not as good as the Butcher and the Berserker. However, the National Martial Arts Master is not a waste profession. If you get up to 4 dimensions, you can crush all professions. It depends on whether you can get up. Shadow Ghost focuses on agility and stamina, like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. The Curse Master focuses on the spiritual aspect, can curse when advancing, and can heal people when retreating, and is a great auxiliary. The Butcher focuses on strength, agility, and physical fitness. The Butcher is a very perverted profession, as described in the introduction. Kill people and dismember them. It is best to cut them into 8 pieces, spread the internal organs on the ground, and blood flows. The Butcher likes blood, and the more he fights, the braver he becomes. Bathing in blood all year round, and accompanying blood, he will become stronger. Siabo fell into deep thought. This profession seems a bit perverted. After the manual is upgraded, a ranking will be made for these professions. The first one is the Butcher, the second is the Shadow Ghost, the third is the National Martial Arts Master, and the fourth is the Curse Master. Regarding the introduction of the ranking, the manual gives an explanation. The Butcher is a very abnormal profession in a team battle. This caused Siabo to think. He is currently invincible in a single duel with the Hunting State and the Blood Demon Heart. Perhaps this profession will have a qualitative change with him. A reckless man in a team, and invincible in a single duel. Combining them together will definitely produce a different effect. Moreover, he has accumulated a lot of Butcher medals. If he gets a few more, he can complete the job transfer. He has an advantage in quantity. To change to other medals, he needs to accumulate little by little. After reading the manual, he put it away. This thing cannot be discovered by others. After all, only he has the advanced profession, and others only have the unadvanced one. Half an hour has passed, and the surrounding situation still remains the same. The elite monster is refreshed at a certain time period. It seems that it will not appear in a short time. Siabo parked the car in the middle of the road, turned off the small steel cannon, got out of the car and looked around, thinking constantly in his heart. The surroundings were all white, and only this section of the road was normal. Fortunately, the road was very wide, and if he persisted for a certain period of time, he would be able to successfully avoid the 7A hunting. However, Siabo chose to face the wild monster directly. He wanted the experience and things that the wild monster exploded. Becoming stronger meant that he had to fight continuously. Time passed bit by bit, and suddenly a strange figure emerged in the white mist. "It's coming!" Siabo held the machete, stood up, stared at the figure, and moved slowly towards the wild monster. He always liked to take the initiative in his own hands. "It's coming!" Siabo frowned and entered the hunting state directly. The next second, the figure rushed out of the misty white fog and killed Siabo. Siabo, who had turned on the hunting state, was prepared and made a dodging move in advance. Snap, the wild monster missed. Siabo looked back and saw the appearance of the wild monster clearly. Chapter 75. A strange creature, shaped like a wolf, but not like one, with a strange red fur, can stand up, with a pair of sharp claws on the palm, shorter than the green man, but sharper, with ferocious fangs in the mouth, looking terrifying and ferocious. This is a new wild monster. Siabo didn't know if this wild monster was an elite monster that came to hunt him, or if it was just a newly refreshed wild monster. Before he thought much, the wild monster stood up and rushed over, very fast, and the powerful momentum directly blocked him. While thinking, Siabo's attention was all on this wild monster, without relaxing his vigilance for a moment, so the moment this wild monster rushed over, he reacted and dodged directly. Then he rushed forward in one step, bullied, and directly performed a double heavy attack. Siabo's speed was very fast, and he reacted almost after the wild monster passed by him. This depends not only on the coordination of the body, but also on the reaction of the brain. With the hunting state, his reaction is very fast. After the brain decides, the body moves synchronously. The movements are coherent and done in one go. After the double heavy blow in actual combat, a terrifying force grows from the arm, swinging twice at a speed that cannot be captured by the naked eye, and the air is filled with a sharp sound of steel knives rubbing against the air. The wild monster tried to resist with its claws, but the horror of the double heavy blow coupled with Siabo's powerful strength was not something it could resist at all. Crack! A clear bone fracture sound came. Siabo's expression was cold, with a hint of cold smile on the corner of his mouth. After staggering its body, he grabbed the wild monster's arm with one hand and threw it over his shoulder. Before the wild monster fell to the ground and had time to wail and struggle, a bright machete was inserted into the wild monster's throat. This combo successfully took it away. Siabo drew out his machete, stood up, and looked at the disappeared corpse with a hint of disappointment in his cold eyes. Nothing exploded. The system was also quiet. It seemed that this was not an elite monster. He looked at the experience value, which increased by 5 points. Putting away the steel knife, Siabo returned to the car and continued to wait. 3 hours have passed, and the elite monster has not refreshed. Some people in the world have encountered it, and most of the elite monsters they have encountered have never been seen before. Siabo glanced at the world casually. At this stage, there were very few people crying and shouting. They were all sharing their experience in dealing with elite monsters. Among them, many people agreed to use cars to avoid the hunting of elite monsters. Cars are fast and have defenses. Some professional drivers will drift on the road to avoid the attacks of elite monsters. After all, the road is so wide. Although it is only 100 meters, it is at least as wide as a dozen basketball courts, and there is only one elite monster. Siabo thinks that it is a good career for these people to be car repairmen. Suddenly, the system screen shut down, and Siabo felt as if his beating heart was strangled, and he felt very uncomfortable, as if something was pulling his heart, and his whole body felt strange. Health value 198, cursed. Siabo opened the system and looked at his own status, and his heart was shocked. I was actually cursed. He stood up and looked around. In the hazy fog, a strange figure stood there, but he couldn't see the figure's face clearly, but he could vaguely see that the figure was holding a stick-like weapon in his hand. It's an elite monster. The system has prompted that the elite monster has appeared and will last for an hour. Either kill it. Siabo calmed down a little and looked at his health value again, which was lowered a little. Fortunately, he had merged the blood demon heart before, and his health value was unprecedentedly strong. In the short term, he would be fine. He must understand this creature. Maybe he can break the curse. Siabo grabbed the steel knife and rushed forward. The figure stepped out and appeared in front of Siabo. Seeing the appearance of the wild monster, Siabo's expression changed a little surprised, but then became cold. It was this guy. In front of him was a witch in a black robe, holding a scepter in her hand, and on the scepter, there was a strange dark green gem. She is the old witch. The cabinet drawing given by Old Man Joe has the scepter crystal stone that needs the old witch. We must keep it no matter what. Siabo's face turned cold, and he stared at the old witch with his eyes. He kept walking and quickly approached the old witch, and his knife fell. A ball of fluorescent green light blocked the knife and blocked his attack. The means are weird, and it has a curse. Could it be that it has changed its job to a cursor? It's unlikely. This is a wild monster. It should be that their identity is special. Siabo was very cautious and looked at his health value again. It dropped very slowly. It seems that the fusion of the blood demon heart is right. But you can't fight a war of attrition. You can't consume this thing. This wild monster has very weak close-range ability. When you get close to it, it keeps retreating, as if it is afraid of your approach. Siabo can clearly see that the speed of this old witch is slower than his. I may not have no chance. Siabo's calm mind came into play. Under the curse, he thought of a good way. He used his own speed to constantly test, and forced the old witch to move. The old witch raised her hand to release skills, but he caught and dodged them. For a while, the old witch could not hit Siabo. The most important thing is that the old witch had a hand-raising action when she released it, which was obviously caught by Siabo. And forcing the old witch to move was Siabo looking for an opportunity. The opportunity is here. Siabo's eyes suddenly brightened, and he saw the opportunity, and quickly approached the old witch, drew out the steel knife, and directly used double heavy blows. This time he found the loophole of the old witch, and rushed up when she was not prepared. With the blessing of double heavy blows, the old witch's power could not be blocked at all. She only blocked the first attack, and was directly hit by the second attack, piercing her body. The old witch let out a creepy wail, fell to the ground, and the scepter in her hand fell. Siabo did not hesitate at all. The long battle made him understand the principle of killing, while the wound is weak. Any creature will let out a painful wail after being injured, unless it is a creature with strong willpower. With the blessing of double heavy blow, Siabo directly left a deep blood mark on the old witch. The wound was 2 fingers wide, which was not something the old witch could bear at all. Seeing this, Siabo immediately rushed forward and used double heavy blow again to kill her directly. Puff! 2 sounds of flesh penetrating sounded, and the old witch just wailed in pain for a few times, and then there was no movement. The next second, its body dissipated, the scepter also disappeared, and there was a dark green crystal on the ground. At the same time, the sound of the system came from the brain. Old Witch's Scepter Crystal *1, after Siabo upgraded it, he got 4 scepter crystals. The most important thing for the locker is here. As long as we find some supplies, we can make a locker. A smile finally appeared on his cold face. Chapter 76. Putting the crystal away, Siabo looked up at the fog around him. The fog was dissipating, and he had avoided the first 7-day hunt. The 7-day hunt was quite simple for Siabo. After all, it was a one-on-one duel. He was in the hunting state, and was almost invincible in a one-on-one duel. This made the danger of the 7-day hunt non-existent. Looking at his experience points, he actually increased by 10 points. With the previous ones, he now has 81 points. If I can reach level 5 tonight, get the rewards of the space, and update the rankings, my combat power will at least double tomorrow, or even more. But what is the update about tomorrow's road game? I'm a little confused. Siabo leaned against the front of the car, looking at the strange starry sky, and fell into deep thought. The 7-day hunt has passed, and now it is a peaceful night. The experience points are only 19 points away from level 5, and I don't know if I can successfully upgrade tonight. Take some food out of the car to relieve the fatigue of the body. The health value dropped, and the curse disappeared after the old witch died. After a short rest, the health value and physical value were slowly recovering. It was very interesting to be able to directly see the changes in one's own state. Most people in the world have also completed this 7-day hunting. In a sense, with a car, the current 7-day hunting task is relatively simple. I'm just afraid that something unusual will happen. Siabo looked at the news flashing in the world and thought in his heart. Time passed quietly, and a wild monster refreshed. Without the restriction of fog, Siabo also found this wild monster at the first time. In the sky, the red moon was hanging high. The wild monster was draped in red, and was unusually tall, more than 2 meters tall, giving people great oppression. It's a minotaur. Siabo recognized the wild monster at a glance, a red minotaur. He immediately moved away from his car, and waited for the minotaur to arrive in an open space. This was the first time he met a minotaur after the game was updated. The minotaur saw that Siabo had changed direction, and there was still more than 20 meters away, so he rushed over directly, with a fierce momentum, like a speeding train. Siabo was very calm, without any carelessness, and directly turned on the hunting state, calmly avoiding the attack of the Minotaur. The Minotaur had wisdom, and knew how to turn. However, in front of Siabo's agility exceeding 20 points, the Minotaur still couldn't touch Siabo's body, and coupled with the hunting state, the gap was widened at once. Relying on his agile skills, Siabo continued to launch locust-like attacks on the Minotaur as before. Although the attack power is small, it always leaves a blood mark on the Minotaur. Even if the Minotaur has wisdom, it can do nothing to Siabo. Moo! The Minotaur roared angrily, as if it was in heat, and then rushed back and forth. But in the hunting state, Siabo was very calm, and could always avoid the Minotaur's collision at a strange angle. For the last knife, Siabo directly used double heavy attack to kill the Minotaur. The Minotaur has thick skin and flesh, and each knife needs to use the strength of the whole body. This consumes a lot of physical energy. The steel knife's defense-breaking power is still limited. I just don't know if this game has skills like enchantment. Siabo exhaled. His physical strength dropped very quickly. Strength is linked to physical strength. Every time he used his whole body's strength, his physical strength would be consumed very quickly, and the lower his physical strength was, the less strength he used. It was very painful. Fortunately, his physical strength was very, very high, and he could withstand such a huge consumption. Car fragments *1, a car fragment actually exploded. Siabo was a little surprised. He picked up the car fragments and upgraded them. He got 7 car fragments. He looked up at the car while holding the car fragments. 128/150, there are only 21 car fragments left to complete the second car upgrade. The car upgrade ranking list should be issued with car fragments. Siabo thought about it for a while, and unknowingly walked to the car, so he opened the door, sat in the car, and put the car fragments away. After waiting for his physical strength to recover, Siabo got up and got out of the car, and then looked around. There were still 4 or 5 hours left before dawn. Time passed quickly. The experience brought by the Minotaur brought him one step closer to upgrading. I really hope that more wild monsters will spawn. As time passed, another tentacle monster spawned before dawn. Siabo understood it, and found that nothing was dropped this time. However, the experience value has exceeded the 90th level, and reached a terrifying 91 points. The sky gradually brightened, the crisis of the night was over, the sun was rising, and everyone was extremely happy. It was finally over, and a new day came. Siabo looked at the gradually brightening sky and felt relaxed. The ranking list should have been refreshed too. Siabo clicked on the system, and found that the previous 7-day hunting task had been completed, and a treasure chest was rewarded. Warrior Medal *5, an unknown treasure chest opened 5 warrior medals, which is a bit of a rip-off. Scratching his head, Siabo did not upgrade the warrior medal this time, but put it on the trade to trade for car fragments. He no longer planned to change his job to a warrior, so the warrior medal was naturally useless. The warrior medal was soon traded. At this time, the professional medals were still very popular. Some people who wanted to improve their strength naturally gave priority to medals, and the gains brought by the car upgrade were dispensable, just that the space became larger. The car in the small space can still make do with sleeping. 5 warrior medals were exchanged for 3 car fragments. As soon as the transaction was completed, Siabo immediately upgraded the car fragments. 3 car fragments were successfully upgraded to 19, and there were only 3 car fragments left to upgrade the car. After putting it away, Siabo found that 4 boxes appeared on the left, right, and bottom of his screen. Ranked first. Popularity ranked first. Car upgrade ranked first. Ranked first. Endless mode ranked first. The box of the first place in the 5 lists has arrived. Siabo got into the car and turned on the air conditioner of the small steel cannon. He felt refreshed. These boxes are the most important items, enough to improve his strength by several levels. It's a pity that the boxes can't be upgraded. After all, they are in the system, but they can be upgraded after opening. Open the box of the car upgrade ranking. Siabo said softly while blowing the air conditioner. The screen vibrated, and an item appeared in Siabo's eyes. Car fragments *50, fuck, so many. Siabo's heart suddenly jumped, and he was completely shocked. I never expected that the first box would bring me such a big surprise. Looking at the words that the car has reached the upgrade requirements, Siabo first upgraded these 50 car fragments. 50 car fragments were directly upgraded to 317 pieces. Adding the previous car fragments, the number of car fragments piled up to an unprecedented height, a total of 464 car fragments. Siabo did not hesitate at all, and after getting off the car, he directly deducted 150 yuan to upgrade the car. The car shook, and a large Jeep appeared in front of Siabo. Comfortable. Seeing the appearance of the Jeep, Siabo raised his eyebrows, and found that it could be upgraded, so he upgraded again without hesitation. This time he directly consumed 300 yuan. A huge truck appeared. Chapter 77. Seeing the appearance of the truck, Siabo was stunned. Why did it look a bit shabby? The outside was white with spots, and even scratches on the car. No matter how you look at it, his 300 car fragments seemed to have been cheated. Siabo opened the door, and found that the small steel cannon had been integrated with the car, and became the car air conditioner. When he looked at the co-pilot, he was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. The original co-pilot position has now become a solid wood bed, the same size as the bunk bed in the school dormitory. There is a small aisle on one side of the bed that leads to the rear compartment, and there is a door between the compartment and the front of the car. From the main driver to the door, there is only a 2-step distance, forming a small open space, where you can put some items you need on a daily basis. Siabo stood up, crouched and pushed open the door. Behind the door was the rear compartment. The compartment was spacious enough to hold a lot of things, and the supplies he had brought were placed in the back, occupying only a small space. There was also a light on the compartment, which illuminated the entire box. The trees cut on the special road were also placed diagonally in the compartment. There is a bed. It seems that everything is not as bad as I imagined. Siabo smiled as he took out a piece of cloth from the compartment and covered the bed with a layer of exquisite cloth. One side of the cloth was genuine leather, and the other side was fluffy. With the air conditioner on, it was absolutely comfortable to sleep. Siabo rolled up the remaining cloth, rolled it into a pillow, and placed it at the head of the bed. In this way, a simple bed was formed. It was just missing bedding. Siabo lay on the bed and tried it. You know what? It was really comfortable. With this bed, I don't have to sit on the seat to sleep anymore. Siabo smiled and swept away the gloom on his brow. It seemed that he had just thought too much. Sitting in the driver's seat, he opened the system. The system showed that it was updating, and the endless mode was not turned on. Siabo decided to strike while the iron was hot and continued to open the boxes. Currently, 1 box has been opened, and there are 4 boxes left. Siabo directly opened them all. Specified occupation metal box *20. Specified occupation skill book *1. Wood *20, iron *20, cloth *20, gunpowder *5. Mutton 1 gene, beef 1 gene. Hen *1. Bedding set. Kitchenware set. Ordinary water resources 20 liters. Ordinary fuel oil 20 liters. Primary enchanted gem *1. Skill, Eye of Truth. Skill, Body of Stone. Magic armor design. Rough landmine design. The 4 boxes were opened, and a series of things jumped out directly, almost knocking Siabo unconscious. However, Siabo was still confused. There are so many things, and there is meat. I also have hot pot base. This much is enough for a hot pot meal. Siabo took out the supplies directly, and then upgraded, and the supplies doubled directly. There were 11 barrels of fuel and more than a dozen barrels of water resources, piled in a corner of the carriage. After the upgrade, there are currently 152 pieces of iron, 163 pieces of wood, 151 pieces of fine cloth, 21 pounds of mutton, 17 pounds of beef, 5 hens, 31 gunpowder, a set of pure cotton bedding, and a set of fine kitchen utensils. The quality of life has been directly improved by more than 5 degrees. In addition to the stacked room, the exquisite kitchen utensils directly formed a small kitchen, 5 hens were tied up and clucked, and a set of pure cotton bedding was placed aside. After the upgrade, it occupied most of the space at once, and there were still some skills that I hadn't seen. First, synthesize the space cabinet, and put some things in the space cabinet. Siabo took out the space cabinet design from under the co-pilot's bed. Space storage cabinet design. Requires the old witch's scepter crystal *2, iron *40, wood *50, without saying a word, he crossed it out directly, and a dark cabinet appeared in front of Siabo, space storage cabinet. Size, 5M x 5M x 5M. Bound to, not selected, there is an upgrade sign on the space cabinet. After upgrading, the size of the space storage cabinet directly becomes 50M x 50M x 50M, and the space size is directly expanded. Nice. Siabo showed a happy expression on his face. After binding the space cabinet to himself, he directly threw all the water resources, fuel, meat and food into it, and the space was freed up at once. Siabo did not miss any other supplies, and threw them directly into it. As for the big tree, Siabo used a machete to cut it into sections, and put it in the cabinet. Then he placed the cabinet behind the driver's seat, so that he could use it by turning his head. After that, he spent some time to rearrange the bed. Now there was pure cotton bedding, and he directly replaced the exquisite cloth and threw it into the space. And those kitchen utensils were pots, pans, and kitchen knives. Siabo sorted them out a little, and turned the car into a small kitchen. After dealing with these, Siabo took out the big gift bag of supplies he had obtained before. Now the space was large enough to accommodate a lot of supplies. The gift bag of supplies was also very rich, with a lot of water and oil, as well as some iron, firewood and car fragments. Put them all back into the space locker. Then, Siabo spent some time to pack his car again, stuffing everything that could be put into the locker. After finishing all this, he lay on the pure cotton bedding and suddenly felt sleepy. Even though he was a little hungry, he still couldn't resist the sudden sleepiness. I don't know how long it took, Siabo inexplicably felt a chill invading. He opened his eyes a little dazedly and looked out the window. Suddenly, his sleepiness disappeared. He saw a vast expanse of white outside the car window, and the air was a little cold. Siabo tightened his clothes and shivered slightly. What's going on? It's snowing. He walked to the window and opened a gap. He saw a vast expanse of white outside, boundless. It really snowed. Siabo quickly changed the cooling of the small steel cannon to heating, and the warm wind blew, making him feel refreshed. Is this the effect of the exterior scene update? It jumped directly from summer to winter. This game is like the creator. The world changes at any time. But it seems that I haven't seen snow for a long time. Siabo's thoughts were flying, vaguely remembering that in the past world, due to global warming, there was basically no snow in winter, and he hadn't seen snow for 5 or 6 years. He looked at the time, and there were about 4 hours before dark. Siabo opened the car door, and got out of the car. The snow on the ground directly submerged his ankles. The cold wind was whistling outside, and he exhaled a breath, and white mist rose. However, because he had merged with the heart of the blood demon, he felt like there was a furnace in his body, and he didn't feel too cold. After staying outside for a while, Siabo immediately got into the car. Hunting will be much more difficult when winter comes. The sound of hens came from the car. Roosters crow. Oh, I have hot pot ingredients and meat. You can eat hot pot yourself. Siabo's eyes lit up, and his mouth was salivating. The hot pot only lacked some vegetables. He entered the carriage, and looked at the 5 hens. One of them even laid eggs. And eggs can also be upgraded. I think I found a bug. Chapter 78. 1 egg turned into 6 eggs, perfect. Siabo let the hen go, fed some bread, and then cleaned up the tableware. Looking at the hen jumping up and down in the carriage, Siabo always felt that it was unwise to feed the hen here. The whole carriage would be stinking, but if not, there would be no way to feed the hen, which made Siabo very entangled. There was no way. Siabo had to spend some effort to get a lot of soil from the grass beside the road, directly piled up a high mountain, and inserted black tree sticks. Fortunately, the stickiness of the soil was not bad. After working for an hour, he finally made a place to raise chickens. I will have a constant supply of eggs in the future. Patting the soil on his hands, Siabo smiled, and his quality of life improved. He was very happy. Looking at the time, an hour had passed, and there was a gurgling sound in his stomach. The dinner bell rang. Siabo walked to the co-pilot seat, took out 2 bags of instant noodles from the locker, and then took out the mutton, and cut the mutton into slices with a steel knife. He got out of the car in the wind and snow, and cleared a piece of open space on the roadside. With this snow, the water resource problem is solved. For some people who lack water, this may be heaven. Siabo said while digging a pit, adding the pot, directly on the road to get some snow, put it in the pot, light a fire to boil water. Firewood needs a long time to be baked before it can be ignited. With the help of gasoline, this problem can be easily overcome. The water boiled, poured in the seasoning bag. In order to increase the taste, Siabo also added some hot pot base, then sprinkled the mutton in the pot, put in the instant noodles, and boiled the pot directly. Delicious. Siabo took a deep breath, and suddenly felt his appetite grow. The weather outside was still very cold. Siabo persisted outside for a while, but he couldn't stand it anymore. He extinguished the fire, and quickly got into the car with the pot. You know what, today's mutton is particularly delicious. After eating and drinking, Siabo opened this system. The world was discussing the sudden change of weather. After the game scene was updated, the water resource problem was basically solved. But another problem appeared, that is, cold. Now people in the world basically wear thin clothes. Even sitting in the car, they feel cold. Some people use the cloth they have opened to make clothes. They don't have the same treatment as Siabo. Specified Occupation Metal Box *20. Specified Occupation Skill Book *1. Primary Enchanted Gem *1. Skill, Eye of Truth. Skill, Body of Stone. Design of Magic Armor. Design of Rough Land Mine. This harvest not only doubled my quality of life, but also improved my strength. 2 general skills, 1 book of specified occupation skills, and 2 good drawings. Siabo smiled and took out 2 general skills first. Skill, Eye of Truth. Feature, can check the level of refreshed wild monsters. Skill, Body of Stone. Feature, Strength +2, Physical Strength +1. Introduction, Body of Stone, immune to sword damage below 20 points of strength, and partially immune to sword damage between 20 and 30 points of strength. Both of these general skills are good. Eye of Truth makes up for the lack of detection of wild monster strength, while Body of Stone improves its own defense. Although I was wearing steel pigskin soft armor, I couldn't wear it all the time, and I might even forget it. Stone Body can be used as a passive skill. Siabo was very happy to upgrade the 2 skills. Skill, Eye of Detection. Introduction. It can detect and refresh the basic attribute values of wild monsters. Skill, Iron Body. Features, Strength +5, Stamina +4. Introduction. Iron Body, immune to sword damage below 40 points of strength, and partially immune to sword damage between 40 and 50 points of strength. After the upgrade, both skills have been improved by leaps and bounds, which is undoubtedly the most comfortable for Siabo. Being immune to attacks with 40 strength, not all humans in the world may have more than 20 points of strength. This skill basically puts me in an invincible position in the early stage. It can be called invincible. Siabo touched his chin and learned the 2 skills directly. A warm current surged through his body, and his strength and stamina soared again. Name, Siabo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 4. Experience, 91 out of 100. Strength, 33. Agility, 21, 2.1. Physical fitness, 23, 2.3. Mental strength, 12, 1.2. Health value, 200, extreme health. Talent, Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills. Primary fighting skills specialization. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Eye of detection. Iron body. The strength has skyrocketed again, and the increase in strength value has a huge impact on the improvement of double heavy attack. It can be said that double heavy attack is a skill that is constantly improving. All skills, as long as they are linked to attributes, have extremely high potential. Because attributes will continue to improve, the indirect effect is to drive the improvement of skills. I feel comfortable, my strength has been improved again, and my little broken car has also been perfectly upgraded to the level of a truck. I have basically established a firm foothold in this game. Siabo took off the steel pigskin soft armor and felt comfortable all over. Although the steel pigskin soft armor has high defense, it has some influence on his actions. After taking it off, lying on the soft quilt, I just felt extremely comfortable. I really wanted to lie like this forever and never get up. But I still have things to do. Siabo stood up and took out the primary enchantment gem. Primary enchantment gem *1. Features, Sharpness +1, Hardness +1. Introduction. Enchant the weapon to increase the sharpness and hardness of the weapon. Special effect. Make the weapon emit a milky glow. Time limit. 1 month. This thing is good, but it has a time limit. Are the sharpness and hardness new attributes? No, that's not right. These should be the attributes of the weapon itself. Siabo pondered, and his eyes lit up. He suddenly understood. Obviously, weapons also have attributes, but he just can't see them. Upgrade the enchantment gem. Magic enchantment gem *1. Features, Sharpness +4, Hardness +4, Critical hit rate +1. Introduction. Enchant the weapon to increase the sharpness, hardness, and critical hit rate of the weapon. Special effect. Make the weapon emit yellow light. Time limit. Permanent, unique attribute of magic. Time has become permanent, which is the only attribute of the magic title. It seems that the effect is quite good, and there is a critical hit rate. Will there be dodge and hit rate in the future? This is worth paying attention to. Siabo thought for a while, took out his steel knife, and used it directly. The enchanted gem was fused to his steel knife and disappeared, and a yellow light flashed on the steel knife, which was very magical. And it was obvious that the blade of the steel knife became sharper, and the hardness felt much better. These were all things Siabo could feel intuitively. Chapter 79. After learning 2 skills, my strength increased rapidly. With the permanent enchantment of the steel knife, my strength increased directly. With the strength value and double crit, and the sharpness of the steel knife, even the steel pig is enough to tear its defense. More importantly, my defense has also increased, so I don't need to rely on the steel pig's skin and soft armor. It can officially retire. Unfortunately, it has been used in today's transaction, so I have to wait until tomorrow to trade it out. Click on the system. There are still 20 boxes and skill books of designated professional metals on the system. As for the profession, there is no hesitation at present, and I must choose the butcher. The description of the butcher in the manual is too powerful. Other professions have their own familiar fields. Hunters long-range sniping, setting traps, hunting wild monsters. Warriors charge in a straight line, and no one can withstand the short-term burst. Assassins are proficient in assassination. Repairmen can turn cars into fortresses. Blessing spellcasters can heal and poison. Boxer can fight alone or in a group fight, and is a relatively neutral profession. Abominations like to kill, and are not afraid of anyone in a group fight. After my own upgrade, the manual also gave a high evaluation to the butcher. Since the butcher has the highest evaluation, the butcher is my first choice. 20 boxes were opened directly, and each box got 1 or 2 medals. In the end, 32 abomination medals were opened from the 20 boxes. 32 abomination medals. After Siabo upgraded himself, he finally got 169 butcher professional medals, plus the previous 351 butcher medals. The butcher medals were directly collected. It has reached 520. A very beautiful number. All collected? Great. Siabo showed a happy expression on his face, and chose to consume 500 butcher professional medals. The system screen vibrated, and a golden medal appeared. On the medal, there was a broad-back figure that looked extremely ferocious. It held a large butcher knife in its hand. Just across the screen, one could feel the bloody aura overflowing from the butcher knife. Choose to use, and a prompt will pop up on the screen. The player level is less than level 5. Please reach level 5 before completing the job change. You still need to reach level 5, so that's how it is. Thinking about it, I still need 9 experience points to reach level 5, so I'm not in a hurry. After completing the job change, my strength will be improved again. After a short rest, Siabo got up and sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and the car made a roar. The upgraded car also improved the protection of the fuel tank, especially in this icy and snowy land. Now that there is snow on the ground, Siabo dare not drive too fast and continue to move forward along the straight road. Now the world is covered with snow. Although the water resource problem has been solved, another difficulty has emerged. That is, the resource boxes are not easy to be found. They are all covered with snow, not to mention the hidden resource boxes. I have only opened one myself. I don't have thick clothes yet. Hunting outside is easy to get sick. It seems that the difficulty in winter has increased compared to summer. While driving, Siabo thought in his heart. If the resource boxes want to be found again, they need to use accurate vision to see the bulging snow piles on both sides of the road. However, now the whole world is white, and only a little green on the grassland embellishes the white world. But it was still very monotonous. Maybe Siabo felt novel at first. After all, he hadn't seen snow for a long time, but after a long time, it became a little monotonous. It was really uncomfortable to have only a world with a tone of color. After driving for a while, Siabo stopped the car, opened the door, and got out. There was a bulging snow pile on the roadside. If you don't look carefully, it's really hard to see. Sweeping away the snow on it, it's a resource box. Siabo swung his fist directly and hammered on the resource box. With a click, the resource box exploded directly, revealing an empty box. It's empty. There was no big emotional fluctuation in his heart. It is indeed easy to open an empty box now. He stood up and touched his fist. He didn't feel anything at all, but his defense was improved a lot. He punched down, and basically didn't feel much. If you want to say feeling, it's that the fist hit something. My defense has improved a lot, but if I use the enchanted steel knife to cut myself, will it break my defense? The answer is obvious, it must be. After all, the steel knife has been enchanted, and the sharpness has increased by 4 points. Although I don't know what it is used for, it is definitely not comparable to the previous steel knife. And my strength has reached a terrifying 33 points, and it is not a problem to kick a cow away. This knife is enough to break my defense. The increase in strength is indeed beneficial. After spitting out a mouthful of white mist, Siabo returned to the car and looked at his attribute panel. With the increase in strength, there is basically no effective gain through training. The current martial arts specialization is still in the primary stage, and it has reached a bottleneck period, which requires continuous fighting. Butchers like to fight, and this profession is a good match for me. Upgrade, change job. After changing job, I will unlock the professional skills. Restart the car and continue on the road. Although my strength seems to be invincible, the essence of this game is still inseparable from the road. After all, no matter how hard I complete the tasks and improve my strength, my final destination is still this road. Even if this road has no end. In the vast snowy plains, a truck is driving on the snow-covered road. This road seems to have no end, even if it keeps going. Driving alone on this vast white road for a long time will make you very tired. Siabo is fine. While driving, he is watching the chats in the world. The speed is very slow. In addition, the road is very wide and straight, without any obstacles. He only needs to fix the steering wheel and move forward slowly. There is basically no problem. It's snowing, so we're finally not short of water. Clothes made of cloth are warm, but it's a big problem for hunting in the future. And with snow on the ground, you can't drive too fast, or you easily flip over. Fuck, brothers, there are wolves on this snowy plain. I killed one, and got a lot of wolf meat and wolf skin. Really? I want to hunt wolves too. Really, I killed one too. This kind of wolf is not very strong. But it didn't drop wolf meat and wolf skin. Who said it's not strong? I just met a wolf king and almost died. I'm level 3, almost level 4. It can drop meat and skin. Isn't it heaven on a snowy day? Not necessarily. It's still a matter of drop rate. I killed 2 and nothing dropped. There are wolves on this snowy day. This is very rare. Siabo said as he drove and watched the chats in the world. It seems that some people always encounter some strange things and creatures. From their conversation, Siabo was able to determine that the strength of these wolves should not be strong. Chapter 80. The car continued to move forward for a while. Siabo looked at the time, and the qualifying match started. With the update of the qualifying rewards, everyone's overall strength has risen again, and many people's strength has increased greatly. They are also eager to compete in the ranking, and after Siabo's upgrade, he is basically invincible. In half an hour, 10 qualifying matches have been completed. Suddenly, it was boring, mainly because it was too simple, and basically it was solved with one knife. What Siabo got out of the first level box surprised him a little. It was a cabbage. After upgrading, he got 27 cabbages. I'm one step closer to eating hot pot. Putting the cabbage into the space locker, Siabo said happily, "Hot pot, I haven't eaten it for a long time. Recent meals are bread, biscuits, and instant noodles. Now I have so many supplies, meat, ingredients, and some seasonings." After checking the time, Siabo did not want to continue to rank up. He knew that the speed of the battle was too fast. He would wait until they reached level 2, 3, or even level 4 first, and then he would start to catch up. Then, he would open several boxes at once. With a settlement once a week, his quality of life would definitely improve quickly. Sitting in the driver's seat, Siabo started the car and continued to move forward. There were 2 somewhat curved ruts on the vast snowy plain behind the car, but the ruts at the back were already a little faint. The vast white snow was endless. The whole world had only one color, monotonous white. The loneliness at this time was the most unbearable. Siabo thought that his mentality was very good, and with the fusion of the blood demon heart, he could at least endure this loneliness. But he was wrong. Even though his strength became stronger, his heart was replaced by the blood demon's heart. Emotions still belong to humans. It's okay for 1 or 2 days, but over time, this loneliness will be out of control. He talked to himself every day, and it was good enough if he didn't go crazy. Time passed quietly. During this period, Siabo smashed a lot of boxes and opened a lot of supplies. But they were all the most basic. The sky gradually darkened, and there was a vast expanse of white snow outside the car. The north wind was howling, and the cold wind was whistling. The heater was on in the car. Siabo, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, sat in the driver's seat, enjoying the warm wind, feeling extremely comfortable. It's getting dark. It's a new week. I have to have a new start. After stopping the car, Siabo took out a steel knife, wet his face with a little water, and shaved off the beard on his face with the steel knife, revealing a white face. Then he touched his hair. His hair was fine, not too long, not too short, just right. It's just that I haven't used shampoo for a long time, so my hair is shiny and has a strange smell. After smelling it for a long time, I basically can't smell it. After washing my face, I split it with a branch, applied the charcoal I burned before, and cleaned my teeth simply. Chickens, you must be hungry. I'm here to feed you food. After cleaning up, Siabo took out some bread, jumped into the chicken coop, stroked the soft chicken feathers, and fed them bread one by one. This is my last companionship. After feeding, Siabo looked at the ground, thought for a while, and took out some previously dried hay from the storage cabinet, and made a nest for the 5 hens. In this way, they can be considered to have a home. Standing up and walking to the co-pilot's side, Siabo lay on the bed and took a deep breath. Squinting his eyes, he prepared to sleep for a while. After the car was upgraded, its defense was significantly improved. The place where the truck got on was half a person's height, and ordinary beasts could not get close to the car body. With the improvement of the car's defense, Siabo slept soundly. He was really tired. I don't know how long it took. Siabo suddenly shuddered and sat up. There was a strange cry outside, which was somewhat familiar. Siabo calmed down, stood up and pulled out the steel knife at the head of the bed, came to the driving position, and looked out the window. That's a wolf! Through the car window with snowflakes, Siabo saw clearly outside. The sky was not too dark, and the snow was heavier. The wind blew the snow diagonally to the ground. In this world of heavy snow, there were dark figures moving restlessly. These figures stopped from time to time and looked up in their direction. These wolves obviously found themselves, but because of the car, they could not attack themselves. Siabo first looked at the time. He actually slept for 3 hours. Surprisingly, no wild monsters were refreshed in these 3 hours. Could it be because of these wolves? Siabo thought for a while, stared outside, and counted carefully. There were 11 wolves. At present, it is not known whether these wolves have experience points, but they can explode wolf meat and wolf skin. Even if I have enough supplies now, who would complain that I don't have enough money? Holding the steel knife, I pushed open the car door directly. The cold wind whistled in, making Siabo shiver. With the blood demon heart, it was not very cold, but after staying in the warm car for a long time, it was still a little cold to come out suddenly. Quick fight, quick decision. Siabo's brows turned cold, and he went directly into the hunting state. His face was like a frozen lake, and he was completely different from the one just now. The wild wolves howled when they saw Siabo appear. Siabo was originally from all sides, wild wolf. Level 2. Strength 11. Agility 13. Looking at the wild wolf that suddenly attacked, a string of numbers jumped in front of Siabo's eyes. About the basic attributes of these wolves. It's the detection eye. Siabo immediately understood that the constantly jumping values in front of him were the basic attributes of these wolves. Their basic attributes were very simple, only strength and agility. These 11 wolves, each wolf has different basic attributes, their strength and agility are high and low, and the level is basically level 2. Like humans, all the initial values are different. Siabo did not think too much and entered the hunting state. He quickly caught the action of the wolf rushing in front. When it flew towards him, he chopped it directly with the steel knife emitting a faint yellow color. The steel knife chopped on the wolf. After the strength and sharpness of the steel knife easily cut the wolf in half, including the bones. The hot blood was sprinkled on the snow, and the bloody smell soon drifted out. Siabo licked his dry lips, with a hint of killing in his eyes. He took a step and rushed towards the wolf. He saw the opportunity when the wolf attacked, and he cleanly solved the wolves that rushed up one by one. The steel knife emitted a yellow glow, which looked a bit magical. Siabo held the steel knife, like a god of war, and his body was soon stained with the blood of the wolf. After dealing with the last wolf, the bloodthirstiness in Siabo's eyes subsided, and he also sensed the changes in his body. I actually reached level 5. Chapter 81. The news that Siabo had reached level 5 instantly caused a sensation in the world, because the system prompted it 3 times in a row. He was the first person to reach level 5 and open a space. At this moment, everyone in the world discovered that there was only one lonely person in the space, and that was Siabo. Fuck, Siabo is level 5. Oh my god, I'm only level 3. The first person to open a space follow it. Can you follow this thing? 666, the only title, A space gift package. I'm envious. I thought I was the protagonist, but I didn't expect I was a clown. The world was shocked, and Feng Shihong, who was killing monsters and trying to gain experience, received the news from the world, looked at his experience value, and cursed fiercely. A sharp claw tore directly on his arm, and 3 deep blood marks appeared instantly. Damn it! Damn it! It was originally mine, and I was almost upgraded. Feng Shihong's face turned blue with cold, and he shivered all over. He cursed angrily, and smashed the claw with a crude broadsword in his hand, then stepped on it on the snow, and stabbed the inferior broadsword fiercely into the body of the wild monster. The hot blood splashed on his face. Feng Shihong's blue face trembled, with white snow on his head, and a car covered with snow behind him. His experience value has reached 77 points, but he is still a distance away from upgrading. There is a saying that hard work is not as good as cheating. Siabo is the cheating one. Here, Siabo got 12 kilograms of wolf meat and 3 wolf skins, and after upgrading them, he threw them all into the space locker, lying comfortably on the bed. Level 5, you can open your space. Clicking on the space, his space was indeed opened. What surprised Siabo was that the number of his fans had reached 120 million, and it was still growing. As the first person in the world to open a space, he really attracted the attention of everyone in the world. His popularity also skyrocketed. The space can also publish works, shoot videos and pictures, and share his daily dynamics. What Siabo didn't expect was that there was a live broadcast button on the side. This thing can also broadcast your daily life. Siabo received his reward first, and he will study the space later. Title: Human Pioneer. Features: Luck value +5. Introduction: You are the first man of the human race to enter level 5. A pioneer of the human race, you will be remembered in the history of the game, and parallel to the elites of all races. The characteristic of the title is actually the luck value. There is no such attribute on the attribute panel. Is it a hidden attribute? Where it first? Siabo's heart moved, and he muttered. The title flew above his head, and a faint golden light sprinkled down, covering his body. A golden symbol flashed above his head, and an inexplicable power descended, with a hint of indescribable meaning. Siabo looked at his hands, and it seemed that there was no big change. Name: Siabo. Title: Human Pioneer. Occupation: None. Gender: Male. Level: 5. Experience: 2 out of 150. Strength: 31, 3.1. Agility: 22, 2.2. Physical fitness: 24, 2.4. Mental strength: 13, 1.3. Health value: 200, extremely healthy. Talent: Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills: primary fighting skills expertise. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, iron body. Opening the personal attribute panel, I found that there was an additional column for the title on the attribute panel. The column is Human Pioneer. This thing cannot be upgraded. Open the space gift package, and some supplies pop out. Colorful pendant for avatar. Unique dazzling avatar. Unique space background. Unique space background music. Siabo? ? What kind of shit are these? He remembered a game company in his previous life. The space gift package is not a material and cannot be upgraded. After clicking to use it, the whole space has changed. The space background has become tall and beautiful, and a low music is played. The avatar is colorful, cool, and gaudy. This thing looks like it has been bought with Krypton gold. After taking a look, Siabo suddenly lost interest. After closing the system space, he looked up through the passenger window and looked at the outside world. The wind and snow outside seemed to be stronger. A layer of snow fell on the car, and the snow on the ground became thicker. If the snow keeps falling like this in 2 or 3 days, no, tomorrow I'm afraid the car won't be able to drive. The snow is too high and too thick. Siabo looked at the increasingly fierce snow outside, which looked like a blizzard. Fortunately, his car had been upgraded, otherwise it would be buried by the heavy snow. I hope it won't snow tomorrow, otherwise I will be trapped here. For me, it may not be a big deal, but for others, it is definitely a devastating blow. The car can't be driven, and some people with less supplies will definitely be trapped in the car. He retracted his gaze, put aside his thoughts, and opened the system. His level has reached level 5, and he can complete the job transfer. Siabo's heart beat inexplicably, excited or happy. Occupation: Butcher use. Visible to the naked eye, a faint blood color merged into his body, and Siabo's neck burst out one by one, and on his forehead as well. This is an inexplicable force, a great force, an irresistible force. It only lasted for a second, and Siabo felt as if he had been reborn. Name: Siabo. Title: Human Pioneer. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 5. Experience: 2 out of 150. Strength: 41, 4.1. Agility: 32, 3.2. Physical fitness: 34, 3.4. Mental strength: 23, 2.3. Health value: 200, extremely healthy. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills: primary fighting skills specialization. Strength is continuously improved with training. Primary agility, intermediate spirit. Agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, steel body. Professional skills, none. Professional unique passive, Butcher's Hand, LV1. Butcher's Hand, LV1 use any weapon, sharpness plus 10, hardness plus 10, armor penetration increased by 10%. Introduction: there is nothing that a butcher cannot cut. If there is, it may be a tenacious heart. After reading his own attributes, Siabo was completely stunned. Even though he had merged with the Blood Demon Heart, it was still beating like a drum. After changing his job, it was really too powerful. The 4-dimensional attributes were directly increased by 10 points on the original basis. The only passive, Butcher's Hand, is abnormal, equivalent to having enchanted hands. It can give weapons powerful power. Siabo had a bold idea in his heart. If he held his... Chapter 82. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Siabo smiled. After the job change, his strength doubled. The 4-dimensional attributes soared, and the experience brought was very comfortable. He now felt like a little Superman. The whole body was condensed with extremely terrifying power. Siabo took the steel knife and stretched out his hand to hold it. The yellow light of the steel knife disappeared, replaced by a strange blood red. He could feel that his hands were endowed with this strange power, which directly covered the power of the enchanted gem and made the steel knife more powerful than before. Is this the power of the Butcher's Hand? The Butcher's Hand is currently only level 1. If it is upgraded to the full level, can it turn a mortal weapon into a divine weapon? Siabo looked at the steel knife in his hand, thinking. Put away the steel knife and put it on the bedside. Without the blessing of the Butcher's Hand, the strange red on the steel knife disappeared, and it emitted a faint yellow light again. I also have a career skill box. Although it is a combined career, there are no other skills except for a passive one. I still need to find career skills myself. The fusion career has no skills, only a passive one. This system is indeed a bit stingy. But my passive is very powerful. At present, it is very powerful. It can enhance weapons. In addition, the weapons have been enchanted with gems, and now they have become artifacts. It can be said to be an artifact. System: select the career abomination, open the career skill box. Siabo clicked on the system, and then thought to himself. The system opened the box according to his heart. Professional skills: bloodshed, unique. Professional requirements: hate. Bloodshed, unique. Consume 5 points of mental power to gain bloodshed. Restore your physical strength and maintain your body's endurance by killing and bathing in blood. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooling time: 1 day. Introduction: killing makes me strong. What a powerful skill. Once a skill rises to the professional stage, the nature of the skill has undergone a huge change. Siabo's eyes showed a hint of joy. If the previous skills were all swords, sticks, and clubs, then the professional skills were guns, cannons, and missiles. The skills were too good. Take out the skills and upgrade them without saying a word. The upgraded bloodshed is even more powerful. Professional skills: bloodletting, unique. Professional requirements: butcher. Bloodletting, unique. Consume 5 points of mental power to gain bloodletting. Recover your physical energy and maintain your body's endurance by killing and bathing in blood. Overflow. If the body is fully recovered during the duration of bloodletting, it will overflow infinitely until the duration stops and the physical energy is exhausted. Duration: 15 minutes. Cooling time: 6 hours. Introduction: killing makes me strong. Bloodletting has been upgraded. It seems that there is no change, but the duration and cooling time have changed, and there is an overflow. Siabo was not disappointed, and even faintly excited. In essence, the skill of bloodletting is already powerful enough, so powerful that it is almost invincible. After a careful study of the upgraded bloodletting, you will find that it is even more terrifying. This is the butcher. No wonder the manual introduces that the butcher likes blood and becomes braver with each battle. Bathing in blood all year round and accompanying blood, he will become stronger. This skill is born for the butcher. It is conceivable that the enemy has exhausted his physical strength, and after performing the bloodshed, he will fight more and more bravely, and his physical strength will gradually recover with the battle until it reaches the peak state. This is a terrifying thing. And you can't underestimate the overflow. If you haven't upgraded before, your physical strength will stop when it is fully recovered, but after upgrading, there is an extra overflow, which means that after you have full physical strength, when the bloodshed has not disappeared, the excess physical strength will overflow. Maybe when the physical strength value is only a few points or a dozen points at the beginning, you don't think it's a big deal. When your strength is getting stronger and stronger, and your physical strength value reaches dozens or even hundreds, you will see what a terrifying skill this is. It can be called abnormal. After learning, Siabo didn't feel much of himself. The profession does not affect himself, and the skills will not affect himself. If there is anything that affects himself, I'm afraid it's only the blood demon heart. After learning the skills, Siabo took out the 2 drawings he got: design of magic armor, magic crystal *10, iron *60, cloth *60. Design of crude landmine, gunpowder *1, iron *2, wood *1, rope *1. The crude landmine is understandable, but this magic armor should be the product of this game. Highway survival is not just about highway survival. If you study it carefully, you will find that there are so many creatures in highway survival that you can't imagine. Whether these creatures were once players of this game, or were created by this game is unknown. According to what Old Man Joe said before, humans are definitely not the first batch of players. They are definitely not the last batch either. Siabo thought in his heart, and rolled up the 2 drawings carefully. The crude mines are not very useful at present. After all, the monsters that appear now are all single, and can be dealt with by himself. Even if a large number of wild monsters appear, he is not afraid now that he has completed the job transfer. The most important thing is that wild monsters killed by external forces have no experience. As for the magic armor, there is no clue at present. What is this magic crystal? There is no information at all. Put them away first. Maybe they will be useful in the future. After everything is done, this upgrade almost makes himself invincible. Siabo lay on the bed in a comfortable posture, his mind wandering. Everything is in place now, but I don't know what changes will be made to this game in the future. After a short rest, Siabo got up and took out some water and bread. He didn't want to go out to cook instant noodles at night. It was a blizzard outside. Cooking instant noodles in the car, and then setting the car on fire would be a disaster. After a simple meal, Siabo looked at the situation outside. The snow and wind were still very strong. After thinking about it, he decided that he couldn't stop the car here. He started the car and drove forward in the thick snow. He slowed down the car. In such a blizzard, he didn't dare to drive too fast. After this blizzard is over, we will eat hot pot on the snow. If possible, we will start a live broadcast in the space to see what the space does. After thinking about it, he felt that the appearance of the space was definitely not as simple as showing off. There must be other functions, but no one in the world has opened the space yet, and they are all waiting for me to discover them. The most important thing is that I have been talking about hot pot for a long time. Now I have meat, eggs, hot pot base, and vegetables. If I have to say what I lack, I just lack a drink. Siabo doesn't plan to hunt tonight. His level has reached level 5, and he can basically walk sideways. Besides, hunting in this snowy day is a pain, isn't it? It's not comfortable in the car with heating. Chapter 83. Without hunting at night, the night passed very quickly. Driving forward, 2 deep ruts were left on the boundless snowfield. Early the next morning, Siabo entered the endless mode and pushed forward all the way. He pushed the endless mode to the 29th level and stopped his crazy pushing mode. The 29th level is enough for people in the world to chase for a long time. He shut down the system, fed the hens some food, but couldn't let them starve, then took off his clothes and lay in his quilt to sleep comfortably, ignoring the vibrations in the world. Siabo pushed forward like this, directly shaking the world. Is this the strength of reaching level 5? It's too abnormal. Everyone in the world cursed inwardly. And the key person in the incident was lying comfortably on the bed, snoring. The winter quilt is really comfortable to sleep on, especially Siabo, who likes to sleep naked. The improvement of sleep quality brings full energy. I don't know how long it took, but Siabo woke up from the heat, sweating all over. He turned on the heater and wrapped himself in a quilt, which was indeed a bit hot. Little steel cannon, turn it off. Rubbing his blurry eyes, Siabo shouted to the air. The originally lit little steel cannon turned off with a snap. After the little steel cannon turned off, Siabo wiped the sweat from his forehead and squinted his eyes to look out the window. The snow has stopped. His sleepiness disappeared. Siabo stood up, and the quilt covering his body fell off, revealing a strong body of muscles. He wiped the window and looked at himself. The snow really stopped. He quickly put on his clothes, took out a bucket of water from the locker, washed himself, and then put the clean and white snow into the bucket. Although he had enough supplies, who would complain about having too much water? Siabo didn't complain. Standing on the snow, he stretched comfortably and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He didn't know when small black dots appeared on the snowy field at the end of his sight. Counting carefully, there were more than 100 small black dots, and they were all moving slowly and approaching him. Siabo was shocked and got into the car quickly. These are all wild monsters. When did they appear? I didn't even notice them. Something's wrong. These wild monsters will never appear for no reason. There has never been such a large-scale triggering of wild monsters before. There must be some reason. Calming down, Siabo thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. Since the game, he had never encountered such a large number of wild monsters. The only time he encountered it was when he first played the Moonlit Night mode, when 5 zombies refreshed at a time. As for the other time, it was because of the mission. At this time, he noticed that the system had changed. He opened the system and found a yellow exclamation mark next to his avatar. Click to view. Player Siabo, you are experiencing Deadly Snowfield, riding green dwarfs. Deadly Snowfield, riding green dwarfs. Introduction. Heavy snow has fallen on the world, all the food has been eaten up, and the green dwarfs without food have rioted and started looking for food on the snowfield. They seem to have found a road covered by heavy snow. Drive away or fight? So that's it. After figuring out the reason, Siabo opened the car window and looked at the small black dots outside again. Now he could see the appearance of these small black dots clearly. They were the green people. There are about 100 of them. Siabo looked at his experience points. Experience. 2 out of 150, there are still 148 experience points to reach level 6, and there is still a long way to go. The current experience points are still far behind, but this time, the Deadly Snowfield can bring a lot of experience points, and even things will explode. There are more than 100 monsters. Should I take the risk and fight? Siabo stared at the monsters gradually enlarging outside the car window, and his extremely calm mind was working frantically. With his current strength, it is not a problem to deal with them. This is the case of a one-on-one fight. After all, the largest number of monsters he encountered was 4, which was the number of monsters after the Endless mode reached the 15th level. And now it is the first time to deal with 100 monsters alone at one time. After calmly thinking, Siabo felt that the problem was not big. After all, he had a steel body, and was immune to attacks with a strength value of less than 40 points. As long as the strength of these monsters was not high, he was completely confident that he could kill them all. The only thing to consider is the physical strength problem, but he has the skill of bloodshed, so this problem is not a big problem. Then we can do it. After thinking for a while, Siabo's eyes flickered. Holding the steel knife, he pushed open the car door and got out of the car. In order to avoid the car being damaged, Siabo walked forward a little, and then stood on the vast snowfield, waiting for the arrival of the group of wild monsters. They were very fast, especially after seeing him. Their speed became even faster. Green Dwarf. Level, LV4. Strength, 21. Agility, 27. Green Dwarf. Level, LV4. Strength, 19. Agility, 25. The attributes of the wild monsters kept jumping in front of him. The levels of these wild monsters were very high, but their attributes were very low. Compared with humans, they lacked the use of skills. In addition to improving the level, the use of skills is the biggest increase in their own strength. As his power continued to increase, the strength of these monsters would become stronger and stronger. After determining their attributes, Siabo was fearless, and a faint red light emanated from the steel knife. This red light was very strange, as if it was born for killing. Siabo's face was cold, his heart was thundering, and he looked at the monsters getting closer and closer. His figure was majestic and motionless, like a high mountain. The monsters had already rushed to the road, and their 2 feet were fluttering on the thick snow, raising a white mist. The thick snow seriously affected their movements. Siabo looked at the monsters that had already rushed up, and directly drew his knife to chop. Seeing this, the monsters actually tried to stop them with their claws. The steel knife emitting a strange red light easily cut off their claws, as if it was cutting on a piece of paper. Siabo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, the muscles on his arms bulged, and the steel knife was as powerful as a bamboo, directly cutting the wild monster into two pieces, and the hot blood melted the snow. His heartbeat was like a drum, and his muscles were like rocks. Looking at such a bloody scene, Siabo's face did not change. After understanding one wild monster, he rushed straight to another. His movements were very simple, and he didn't even use any skills. He just swung the steel knife and chopped it. No wild monster could resist the sharp blade and Siabo's powerful strength. And he only needed to dodge the attacks of the wild monsters. In fact, he didn't have to dodge, but Siabo had developed the habit of dodging subconsciously. His own agility attribute was higher than theirs, and it was very easy to dodge their attacks. And dodging like this undoubtedly accelerated the consumption of physical energy. These are all minor problems, because this is a way for Siabo to exercise his ability to dodge, even if it accelerates the consumption of physical energy. Chapter 84. It would take a while to kill more than 100 monsters one by one, not to mention that these monsters were coordinated. Even if Siabo dodges with his super high agility, he will still be attacked by them from behind. Relying on the powerful skills of the iron body, they can't break Siabo's defense at all. This is a one-sided massacre. The whole road seems to have turned into a purgatory on Earth. The hot blood melts the snow, revealing the asphalt road surface. The corpses are piled up, and have not completely disappeared. 10, 20, 30. The number of fallen monsters is increasing. Siabo feels more and more comfortable with the killing. This kind of killing pleasure has surpassed the crackling. What's even more weird is that he is not engulfed by this pleasure. Instead, his brain is very calm, so calm that he is even calculating the number of monsters he has. 31324546. Gradually, Siabo's panting became louder and louder. Dodging and killing enemies consumed his physical energy too quickly. The main reason was that Siabo had trained so hard and practiced dodging. The number of times he dodged had exceeded the number of times he swung his sword. This was a rare opportunity to exercise. He could already feel his body getting hot. After this killing, his strength and agility would increase again. To exercise one's abilities through fighting was controlled by a calm mind. If it were someone else, they would have killed all the monsters in a panic. I'm afraid only a pervert like Siabo could do this. As time passed, the number of monsters was decreasing rapidly, but Siabo was actually filled with a faint red light. Every time he killed a monster, a faint red thread could be seen floating from the dead monster into Siabo's body. Siabo fought more and more bravely. His speed did not slow down at all, but got faster and faster. The muscles on his body were like rocks, each of which was very symmetrical and beautiful, more beautiful than a bodybuilding champion. Every time I use bloodshed, it's like smoking a cigarette. No, it's like the afterglow after the climax. If it weren't for my calm mind, I'm afraid I would have lost myself in this refreshing feeling. The profession of hatred may not be like this, but after the resource upgrade, the butcher may make humans lost. If it weren't for the blood demon heart, I would have become a machine that only knows how to kill. Siabo kept a calm mind and felt the body's fullness. This feeling is indeed addictive, but his mind is very clear, and it can no longer affect him. I don't know if it's luck or luck. His physical strength is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Physical strength, 38/34, 3.4, it has overflowed now, and it is still increasing. The skill time of bloodshed has not disappeared. 989-9100. There were only 2 or 3 monsters left on the snow. When the last one was dealt with, the number of monsters killed by Siabo finally stopped at 104. The overflowing physical energy had reached a terrifying 51 points. When the battle was over, these physical energy would gradually be consumed as time passed. Even if I lay down, it would gradually disappear. This was something I had tried in the endless mode. After the battle, a weak warm current flowed into my body, along with a large number of fighting skills that merged into my memory. It came quickly and went quickly. Name, Siabo. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 5. Experience, 106 to 150. Strength, 43, 4.3. Agility, 33, 3.3. Physical fitness, 51 34, 3.4. Mental strength, 23, 2.3. Health value, 200, extreme health. Talent, Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills specialization, strength will continue to increase with training, primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, eye of detection, iron body. Occupational skills, bloodshed, unique. Occupational unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1. Looking at my attribute panel, my strength value actually increased by 3 points, and the primary fighting skill specialization also became the intermediate fighting skill specialization. Agility only increased a little, and intermediate agility didn't seem to have such a huge effect on the growth of agility. Experience value soared by more than 100 points. It was terrible. After closing the attribute panel, Siabo took a deep breath, relieved his slightly tense spirit, and let his body muscles slowly relax. He killed a lot of monsters, and a lot of things exploded. Looking at the things dropped on the ground, Siabo began to clean them up. Professional metals vary, and can be used for trading. 5 pieces of cloth, a bottle of water, half a pot of fuel, and even an apple, comfortable. This is spicy sauce. It can actually explode spicy sauce. It can be used as a dipping sauce when eating hot pot. 100 milliliters of peanut oil, 10 grams of salt. Finally, he picked up a small bottle of peanut oil and a small bag of salt, which was only the size of a palm. Siabo showed a satisfied smile on his face. Although there was nothing special, he had found a lot of daily necessities. Spicy sauce, peanut oil, and salt can improve his life. There is a lot of meat in the locker. He has always wanted to stir-fry meat, but unfortunately there is no corresponding seasoning. Now he has peanut oil and salt. Today he can have a meal of stir-fried meat. Put away the professional metals, upgrade other things. The number of cloth has reached 179, fuel and water resources have increased by 1 barrel, stuffed into the cabinet, and apples have been upgraded to 31, a box of salt, 20 liters of peanut oil, and 12 bottles of spicy sauce. Supplies suddenly became abundant. Siabo simply washed his body, turned on the heater, then picked up an apple, wiped it with snow, and took a bite. Well, delicious. I haven't eaten such a crispy and delicious apple for a long time. After the upgrade, the apple is a circle bigger than a fist. After eating the apple, I filled my stomach a little and looked at the time. It was about 4 hours before dark. It was still early, so Siabo decided to make himself a hearty meal. I had just obtained a lot of good things, so it was time to improve my life. He took out 2 pots and took them outside. One pot was the one that exploded, and the other pot was the one with kitchen utensils, as well as cups, kitchen knives, bowls, chopsticks, and many other kitchen utensils. He used a steel knife to dig 2 holes effortlessly to set up the pot, and took all the ingredients he needed, including beef, mutton, wolf meat, a cabbage, instant noodles, melon seeds, chrysanthemums, hot pot base, salt, oil, hot sauce, half a watermelon, and an apple. After everything was ready, Siabo smiled and started a live broadcast in the space. A dark ball appeared in the air, and all the supplies on the ground and himself were filmed in. Title: Making a Simple Dinner. Chapter 85. Fuck. Siabo started live streaming in the space. I couldn't help drooling after watching the live streaming. The news that Siabo started live streaming in the space spread immediately, causing a huge shock in the world, and more people flocked to the space live streaming. Until they entered the live streaming and saw the abundant supplies in the live streaming room, they were dumbfounded. Fuck. I. Instant noodles with oil, salt, hot sauce. What kind of meat is this? Lamb, beef, wolf meat, cabbage, what is that? Melon seeds and chrysanthemum. Fuck, there are noodles. Wait, what's in the pot? Fuck, hot pot ingredients. Apples, watermelons, melon seeds. Are you here to survive? I think you're here for vacation. F***K, is this the life of a big boss? It's just a simple meal. Hardcore simple. I don't know how to describe it in words. Here, Siabo has already started processing the ingredients. He put 2 large pieces of snow in the pot, melted them into boiling water, put hot pot base in one pot, scooped out some boiling water from the other pot, brewed a chrysanthemum tea, and then threw 2 eggs into the clean water pot to cook, and the hot pot base was pressed into the pot with 2 eggs beaten in it. After everything was ready, Siabo sat on a small carpet made of fine fabrics, looking at the vast snow scene, and comfortably drank a sip of hot tea. The chrysanthemum tea went into the body, and the stomach felt warm. Next to Siabo, there was a pile of supplies, all of which would be used later. Looking at the live broadcast, there were many comments, many words of envy, many words of asking for support, and many curses. Envy, jealousy, and hatred were successfully highlighted in this barrage. Siabo ignored it, picked up the wood beside him, and threw it into the fire to make the fire burn more vigorously. He finished a cup of water quickly, and continued to drink a little more. It seemed that he hadn't drunk chrysanthemum tea for a long time. Siabo actually felt that chrysanthemum tea was inexplicably delicious. The water soon boiled, and the hot pot base was boiled in water, and the aroma was overflowing. Siabo smelled it. It was really fragrant. Let's get started. Use a kitchen knife to cut the mutton, beef and wolf meat into slices. Put them on the chopping board, and finish processing a cabbage. All the dishes are basically ready, and the dipping sauce is poured into the bowl, just waiting to eat in a while. The eggs were quickly cooked. Siabo poured a little hot water into the cup, and the rest of the water was poured out, and the pot was set up again. This scene made everyone in the live broadcast room very sad. We all hugged the snow and ate it, but you actually poured the hot water. Boil the water in the pot dry, pour peanut oil, scoop a little hot sauce into the pot, grab a little of the mutton cut before and throw it into the pot, stir-fry it briefly, pour salt and serve. Simple stir-fried mutton. Ready to eat. This is the only sentence he said when he started the live broadcast. A simple stir-fried mutton with hot pot began. The steaming hot pot made everyone envious. Siabo was sweating profusely while eating, and the saliva in the live broadcast room was flowing. Oh my god, I can't stand it. I want to eat too. Boss Siabo, please support me. You turned a survival game into a vacation game. There was a cry in the live broadcast room, and Siabo's popularity was also growing rapidly. It's so delicious. Siabo's mouth was full of oil. He picked up a piece of mutton with chopsticks and dipped it in the pot. It didn't take long for it to be cooked. It was very delicious with the sauce. This meal was the most comfortable meal Siabo had ever eaten, and it also successfully caused a sensation in the world. The whole world was discussing Siabo's eating hot pot. There was no way who made the temptation of hot pot so great. With Siabo, the popularity soared directly, and the popularity directly left the second place far behind. When he was still working hard for a bite of food, someone had already started eating hot pot. This time Siabo could no longer hide it. He completely secured the title of Material Tycoon. Being able to eat hot pot means that people are not short of materials at all. And now, there's a saying that as long as you follow Siabo's little follower, you will definitely eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. However, so far, no one in the world has said that they have met Siabo. This can't help but cause many people to speculate whether everyone they have met is. No matter what others guessed, Siabo had a very refreshing meal. He was full and ate an apple after the meal. As for the half watermelon, he really couldn't eat it anymore. Looking at the live broadcast room, the number of people has reached 200 million, and it is still soaring. The live broadcast effect is very good. Regardless of whether there is a reward or not, Siabo just wants to satisfy his bad taste. After eating, Siabo closed the live broadcast room without even saying anything. I prepared a lot of things, but I didn't finish it. Looking at the chopping board and the plate, there was still a lot of meat left. Siabo touched his chin, and had to put them away, and save them for next time. The remaining hot pot soup was poured out by Siabo. If this scene was seen by others, I don't know what they would think. After washing the pot, Siabo boiled 2 more pots of water in the pot, took a comfortable hot bath, and then got on the car. There were still more than 10 minutes left before the qualifying match, and the world's discussion about him had not stopped. Siabo did not watch it, and let them discuss it. He rested in bed for a while, mainly because he had just finished eating, and did not want to exercise again. Time passed quickly. Siabo squinted for a while, and when he woke up, he found that there were only more than 20 minutes left before the qualifying match, and rubbed his head. I actually fell asleep. This is not good. I can't sleep after eating. After wiping his face with snow to wake himself up, he started the qualifying match directly, and he pushed all the way in the qualifying match. He won 10 games easily. Even if he did not use any skills, he could not be stopped by brute force and weapons with red light. He did not need to use the hunting state to win easily. Previously, he won by finding loopholes in the hunting state. Now Siabo has truly achieved Siao. No matter what defensive or offensive skills you have, you can't resist Siabo's sword, water heater design, iron *30, wood *30, an unexpected item came out of the second level box, a water heater. The synthesis of the water heater is no different from that of the air conditioner. I have a lot of materials at present. After the water heater design came out, I directly crossed out the iron and wood and synthesized them. A huge water heater appeared in Siabo's hand. With a strength of more than 40 points, it is effortless to hold it. After the water heater is upgraded, you get a solar water heater, which does not consume anything, but where to put it is more appropriate. Since it is a solar water heater, it should be placed outside. After thinking about it, Siabo decided to install the water heater on the roof and put the nozzle on the side of the car. At present, his car is not a motorhome, so it cannot be placed inside the car. It can only be placed outside for the time being. Chapter 86. It took a little time to install the water heater. Since there was no water supply equipment, the water for the water heater needed to be added by oneself. Siabo directly took some snow and pressed it into the water heater, waiting for the snow to melt and become hot water. This water heater is not as complicated as in reality, and the air conditioner is also very convenient after the transformation of the game. It saves a lot of trouble. With the water heater, I can take a bath with hot water in the future, and I don't need to wash with cold water anymore, and I also need to perm my hair with hot water. The body of steel can only be immune to physical damage, but not to magic like heat and cold. Fortunately, there is no magic profession in this game. There is only a cursor, who should be a replica of the magic profession. Offense can be used as a magic profession, and defense can be used as a nurse. But according to the manual, this profession needs to be chosen by the player himself, whether to choose a curse or a blessing. The night gradually came, and snowflakes began to fall outside again. The snow that had rested for a day fell again. Soon the cold wind blew, and the open window made a humming sound. Siabo closed the car window, and lay on the bed looking at the outside world. At night, the blizzard came again. It seems that I can't hunt tonight. Siabo sighed, and wrapped himself in the quilt. He didn't turn on the small steel cannon, mainly because it was too hot. If it wasn't turned on, it would be fine. The temperature was just right, not too cold, not too hot, and very comfortable. Lying on the bed, listening to the strong wind blowing the snow outside, even through the car window, it was very clear. Through the car window, you can see snowflakes several feet high rolling up on the snowfield. Tonight is another sleepless night for some people. In such a cold day, the probability of wild monsters refreshing should be reduced. According to the understanding of the game, the probability is reduced, but there should be many riots like the one encountered today. I will encounter it, and others will also encounter it. Fortunately, there is no limit in this situation. If you can't beat it, you can run away. Siabo squinted his eyes, lying in a comfortable posture, and then looked at the snowflakes several feet high rolling up outside the window, thinking in his heart. The time for sleeping at night passed quickly. The data updated by the system last night showed that it was indeed the same as what I thought. The refresh of wild monsters in snowy days was also reduced a lot, but there would be wild monster riots from time to time. Soon Wednesday came. In the morning, Siabo stretched comfortably, feeling extremely comfortable all over. He slept for a long time yesterday and rested his spirit. The night became very safe, without any harassment from wild monsters. In the daytime, the blizzard stopped. The water on the ground had submerged half of the wheel. If it was the previous car, the wheel would have been submerged long ago. Siabo simply cooked some instant noodles, washed up, and then took care of his physiological needs in the back of the car, sitting in the passenger seat refreshed. By the way, after the live broadcast yesterday, I didn't check my moments much. Since this is my first live broadcast, there should be some rewards. With a thought, I clicked on the space to check and found that my live broadcast last night had been recorded, and the comments and likes below were as high as 200 million. There was a box logo on the side. Live broadcast popularity exceeds 200 million. Get a popular space treasure chest. Seeing the prompt, Siabo smiled. Sure enough, there is indeed a box after the live broadcast. Click to receive, open. Siabo's action is very decisive. Dimensional gate key *1, another key. After the thing was opened, it was something that made Siabo confused. After upgrading, the dimensional gate key became 10. Siabo didn't know what this thing was for, so he could only put it away first. Maybe it would be useful in the future, just like the iron box key. Continued to study the space, and found that the next popular treasure chest needs to reach 500 million popularity. Looking at his own followers, he already has 300 million fans, and the number of fans is increasing by thousands per second. The popularity of the video is also rising. The function of the space is to open the popular treasure chest. Other functions have not yet been revealed. Siabo lost interest after studying it. Popular treasure chests cannot open things related to strength growth. Most of the items opened are some strange items. They are useful, but it is not worth investing too much energy, because these things are useless in a short time. Even if they are useful, I don't know what they are used for. After closing the space, Siabo took out a key just now. There was a strange pattern drawn on the key. The pattern was very simple, a broken planet. There was no clue, so I had to put it away first and then start the car. Daytime is the most suitable time to travel. There are resource boxes, a wide field of vision, and extremely high visibility, let alone worrying about wild monsters. Of course, after the scene is changed, you need to worry about wild monsters. God knows if you will encounter riding wild monsters again. The car was not driving very slowly, but it was not very fast either. After all, driving too fast in this snowy road situation would be a suicidal act. After driving for about 10 kilometers, a small black dot appeared in his sight, at the end of the sight on the road. Without thinking, Siabo had already vaguely guessed what it was. He did not stop or think about anything, and drove the car closer to the small black dot. The small black dot was getting bigger and bigger. It was a small car, parked alone on the snow-covered road. No human figure was seen, so it should be inside the car. Siabo was not worried about meeting humans again because of his strength, so he drove closer to the small car. The car was a little shabby, a two-seater car that had not been upgraded. There was a pool of eye-catching blood and footprints on the snow next to the car. Siabo frowned slightly, stopped the car, got out and checked closer. Through the vaguely buried rear window of the car, he could see a man leaning on the driver's seat. He seemed to have heard someone approaching, so he propped himself up and turned his head to check. "Who is it?" A very weak voice. "He is still alive." Siabo did not answer directly. He held his hand and approached the car. He found that the car window glass had been broken. There was a lot of blood on the broken window. The blood did not disappear, so it was not the blood of wild monsters, but the blood of humans. Siabo walked forward to check the man's injuries, and frowned immediately. The man's chest had been broken and hollowed out, revealing bright red internal organs. He was only left with one breath, probably because of his skills. Siabo. The man propped himself up and raised his head, revealing a pale, bloodless face. When he saw the person coming, his expression changed a little. "What happened?" Siabo frowned and asked. Cough, cough. The man coughed twice, with blood foam. "I was attacked by a wild monster while sleeping at night. Haha, I won't live long. This is destined." Cough, cough. After that, he coughed twice more, with a mouthful of blood. Basically, he took in less air and exhaled more air. He was able to survive by relying on a skill, which was enough to show that the quality of that skill must be very high. Chapter 87. Siabo looked at the man, with a slightly cold face. The man raised his head with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Boss Siabo, I'm so glad to see you." Siabo frowned and said, "Talk less and think about how to survive first." "I can't survive. I've eaten all the food. I'm only hanging on with one breath. I can't survive. Can you chat with me? I haven't met anyone for a long time." The man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Regardless of whether Siabo heard it or not, he continued, "I watched your live broadcast yesterday. You are the best among humans. You have a lot of supplies, hot water, hot pot, and even mutton. This is something we dare not even think about." At this point, a hint of hidden greed appeared in his eyes, and then he said to himself, "We are four. I fight for a bite of food, but you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Haha, it's really ironic." Siabo shook his head expressionlessly. "You can't imagine my efforts. Everyone has their own destiny. This is destined by God." "Destined by God? Bullshit. Destined by God. Destiny is in your own hands. You are just a stupid bird that flies first. You are saying that it is destined by God here. You will never understand our suffering. You have fruits, chrysanthemum tea, and hot pot, but we have nothing. Every day, you walk on the edge of a knife for a bite of food. If you are not careful, you will die. But you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. I don't accept it." The man's tone suddenly became heavier, and the blood in his mouth flowed more and more. It was a typical hatred of the rich. "Are you done?" Siabo pulled out the machete emitting red light expressionlessly, and put it on the man's neck. "You?" The man wanted to continue to say something, but was suddenly frightened by Siabo's sudden attack. His body froze in his seat, and he dared not move. "Have you finished talking? Isn't it painful for you to live? I send you on your way." Siabo raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and the red light on the steel knife in his hand flashed twice. "No you don't." "Ha-ha. Ha-ha." Before he finished speaking, the steel knife had already cut his throat. His body trembled a few times and froze in his seat. A rough dagger fell under the seat. The car door was open behind him, and the body of the man fell on the snow. Siabo said nothing, threw the body on the side of the road, and held the rough dagger in his hand. The dagger also emitted a strange red light. After the upgrade, the dagger became an alloy dagger. Knocked the car, got 3 pieces of car fragments, a small amount of fuel, and nothing else. This guy didn't live well, so he just took advantage of chatting with me to sneak attack me. It's a pity that I chose the wrong opponent. I couldn't even break the defense. What a pity, I just met someone who can talk. This also sounded a warning to Siabo. Don't think that you can shock everyone just because you are the first in the ranking. In the face of enough temptation, there are still many people who take risks, especially after I showed my supplies yesterday. There are many people who want to kill me and get resources. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Siabo was silent, as if he had gotten used to killing, but this time the corpse did not refresh, and there was no change in his mentality. Siabo looked at it twice, got into the car without looking back, started the car, and continued to move forward. Some people may really be unreliable. Siabo was on the road all day. As evening approached, he had opened many resource boxes and obtained a lot of supplies. These supplies were water and fuel. There was only one piece of food, a piece of cold skin. Siabo had eaten it in the north before. It was cold and tasted very nice. After the upgrade, he got a large piece of cold skin. In the future, there will be oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. It can be eaten with seasoning or fried. He put all the things he got into the space and checked the time. The qualifying competition has begun. Siabo did not start the competition immediately, but drove away from the range of the corpse. Somehow, when he saw the corpse, he always felt that the corpse would be resurrected. He felt uncomfortable. After the corpse left his sight, the situation was much better. After driving for about half an hour, Siabo stopped the car and dazed for a while before remembering what he was going to do. He had to score points. He turned on the system and started tonight's qualifying competition. In the familiar room, Siabo was already familiar with the road. He started the ranking very skillfully and opened the live broadcast room. Siabo. Ranking level 2. Record 20 wins and 0 losses. Win rate 100%. Historical ranking record 70 games with 100 win rate. Siabo's record was displayed on the screen. It was a terrifying record. The audience in the live broadcast room had already gotten used to it. The only person who could have such a terrifying record was Siabo. Too powerful. At present, no one knew that Siabo had changed his job. Only the personal ranking could be seen on the leaderboard. The information that could be viewed was just the name and photo. Apart from that, no data could be seen at all. So no one knows about Siabo's job change. Even the strange red light emitted by holding the weapon is considered to be due to skills. Click to start matching. The matching speed is very fast. After all, the strength of the people behind is not bad, and the pursuit is still very fast. In addition to Siabo's live broadcast room, there is another very popular live broadcast room. That is the cute girl, Chu Shirhan. She is cute and beautiful, and the most important thing is that her strength is also very strong. Many men have been defeated by her. Even Feng Shirhan has fallen into Chu Shirhan's hands. Yeah, I won again. After finishing a ranking game, Chu Shirhan danced on the spot. Her posture was light, like an elf, and the long sword in her hand swayed with the corner of her clothes, which was quite flavorful. 6666. Look at Chu Shirhan, learn MMA swordsmanship. I didn't learn anything. A woman actually has such high popularity. This is a survival game. Chu Shirhan is also level 4. Her strength is also very strong. I remember Chu Shirhan said yesterday, or the day before yesterday, that she has collected all the assassin's medals, and now she is waiting for the level 5 job change. Awesome. By the way, Siabo is already level 5. Has he completed the job change? Possibly. Brothers, let's continue. Now please invite the next victim. Chu Shirhan's delicate face showed a smile. Her steps were very light and cheerful. Like an elf, she jumped to the screen and clicked the match to start. The live broadcast room's bullet screen also had a string of please invite the next victim. Generally speaking, the number of people promoted is still very large, and the chance of meeting someone on the list is very small. This matching mechanism is to match randomly at the same level, and the system classifies all people at the same level into one level. In other words, within this level, the first will also meet the last. The ring appeared, and a tall figure appeared. The live broadcast room, which was originally full of excitement, suddenly became silent, and even Chu Shirhan was stunned. Siabo boss. Chapter 88. Siabo. Chu Shirhan lost her voice, changing her usual cheerful style. Her face showed a solemn expression. The live broadcast room was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, and then the bullet screen started to roll. Fuck. It's really Siabo. That red weapon shows the identity of the boss. It's over. The victim has become the anchor. It's over. Siao's reputation is obvious to all. He has met the policewoman Feng Xian more than once before, and Siabo has solved the battle within 3 seconds. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room rolled and discussed crazily. There was no comparison at all. Siabo's strength was too strong, so strong that it was desperate. Sun Quan, who was ranked 3rd before, was killed by Siabo with 1 knife. After that, when he met Sun Quan, he was still killed by Siabo with 1 knife, and there was no room for resistance. If he wanted to resist, it would be using his trump card, but it was useless, and he was still killed with 1 knife. Everyone who has fought with Siabo has said that they really don't want to meet Siabo again. The feeling of powerlessness is too deep. Chu Shirhan reacted very quickly. After a short thought, without saying a word, he directly raised his sword and rushed forward. His body movements were graceful, and his steps were mysterious. He directly shortened the distance between the two. Siabo's cold eyes changed a little, as if there was a gleam of light. No matter how mysterious the opponent's body movements were or how graceful the attack was, he directly drew out the machete and chopped in one direction. Clean and neat, without any hesitation. Puff! Chu Shirhan's eyes went dark and the picture disappeared. I lost. How could it be possible that I didn't even touch the opponent? Appearing in the room again, Chu Shirhan was shocked, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened, until she watched the replay of the battle just now, then she remained silent. In the replay, she rushed towards the knife and died directly. This made Chu Shirhan feel powerless. The opponent predicted her landing point, so she rushed towards the blade emitting a strange red light. Her move seemed to be all in the eyes of the opponent, and there was nowhere to hide. It was terrible. I had never fought before. I only knew that the opponent knew all opponents with 1 knife, which was very powerful, but I didn't feel so terrible. Only after the real fight, I understood the terrible strength of the opponent. It was terrible. Siabo didn't think there was anything wrong with solving the battle with 1 knife. How about the girl? It will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. The subsequent ranking matches were very simple. The battle was surprisingly fast with 1 knife, and Chu Shirhan seemed to be influenced by Siabo. He broadcast Siabo's live broadcast in his live broadcast room, and even explained it. Awesome, this knife is really the essence. It directly blocks the enemy's retreat, and makes them unable to retreat. This knife is really the best in the history. 1 knife makes him a god. 6666. What kind of eyes is this? Love it. He directly sees through the opponent's intention. Fuck, defensive skills are also broken by 1 knife. What is the strength of Siabo, and the steel knife emitting strange red light? The 10 ranking matches ended quickly, and Siabo's ranking level also successfully reached level 3. Siabo. Ranking level 3. Record, 30 wins and 0 losses. Win rate, 100%. Historical ranking record, 70 games and 100 win rate. The record was frozen. Siabo, who had achieved his goal, clicked to end the broadcast without any signs. The audience in the live broadcast room was already very familiar with Siabo's style and basically didn't find it strange. Appearing in the car, Siabo opened his eyes with a hint of coldness. The strength of people in the world has indeed improved, but they are still too weak compared to me. But they are almost completing their job transfers, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Siabo looked ahead calmly, dark and calm. He just walked ahead of others, and took a few days to walk the road that others took half a month to walk. To say that he is invincible, there is absolutely no such thing. This game is fair to everyone. It is not that you are invincible if you are strong. On the contrary, the stronger the strength, the more dangers you face. After all, the difficulty of this game is linked to the player's own strength. After coming out, Siabo took a short rest and clicked on the system to receive the 3rd level ranking box. Control Metal *1. Can perfectly control a creature. Note, depends on the suppression of mental power. Good stuff. Siabo's eyes lit up, and he took out the thing. It was a medal about the size of a professional medal, about the size of a palm, with a pattern on it of a big hand holding down a strange figure, suggesting control. After playing with it for a while, Siabo upgraded the medal. The medal in his hand disappeared, and was replaced by a rolled-up, very old-looking parchment. Slavery scroll *1. Can perfectly enslave a creature. Note, depends on the suppression of mental power. From control to enslavement. Siabo's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he immediately understood the relationship. Control has the risk of losing control, while enslavement does not. This is the difference between the two, a very easy to understand truth. Put the scroll away, this thing may come in handy someday. After finishing the qualifying competition, there was still some time before dark, so Siabo pushed forward again. Near dusk, snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. The snow fell very punctually. Snowflakes fluttered on the vast snowfield, and those were snowflakes blown by the wind. Tonight was another huge snowstorm. Siabo stopped the car, squeezed the seat belt to eat something, and ran into the car to feed the hens some bread crumbs. When he went to see, there were already 3 eggs in the chicken coop. After feeding the chicks, Siabo took the eggs away happily and upgraded. He got 19 eggs and stuffed them into the locker. Siabo lay comfortably on the bed. With the hens, he had a very stable source of food. The night when the snowstorm came always passed quickly. This week, everyone's strength improvement will stagnate, which is affected by the big snowstorm. It's unfortunate, but it can't be said that way. While the strength stagnated, people's safety level was relatively improved. After all, there was less risk of wild monsters refreshing at night. Except for a few unlucky people. Soon, heavy snow fell outside, and a thin layer of snowflakes covered the car windows. The strong wind blew the snowfield and rolled up snowflakes as high as a foot. The temperature in the car was very suitable. Siabo wrapped himself in the quilt, and the quilt was warm and unusually comfortable. The night was spent peacefully. When he got up in the morning, Siabo squinted his eyes and looked at the outside world. After the blizzard last night, the snow on the ground thickened again. At this time, the snow outside did not stop, but it was not that heavy. It was snowing. Siabo took a bucket of water and came to the outside of the car. He washed with water, put the bucket on the ground, and came to the back of the car to solve his physiological needs. When he came to the back of the car, the traces on the ground attracted his attention. It was a series of footprints. Chapter 89. Last night, a creature approached my car. There was only one set of footprints, and the number was 1. Based on the depth of the footprints, Siabo immediately analyzed the time the footprints were left, which should be 4 or 5 hours. This means that the creature has left. Standing up, Siabo followed the footprints and found that the footprints went around the side of the car and walked to the co-pilot position. The footprints stopped here, then left the car and walked into the snowfield. There were many footprints on the co-pilot body. The wild monster had wandered here, but left again. Looking at the direction where the footprints left, it was an endless snowfield. It's a bit strange. The wild monster didn't attack me. I didn't even hear any movement last night. On the one hand, it was because of the sound insulation of the car, and on the other hand, it was because of the blizzard. Siabo glanced at the car body, and there was no sign of damage by the wild monster. The wild monster did not attack him. A wild monster that does not attack humans. Very strange. After thinking about it, there is only one explanation, that is, this wild monster knows that it can't break the defense of the car, and a rash attack will only alarm me, so it wandered for a while, and then went back. Or, it asked other wild monsters for help. After all, wild monsters are intelligent. Siabo looked at the vast snowfield. The string of footprints on the snowfield had completely disappeared, obviously covered by the wind and snow, and the car was only covered a little because of the car's cover, and was not completely swallowed by the wind and snow. That's why I found it. Now there is only one question, that is, whether the wild monster will come back again. Do I want to get these experience points? He called up the system and looked at his experience points. Experience. 116/150. Wait, why are there 10 more experience points? After looking at it, Siabo found that his experience points seemed to have increased, and he was a little surprised. 10 more experience points out of thin air. Riot, wild monsters, and killing a human. So, killing your own people will also gain experience. This is intriguing. Siabo frowned and turned off the system, took a deep look at the snowy field, and then got on the car. He decided to wait, one step closer to level 6. If he could reach level 6 in advance, it would be great. Taking advantage of his free time, he just cooked a pack of instant noodles. Time passed, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Siabo sat in the car, and did not wait for the arrival of wild monsters at all. It seemed that they would not come in a short time. But Siabo did not intend to give up. 10 minutes later, 3 small black dots finally appeared in the wilderness in the distance. Siabo noticed them immediately. However, due to the distance, he could not see the monster's appearance clearly. Waiting quietly, the monster got closer and closer. Another monster I have never seen before. Wait, why do I feel familiar? The monsters approached, and Siabo could see their appearance clearly. They were indeed 3 monsters he had never seen before, but Siabo felt a sense of familiarity and raised his eyebrows. These 3 monsters looked like ninja turtles. They were not turtles in appearance, but they had a shell on their backs. They looked a little ferocious, and were not good things. The 3 monsters held weapons in their hands, which were 1-meter-long stone sticks made of stone. Turtle shell creature. Level 4. Strength, 29. Agility, 19. Turtle shell creature. Level 5. Strength, 35. Agility, 23. These are 3 turtle shell creatures. The detection I gave them information. What surprised Siabo was that 2 of these 3 wild monsters were at level 5. Their attribute values are stronger than ordinary humans. This is because after one's own strength is improved, the strength of the wild monsters will also increase. Facing the 3 wild monsters, Siabo took the initiative to open the car door and got out to fight. Ayo! The wild monsters saw Siabo appear, howled excitedly, and ran quickly. You can't help but want to be my experience so soon. You are very smart. Siabo showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth and rushed towards them. This almost suicidal behavior made them more excited and faster. Siabo was very calm, without any arrogance or intention to hide his strength. He rushed forward with a steel knife emitting a strange red light, and directly used a double heavy attack. Bang! Crack! With a bang. It was like a thunder explosion. The battle contact was formed in an instant. Under Siabo's extremely terrifying power, the double heavy attack actually exploded like a bomb, and the air made a dull sonic boom. The stone stick of the first wild monster was broken, and the steel knife directly sank into the body of the wild monster, and the shell behind it was cruelly torn apart. And this wild monster was like being hit by a giant hammer, and the torn place was bloody. After understanding one, Siabo's action was very fast, and he kicked the wild monster that rushed up from the side, kicking it several meters away and smashing it into the thick snow. The other monster was also killed in a cruel way by Siabo, and only 10 seconds had passed. After dealing with the 2 monsters, Siabo looked at the remaining monster. The monster was shocked by Siabo's powerful strength, and turned to run away. Want to run? Have you asked me? Siabo showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and stepped out with 1 foot, faster than the monster. The steel knife went straight in. After being the butcher and blessed by the enchanted gem, the steel knife pierced directly into the monster's shell like cutting a watermelon. He turned his hand and pressed down, pressing the monster into the snow. Siabo had no mercy at all. He ignored the monster's screams and pushed the steel knife upwards, and the monster's upper body was directly split open. Then the corpse refreshed and disappeared. The 3 monsters did not explode anything, which made Siabo a little disappointed, but he gained a lot of experience. 141/150, 3 monsters brought 25 experience points. Siabo was a little surprised. 3 identical monsters, but different experience points. Back in the car, Siabo put away his steel knife, still thinking about experience. 3 monsters gained 25 experience points. They were 2 level 5 monsters, and 1 level 4 monster. Could it be that the experience points of monsters above level 5 are doubled? The experience points of turtleshell creatures are 5 points, and level 4 monsters bring 5 experience points. The experience points of level 5 monsters are doubled, so 2 of them are 20 points. So, when the monster reaches level 5, the experience points double, which is 25 experience points. Siabo analyzed, and it seemed that only this explanation could make sense. If the experience points of monsters above level 5 are doubled, then improving strength in the future does not seem to be as difficult as imagined, but rather very simple. After all, the experience points of wild monsters at the back are very high. If you add double experience points, it will be very convenient to upgrade. Chapter 90. Similarly, the higher the experience value of wild monsters, the stronger they are. After all, level 5 and level 4 are a huge watershed, which can directly reflect the gap in strength. It is always the same sentence: opportunity and danger coexist. Anything that is profitable is often accompanied by a huge crisis. Anyone who has come here has not had a smooth journey. Even if you have a resource upgrade system, you still need to fight and obtain supplies at great risk. It's just that I am lucky. The speed of strength improvement is faster than others. Of course, the improvement of strength brings about a change in mentality, especially after integrating the blood demon heart. I am no longer so cowardly and sympathize with the weak. Coming here, everything has changed. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Sympathize with the weak, you will only die faster. Just like the human I met before. Siabo took a deep breath, kept this discovery in mind, and reminded himself in his heart that he must be on guard when he meets humans in the future. Back in the car, I started the car and drove forward. I dealt with 3 wild monsters. Although nothing dropped, I gained some information and experience, which was not bad. At least I didn't lose anything. Near noon, the snow outside became heavier, and the road conditions were almost invisible. The environment became very bad. Siabo drove very slowly. The snow was too thick, and the snow was getting heavier. He basically couldn't see the resource boxes on the roadside. He just didn't know if other people were in the same situation as him. After driving for about an hour, the wheels of the car began to slip. The snow on the ground was too thick. Siabo had no choice but to stop the car and wait until the snow outside became lighter before moving forward. He took out some bread from the locker, ate some, and then ran to the back of the car to feed the hens. The hens were not anxious, and ran around happily in the pen. Life is so interesting. He sighed, scattered the bread crumbs in his hand on the ground, and then looked at it for a while, then went back to bed, and laid down to catch up on sleep. In this situation, it is obviously impossible to hurry on, and it is best to catch up on sleep as much as possible to deal with emergencies. Siabo woke up at 3 or 4 in the afternoon and rubbed his swollen and painful head. It seems that after coming to winter, I feel sleepy all over. Something is wrong. He washed his face, woke up, sat in the driver's seat, and looked at the snow outside, which was still not getting lighter, feeling quite helpless. The scene update and alternation was really a bit unexpected, and I am afraid that many people in the world did not react. I can only say that this game is really strange. After opening the small steel cannon and dispelling the cold in the car, Siabo leaned on the chair and looked at the heavy snow outside, feeling surprisingly peaceful. The day passed very quickly, which made Siabo sigh that time flies. The evening came again, and he looked at his ranking results. It seemed that it was not long since the last ranking. The battle time was very fast. After Siabo completed the 4th level, he turned off the live broadcast. Because the snow outside was very heavy, it was useless to go out, so he simply browsed the live broadcast. Feng Shihong, this guy once stepped on me and ranked 2nd on the popularity list. I didn't expect that he is doing well now. It seems that I haven't met this guy. After browsing around, a familiar live broadcast room appeared in Siabo's eyes. He remembered the previous things, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his cold eyes. It seems that I haven't met this guy for a long time. I have forgotten it if I don't see him. I didn't expect that he would be so successful. This is all because this person stepped on my head and completed a leap. Sooner or later, I will understand this grudge. After closing the live broadcast room, Siabo's face was cold. Anyone who dared to shit on his head would not be let go. After quitting the qualifying competition, the wind and snow outside seemed to be stronger. It seems that I can only stay in the car today. Is it a blizzard over there? It's been snowing for 3 days here, and I'm running out of food. If it continues like this, I can't hold on any longer. Attention, there are no blizzards on special sections of the road. I'm on a special section of the road now. There's no blizzard over here either. By the way, does anyone know what the master key of the iron box is for? I have a dimensional door key, which I got from killing monsters. I don't know what it's for. I have a golden key. I'm freezing to death. Is there anyone who wants to trade cloth? A lot of news came out in the world one after another, and it seemed that the blizzard brought a sense of crisis. These people who survived are all capable and capable, with good strength, and they are all people who dare to fight and work hard. To be able to get to this point, they basically have their own trump cards and means. However, the blizzard brought a lot of pressure during this period. It was okay at first, but after a long time, people in the world began to be unable to bear it. The heavy snow blocked the road, and coupled with the dilapidated cars, many people have faced the crisis of death. Maybe this is the second test for humans. But Siabo's side is a different scene. Lying in the car with the heater on, looking at the snow outside comfortably, there is a cup next to him with chrysanthemum tea in it. This is the water he specially boiled when he cooked instant noodles just now. Drinking tea and enjoying the snow scenery, the taste is different. I am afraid he is the only one who can survive to this extent in the survival game. As the sky gradually darkened, Siabo tried to start the car, but the car was still stuck in the snow. Helplessly, he had to wait. The night gradually fell, and the whole world fell into darkness. The blizzard blocked the stars in the sky. Fortunately, there was no moonlit night mode this week, otherwise, in this ghost weather, killing wild monsters outside would be frozen to death. And the world's level rankings seemed to be affected by the weather and stagnated. At present, except for Siabo who has reached level 5, the others are all level 4 and level 3. The level rankings are stagnant, and it seems that the whole game has also stagnated, because the strength of wild monsters is refreshed with the strength of humans themselves. Nothing will happen in a short time. It depends on the game update next week. This game updates surprisingly fast. At night, the whole world fell into darkness. Siabo lay on the bed and fell asleep naked. In the outside world, heavy snow fell. A strange figure moved crookedly in the snow. There was a blood hole on its chest, which was filled with snow. The blood in its body had been frozen. A thick layer of snow fell on its body. A truck appeared in its sight. It seemed to have found the direction. The stumbling figure suddenly accelerated and knocked away the thick snow on the ground, like a ferocious beast. Bang! A palm slapped on the carriage. Cluck! The sleeping hen was startled. Siabo jumped off the bed immediately, put on his clothes, picked up a knife, opened the door and rushed out.